Acknowledgements. Where do I begin to express gratitude, when so many people in so many places have lent so many hands to advance the cause of this year's long project? More than 50 researchers in 15 cities in 4 countries, assisted by scores of archivists and librarians at more than 100 institutions, combined to gather and organize some 50,000 documents, together with hundreds of pages of translation, as well as to review hundreds of books and journals, all to collectively tear away the thickets of mystery surrounding the eugenics movement around the world. I cannot name all who need naming because of space limitations. In many cases, I do not even know them all. Many helped behind the scenes. But if great projects depend upon great efforts by a vast network, then war against the weak is greatly indebted indeed. I must begin by thanking my corps of skilled researchers, mostly volunteers. Because the information needed for war against the weak resided in many out-of-the-way archives as well as major repositories, the challenge was to locate the right person in the right place at the right time, from the hilly backcountry of Southern Virginia to Berlin. Recruits came from the internet, organizational bulletin boards, word of mouth and my personal website, as well as the devoted research team involved with my previous books, IBM and the Holocaust and the Transfer Agreement. Some worked for a few days in a strategic location to extract vital information, others worked for months at a time in archives or my office. Thanks are due to at least 8 people in Germany, including Dennis Riffel, Christina Herkimer, and Jacob Kort, who worked tirelessly in Berlin, Munich, Heidelberg, Koblenz, and Munster at the archives and libraries of the Max Planck Institutes, successor to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institutes, Bundesarchiv, Heidelberg University, Munster University, the Free University and many other locations reviewing and summarizing thousands of pages. The laser-like ability of Riffel, Herkimer, and their colleagues to identify connections spanning decades between Germans and Americans was indispensable. In London, Jane Booth, Julie Utley, Diane Utley, and several others spent months checking numberless documents, reviewing pamphlets and squinting at microfiche at the Public Record Office, Wellcome Library, University College of London Archives, British Library, Cambridge, and other repositories to uncover links across the Atlantic. In New York, more than a dozen researchers including Max Gross assisted me at the New York Public Library, the archives of New York University, Columbia University, and the Planned Parenthood Foundation. In Virginia, Susan Fleming Cook, Bobby Holt, and Aaron Crawford dug through special and restricted library collections, archives, little-known museums, courthouse and institutional records, as well as the files of the ACLU. In California I was assisted by Lorraine Ramsey who worked in Chico, Sacramento, and the University of California at Berkeley, Joanne Goldberg at the archives of the Hoover Institution and Stanford University, and others. No fewer than 8 researchers, including Christopher Reynolds and David Coliti, spent long hours at the American Philosophical Society archives in Philadelphia, the country's most precious eugenic resource. I owe a debt to Ashley and Jody Hardesty who, among a team of 4, scoured the valuable files of Vermont eugenicists, which in many cases were still waiting to be processed. At Truman State University in Kirksville, Missouri, I recruited a cadre of students to scrutinize thousands of pages of documents from the files of Harry Laughlin in the Pickler Memorial Library and its archive, and 2 of the most helpful were Benjamin Garrett and Courtney Carter. The project was also aided when attorney Charles Bradley volunteered to provide follow-up at the Rockefeller Archives. Of special importance was Phyllis Bailey of Montreal, who labored at university libraries in Montreal, the Public Records of Vermont, the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, and the Rockefeller Archives in Sleepy Hollow, New York. Bailey drove from archive to archive displaying extraordinary research skill and keen intellectual understanding of the injustices she was investigating. My Washington, D.C., research staff, about a dozen individuals, displayed unflagging tenacity in researching at numerous archives, analyzing and organizing thousands of documents, as well as delivering incomparable research and manuscript detail work. No research project could ask for more. Here I include Kate Hanna, who worked at the National Library of Medicine and the Library of Congress, and, wielding her uncanny memory, could recall almost every line of thousands of pages of eugenics journals she reviewed. Once Kate even corrected the date on an archival photograph. Paul Dwyer displayed a special acumen for locating obscure volumes at numerous libraries, including American University, Catholic University, George Washington University, George Mason University, the University of the District of Columbia and others. He was also among a team of a dozen that poured through record groups at the National Archives. Eve Jones searched files at the National Archives and the Carnegie Institution, and my own considerable archival holdings. John Corrado, assisted by Eve Jones, led the four-person fact and footnote verification team whose chore it was to cross-examine every fact and bit of fact context and then create the documentation trail, footnote by footnote, folder by folder. Corrado is also an exceptional researcher. Often, as I pounded my keyboard, I would call out an obscure name from decades past. Within moments, Corrado was able to report the details. He is a researcher's researcher. Corrado, Jones, Hanna, and Dwyer were augmented and assisted by Patricia Montesinos, Alexandra Cardarelli, Greg Greer, Eric Smith, Erica Ashton and several others. Numerous translators worked arduously and often with little notice. Chief among them was Susan Steiner, and Carl Lamb also helped. War Against the Weak could never have been completed without the exceptional cooperation of literally scores of archivists and librarians. Some archivists helped by producing as many as 5,000 photocopies from a single institution, often making an exception to their copying regulations, and with special file and fact searches, as well as fellowship. In England, those who deserve thanks include Anne Lindsay, Helen Wakely, Tracy Tillotson, Chris Hilton and many others at the Wellcome Library, Stephen Wright and Julie Archer at University College of London, and numerous staffers at the Public Record Office and the British Library. In Germany, the list is long and represents the best of Germany's unparalleled archival services, as well as its dedication to understanding its own history. At the top of the list is Matthias M. Weber, archivist at the Max Planck Institute for Psychiatry and an expert on German eugenics, who spent many hours assisting my project. Wilhelm Lenz and Annegret Neupert at Bundesarchiv both in Berlin and Koblenz greatly expedited our work. Hans Ewald Kessler gave good advice and facilitated our access at Heidelberg University Archives, and Robert Giesler did the same at the University Archives at Munster. Harry Stein at Buchenwald Archive was indispensable in locating and providing copies of Katzenellenbogen trial materials lost at the National Archives in Washington. Helmut Freiherr von Virchow granted permission to freely examine his father's records. Many more German librarians and archivists are not named for lack of space, and I apologize. In the United States, I worked with dozens of repositories, many holding local and seemingly innocuous materials and unaware of their international value. The list stretched from community historical societies and corporate libraries to the major eugenic archives. 4 institutions rendered profound assistance, and their archivists reside at the apex of archival personalities preserving the history of eugenics. Judith Subko, archivist extraordinaire at Pickler Memorial Library, labored more than I am permitted to say. Subko was in constant contact with me during months of research. James Burns and Jennifer Johnson at Planned Parenthood's McCormick Library displayed unrivaled and unflinching cooperation by continuously faxing materials, often within minutes of my request, to verify or disprove information about Margaret Sanger. At Cold Spring Harbor, Claire Bunce was a champion of research assistance, helping even as her own archives were in flux. Mila Pollock was also an important help. Valerie Lutz and Rob Cox, undermanned and greatly taxed, did their utmost to respond to pressing needs at the American Philosophical Society for more than a year. There were many more in America. Marie Carpentier at the National Archives, Amy Fitch and Tom Nussbaum at the Rockefeller Archives, and John Strom at the Carnegie Institution Archives all helped continuously. Several people at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum assisted greatly, including archivist Henry Meyer, several librarians, Tom Cooney and Andy Hollinger. Unfortunately, the executive staff at USHM refused to open its records regarding IBM and certain other corporations, as well as the topic of American corporations and eugenics, and even rebuffed a Freedom of Information Act request, claiming the museum was immune to FOIA requests. But this did not stop others at the museum from doing their best to provide other traditional historical materials, and I thank them. In addition, dozens of librarians helped finding and copying rare newspapers, journals and other special materials in their collections. At the top of the list is Janice Kaplan at the New York Academy of Medicine Library, and David Smith, a reference librarian of the New York Public Library. Both worked with me for months. And Houston at Tulane University and the staff of the Rockville Public Library also deserve special mention, as does Charles Saunders and the staff at the Richmond Times-Dispatch newspaper morgue. I apologize to many more who cannot be listed for lack of space. Numerous state officials went above and beyond. These include Margaret Walsh, Judith Dudley, and James S. Reinhardt at Virginia's Department of Hygiene, for allowing me to be the first to receive documents from the files of the Central Virginia Training School regarding Carrie Buck. I also thank State of Vermont officials for helping with important archival documents relating to the Hitler regime. Many more state officials worked with me on a confidential basis to reveal closed records. Their names cannot be revealed, but they know who they are. Literally dozens of experts, eyewitnesses, and other sources gave of their time to provide documentation in their possession, help trace facts or exchange ideas. In some instances the exchanges were brief, and in some cases the consultations were extensive and spanned weeks of effort. Among them were Sam Edelman, Nancy Gallagher, Daniel Cavils, Paul Lombardo, Barry Meller, K. Ray Nelson, Diane Paul, Steve Selden, and Stephen Trombley. Great guidance, page by page, stretching over many weeks, was rendered by Max Planck archivist Matthias Weber and geneticist Benno Müller-Hill in Germany, health policy historian Paul Weindling in England, eugenics author J. David Smith at the University of Virginia, and National Archives Nazi historian and archivist Robert Wolfe in the U.S. I am also grateful to the many other draft readers whose comments were so essential, including S.J. Olshansky, a health issues expert at the University of Illinois, William Seltzer, a demographic and census expert at Fordham University, archivist Piotr Setkiewicz at Auschwitz Museum, William Spriggs of the National Urban League, Ariel Zichupak in Jerusalem, Abraham H. Foxman of the Anti-Defamation League, Malcolm Hoenlein at the Conference of Presidents of Major American Jewish Organizations, and more than a dozen others. In each of my books, I have paid tribute to the musical talents of those who have inspired and energized me. Crowning the playlist are Danny Ei6nan, Jerry Goldsmith, and Hans Zimmer. To this I add John Barry, B.T., Moby, Afro Celt Sound System, John Williams and, of course, Dmitri Shostakovich. Polishing a manuscript is a never-ending process, and here I extend special recognition to Elizabeth Black, Eve Jones, and many others who devoted endless hours to the numerous revisions, tweaks, and updates. In particular, Jones's deft understanding of both the historical facts and editorial fine-tuning will be felt on every page. This project became real through the steadfast support of my agent, Lynn Rubinoff. A special word must be written for my family, robbed of my presence for 2 years while I was holed up amidst stacks of documents. Their indulgence was indispensable. Edwin Black. Washington, D.C. June 1, 2003. Publishing the expanded edition of this book a decade later, we find the technology quite different. While it is still necessary to carefully thumb and pull folders to search the thousands of pages in my office archive devoted to this topic, the ability to share that information with my research team has grown exponentially. Hence, we can follow up instantly and in real time. Some of the same researchers who labored on the original volume, such as Eve Jones, are still working with me and contributed to this edition. Many new names must be recognized for their pivotal roles. These include Carol DeSalvo and Annie Steinmetz on editorial matters. Devoted graphics and production professionals include Richard Farkas, Nancy Persiche, Marcia Escoboza, and Christine Sanders. Yui Jung masterfully manages our web resources. Creative excellence in related film projects has been rendered by Justin Strawhand and Pete Demas, who produced a multiple award-winning feature-length documentary named for the book, filmmaker Michael Pogoloff and composer Mitchell Marlowe, who brought to life the gripping book trailer now on the website, and other directors worldwide who have devoted their energies to help tell this continuing story. I am so grateful for those who have helped me confront this challenge, each making his or her own meaningful and lasting contribution. Edwin Black. Washington, D.C. April 2, 2012. Introduction. Voices haunt the pages of every book. This particular book, however, speaks for the never born, for those whose questions have never been heard, for those who never existed. Throughout the first 6 decades of the 20th century, hundreds of thousands of Americans and untold numbers of others were not permitted to continue their families by reproducing. Selected because of their ancestry, national origin, race, or religion, they were forcibly sterilized, wrongly committed to mental institutions where they died in great numbers, prohibited from marrying, and sometimes even unmarried by state bureaucrats. In America, this battle to wipe out whole ethnic groups was fought not by armies with guns nor by hate sects at the margins. Rather, this pernicious white-gloved war was prosecuted by esteemed professors, elite universities, wealthy industrialists, and government officials colluding in a racist, pseudo-scientific movement called eugenics. The purpose: create a superior Nordic race. To perpetuate the campaign, widespread academic fraud combined with almost unlimited corporate philanthropy to establish the biological rationales for persecution. Employing a hazy amalgam of guesswork, gossip, falsified information, and polysyllabic academic arrogance, the eugenics movement slowly constructed a national bureaucratic and juridical infrastructure to cleanse America of its unfit. Specious intelligence tests, colloquially known as IQ tests, were invented to justify incarceration of a group labeled feeble-minded. Often the so-called feeble-minded were just shy, too good-natured to be taken seriously, or simply spoke the wrong language or were the wrong color. Mandatory sterilization laws were enacted in some 27 states to prevent targeted individuals from reproducing more of their kind. Marriage prohibition laws proliferated throughout the country to stop race mixing. Collusive litigation was taken to the U.S. Supreme Court, which sanctified eugenics and its tactics. The goal was to immediately sterilize 14 million people in the United States and millions more worldwide, the lower tenth, and then continuously eradicate the remaining lowest tenth until only a pure Nordic super race remained. Ultimately, some 60,000 Americans were coercively sterilized, and the total is probably much higher. No one knows how many marriages were thwarted by state felony statutes. Although much of the persecution was simply racism, ethnic hatred, and academic elitism, eugenics wore the mantle of respectable science to mask its true character. The victims of eugenics were poor urban dwellers and rural white trash from New England to California, immigrants from across Europe, blacks, Jews, Mexicans, Native Americans, epileptics, alcoholics, petty criminals, the mentally ill, and anyone else who did not resemble the blonde and blue-eyed Nordic ideal the eugenics movement glorified. Eugenics contaminated many otherwise worthy social, medical, and educational causes, from the birth control movement to the development of psychology to urban sanitation. Psychologists persecuted their patients. Teachers stigmatized their students. Charitable associations clamored to send those in need of help to lethal chambers they hoped would be constructed. Immigration assistance bureaus connived to send the most needy to sterilization mills. Leaders of the ophthalmology profession conducted a long and chilling political campaign to round up and coercively sterilize every relative of every American with a vision problem. All of this churned throughout America years before the Third Reich rose in Germany. Eugenics targeted all mankind, so of course its scope was global. American eugenic evangelists spawned similar movements and practices throughout Europe, Latin America, and Asia. Forced sterilization laws and regimens took root on every continent. Each local American eugenic ordinance or statute from Virginia to Oregon was promoted internationally as yet another precedent to be emulated by the international movement. A tightly knit network of mainstream medical and eugenical journals, international meetings, and conferences kept the generals and soldiers of eugenics up to date and armed for their nation's next legislative opportunity. Eventually, America's eugenic movement spread to Germany as well, where it caught the fascination of Adolf Hitler and the Nazi movement. Under Hitler, eugenics careened beyond any American eugenicist's dream. National Socialism transduced America's quest for a superior Nordic race into Hitler's drive for an Aryan master race. The Nazis were fond of saying National Socialism is nothing but applied biology, and in 1934 the Richmond Times-Dispatch quoted a prominent American eugenicist as saying, "The Germans are beating us at our own game." Nazi eugenics quickly outpaced American eugenics in both velocity and ferocity. In the 1930s, Germany assumed the lead in the international movement. Hitler's eugenics was backed by brutal decrees, custom-designed IBM data processing machines, eugenical courts, mass sterilization mills, concentration camps, and virulent biological anti-Semitism, all of which enjoyed the open approval of leading American eugenicists and their institutions. The cheering quieted, but only reluctantly, when the United States entered the war in December of 1941. Then, out of sight of the world, Germany's eugenic warriors operated extermination centers. Eventually, Germany's eugenic madness led to the Holocaust, the destruction of the Gypsies, the rape of Poland, and the decimation of all Europe. But none of America's far-reaching scientific racism would have risen above ignorant rants without the backing of corporate philanthropic largesse. Within these pages you will discover the sad truth of how the scientific rationales that drove killer doctors at Auschwitz were first concocted on Long Island at the Carnegie Institution's eugenic enterprise at Cold Spring Harbor. You will see that during the pre-war Hitler regime, the Carnegie Institution, through its Cold Spring Harbor complex, enthusiastically propagandized for the Nazi regime and even distributed anti-Semitic Nazi Party films to American high schools. And you will see the links between the Rockefeller Foundation's massive financial grants and the German scientific establishment that began the eugenic programs that were finished by Mengele at Auschwitz. Only after the truth about Nazi extermination became known did the American eugenics movement fade. American eugenic institutions rushed to change their names from eugenics to genetics. With its new identity, the remnant eugenics movement reinvented itself and helped establish the modem, enlightened human genetic revolution. Although the rhetoric and the organizational names had changed, the laws and mindsets were left in place. So for decades after Nuremberg labeled eugenic methods genocide and crimes against humanity, America continued to forcibly sterilize and prohibit eugenically undesirable marriages. I began by saying this book speaks for the never-born. It also speaks for the hundreds of thousands of Jewish refugees who attempted to flee the Hitler regime only to be denied visas to enter the United States because of the Carnegie Institution's openly racist anti-immigrant activism. Moreover, these pages demonstrate how millions were murdered in Europe precisely because they found themselves labeled lesser forms of life, unworthy of existence, a classification created in the publications and academic research rooms of the Carnegie Institution, verified by the research grants of the Rockefeller Foundation, validated by leading scholars from the best Ivy League universities, and financed by the special efforts of the Harriman Railroad fortune. Eugenics was nothing less than corporate philanthropy gone wild. Today we are faced with a potential return to eugenic discrimination, not under national flags or political credos, but as a function of human genomic science and corporate globalization. Shrill declarations of racial dominance are being replaced by polished PR campaigns and patent protections. What eugenics was unable to accomplish in a century, neogenics may engineer in a generation. The almighty dollar may soon decide who stands on which side of a new genetic divide already being demarcated by the wealthy and powerful. As we speed toward a new biological horizon, confronting our eugenic past will help us confront the bewildering neogenic future that awaits. I first became interested in eugenics while researching my previous books, The Transfer Agreement and IBM and the Holocaust. The transfer agreement, published in 1984, documented the tempestuous worldwide anti-Nazi boycott, which included vigorous efforts to stop American organizations from funding medical research. At the time I could not understand why Nazi medical research was so important to American corporate philanthropists. The scope of eugenics escaped me. Then in 2000, while researching IBM and the Holocaust, which revealed IBM's role in automating Germany's eugenic institutions, I finally came to see that eugenics was a life and death proposition for Europe's Jews. Yet I still didn't realize that this bizarre cult of Nazi race science was organically linked to America. As I explored the history of eugenics, however, I soon discovered that the Nazi principle of Nordic superiority was not hatched in the Third Reich but on Long Island decades earlier and then actively transplanted to Germany. How did it happen? Who was involved? To uncover the story, I did as I have done before and launched an international investigation. This time, a network of dozens of researchers, mostly volunteers, working in the United States, England, Germany, and Canada unearthed some 50,000 documents and period publications from more than 40 archives, dozens of library special collections and other repositories, see major sources. But unlike the Holocaust field, in which the documentation is centralized in a number of key archives, the information on eugenics is exceedingly decentralized and buried deep within numerous local and niche repositories. In the United States alone, the investigation brought my team to the archival holdings of the American Philosophical Society in Philadelphia, to the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory on Long Island, to Truman State University in northeastern Missouri, to numerous obscure community colleges in the Appalachian states, and a long list of state archives, county historical files and institutional archives where personal papers and period materials are stored. I also spent much time in many small, private libraries and archives, such as the one maintained by Planned Parenthood. We examined records at the Rockefeller Foundation and the Carnegie Institution. There are probably 200 important repositories in America, many of them special collections and manuscript departments of local libraries or universities. Because eugenics was administered on the local level, every state probably possesses 3 to 5 sites hosting important eugenic documentation. I only accessed a few dozen of these across America. Much more needs to be done, and American researchers will surely be kept busy for a decade mining the information. In England I visited the British Library, the Wellcome Library, the University College of London, the Public Record Office and other key archives. These not only provided the information on Britain's eugenic campaigns, but also yielded copies of correspondence with American eugenic organizations that are simply not available in the American holdings. For example, strident propaganda pamphlets long cleansed from American files are still stored in the British records. Because the German and American wings collaborated so closely, the German archives clearly trace the development of German race hygiene as it emulated the American program. More importantly, because the American and German movements functioned as a binary, their leaders bragged to one another and exchanged information constantly. Therefore I learned much about America's record by examining Reich-era files. For instance, although the number of individuals sterilized in Vermont has eluded researchers in that state, the information is readily available in the files of Nazi organizations. Moreover, obscure Nazi medical literature reveals the Nazis' understanding of their American farmers. Probing the prodigious files of Nazi eugenics took my project to the Bundesarchiv in Berlin and Koblenz, the Max Planck Institute in Berlin, Heidelberg University, and many other repositories in Germany. When it was finished, the journey to discover America's eugenic history had taken me from an austere highway warehouse in Vermont, where the state's official files are stacked right next to automotive supplies and retrieved by forklift, to the architectonic British Library, to the massive Bundesarchiv in Berlin and every type of research environment in between. Sometimes I sat on a chair in a reading room. Sometimes I poked through boxes in a basement. Even still, I was not prepared for the many profound built-in challenges to eugenic research. My experiences are rooted in Holocaust investigation, where a well-developed infrastructure is in place. Not so with eugenics. In Holocaust research, archives facilitate unlimited speedy photocopying of documents. The Public Record Office in London produces copies within hours. The National Archives in Washington, D.C., allows self-service photocopying. But the most important eugenic archive in Britain, storing thousands of important documents, limits users to just 100 copies per year. America's largest eugenic archive, housing vast numbers of papers in numerous collections, limits researchers to just 400 copies per year. Often the beleaguered and understaffed copy departments in these archives needed between 3 and 4 weeks to produce the copies. One archive asked for 3 months to copy a 10-page document. Fortunately, I was able to circumvent these restrictions by deploying teams of 5 and 10 researchers at these archives, and by virtue of the gracious and indispensable flexibility of archivists who continuously assisted me in this massive project, see acknowledgements. Only by their special efforts and indulgence was I able to secure as many as 5,000 copies from a single archive, and reasonably quickly, thus allowing me to gain a comprehensive view of the topic and shorten my work by years. Another profound obstacle has been the fallacious claim by many document custodians, in both state and private archives, that the records of those sterilized, incarcerated, and otherwise manipulated by the eugenics movement are somehow protected under doctor-patient confidentiality stretching back 50 to 100 years. This notion is a sham that only dignifies the crime. Legislation is needed to dismantle such restrictions. No researcher should ever accept assertions by any document custodian that such records are covered by confidentiality protections accorded to medical procedures, whether in Nazi Germany or the United States. The people persecuted by eugenics were not patients, they were victims. No doctor-patient relationship was established. Most of the unfortunate souls snared by eugenics were deceived and seized upon by animal breeders, biologists, anthropologists, raciologists, and bureaucrats masquerading as medical men. Menschel's victims were not patients. Nor were those in America who were caught up in the fraudulent science of eugenics. In some instances, records were initially denied to me on this basis. Fortunately, the investigative reporter only gets started when he hears the word no. I demanded full access and was grateful when I received it. I applaud the state of Virginia for allowing me to be the first to receive files on the infamous sterilization of Carrie Buck. Copies of those files are now in my office. The international scope of the endeavor created a logistical nightmare that depended on devoted researchers scouring files in many cities. For months, I functioned as a traffic cop, managing editor, and travel coordinator while simultaneously dispatching researchers to follow leads on both sides of the Atlantic. On the same day that one group might be interviewing mountain people in the hills of Virginia, another might be examining the personal papers of a police chief in California, while another in Berlin scanned the financial records of the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute to identify American financial assistance, while still others reviewed the pamphlets of the Eugenics Society in London. We were as likely to scrutinize the visitor registers at the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute's guest facility, Harnack House, to see which Americans visited Berlin, as we were to review the mailing lists of Carnegie scientists to see who in Germany was receiving their reports. Progress among my researchers was exchanged by continuous use of the Internet and by the extensive use of faxed and scanned documents. Eventually all of the documents came together in my office in Washington. They were then copied and arranged in chronological folders, one folder for every month of the 20th century. The materials were then cross-filed to trace certain trends, and then juxtaposed against articles published month by month in journals such as Eugenical News, Journal of Heredity and Eugenics Review, as well as numerous race science publications in Nazi Germany. By pulling any one monthly folder I could assemble a snapshot of what was occurring worldwide during that month. When we were done, we had assembled a mountain of documentation that clearly chronicled a century of eugenic crusading by America's finest universities, most reputable scientists, most trusted professional and charitable organizations, and most revered corporate foundations. They had collaborated with the Department of Agriculture and numerous state agencies in an attempt to breed a new race of Nordic humans, applying the same principles used to breed cattle and calm. The names define power and prestige in America: the Carnegie Institution, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Harriman Railroad Fortune, Harvard University, Princeton University, Yale University, Stanford University, the American Medical Association, Margaret Sanger, Oliver Wendell Holmes, Robert Yerkes, Woodrow Wilson, the American Museum of Natural History, the American Genetic Association, and a sweeping array of government agencies from the obscure Virginia Bureau of Vital Statistics to the U.S. State Department. Next came an obsessive documentation process. Every fact and fragment and its context was supported with black and white documents, then double-checked and separately triple-checked in a rigorous multistage verification regimen by a team of argumentative, hair-splitting fact-checkers. Only then was the manuscript draft submitted to a panel of known experts in the field from the United States, Germany, England, and Poland, for a line-by-line review. The result: behind each of the hundreds of footnotes, there is a folder that contains the supporting documentation. To ensure that all of our information was accurate, we also set about verifying the work of numerous other scholars by checking their documentation. We often asked them to provide documents from their files. In other words, we not only documented my book, we verified other works as well. Most of the authors graciously complied, readily faxing copies of their documents or explaining precisely where the information could be found. During this process, however, we discovered numerous errors in many prior works. For example, in one book an important speech on the value of heredity is attributed to Woodrow Wilson, President of the United States. The speech was actually given by Jim Wilson, President of the American Breeders Association. I can understand how errors like this occur. Many scholars rely on other scholars' works. Summaries of summaries of summaries yield a lesser truth with every iteration. Except for the work of a few brilliant world-class documenters, such as Daniel Cavils, Benno Miller-Hill, Paul Weindling, and Martin Pernick, I largely considered published works little more than leads. What's more, there is boundless information on eugenics accumulating on the internet, some of it very prettily presented, much of it hysterical, and unfortunately, most of it filled with profound errors. Hence, whenever possible, I acquired primary source material so I could determine the provable facts for myself. When the research phase was over, I realized that less than half the information I had assembled would even make it into the book. Frankly, I had amassed enough information to write a freestanding book for each of the 21 chapters in this volume. It was painful to pick and choose which information would be included, but I am confident that with so many journalists throughout America now aggressively delving into eugenics, the field will soon be as broad and diversified as the investigations of the Holocaust and American slavery. At least one book could be written for each state, starting with California, which was America's most energetic eugenics state. Critical biographies are needed for the key players. In-depth examinations of the links between Germany and the Pioneer Fund, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institution, as well as numerous state officials would be welcome. The role of the Chicago Municipal Court must be further explored. When I began this project in 2001, many in the public were not even aware of eugenics. Indeed, for a while my publisher did not even want me to include the word eugenics in the title of this book. In reality, however, the topic has been continuously explored over the past decades by several extremely talented academics and students hailing from a range of disciplines from biology to education. Although most were gracious and supportive, I was surprised to find that many tended to guard their information closely. One such author told me she didn't believe another book on eugenics was necessary. "It depends on how nuanced," she said with some discomfort. Another professor astonished me by asking for money to answer some questions within his expertise, the first time I had encountered such a request in 35 years of historical research. When I contacted a Virginia professor who had written a dissertation decades earlier, she actually told me she didn't think a member of the media was qualified to read her dissertation. One collaborative scholarly eugenic website, ironically funded by a federal grant, restricts media usage while permitting unrestricted scholarly usage. As I was completing my work, the public was beginning to discover the outlines of eugenics. The Richmond Times-Dispatch, Winston-Salem Journal, and several other publications and radio stations, as well as the Los Angeles Times, New York Times and American Heritage Magazine, all produced exemplary articles on various aspects of eugenics. The Winston-Salem Journal series was a feat of investigative journalism. As the manuscript was being typed, the governors of Virginia, Oregon, California, North Carolina, and South Carolina all publicly apologized to the victims of their state's official persecution. Others will follow. The topic is now where it belongs, in the hands of hard-driving journalists and historians who will not stop until they have uncovered all the facts. Now that newspaper and magazine articles have placed the crime of eugenics on the front burner, my book explains in depth exactly how this fraudulent science infected our society and then reached across the world and right into Nazi Germany. I want the full story to be understood in context. Skipping around in the book will only lead to flawed and erroneous conclusions. So if you intend to skim, or to rely on selected sections, please do not read the book at all. This is the saga of a century and can easily be misunderstood. The realities of the 20s, 30s, and 40s were very different from each other. I have made this request of my readers on prior books and I repeat it for this volume as well. Although this book contains many explosive revelations and embarrassing episodes about some of our society's most honored individuals and institutions, I hope its contents will not be misused or quoted out of context by special interests. Opponents of a woman's right to choose could easily seize upon Margaret Sanger's eugenic rhetoric to discredit the admirable work of Planned Parenthood today. I oppose such misuse. Detractors of today's Rockefeller Foundation could easily apply the facts of their Nazi connections to their current programs. I reject the linkage. Those frightened by the prospect of human engineering could invoke the science's eugenic foundations to condemn all genomic research. That would be a mistake. While I am as anxious as the next person about the prospect of out-of-control genomics under the thumb of big business, I hope every genetic advance that helps humanity fight disease will continue as fast and as furiously as possible. This is the right place to note that virtually all the organizations I investigated cooperated with unprecedented rigor, because they want the history illuminated as much as anyone. This includes the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Institution, Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, and the Max Planck Institute, successor to the Kaiser Wilhelm Institute. All gave me unlimited access and unstinting assistance. These organizations have all worked hard to help the world discover their pasts and must be commended. Planned Parenthood worked with me closely day after day, searching for and faxing documents, continually demonstrating their interest in the unvarnished truth. The same can be said for numerous other corporations and organizations. This is a book of history, and corporate and philanthropic America must be commended when they cooperate in an investigation as aggressive and demanding as mine. Indeed, of the scores of societies, corporations, organizations, and governmental agencies I contacted around the world, only one obstructed my work. IBM refused me access to its files. Despite this obstruction, I was able to demonstrate that the race-defining punch card used by the SS in Nazi Germany was actually derived from one developed for the Carnegie Institution years before Hitler came to power. This project has been a long, exhausting, exhilarating odyssey for me, one that has taken me to the darkest side of the brightest minds and revealed to me one reason why America has been struggling so long to become the country it still wants to be. We have a distance to go. Again I ask, how did this happen in a progressive society? After reviewing thousands upon thousands of pages of documentation, and pondering the question day and night for nearly 2 years, I realize it comes down to just one word. More than the self-validation and self-certification of the elite, more than just power and influence joining forces with prejudice, it was the corrupter of us all, it was arrogance. Edwin Black. Washington, D.C. March 15, 2003. As I wrote in my 2003 introduction, many books on the topic would follow mine, filling in the details about a given state or region, or centering on special classes of victims. I could have written 20 volumes with the research I had accumulated. But that was not possible. In the decade since War Against the Weak was published, more than a dozen good, specifically focused books have appeared. They are welcome. Dozens more are needed to fully chronicle the sagas of the many places ravaged by eugenics, from California, which led the nation in sterilization at the hands of its elite, to Peru, where in the later 1990s some 300,000 Indian women were sterilized in a program funded by $36 million in American foreign aid. More enterprise is needed to tell the plight endured by so many groups targeted for elimination, from the deaf, considered by Alexander Graham Bell disciples to be a nemesis because they use sign language, to Native Americans, tricked by the Bureau of Indian Affairs as though they were a varmint infestation. Most researchers struggle just to grasp the tragedy and the suffering. My task is very different. I have already identified the victims and their trail of tears, a trail too often disappearing into a fading future that suddenly turns left into oblivion. My mission is to expose who paid for these bleak episodes, who agreed to them, who made them possible, and who used his lofty status as a university scholar, a medical expert, a governor, a judge, a legislator, a prominent attorney, or a wealthy philanthropic organization to press forward on the gear shift of genocide. Who controlled the throttle? Who paved the way? Who happily collected a toll when the caravan passed? Who escaped unscathed when the crimes were discovered? There is much more to do here for the careful independent journalist and independent scholar, because more than a few of the gilded institutions are nervously standing inert and silent. Why? I am asked over and over. The answer is simple. Because too many of the vaulted universities and their funders were among the perpetrators and are too fearful to join the ranks of the illuminators lest they be illuminated. Eugenics, after all, was a movement of the best and brightest, the elite and the magnified, against those perceived as weak or who became weak after being systematically sapped of their strength by junk science enshrined by the unruly of law. This national nightmare was not a movement of men in white sheets burning crosses on lawns at midnight. This was a shining movement of men in white lab coats and three-piece suits at the State House, the courthouse, and the illustrious name-plated clinic. Pounding gavels, expounding fictitious facts, and propounding genocidal laws, they twisted American society into a machine of genocide against a significant segment its own citizenry. The Treaty on Genocide, Article 2, defines genocide as acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group. Eugenics and its mandate of family bloodline termination were repugnant enough to be deemed genocide from the first moments the term genocide came into use. Article 2, Section D, specifies, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. In Article 3, the treaty states that among the acts that shall be punishable are complicity in genocide. As for who shall be punished, the treaty specifies the perpetrators in Article 4, persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Beyond a distant horizon, justice still waits for the generations robbed of their progeny, for the never-born generations deprived of their existence. The force of justice also awaits the powerful in our past and present that made such misery happen by virtue of their ability to wage a war against the weak. Edwin Black. Washington, D.C. April 2, 2012. A note on the text. War Against the Weak utilized published and private sources spanning a century, and in several languages, and as such presented numerous textual challenges. We relied upon established style conventions as often as possible, and, when required, adapted and innovated styles. Readers may notice certain inconsistencies. Some explanation follows. Every phrase of quoted material has remained as true as possible to the original terminology, punctuation, and capitalization, even to the point of preserving archaic and sometimes offensive terms when used by the original source. No attempt was made to filter out ethnic denigrations when they appeared in period materials. Eugenicists in America called themselves eugenicists, but in Britain referred to themselves as eugenists, and sometimes the usage crossed. We used eugenicists in narrative but eugenists whenever it appeared in a specific quotation. In several instances we quoted from profoundly misspelled handwritten letters, and it was our decision to transcribe these as authentically as possible. When referring to materials originally published in German, journals and magazines are cited by their legal name in German, such as Archiv für Rassen und Gesellschaftsbiologie, with the first usage including a translation in parentheses. Titles of books are referred to by their English translations. The first usage includes the original German title in parentheses. When multiple translations of a book title or organization name exist, we selected the most appropriate. We made an exception when a book's title rose to the public awareness of a main camp. We used the German for whenever possible but were compelled to use the variant für when it was used in American headlines. For most points of style, this book has followed the Chicago Manual of Style. Unfortunately, not even the near 1,000 pages of standards set forth in Chicago could cover all the varied forms in which primary information was received. This is especially true when dealing with electronic sources such as Internet web pages, and actual documents new and old reproduced in PDF formats, electronic books, and other Internet sources. This is one of the first history books to incorporate widespread use of legitimate materials on the Internet. For example, we obtained copies of papal encyclicals from the Vatican's website, PDFs of original historical programs, and electronic books all on the Internet. These are legitimate materials when used with extreme caution. Citing the Internet is a profound challenge. Given the lack of style consensus, and the fact that websites are continuously updated and rearranged, it was necessary to create a new style for Internet citations. We decided to include just two key elements: the website's homepage address and the title of the document. General search engines such as Google and site-specific search engines will be the best means of locating the content of these cited pages. Naturally, we retained printouts of all cited web materials. Part 1. From Peapod to Persecution. Chapter 1. Mountain Sweeps. When the sun breaks over Brush Mountain and its neighboring slopes in southwestern Virginia, it paints a magical, almost iconic image of America's pastoral splendor. Yet there are many painful stories, long unspoken, lurking in these gentle hills, especially along the hiking paths and dirt roads that lead to shanties, cabins, and other rustic encampments. Decades later, some of the victims have been compelled to speak. In the 1930s, the Brush Mountain Hill folk, like many of the clans scattered throughout the isolated Appalachian slopes, lived in abject poverty. With little education, often without running water or indoor plumbing, and possessing few amenities, they seemed beyond the reach of social progress. Speaking with the indistinct drawls and slurred vestigial accents that marked them as hillbillies, dressed in rough-hewn clothing or hand-me-downs, and sometimes diseased or poorly developed due to the long-term effects of squalor and malnutrition, they were easy to despise. They were easily considered alien. Quite simply, polite Virginia society considered them white trash. Yet Brush Mountain people lived their own vibrant rural highlands culture. They sang, played mountain instruments with fiery virtuosity to toe-tapping rhythms, told and retold engaging stories, danced jigs, sewed beautiful quilts and sturdy clothing, hunted fox and deer, fished a panful and fried it up. Point one, most of all, they hoped for better health, better jobs, better schooling, a better life for their children. Hill people did produce great men and women who would increasingly take their places in modern society. But hopes for betterment often became irrelevant because these people inhabited a realm outside the margins of America's dream. As such, their lives became a stopping place for America's long biological nightmare. A single day in the 1930s was typical. The Montgomery County Sheriff drove up unannounced onto Brush Mountain and began one of his many raids against the Hill families considered socially inadequate. More precisely, these Hill families were deemed unfit, that is, unfit to exist in nature. On this day the Montgomery County Sheriff grabbed 6 brothers from one family, bundled them into several vehicles and then disappeared down the road. Earlier, the sheriff had come for the boy's sister. Another time, deputies snared 2 cousins. 2. I don't know how many others they took, but they were after a lot of them, recalled Howard Hale, a former Montgomery County supervisor, as he relived the period for a local Virginia newspaper reporter a half-century later. From Brush Mountain, the sheriff's human catch was trucked to a variety of special destinations, such as Western State Hospital in Stanton, Virginia. Western State Hospital, formerly known as the Western Lunatic Asylum, loomed as a tall columned colonial edifice near a hill at the edge of town. The asylum was once known for its so-called moral therapy, devised by director Dr. Francis T. Stribling, who later became one of the 13 founding members of the American Psychiatric Association. By the time Brush Mountain hillbillies were transported there, Western housed not only those deemed insane, but also the so-called feeble-minded 3. No one was quite sure how feeble-minded was defined. 4 No matter. The county authorities were certain that the hill folk swept up in their raids were indeed mentally and genetically defective. As such, they would not be permitted to breed more of their kind. How? These simple mountain people were systematically sterilized under a Virginia law compelling such operations for those ruled unfit. Often, the teenage boys and girls placed under the surgeon's knife did not really comprehend the ramifications. Sometimes they were told they were undergoing an appendectomy or some other unspecified procedure. Generally, they were released after the operation. Many of the victims did not discover why they could not bear children until decades later, when the truth was finally revealed to them by local Virginia investigative reporters and government reformers. 5. Western State Hospital in Stanton was not Virginia's only sterilization mill. Others dotted the state's map, including the Colony for Epileptics and the Feeble-Minded near Lynchburg, the nation's largest facility of its kind and the state's greatest center of sterilization. Lynchburg and Western were augmented by hospitals at Petersburg, Williamsburg, and Marion. Lower-class white boys and girls from the mountains, from the outskirts of small towns and big city slums, were sterilized in assembly line fashion. So were American Indians, blacks, epileptics and those suffering from certain maladies day after day, thousands of them as though orchestrated by some giant machine. 6. Retired Montgomery County Welfare Director Kate Bolton recalled with pride, the children were legally committed by the court for being feeble-minded, and there was a waiting list from here to Lynchburg. She added, "If you've seen as much suffering and depravity as I have, you can only hope and pray no one else goes through something like that. We had to stop it at the root." 7. Eventually, you knew your time would come, recalled Buck Smith about his Lynchburg experience. His name is not really Buck Smith. But he was too ashamed, nearly a half-century later, to allow his real name to be used during an interview with a local Virginia reporter. Everybody knew it. A lot of us just joked about it. We weren't grown up enough to think about it. We didn't know what it meant. To me it was just that my time had come. 8. Buck vividly recounted the day he was sterilized at Lynchburg. He was 15 years old. The call came over the dormitory just like always, and I knew they were ready for me, he remembered. There was no use fighting it. They gave me some pills that made me drowsy and then they wheeled me up to the operating room. The doctor wielding the scalpel was Lynchburg Superintendent Dr. D. L. Harrell Jr., who was like a father to me, continued Buck. Dr. Harrell muttered, "Buck, I'm going to have to tie your tubes and then maybe you'll be able to go home." Drowsy, but awake, Buck witnessed the entire procedure. Dr. Harrell pinched Buck's scrotum, made a small incision and then deftly sliced the sperm ducts, rendering Buck sterile. I watched the whole thing. I was awake the whole time, Buck recalled. 9. Buck Smith was sterilized because the state declared that as a feeble-minded individual, he was fundamentally incapable of caring for himself. Virginia authorities feared that if Buck were permitted to reproduce, his offspring would inherit immutable genetic traits for poverty and low intelligence. Poverty, or pauperism, as it was called at the time, was scientifically held by many esteemed doctors and universities to be a genetic defect, transmitted from generation to generation. Buck Smith was hardly feeble-minded, and he spoke with simple eloquence about his mentality. "I've worked 11 years at the same job," he said, "and haven't missed more than 3 days of work. There's nothing wrong with me except my lack of education." 10. "I'll never understand why they sterilized me," Buck Smith disconsolately told the local reporter. "I'll never understand that. They Lynchburg gave me what life I have and they took a lot of my life away from me. Having children is supposed to be part of the human race." 11. The reporter noticed a small greeting card behind Buck Smith. The sterilized man had eventually married and formed a lasting bond with his stepchildren. The card was from those stepchildren and read, "Thinking of you, Daddy." Through tears, Buck Smith acknowledged the card, "They call me Daddy 12. Mary Donald was equally pained when she recalled her years of anguish following her sterilization at Lynchburg when she was only 11. Several years later, she was released to her husband-to-be, and then enjoyed a good marriage for 18 years. "But he loved kids," she remembered. "I lay in bed and cried because I couldn't give him a son," she recounted in her heavily accented but articulate mountain drawl. "You know, men want a son to carry on their name." He said it didn't matter. But as years went by, he changed. "We got divorced and he married someone else." With these words, Mary broke down and wept. 13. Like so many, Mary never understood what was happening. She recalled the day doctors told her. "They asked me, 'Do you know what this meeting is for?' I said, 'No, sir, I don't.' 'Well, this is a meeting you go through when you have to have a serious operation, and it's for your health.' That's the way they expressed it. Well, I said, if it's for my health, then I guess I'll go through with it." See, I didn't know any difference. Mary didn't learn she had been sterilized until 5 years after her operation. 14. The surgeon's blade cut widely. Sometimes the victims were simply truants, petty thieves, or just unattended boys captured by the sheriffs before they could escape. Marauding county welfare officials, backed by deputies, would take the youngsters into custody, and before long the boys would be shipped to a home for the feeble-minded. Many were forced into virtual slave labor, sometimes being paid as little as a quarter for a full week of contract labor. Runaways and the recalcitrant were subject to beatings and torturous 90-day stints in a darkened blind room. Their release was generally conditional on family acquiescence to their sterilization. 15. Mary Donald, Buck Smith, the brothers from Brush Mountain and many more whose names have long been forgotten are among the more than 8,000 Virginians sterilized as a result of coercion, stealth, and deception in a wide-ranging program to prevent unwanted social, racial and ethnic groups from propagating. But the agony perpetrated against these people was hardly a local story of medical abuse. It did not end at the Virginia state line. Virginia's victims were among some 60,000 who were forcibly sterilized all across the United States, almost half of them in California. 16. Moreover, the story of America's reproductive persecution constitutes far more than just a protracted medical travesty. These simple Virginia people, who thought they were isolated victims, plucked from their remote mountain homes and urban slums, were actually part of a grandiose, decades-long American movement of social and biological cleansing determined to obliterate individuals and families deemed inferior. The intent was to create a new and superior mankind. The movement was called Eugenics. It was conceived at the onset of the 20th century and implemented by America's wealthiest, most powerful, and most learned men against the nation's most vulnerable and helpless. Eugenicists sought to methodically terminate all the racial and ethnic groups, and social classes, they disliked or feared. It was nothing less than America's legalized campaign to breed a super race, and not just any super race. Eugenicists wanted a purely Germanic and Nordic super race, enjoying biological dominion over all others. 17. Nor was America's crusade a mere domestic crime. Using the power of money, prestige, and international academic exchanges, American eugenicists exported their philosophy to nations throughout the world, including Germany. Decades after a eugenics campaign of mass sterilization and involuntary incarceration of defectives was institutionalized in the United States, the American effort to create a super Nordic race came to the attention of Adolf Hitler. Those declared unfit by Virginia did not know it, but they were connected to a global effort of money, manipulation, and pseudoscience that stretched from rural America right into the sterilization wards, euthanasia vans, and concentration camps of the Third Reich. Prior to World War II, the Nazis practiced eugenics with the open approval of America's eugenic crusaders. As Joseph Desjarnette, superintendent of Virginia's Western State Hospital, complained in 1934, "Hitler is beating us at our own game." 18. Eventually, out of sight of the world, in Buchenwald and Auschwitz, eugenic doctors like Joseph Mengele would carry on the research begun just years earlier with American financial support, including grants from the Rockefeller Foundation and the Carnegie Institution. Only after the secrets of Nazi eugenics horrified the world, only after Nuremberg declared compulsory sterilization a crime against humanity, did American eugenics recede, adopt an enlightened view, and then resurface as genetics and human engineering. 19. Even still, involuntary sterilization continued for decades as policy and practice in America. True, the victims of Virginia and hundreds of thousands more like them in countries across the world were denied children. But they did give birth to a burning desire to understand how the most powerful, intelligent, scholarly, and respectable individuals and organizations in America came to mount a war against the weakest Americans to create a super race. Just as pressing is this question: will the 21st century successor to the eugenics movement, now known as human engineering, employ enough safeguards to ensure that the biological crimes of the 20th century will never happen again? Chapter 2. Evolutions. Mankind's quest for perfection has always turned dark. Man has always existed in perpetual chaos. Continuously catapulted from misery to exhilaration and back, humanity has repeatedly struggled to overcome vulnerability and improve upon its sense of strength. The instinct is to play God, or at least mediate his providence. Too often, this impulse is not just to improve, but to repress, and even destroy those deemed inferior. Eventually, the Judeo-Christian world codified the principle that all human life should be valued. A measure of our turbulent civilization and even of our humanity has always been how well people have adhered to that precept. Indeed, as societies became more enlightened, they extended respect for life to an ever-widening circle of people, including the less fortunate and the less strong. Racism, group hatred, xenophobia, and enmity toward one's neighbors have existed in almost every culture throughout history. But it took millennia for these deeply personal, almost tribal hostilities to migrate into the safe harbor of scientific thought, thus rationalizing destructive actions against the despised or unwanted. Science offers the most potent weapons in man's determination to resist the call of moral restraint. To forge the new science of human oppression, a race science, several completely disconnected threads of history twined. Indeed, it took centuries of development for three disciplines, socioeconomics, philosophy, and biology, to come together into a resilient and fast-moving pseudoscience that would change the world forever. Perhaps the story truly begins with the simple concept of charity. Charity is older than the Bible. 1. Organized refuges for the poor and helpless date to the Roman era and earlier. 2. The concept of extending a helping hand was established in the earliest Judeo-Christian doctrine. There will always be poor people in the land, therefore, I command you to be open-handed toward your brothers and toward the poor and needy in your land, declared Deuteronomy. 3. Jesus Christ based his ministry on helping the helpless, the lame, the blind, lepers, the mentally deranged, and social outcasts such as thieves and prostitutes. He proclaimed, "The meek shall inherit the earth." 4. After the Roman Empire adopted Christianity, the Canones Arabiciani Nicene of 325 AD mandated the expansion of hospitals and other monastic institutions for the sick and needy. 5 During medieval times, the Church was chiefly responsible for houses of pity. 6 In England, such charitable institutions for the poor were abundantly required. The Black Death killed millions across Europe between 1348 and 1350. Labor shortages motivated bands of itinerant workers and beggars to wander from town to town in search of the highest-paying pittance. As they wandered, many resorted to petty thievery, highway robbery, and worse. With their impoverished existence came the associated afflictions of illiteracy, poor health, rampant disease, and physical disability. 7. During the early and mid-1500s, economic upheavals took their toll on all but the richest of the nobility. Silver from the New World and official coinage debasements caused prices to rise, increasing the suffering of the poor. Tribes of vagrants migrated from the countryside to villages. Later, in response to the booming wool market, England's landowners switched from estate farming to vast sheep breeding enterprises. Consequently, great numbers of farm workers were evicted from their peasant domiciles, bloating the hordes of the unemployed and destitute. This teeming hardship only increased the Church's role in tending to a multitude of the wretched and poor. 8. Everything changed in the 1530s when Pope Clement VII refused to annul Henry VIII's marriage to Catherine of Aragon. Furious, King Henry seized church property and monasteries in England, and charitable institutions slowly became a governmental responsibility. 9 Tending to the poor was expensive, but the alternative was food riots. 10. By the early 16th century, the first poor laws were enacted in England. Such measures categorized the poor into two groups. The deserving poor were the very young and the very old, the infirm, and families who fell on financial difficulties due to a change in circumstances. The undeserving poor were those who had turned to crime, such as highwaymen, pickpockets, and professional beggars, and also included paupers who roamed the country looking for a day's work. The undeserving poor were considered an affliction upon society, and the law laid out harsh punishment. Poverty, or more precisely, vagrancy, was criminalized. Indeed, the concept of criminal vagrancy for those with no visible means of support has persisted ever since. 11. Despite all attempts to contain welfare spending, England's enormous expenditures only escalated. In 1572, compulsory poor law taxes were assessed to each community to pay for poor houses and other institutions that cared for the deranged, diseased and decrepit among them. These taxes created a burden that many resented. 12 Now it was the poor and helpless against the rest of society. Indeed, a distinct pauper class had emerged. These people were perceived by the establishment as both an arrogant lot who assumed an inherited right to relief, and as seething candidates for riot and revolution. Overcrowded slums and dismal poorhouses caused England to reform its poor laws and poverty policies several times during the subsequent 300 years. The urbanization of poverty was massively accelerated by the Industrial Revolution, which established grim, sunless sweatshops and factories that in turn demanded and exploited cheap labor. Appalling conditions became the norm, inspiring Charles Dickens to rouse the public in novels such as Oliver Twist. Despite progress, by the mid-1800s the state was still spending £1,400 a year, equivalent to about $125,000 in modern money, per 10,000 paupers. The ruling classes increasingly rebelled against taxing the industrious to support the indolent. 13. Soot-smeared and highly reproductive, England's paupers were looked down upon as a human scourge. The establishment's derogatory language began to define these subclasses as subhumans. For example, a popular 1869 book, The Seven Curses of London, deprecated those male and female pests of every civilized community whose natural complexion is dirt, whose brow would sweat at the bare idea of earning their bread, and whose stock in trade is rags and impudence. 14. England's complex of state-sponsored custodial institutions stretched across a distant horizon. Over time, the proliferation of poor houses, lunacy asylums, orphanages, health clinics, epilepsy colonies, rescue shelters, homes for the feeble-minded and prisons inevitably turned basic Christian charity into what began to be viewed as a social plague. While Britain's perceived social plague intensified, a new social philosophy began evolving in Europe. In 1798, English economist Thomas Malthus published a watershed theory on the nature of poverty and the controlling socio-economic systems at play. Malthus reasoned that a finite food supply would naturally inhibit a geometrically expanding human race. He called for population control by moral restraint. He even argued that in many instances charitable assistance promoted generation-to-generation poverty and simply made no sense in the natural scheme of human progress. Many who rallied behind Malthus's ideas ignored his complaints about an unjust social and economic structure, and instead focused on his rejection of the value of helping the poor. 15. In the 1850s, agnostic English philosopher Herbert Spencer published Social Statics, asserting that man and society, in truth, followed the laws of cold science, not the will of a caring, almighty God. Spencer popularized a powerful new term, survival of the fittest. He declared that man and society were evolving according to their inherited nature. Through evolution, the fittest would naturally continue to perfect society. And the unfit would naturally become more impoverished, less educated, and ultimately die off, as well they should. Indeed, Spencer saw the misery and starvation of the pauper classes as an inevitable decree of a far-seeing benevolence, that is, the laws of nature. He unambiguously insisted, the whole effort of nature is to get rid of such, and to make room for better. If they are not sufficiently complete to live, they die, and it is best they should die. Spencer left no room for doubt, declaring, all imperfection must disappear. As such, he completely denounced charity and instead extolled the purifying elimination of the unfit. The unfit, he argued, were predestined by their nature to an existence of downwardly spiraling degradation. 16. As social and economic gulfs created greater generation-to-generation disease and dreariness among the increasing poor, and as new philosophies suggested society would only improve when the unwashed classes faded away, a third voice entered the debate. That new voice was the voice of hereditary science. In 1859, some years after Spencer began to use the term survival of the fittest, the naturalist Charles Darwin summed up years of observation in a lengthy abstract entitled The Origin of Species. Darwin espoused natural selection as the survival process governing most living things in a world of limited resources and changing environments. He confirmed that his theory is the doctrine of Malthus applied with manifold force to the whole animal and vegetable kingdoms, for in this case, there can be no artificial increase of food, and no prudential restraint from marriage. 17. Darwin was writing about a natural world distinct from man. But it wasn't long before leading thinkers were distilling the ideas of Malthus, Spencer, and Darwin into a new concept, bearing a name never used by Darwin himself, social Darwinism. 18. Now social planners were rallying around the notion that in the struggle to survive in a harsh world, many humans were not only less worthy, many were actually destined to wither away as a rite of progress. To preserve the weak and the needy was, in essence, an unnatural act. Since ancient times, man has understood the principles of breeding and the lasting quality of inherited traits. The Old Testament describes Jacob's clever breeding of his and Laban's flocks as spotted and streaked goats were mated to create spotted and streaked offspring. Centuries later, Jesus sermonized, a good tree cannot bear bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot bear good fruit. Every tree that does not bear good fruit is cut down and thrown into the fire. 19. Good stock and preferred traits were routinely propagated in the fields and the flocks. Bad stock and unwanted traits were culled. Breeding, whether in grapes or sheep, was considered a skill subject to luck and God's grace. But during the 5 years between 1863 and 1868, 3 great men of biology would all promulgate a theory of evolution dependent upon identifiable hereditary units within the cells. These units could actually be seen under a microscope. Biology entered a new age when its visionaries proclaimed that good and bad traits were not bestowed by God as an inscrutable divinity, but transmitted from generation to generation according to the laws of science. Spencer, in 1863, published Principles of Biology, which suggested that heredity was under the control of physiological units. 23 years later, the obscure Czech monk Gregor Mendel published his experiments with smooth-skinned and wrinkled peas. He constructed a predictable hereditary system dependent on inherited cellular elements. 21. Finally, in 1868, Darwin postulated the notion that the units throw off minute granules which are dispersed throughout the entire system. They are collected from all parts of the system to constitute the sexual elements, and their development in the next generation forms a new being, but they are likewise capable of transmission in a dormant state to future generations. Darwin named these minute granules gemmules. 22. By any name, science had now pulled away the shroud covering the genetic realities of mankind. Far-flung notions of social planning, philosophy, and biology centuries in the making now gravitated toward each other, culminating in a fascinating new ideology that sought to improve the human race not by war or charity, but by the progressive logic of science and mathematics. The driving force behind this revelation was not really a scientist, although his scientific methodology influenced many scientists. He was not really a philosopher, although his ability to weave scientific principles into social philosophy spawned fiery movements of dogma. He was not really a physician, although his analyses of human physiology ultimately governed much of the surgical and medical profession. The man was Francis J. Galton. He was above all a clever and compulsive counter of things, of phenomena, of traits, of all manner of occurrences, obvious and obscure, real and conjured. If any pattern could be discerned in the cacophony of life, Galton's piercing ratiocination could detect it and just maybe systemize it to the level of predictability. Galton never finished his studies at London's King College Medical School and instead studied math at Cambridge, where he quickly became an aficionado of the emerging field of statistics. 23 He joyously applied his arithmetic prowess and razor-like powers of observation to everyday life, seeking correlation. Galton distinguished himself by his ability to recognize patterns, making him an almost unique connoisseur of nature sampling, tasting and discerning new character in seemingly random flavors of chaos. More than correlation, Galton's greatest quest was prediction. To his mind, what he could predict, he could outwit, even conquer. And so Galton's never-ending impulse was to stand before life and defy its mysteries, one by one, with his indomitable powers of comprehension. Perhaps counting relieved the throbbing of his constant headaches or was an intellectual consequence of his insatiable desire to excel. More than once, he succumbed to palpitations and even a nervous breakdown amidst the fury of his cogitations. Even his visage seemed sculpted to seek and measure. A pair of bushy eyebrows jutted out above his orbits almost like two hands cupped over the brow of a man peering into an unfathomable distance. At the same time, his dense wind-swept sideburns swerved back dramatically just behind his earlobes, as though his mind was speeding faster than the rest of his head. 24. Galton counted the people fidgeting in an audience and tried to relate it to levels of interest. He tried to make sense of waves in his bathtub. He gazed from afar at well-endowed women, using a sextant to record their measurements. As the ladies turned themselves, to be admired, wrote Galton, I surveyed them in every way and subsequently measured the distance of the spot where they stood, and tabulated the results at my leisure. He even tried to map the concentration of beauty in Britain by noting how many lovely women were located in different regions of the country. 25. Galton's favorite adage was, whenever you can, count 26. Much of Galton's quantitative musings amounted to little more than distraction. But some of it became solid science. In 1861, he distributed a questionnaire to the weather stations of Europe, asking the superintendents to record all weather details for the month of December. He found a pattern. Analyzing the data, Galton drew up the world's first weather maps, peppering them with his own idiosyncratic symbols for wind direction, temperature, and barometric pressure. His maps, revealing that counterclockwise wind currents mark sudden changes in pressure, eventually made isobaric charts possible. Galton's 1863 publication, Meteorographica, or Methods of Mapping the Weather, greatly advanced the science of meteorology. 27. Later, he discovered that the raised ridges on human fingertips were each unique. No two were alike. He devised a system for analyzing and categorizing the distinctive swirls, and inking them into a permanent record. Galton simply called these fingerprints. The new discipline permitted the identification of criminals, this at a time when a wave of crime by unidentifiable felons gripped London and Jack the Ripper prowled the East End. Galton's book, Fingerprints, featured the author's own 10 arched across the page as a personal logotype. 28. About the time Darwin, Spencer, and Mendel began explaining the heredity of lower species, Galton was already looking beyond those theories. He began to discern the patterns of various qualities in human beings. In 1865, Galton authored a two-part series for Macmillan magazine that he expanded 4 years later into a book entitled Hereditary Genius. Galton studied the biographical dictionaries and encyclopedias, as well as the genealogies of eminent scholars, poets, artists, and military men. Many of them were descendants of the same families. The frequency was too impressive to ignore. Galton postulated that heredity not only transmitted physical features, such as hair color and height, but mental, emotional and creative qualities as well. Galton counted himself among the eminent, since he was Darwin's cousin, and both descended from a common grandfather. 29. Galton reasoned that talent and quality were more than an accident. They could be calculated, managed, and sharpened into a highly gifted race of men by judicious marriages during several consecutive generations. Far from accepting any of Malthus's notions of inhibited procreation, Galton suggested that bountiful breeding of the best people would evolve mankind into a superlative species of grace and quality. He actually hoped to create a regulated marriage process where members of the finest families were only wed to carefully selected spouses. 30. Galton did not worry that inbred negative qualities would multiply. He said there was no reason to suppose that, in breeding for the higher order of intellect, we should produce a feeble race. He explained his own incapacitating physical frailties away as a manifestation of hereditary distinction. Men who leave their mark on the world, wrote Galton, are very often those who, being gifted and full of nervous power, are at the same time haunted and driven by a dominant idea, and are therefore within a measurable distance of insanity. 31. Galton struggled to find the pattern, the predictability, the numerical formula that governed the character of progeny. Mathematics would be the key to elevating his beliefs from an observation to a science. He didn't have the answer yet, but Galton was certain that the secret of scientific breeding could be revealed and that it would forever change humankind. Could not the undesirables be got rid of and the desirables multiplied, he asked. 32. In 1883, Galton published Inquiries into Human Faculty and Development and created a new term for his discipline. He played with many names for his new science. Finally, he scrawled Greek letters on a hand-sized scrap of paper, and next to them the two English fragments he would join into one. The Greek word for well was abutted to the Greek word for born. 33. In a flourish, Galton invented a term that would tantalize his contemporaries, inspire his disciples, obsess his later followers and eventually slash through the 20th century like a sword. The finest and the fiendish would adopt the new term as their driving mantra. Families would be shattered, generations would be wiped away, whole peoples would be nearly erased, all in the name of Galton's word. The word he wrote on that small piece of paper was eugenics. 34. Eugenics was a proto-science in search of vindicating data. Galton had described the eugenically well-born man as a trend in science, but he desperately sought to quantify the biological process. After all, if Galton could advance from merely discovering the scientific mechanism controlling human character to actually predicting the quality of the unborn, his knowledge would become almost divine. In theory, the master of any enforced eugenics program could play God, deciding who would be born and who would not. Indeed, the notion of constructing a brave new world by regimented reproduction has never receded. Numbers were needed. In 1884, Galton opened his anthropometric laboratory at London's International Health Exhibition. Using questionnaires just as he had in quantifying weather, Galton asked families to record their physical characteristics, such as height, weight, and even lung power. Later, Galton even offered cash rewards for the most comprehensive family history. The data began to accrue. It wasn't long before 9,000 people, including many complete families, offered their physical details for Galton's calculations. 35 He began pasting numbers together, sculpting formulas, and was finally able to patch together enough margins of error and coefficients of correlation into a collection of statistical eugenic probabilities. At the same time, German cellular biologist August Weismann, using more powerful microscopes, announced that something called germplasm was the true vehicle of heredity. Weismann observed what he termed a nucleus. He theorized, the physical causes of all apparently unimportant hereditary habits, of hereditary talents, and other mental peculiarities must all be contained in the minute quantity of germplasm which is possessed by the nucleus of a germ cell. 36 Others would later identify character-conveying threads termed chromatic loops or chromosomes. Superseding Darwinian precepts of descent and Weismann's germplasm, Galton, in his essays and in 1889 book entitled Natural Inheritance, tried to predict the precise formulaic relationship between ancestors and their descendants. He concluded, the influence, pure and simple, of the mid-parent may be taken as 1/2, of the mid-grandparent 1/4, of the mid-great-grandparent 1/8, and so on. That of the individual parent would therefore be 1/4, of the individual grandparent 1/6, of an individual in the next generation 1/64, and so on. In other words, every person was the measurable and predictable sum of his ancestors' immortal germplasm. Inheritable traits included not only physical characteristics, such as eye color and height, but subtle qualities, such as intellect, talent, and personality. Galton ultimately reduced all notions of heritage, talent, and character to a series of complex, albeit fatally flawed, eugenic equations. 37. Above all, Galton concluded that the caliber of progeny always reflected its distant ancestry. Good lineage did not improve bad blood. On the contrary, in any match, undesirable traits would eventually outweigh desirable qualities. 38 Hence, when eugenically preferred persons mated with one another, their offspring were even more valuable. But mixing eugenically well-endowed humans with inferior mates would not strengthen succeeding generations. Rather, it would promote a downward biological spiral. What was worse, two people of bad blood would only create progressively more defective offspring. It was all guesswork, ancestral solipsism and mathematical acrobatics, some of it well-founded and some of it preposterous, forged into a self-congratulatory biology and social science. Scholarly kudos and celebration abounded. Yet Galton himself was forced to admit in 1892, in the preface to the second edition of Hereditary Genius, that his theories and formulae were still completely unprovable. The great problem of the future betterment of the human race is confessedly, at the present time, hardly advanced beyond the state of academic interest. 39. Years later, in a preface to a eugenic tract about gifted families, Galton again warned that musing about improved breeds of the human race were still nothing more than speculations on the theoretical possibility. 40. Nonetheless, Galton remained convinced that germplasm was the ultimate, elusive governing factor. As such, environment and the quality of existence were by and large irrelevant and actually an impediment to racial improvement. No amount of social progress or intervention could help the unfit, he insisted. Qualifying his sense of charity with a biological imperative, Galton asserted, I do not, of course, propose to neglect the sick, the feeble, or the unfortunate. I would do all, for their comfort and happiness, but I would exact an equivalent for the charitable assistance they receive, namely, that by means of isolation, or some other drastic yet adequate measure, a stop should be put to the production of families of children likely to include degenerates. 41. Galton called for a highly regulated marriage licensing process that society at large would endorse. By prohibiting eugenically flawed unions and promoting well-born partners, Galton believed what nature does blindly, slowly, and ruthlessly, man may do providently, quickly, and kindly. 42. Galton believed that eugenics was too broad a societal quest to be left to individual whim. He espoused a new definition of eugenics that wed the biology to governmental action. Eugenics, asserted Galton, is the study of all agencies under social control which can improve or impair the racial quality of future generations. 43. Galton's ideas ultimately became known as positive eugenics, that is, suggesting, facilitating, predicting, and even legally mandating biologically conducive marriages. Every family hopes its offspring will choose wisely, and Galton hoped his scientific, equation-filled epistles would encourage families and government bureaus to require as much. His convictions, even those involving legislation and marriage regimentation, were, within his own utopian context, deemed non-invasive and non-destructive. But a few years later, by the dawn of the 20th century, Galton's notions of voluntary family planning and positive governmental structures would be transmogrified into an entirely different constellation of negative and coercive thought. The New Faithful called it negative eugenics. Galton died in 1911. With his passing, his positive eugenic principles of marriage regimentation also disappeared from the eugenics main stage. Certainly his name lived on as a rallying call, stamped on the plagues of societies and academic departments. But before long others would come along to chew up his ideas and spit them out as something new and macabre, barely resembling the original. What Galton hoped to inspire in society, others were determined to force upon their fellow man. If Galton was correct and these new followers were certain he was, why wait for personal choice or flimsy statutory power? In their minds, future generations of the genetically unfit from the medically infirm to the racially unwanted to the economically impoverished would have to be wiped away. Only then could genetic destiny be achieved for the human race, or rather, the white race, and more specifically, the Nordic race. The new tactics would include segregation, deportation, castration, marriage prohibition, compulsory sterilization, passive euthanasia, and ultimately extermination. As the 20th century opened for business, the eugenic spotlight would now swing across the ocean from England to the United States. In America, eugenics would become more than an abstract philosophy, it would become an obsession for policymakers. Galton could not have envisioned that his social idealism would degenerate into a ruthless campaign to destroy all those deemed inadequate. But it would become nothing less than a worldwide eugenic crusade to abolish all human inferiority. Chapter 3. America's National Biology. America was ready for eugenics before eugenics was ready for America. What in England was the biology of class, in America became the biology of racial and ethnic groups. In America, class was, in large measure, racial and ethnic. Everything Galtonian eugenics hoped to accomplish with good matrimonial choices, American eugenicists preferred to achieve with draconian preventive measures designed to delete millions of potential citizens deemed unfit. American eugenicists were convinced they could forcibly reshape humanity in their own image. Their outlook was only possible because American eugenicists believed the unfit were essentially subhuman, not worthy of developing as members of society. The unfit were diseased, something akin to a genetic infection. This infection was to be quarantined and then eliminated. Their method of choice was selective breeding, spaying and cutting away the undesirable, while carefully mating and grooming the prized stock. Breeding was in America's blood. America had been breeding humans even before the nation's inception. Slavery thrived on human breeding. Only the hardiest Africans could endure the cruel middle passage to North America. Once offloaded, the surviving Africans were paraded atop auction stages for inspection of their physical traits. 1. Notions of breeding society into betterment were never far from post-Civil War American thought. In 1865, 2 decades before Galton penned the word eugenics, the utopian Oneida community in upstate New York declared in its newspaper that, human breeding should be one of the foremost questions of the age. A few years later, with freshly expounded Galtonian notions crossing the Atlantic, the Oneida commune began its first selective human breeding experiment with 53 female and 38 male volunteers. 2. Feminist author Victoria Woodhull expressed the growing belief that both positive and negative breeding were indispensable for social improvement. In her 1891 pamphlet, The Rapid Multiplication of the Unfit, Woodhull insisted, the best minds of today have accepted the fact that if superior people are desired, they must be bred, and if imbeciles, criminals, paupers, and the otherwise unfit are undesirable citizens, they must not be bred. 3. America was ready for eugenic breeding precisely because the most established echelons of American society were frightened by the demographic chaos sweeping the nation. England had certainly witnessed a mass influx of foreigners during the years leading up to Galton's eugenic doctrine. But the scale in Britain was dwarfed by America's experience. So were the emotions. America's romantic melting pot notion was a myth. It did not exist when turn-of-the-century British playwright Israel Zangwill optimistically coined the term point for one and Zangwill's day. America's shores, as well as the 3,000 miles in between, were actually a cauldron of undissolvable minorities, ethnicities, indigenous peoples, and other tightly knit groups all constantly boiling over. 18 million refugees and opportunity-seeking immigrants arrived between 1890 and 1920. German Lutherans, Irish Catholics, Russian Jews, Slavic Orthodox, one huddled mass surged in after another. 5 But they did not mix or melt, for the most part they remained insoluble. But ethnic volatility during the late 1800s arose from more than the European influx. Race and group hatred crisscrossed the continent. Millions of Native Americans were being forced onto reservations. Mexican multitudes absorbed after the Mexican-American War, in which Mexico lost fully half its land to United States expansion, became a clash point in the enlarged American West and Southwest. Emancipated African slaves struggled to emerge across the country. But freed slaves and their next generation were not absorbed into greater society. Instead, a network of state and local Jim Crow laws enforced apartheid between African Americans and whites in much of the nation, especially in the South. The Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882 temporarily halted the immigration through California of any further Chinese laborers, and blocked the naturalization of those already in the country. The measure was made permanent in 1902.6. Race suicide was an alarum commonly invoked to restrict European immigration, as 1880 Census Bureau Director Francis Walker did in his 1896 Atlantic Monthly article, Restriction of Immigration. Walker lamented the statistical imbalance between America's traditional Anglo-Saxon settlers and the new waves flowing in from Southern Europe. Eminent sociologist E. A. Ross elevated the avoidance of race suicide to a patriotic admonishment, decrying the beaten members of beaten breeds from Croatia, Sicily, and Armenia flooding in through Ellis Island. Ross warned that such groups lack the ancestral foundations of American character, and even if they catch step with us, they and their children will nevertheless impede our progress. 7. As the 19th century closed, women still could not vote. Native Americans who had survived governmental genocide programs were locked onto often barren reservations, and blacks, as well as despised white trash, were still commonly lynched from the nearest tree from Minnesota to Mississippi. In fact, 3,224 Americans were lynched in the 30-year period between 1889 and 1918 to 702 white and 2,522 black. Their crimes were as trivial as uttering offensive language, disobeying ferry regulations, paying attention to a white girl, and distilling illicit alcohol. 8. The century ahead was advertised as an epoch for social progress. But the ushers of that progress would be men and women forged from the racial and cultural fires of prior decades. Many 20th century activists were repelled by the inequities and lasting scars of racial and social injustice. They were determined to transform America into an egalitarian republic. But others, especially American eugenicists, switched on the lights of the new century, looked around at the teeming, dissimilar masses and collectively declared they had unfinished business. Crime analysis moved race and ethnic hatred into the realm of heredity. Throughout the latter 1800s, crime was increasingly viewed as a group phenomenon, and indeed an inherited family trait. Criminologists and social scientists widely believed in the recently identified criminal type, typified by beady eyes and certain phrenological shapes. The notion of a born criminal became popularized. 9 Ironically, when robber barons stole and cheated their way into great wealth, they were lionized as noble leaders of the day, celebrated with namesake foundations, and honored by leather-bound genealogies often adorned with coats of arms. It was the petty criminals, not the gilded ones, whom polite society perceived as the great genetic menace. Petty criminals and social outcasts were abundant in Ulster County, New York. Little did these seemingly inconsequential people know they were making history. In the first decades of the 19th century, this rustic Catskill Mountain region became a popular refuge for urban dropouts who preferred to live off the land in pastoral isolation. Fish and game were abundant. The lifestyle was lazy. Civilization was yonder. But as wealthy New Yorkers followed the Hudson River traffic north, planting opulent Victorian mansions and weekend pleasure centers along its banks, the very urbanization that Ulster's upland recluses spurned caught up to them. Pushed from their traditional fishing shores and hillside hunting grounds, where they lived in shanties, the isolated, unkempt rural folk of Ulster now became misfits. Not a few of them ran afoul of property and behavior laws, which became increasingly important as the county's population grew. 10 Many found themselves jailed for the very lifestyle that had become a local tradition. In 1874, Richard Dugdale, an executive of the New York Prison Association, conducted interviews with a number of Ulster County's prisoners and discovered that many were blood relatives. Consulting genealogies, courthouse and poorhouse records, Dugdale documented the lineages of no fewer than 42 families heavily comprised of criminals, beggars, vagrants, and paupers. He claimed that one group of 709 individuals were all descendants of a single pauper woman, known as Margaret and crowned mother of criminals. Dugdale collectively dubbed these 42 troubled families the Jukes. His 1877 book, The Jukes, A Study in Crime, Pauperism, Disease, and Heredity, calculated the escalating annual cost to society for welfare, imprisonment, and other social services for each family. The text immediately exerted a vast influence on social scientists across America and around the world. 11. While Dugdale's book spared no opportunity to disparage the human qualities of both the simple paupers and the accomplished criminals among the Jukes family, he blamed not their biology, but their circumstances. Rejecting notions of heredity, Dugdale instead zeroed in on the adverse conditions that created generation-to-generation pauperism and criminality. The tendency of heredity is to produce an environment which perpetuates that heredity, he wrote. He called for a change in social environment to correct the problem, and predicted that serious reform could effect a great decrease in the number of commitments within 15 years. Dugdale cautioned against statistics that inspired false conclusions. He even reminded readers that not a few wealthy clans made their fortunes by cheating the masses, yet these scandalous people were considered among the nation's finest families. 12. But Dugdale's cautions were ignored. His book was quickly hailed as proof of a hereditary defect that spawned excessive criminality and poverty, even though this was the opposite of what he wrote. For example, Robert Fletcher, president of the Anthropological Society of Washington, insisted in a major 1891 speech that germplasm ruled, that one criminal bred another. The taint is in the blood, Fletcher staunchly told his audience, and there is no royal touch which can expel it. Quarantine the evil classes as you would the plague. 13. The Jukes was the first such book, but not the last. Tribes of paupers, criminals, and misfits were tracked and traced in similar books. The Smoky Pilgrims of Kansas, the Jackson Whites of New Jersey, the Hill folk of Massachusetts and the Nom family of upstate New York were all portrayed as clans of defective, worthless people, a burden to society and a hereditary scourge blocking American progress. Most convincing was a presentation made in 1888 to the 15th National Conference of Charities and Correction by the social reformer Reverend Oscar McCulloch. McCulloch, a Congregationalist minister from Indianapolis, presented a paper entitled Tribe of Ishmael, a study of social degeneration. The widely reported speech described whole nomadic pauper families dwelling in Indianapolis, all related to a distant forefather from the 1790s. Ishmael's descendants were in fact bands of roving petty thieves and con artists who had victimized town and countryside, giving McCulloch plenty of grist for his attack on their heredity. He compared the Ishmael people to the Sacculina parasites that feed off crustaceans. Paupers were inherently of no value to the world, he argued, and would only beget succeeding generations of paupers, and all because some remote ancestor left its independent, self-helpful life, and began a parasitic, or pauper life. His research, McCulloch assured, resembles the study of Dr. Dugdale into the Jukes and was suggested by that 15. Many leading social progressives devoted to charity and reform now saw crime and poverty as inherited defects that needed to be halted for society's sake. When this idea was combined with the widespread racism, class prejudice, and ethnic hatred that already existed among the turn-of-the-century intelligentsia and was then juxtaposed with the economic costs to society, it created a fertile reception for the infant field of eugenics. Reformers possessed an ingrained sense that good Americans could be bred like good race horses. Galton had first pronounced his theory of the well-born in 1883. For the next 20 years, eugenics bounced around America's intellectual circles as a perfectly logical hereditary conclusion consistent with everyday observations. But it lacked specifics. Then, as one of the first sparks of the 20th century, Gregor Mendel's theory of heredity was rediscovered. True, between 1863 and 1868, various theories of heredity had been published by three men, Spencer, Darwin, and Mendel. But while Darwin and Spencer presided with great fanfare in London's epicenter of knowledge, Mendel was alone and overlooked by the world of science he aspired to. The son of simple mountain peasants, Mendel was not socially adept. Combative exchanges with those in authority made him prefer solitude. "He who does not know how to be alone is not at peace with himself," he wrote. Originally, he had hoped to devote himself to the natural sciences. But he failed at the university and retreated to an Augustinian monastery in Brno, Moravia. There, while tending the gardens, he continued the work of a long line of students of plant hybridization. 16. Mendel preferred peas. Peering through flimsy wire-rim glasses into short tubular microscopes and scribbling copious notes, Mendel studied over 10,000 cross-fertilized pea plants. Key differences in their traits could be predicted, depending upon whether he bred tall plants with short plants, or plants yielding smooth pods with plants yielding wrinkled pods. Eventually, he identified certain governing inheritable traits, which he called dominating and recessive. These could be expressed in mathematical equations, or traced in a simple genealogical chart filled with line-linked N's and B's. Among his many conclusions, when pea plants with wrinkled skins were crossed with plants yielding smooth skins, the trait for wrinkled skin dominated. 17. In other words, the smooth pea pod skin was corrupted by wrinkled stalk. Wrinkled pea pods ultimately became a powerful image to those who found the human simile compelling. Mendel's scientific paper, describing 10 years of tedious work, was presented to a local scientific society in Brno and mailed to several prominent biologists in Europe, but it was ignored by the scientific world. Mendel grew more unhappy with the rejection. His combative exchanges with local officials on unrelated issues were so embarrassing to the order that when Mendel died in 1884, the monastery burned all his notes. 18. In May of 1900, however, the esteemed British naturalist and Darwin disciple William Bateson unexpectedly discovered references to Mendel's laws of heredity in 3 separate papers. The 3 papers were independently researched and simultaneously submitted by 3 different students. Amazed at Mendel's findings, an excited Bateson announced to the world through the Royal Horticultural Society that he had rediscovered Mendel's crucial studies in plant heredity. The science that Bateson called genetics was born. Mendel's laws became widely discussed throughout the horticultural world. 19. But Galton's eugenic followers understood that the biological arithmetic of pea pods, cattle, and other lower species did not ordain the futures of the most complex organism on Earth, Homo sapiens. Height, hair color, eye color, and other physical attributes could be partially explained in Mendelian terms. But intelligent, thought-driven humans beings were too subtle, too impressionable, too variable, and too unpredictable to be reduced to a horticultural equation. Man's environment and living conditions were inherent to his development. Nutrition, prenatal and childhood circumstances, disease, injury, and upbringing itself were all decisive, albeit not completely understood, factors that intervened in the development of any individual. Some of the best people came from the worst homes, and some of the worst people came from the best homes. Hence, during the first decade of the 20th century, as Mendel was being debated, most Galtonian eugenicists admitted that their ideas were still too scantily clad to be called science, too steeped in simple statistics rather than astute medical knowledge, too preliminary to even venture into the far-reaching enterprise of organized human breeding. Eugenics was all just theory and guesswork anyway. For example, in 1904 Galton wrote to his colleague Bateson seeking any initial evidence of Mendelianism in man, suggesting that any data could contribute to what he still called a theoretical point of view. In another 1904 letter, Galton reminded Bateson, "I do indeed fervently hope that exact knowledge may be gradually attained and established beyond question, and I wish you and your collaborators all success in your attempts to obtain it." 20. As late as 1910, Galton's most important disciple, mathematician Karl Pearson, head of the eugenics laboratory, admitted just how thin their knowledge was. In a scientific paper treating eugenics and alcoholism, Pearson confessed, "The writers of this paper are fully conscious of the slenderness of their data. They have themselves stated that many of their conclusions are probabilities, rather than demonstrations. They will no doubt be upbraided with publishing anything at all, either on the ground that what they are dealing with is crude and worthless material or that as mathematical outsiders, they are incapable of dealing with a medico-social problem." Pearson added in a footnote that he also understood why some would find the linkage of eugenics and alcoholism an act of inebriation in itself. He went on to quote a critic, "The educated man and the scientist is as prone as any other to become the victim of his prejudices. He will in defense thereof make shipwreck of both the facts of science and the methods of science, by perpetrating every form of fallacy, inaccuracy, and distortion." 21. Galton himself dismissed the whole notion of human breeding as socially impossible with or without the elusive data he craved. "We can't mate men and women as we please, like cocks and hens," Galton quipped to Bateson in 1904. At the time, Galton was defending his recently published Index to Achievements of Near Kinfolk, which detailed how talent and skill run in the same celebrated families. Wary of being viewed as an advocate of human breeding, Galton's preface cautioned Mendelian devotees with strong conditionals, ifs, and buts. "The experience gained in establishing improved breeds of domestic animals and plants," he wrote, "is a safe guide to speculations on the theoretical possibility of establishing improved breeds of the human race. It is not intended to enter here into such speculations but to emphasize the undoubted fact that members of gifted families are, more likely, to produce gifted offspring." 22. Nor did Galton believe regulated marriages were a realistic proposition in any democratic society. He knew that human nature would never brook interference with the freedom of marriage, and admitted as much publicly. In his published memoir, he recounted his original error in suggesting such utopian marriages. "I was too much disposed to think of marriage under some regulation," he conceded, "and not enough of the effects of self-interest and of social and religious sentiment." 23. Unable to achieve a level of scientific certainty needed to create a legal eugenic framework in Britain, Galton hoped to recast eugenics as a religious doctrine governing marriages, a creed to be taken on faith without proof. Indeed, faith without proof constitutes the essence of much religious dogma. Eugenical marriage should be strictly enforced as a religious duty, as the Levirate law ever was, wrote Galton in a long essay, which listed such precedents in the Jewish, Christian, and even primitive traditions. He greeted the idea of a religion enthusiastically, suggesting, "It is easy to let the imagination run wild on the supposition of a wholehearted acceptance of eugenics as a national religion." 24. Many of Galton's followers agreed that founding a national religion was the only way eugenics could thrive. Even the playwright George Bernard Shaw, a eugenic extremist, agreed in a 1905 essay that nothing but a eugenic religion can save our civilization. Late in his life, in 1909, Galton declared that eugenics in a civilized nation would succeed only as one of its religious tenets. 25. But in America, it did not matter that Galton and his followers found themselves fighting for intellectual acceptance with little evidence on their side. Nor did it matter that British eugenic leaders themselves admitted that eugenics did not rise to a level of scientific certainty sufficient to formulate public policy. Nor did it matter that Mendel's newly celebrated laws of heredity might make good sense for pea pods, but not for thinking, feeling men, women, and children. In America, racial activists had already convinced themselves that those of different races and ethnic backgrounds considered inferior were no more than a hereditary blight in need of eugenic cleansing. Many noted reformers even joined the choir. For example, in a 1909 article called Practical Eugenics, the early 20th century education pioneer John Franklin Bobbitt insisted, in primal days was the blood of the race kept high and pure, like mountain streams. He now cautioned that the highest, purest tributaries to the stream of heredity were being supplanted by a rising flood in the muddy, undesirable streams. 26. Bobbitt held out little value for the offspring of worm-eaten stock. Although considered a social progressive, he argued that the laws of nature mandating survival of the fittest were constantly being countermanded by charitable endeavors. Schools and charities, he harangued, supply crutches to the weak in mind and morals, and corrupt the streams of heredity. Society, he pleaded, must prevent the weaklings at the bottom from mingling their weakness in human currents. 27. Defective humans were not just those carrying obvious diseases or handicaps, but those whose lineages strayed from the Germanic, Nordic, and/or white Anglo-Saxon Protestant ideal. Bobbitt made clear that only those descended from Teutonic forefathers were of pure blood. In one such remonstration, he reminded, one must admit the high purity of their blood, their high average sanity, soundness, and strength. They were a well-born, well-weeded race. Eugenic spokesman Madison Grant, trustee of the American Museum of Natural History, stated the belief simply in his popular book, The Passing of the Great Race, writing that Nordics were the white man par excellence. 28. Indeed, the racism of America's first eugenic intellectuals was more than just a movement of whites against non-whites. They believed that Germans and Nordics comprised the supreme race, and a typical lament among eugenic leaders such as Lothrop Stoddard was that Nordic populations were decreasing. In The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy, Stoddard wrote that the Industrial Revolution had attracted squalid Mediterranean peoples who quickly outnumbered the more desirable Nordics. In the United States, it has been much the same story. Our country, originally settled almost exclusively by Nordics, was toward the close of the 19th century invaded by hordes of immigrant Alpines and Mediterraneans, not to mention Asiatic elements like Levantines and Jews. As a result, the Nordic Native American has been crowded out with amazing rapidity by these swarming, prolific aliens, and after 2 short generations, he has in many of our urban areas become almost extinct. Madison Grant agreed, the term Caucasian race has ceased to have any meaning. 29. By no means did the eugenics movement limit its animus to non-English speaking immigrants. It was a movement against non-Nordics regardless of their skin color, language, or national origin. For example, Stoddard denigrated the swart Cockney in Britain as a resurgence of the primitive Mediterranean stock, and probably a faithful replica of his ancestors of Neolithic times. All mixed breeds were vile. Where the parent stocks are very diverse, wrote Stoddard, as in matings between whites, Negroes, and Amerindians, the offspring is a mongrel walking chaos, so consumed by his jarring heredities that he is quite worthless. 30. Grant's tome lionized the long-headed skulls, blue eyes, and blonde hair of true Nordic stock, and outlined the complex history of Nordic migrations and invasions across Eurasia and into Great Britain. Eventually, these Nordic settlements were supplanted by lesser breeds, who adopted the Nordic and Anglo-Saxon languages but were in fact the carriers of corrupt human strains. 31. Indeed, those Americans descended from lower-class Scottish and Irish families were also viewed as a biological menace, being of Mediterranean descent. Brunette hair constituted an ancestral stigma that proved a non-Nordic bloodline. Any claims by such people to Anglo-Saxon descent because of language or nationality were considered fraudulent. Grant railed, "No one can question, on the streets of London, the contrast between the Piccadilly gentleman of Nordic race and the Cockney costermonger street vendor of the Neolithic type. 32 Hence, from Ulster County to the Irish slums of Manhattan, to the Kentucky and Virginia hills, poor whites were reviled by eugenicists not for their ramshackle and destitute lifestyles, but for a heredity that supposedly made pauperism and criminality an inevitable genetic trait. Even when an individual of the wrong derivation was healthy, intelligent, and successful, his existence was considered dangerous. There are many parents who, in many cases, may themselves be normal, but who produce defective offspring. This great mass of humanity is not only a social menace to the present generation, but it harbors the potential parenthood of the social misfits of our future generations. 33. Race mixing was considered race suicide. Grant warned, "The cross between a white man and an Indian is an Indian, the cross between a white man and a Negro is a Negro, the cross between a white man and a Hindu is a Hindu, and the cross between any of the three European races and a Jew is a Jew." 34. The racial purity and supremacy doctrines embraced by America's pioneer eugenicists were not the ramblings of ignorant, unsophisticated men. They were the carefully considered ideals of some of the nation's most respected and educated figures, each an expert in his scientific or cultural field, each revered for his erudition. So when the facts about Mendel's pea pods appeared in America in 1900, these influential and eloquent thinkers were able to slap numbers and a few primitive formulas on their class and race hatred, and in so doing create a passion that transcended simple bigotry. Now their bigotry became science-race science. Now Galtonian eugenics was reborn, recast and redirected in the United States as a purely and uniquely American quest. To succeed, all American eugenics needed was money and organization. Enter Andrew Carnegie. Steel made Andrew Carnegie one of America's wealthiest men. In 1901, the steel magnate sold out to J.P. Morgan for $400 million and retreated from the world of industry. The aging Scotsman would henceforth devote his fortune to philanthropy. The next year, on January 28, 1902, the millionaire endowed his newly created Carnegie Institution with $10 million in bonds, followed by other endowments totaling $12 million. The entity was so wealthy that in 1904, Washington agreed to reincorporate the charity by special act of Congress, chartering the new name Carnegie Institution of Washington. This made the Carnegie Institution a joint incarnation of the steel man's money and the United States government's cachet. 35. The Carnegie Institution was established to be one of the premier scientific organizations of the world, dedicated by charter to encourage, in the broadest and most liberal manner, investigation, research, and discovery, and the application of knowledge to the improvement of mankind. 24 of America's most respected names in science, government, and finance were installed as trustees. The celebrated names included National Library of Medicine co-founder John Billings, Secretary of War Elihu Root, and philanthropist Cleveland Dodge. Renowned paleontologist John C. Merriam became president. Merriam and his staff were required under the bylaws to closely scrutinize and pre-approve all activities, audit all expenditures and regularly publish research results. 36. Several principal areas of scholarly investigation were identified from the worthy realms of geophysics, astronomy, and plant biology. Now another scientific endeavor would be added: negative eugenics. The program would quickly become known as the practical means for cutting off defective germplasm and would embrace a gamut of remedies from segregation to sterilization to euthanasia. 37. This radical human engineering program would spring not from the medical schools and health clinics of America, but from the pastures, barns and chicken coops, because the advocates of eugenics were primarily plant and animal breeders. Essentially, they believed humans could be spawned and spayed like trout and horses. America's formless eugenics movement found its leader in zoologist Charles Davenport, a man who would dominate America's human breeding program for decades. Davenport, esteemed for his Harvard degrees and his distinguished background, led the wandering faithful out of the wilderness of pure prejudice and into the stately corridors of respectability. More than anyone else, it was Davenport who propelled baseless American eugenics into settled science, wielding a powerful socio-political imperative. Who was Charles Benedict Davenport? He was a sad man. No matter how celebrated Davenport became within his cherished circles, throughout his career he remained a bitter and disconsolate person, boxing shadows for personal recognition. Even as he judged the worthiness of his fellow humans, Davenport struggled to prove his own worthiness to his father and to God. Ironically, it was his mother who inspired the conflict between devotion to science and subservience to God that Davenport would never bridge. 38. Davenport grew up in Brooklyn Heights as the proud descendant of a long line of English and colonial New England Congregationalist ministers. His authoritarian father, Amasa Benedict Davenport, did not join the clergy, but nonetheless cloaked his family's world in the heavy mantle of puritanical religion. The elder Davenport's business was real estate. But as a co-founder of two Brooklyn churches, ruling elder of one and a longtime deacon of the other, Amasa Davenport infused his household with pure fire and brimstone, along with the principles of commerce and market value. He demanded from his family impossible levels of Bible-thumbing rectitude and imposed an unyielding disdain for joy. 39. A close friend described the father's face as one of bitter unhappiness, and characterized his parental manner as harsh masterfulness. Charles Davenport was the last of 11 children. Siblings were born like clockwork in the Davenport home, every 2 years. Rigorous and often punishing gospel studies intruded into every aspect of young Davenport's upbringing, morning and night. The boy's diary records one typical entry about grueling Sunday school lessons. Using personal shorthand and misspelling as a boy would, young Davenport scribbled, "Stewarding SS lesson from 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. all day." Once, it was the day after Christmas, he jotted, "Woke at 6:30 a.m. and was late for prayers. After breakfast father sent me to bed for that reason for 2 hours." 40. Ancestry was a regular theme in the Davenport household. The elder Davenport organized 2 extensive volumes of family genealogy, tracing his Anglo-Saxon tree back to 1086. That was the year William the Conqueror compiled his massive Doomsday Census Book. 41 Shades of Davenport's glorified forebearers must have pursued the boy at every moment. Yet in the midst of young Davenport's dour, patriarchal domination, his mother Jane was somehow permitted to live a life of irrepressible brightness. A Dutch woman, Jane offered unconditional affection to her children, a wonderful flower garden to delight in, and a fascination with natural history. Young Davenport's refuge from the severe and unapproachable man he trepidatiously called Pa was the world of beauty his mother represented. 42. When Davenport as a young man escaped from theology into academia, it was to the world of measurable mysteries, science, math, and engineering. 1 And doing so, he declared that God's work was not infinite, it could indeed be quantified. That surely spumed the absolutist precepts of his father's sermonizing. Later, Davenport dedicated his first scientific book, Experimental Morphology, to the memory of the first and most important of my teachers of natural history, my mother. Such inscriptions were not a sign of intellectual liberation. Davenport was never quite comfortable with his defection to the world of nature. At one point, he formally requested his father's written permission to study the sciences. 7 weeks later he finally received an answer permitting it. His father's written acquiescence hinged on the question of prime importance, that is, how much money can you make for yourself and for me. 43. After his graduation from Brooklyn Polytechnic, Davenport became a civil engineer. His love of animals and natural history led Davenport to Harvard, where he enrolled in nearly every natural science course offered and quickly secured his doctorate in biology. In the 1890s, he became a zoology instructor at Harvard. Later, he held a similar position at the University of Chicago. 44. Long-headed and mustachioed, Davenport always looked squeezed. His goatee created a slender but dense column from chin to lower lip. As he aged, it would fade from black to white. With a deeply parted haircut hanging high above his ears, Davenport's face tapered from round at the top to a distinct point at the inverted apex of his beard. 45. Davenport married Gertrude Crotty in 1894. A fellow biologist, Gertrude would continually encourage him to advance in personal finance and career. However, Davenport never escaped his upbringing. Puritanical in his sexual mores, domineering in his own family relationships, inward and awkward in most other ways, Davenport was described by a close lifelong colleague as a lone man, living a life of his own in the midst of others, feeling out of place in almost any crowd. Worse, while Davenport's thirst for scholarly validation never quenched, he could not tolerate criticism. Hearing adverse comments, reading them, just sensing that rejection might dwell between the lines of a simple correspondence caused Davenport so much distress, he could blurt out the wrong words, sometimes the exact opposite of his intent. Criticism paralyzed him. 46. Yet this was the scientist who would discover and deliver the evidence that would decide the biological fate of so many. Davenport's pivotal role as eugenic crusader-in-chief began taking shape at the very end of the 19th century. He found a modicum of professional and personal success directing the Brooklyn Institute of Arts and Sciences' biological laboratory on Long Island. There, he could apply his precious Harvard training. The quiet, cove-side facility at Cold Spring Harbor was located about an hour's train and carriage ride from Manhattan. Situated down the road from the State Fish Hatchery, and ensconced in a verdant, marshy inlet ideal for marine and mammal life, the biological station allowed Davenport to concentrate on the lowest species. He investigated such organisms as the Australian marine pill bug, which clings to the underside of submerged rocks and feeds on rotted algae. He employed drop nets to dredge for oysters and other mollusks. Flatfish and winter flounder were purchased for spawning studies. 47. To supplement his income during school breaks, Davenport, aided by botany instructors from other institutions, offered well-regarded summer courses at Cold Spring Harbor. Students in bacteriology, botany, and animal biology from across the nation were attracted to these courses. 48. Davenport also corresponded with other academic institutions, which pleased him greatly. While at the Brooklyn Institute's biological station, Davenport became fascinated with Galton. In a series of fawning missives to Galton during the spring of 1897, Davenport praised the British scientist's work, requested his photograph, and ultimately tried to schedule a meeting in London that summer. Galton hardly knew what to make of the unsolicited admiration. "I am much touched," Galton replied to Davenport's earliest praise, "by the extremely kind expression in your letter, though curious that you ascribe to me more than I deserve." 49. The two exchanged brief notes thereafter. Davenport's were formal and typed. Galton's were scrawled on monarch stationery. Davenport incorporated the statistical theories of Galton and Galton's disciple, Pearson, into an 1899 book, Statistical Methods with Special Reference to Biological Variation. He wanted the volume to be a serious scientific publication of international merit, and he proudly mailed a copy to Galton for his inspection. Galton penned back a short word of thanks for your beautiful little book with its kindly and charming lines. Later, Galton sent Davenport some sample fingerprints to examine. 50 But meteorology, statistics, and fingerprints were only the threshold to the real body of Galtonian knowledge that riveted Davenport. The precious revelation for the American biologist was the study of superiority and ancestry, the principle Galton called eugenics. Eugenics appealed to Davenport not just because his scientific mind was shaped by a moralized world choked with genealogies and ancestral comparisons, but because of his racial views and his obsession with race mixture. 51 Davenport saw ethnic groups as biologically different beings not just physically, but in terms of their character, nature, and quality. Most of the non-Nordic types, in Davenport's view, swam at the bottom of the hereditary pool, each featuring its own distinct and indelible adverse genetic features. Italians were predisposed to personal violence. The Irish had considerable mental defectiveness, while Germans were thrifty, intelligent, and honest. 52. Social reformers may have held out hope that America's melting pot might one day become a reality, but eugenicists such as Davenport's outspoken ally Lothrop Stoddard spoke for the whole movement when he declared, above all, there is no more absurd fallacy than the shibboleth of the melting pot. As a matter of fact, the melting pot may mix but does not melt. Each race type, formed ages ago, and set by millenniums of isolation and inbreeding, is a stubbornly persistent entity. Each type possesses a special set of characters, not merely the physical characters visible to the naked eye, but moral, intellectual and spiritual characters as well. All these characters are transmitted substantially unchanged from generation to generation. 53. When Mendel's laws reappeared in 1900, Davenport believed he had finally been touched by the elusive but simple biological truth governing the flocks, fields and the family of man. He once preached abrasively, I may say that the principles of heredity are the same in man and hogs and sunflowers. 54. Enforcing Mendelian laws along racial lines, allowing the superior to thrive and the unfit to disappear, would create a new superior race. A colleague of Davenport's remembered him passionately shaking as he chanted a mantra in favor of better genetic material, protoplasm. We want more protoplasm. 55. Shortly after the Carnegie Institution appeared in 1902, in its pre-congressional form, Davenport acted to harness the institution's vast financial power and prestige to launch his eugenic crusade. The Carnegie Institution was just months old, when on April 21, 1902, Davenport outlined a plan for the institution to establish a biological experiment station at Cold Spring Harbor to investigate the method of evolution. Total initial cost was estimated to be $32,000.56. By the time Davenport penned his formal proposal to Carnegie trustees 2 weeks later on May 5, 1902, his intent was unmistakably racial. The aims of this establishment would be the analytic and experimental study of race change. He explained how the methods of attacking the problem must be developed as a result of experience. At present, the following seems the most important: crossbreeding of animals and plants to find the laws of commingling of qualities. The study of the laws and limits of inheritance. Davenport tantalized the trustees with the prospect, the Carnegie Fund offers the opportunity for which the world has so long been waiting. 57. Hence from the very start, the trustees of the Carnegie Institution understood that Davenport's plan was a turning point plan for racial breeding. Redirecting human evolution had been a personal mission of Davenport's for years, long before he heard of Mendel's laws. He first advocated a human heredity project in 1897 when he addressed a group of naturalists, proposing a large farm for preliminary animal breeding experiments. Davenport called such a project immensely important. With the Carnegie Institution now receptive to his more grandiose idea, Davenport knew it was important to continue rallying support from the scientific establishment. He convinced the Brooklyn Institute of Arts and Science, which controlled the lab site at Cold Spring Harbor, to form a prestigious scientific committee to press the plan for a permanent research laboratory, in connection with the Carnegie Institution at Washington 58. Knowing Carnegie officials would refer the question to the institution's zoological committee, Davenport elicited support from prominent zoologists. 59 In May of 1902, he sent a letter of tempting intrigue to his friend Professor Henry Fairfield Osborn, director of the New York Zoological Society and the American Museum of Natural History. "I do not think this is the place to tell in detail what I should expect to do," wrote Davenport, adding only, "the station should undertake to do what is impracticable elsewhere." 60. Osborn, a like-minded eugenicist, wrote back with encouragement, reporting that Carnegie's committee had considered the general topic before. British eugenicists had already approached Andrew Carnegie directly. But Osborn assured, "I know of no one better qualified to do this work than you." 61. Shoring up his knowledge and enlisting wider consensus, Davenport traveled to Europe for 4 months, where he briefly visited with Galton. The founding eugenicist warned Davenport that any such effort must be a serious scientific enterprise, not just any attempt at showy work, for the sake of mere show. Untroubled, Davenport traveled to several European marine life research centers gathering academic accord for his project. 62. Fresh from his European travels, and fortified with the latest international views on eugenics, Davenport dispatched to the Carnegie Institution a more detailed letter plus a lengthy report on the state of human evolution studies to date. The documents made clear that far-reaching American race policy could not be directed without supportive scientific data based on breeding experiments with lower species. The results of those experiments would be applied in broad strokes to humans. Improvement of the human race can probably be effected only by understanding and applying these methods, he argued. How appalling is our ignorance, for example, concerning the effect of a mixture of races as contrasted with pure breeding, a matter of infinite importance in a country like ours containing numerous races and subspecies of men. 63. Davenport hoped to craft a super race of Nordics. "Can we build a wall high enough around this country," he asked his colleagues, "so as to keep out these cheaper races, or will it be a feeble dam, leaving it to our descendants to abandon the country to the blacks, browns, and yellows and seek an asylum in New Zealand?" 64. Man was still evolving, he reasoned, and that evolution could and should be to a higher plane. Carnegie funds could accelerate and direct that process. But what are these processes by which man has evolved, posited Davenport, and which we should know, in hastening his further evolution? He disputed the value of improved conditions for those considered genetically inferior. He readily admitted that with schooling, training, and social benefits, a person born in the slums can be made a useful man. But that usefulness was limited in the evolutionary scheme of things. No amount of book learning, finer mental stuff or intellectual accumulation would transfer to the next generation, he insisted, adding that permanent improvement of the race can only be brought about by breeding the best. 65. Drawing on his belief in raciology, Davenport offered the Carnegie trustees an example he knew would resonate. "We have in this country the grave problem of the Negro," he wrote, "a race whose mental development is, on the average, far below the average of the Caucasian. Is there a prospect that we may through the education of the individual produce an improved race so that we may hope at last that the Negro mind shall be as teachable, as elastic, as original, and as fruitful as the Caucasian's? Or must future generations, indefinitely, start from the same low plane and yield the same meager results? We do not know, we have no data. Prevailing opinion says we must face the latter alternative. If this were so, it would be best to export the black race at once." 66. Proof was needed to fuel the social plans the eugenicists and their allies championed. Davenport was sure he could deliver the proof. As to a person to carry out the proposed work, he wrote Carnegie, "I am ready at the present moment to abandon all other plans for this." To dispel any doubt of his devotion, Davenport told the institution, "I propose to give the rest of my life unreservedly to this work." 67. The men of Carnegie were impressed. They said yes. ******. During 1903, While the esteemed men of the Carnegie Institution were readying their adventure into eugenics, Davenport worked to broaden support for the perception of American eugenics as a genuine science. Since the great men of medicine were, for the most part, devoted to improving individual health, not stunting it, few of them wanted to be affiliated with the nascent movement. So Davenport instead turned to the great men of the stable, the field and the barnyard. He found a willing ear at the newly established American Breeders' Association. The ABA was created in 1903 by the Association of Agricultural Colleges and Experimental Stations, after 4 years of preparatory efforts spurred by a request from the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture. The American government urged animal breeders and seed experts to join hands. The idea of bringing the two groups together was first suggested to Washington in 1899 by the Hybridizers Conference in London, meeting under the auspices of the Royal Horticultural Society. In light of Mendel's discoveries about pea pods, the American government pushed the plan. 68. Many breeders were convinced that their emerging Mendelian knowledge about corn and cattle was equally applicable to the inner quality of human beings. A typical declaration came from one New York State breeder: "Every racehorse, every straight-backed bull, every premium pig tells us what we can do and what we must do for man." The results of suppressing the poorest and breeding from the best would be the same for them as for cattle and sheep. 69. At the ABA's first annual meeting in St. Louis during the chilly final days of December 1903, Davenport was well received and elected to the permanent 5-man oversight committee. 2 organizational sections were established: plants and animals. But Davenport prevailed upon the ABA to add a third group, a so-called Eugenics Committee. The establishing resolution declared the committee should devise methods of recording the values of the blood of individuals, families, people, and races. The resolution specified that the goal was to emphasize the value of superior blood and the menace to society of inferior blood. 70. Eventually, Davenport bluntly confessed to an ABA audience, "Society must protect itself, as it claims the right to deprive the murderer of his life, so also it may annihilate the hideous serpent of hopelessly vicious protoplasm." A report to the committee called for broad public awareness through popular magazine articles, in public lectures, in circular letters to physicians, teachers, the clergy, and legislators. The report decried such mongrelization as is proceeding on a vast scale in this country. Shall we not rather take the steps, to dry up the springs that feed the torrent of defective and degenerate protoplasm? In the process, the report claimed, the United States would curtail the $100 million in annual expenditures for the destitute, insane, feeble-minded, defective and criminal elements, a group comprised of at least 2 million people. How? The report, circulated to the entire ABA membership and the federal government, was explicit: by segregation during the reproductive period or even by sterilization. 71. Once defectives were eliminated in America, the same methods could be employed worldwide. ABA President Willard Hayes, who also served as Assistant Secretary of Agriculture, authored an article entitled "Constructive Eugenics for American Breeders" magazine, in which he proposed a global solution to all unwanted races. "Eugenic problems are much the same throughout as the problems of plant breeding and animal improvement," wrote Hayes, adding, "May we not hope to lop off the defective classes below, and also increase the number of the efficient at the top?" His suggestion? A massive international numbering convention, assigning descriptive 11-digit number names to every man, woman, and child on Earth using census bureaus. By creating a series of nearly 100 billion numbers, for an estimated world population of only 1.5 billion, Hayes hoped to enroll every person now living, any person of whom there is any history, and any person who might be born in the next 1,000 years. No 2 persons would have the same number. These 11-digit number names would not only identify the individual, they would trace his lineage and assign a genetic rating, expressed as a percentage. Methodically, one nation after another would identify its population and eliminate the unwanted strains. Who, except the prudish, would object if public agencies gave to every person a lineage number and genetic percentage ratings? that the eugenic value of every family and of every person might be available to all who have need of the truth as to the probable efficiency of the offspring. 72. On January 19, 1904, the Carnegie Institution formally inaugurated what it called the Station for Experimental Evolution of the Carnegie Institution at bucolic Cold Spring Harbor. Davenport's annual salary was fixed at $3,500 plus travel expenses. It was a significant compensation package for its day. For example, in 1906, the president of the University of Florida received only $2,500 per year, and Northwestern University's librarian earned only $1,200.73. A new building for the experimental station costing $20,000 was approved. Everything would be first class, as it should be, endowed by Andrew Carnegie's fortune. The undertaking was not merely funded by Carnegie, it was an integral part of the Carnegie Institution itself. Letterhead prominently made it clear at the top that the station was wholly part of the Carnegie Institution. Moreover, the purse strings would be tightly held, with the smallest activity being considered in advance and authorized after approval. The sum of $300 shall be paid to Professor Davenport to enable him to procure certain animals for the proposed laboratory, instructed Carnegie's chairman John Billings, provided that he shall furnish properly acceptable vouchers for the expenditure of this money. 74. Billings was fastidious about record-keeping and supervision. He was one of America's most distinguished citizens. Some would eventually call him the father of medical and vital statistics in the United States. He ensured that medical statistics were included in the United States Census of 1880, and he took a leadership role in drawing up the nation's vital statistics for the censuses of 1890 and 1900. During Billings's tenure in the Surgeon General's office, he was considered America's foremost expert on hygiene. 75. Billings and the Carnegie Institution would now mobilize their prestige and the fortune they controlled to help Davenport usher America into an age of a new form of hygiene, racial hygiene. The goal was clear: to eliminate the inadequate and unfit. Now it was time to search the nation, from its busiest metropolises to its most remote regions, methodically identifying exactly which families were qualified to continue and which were not. Chapter 4. Hunting the Unfit. The Carnegie Institution's Station for Experimental Evolution at Cold Spring Harbor opened for business in 1904. But in the beginning, little happened. The experimental station's first years were devoted to preparatory work, mostly because Davenport was fundamentally unsure of just how he would go about reshaping mankind in his image. "I have little notion of just what we shall do," Davenport confided in a note. "We shall reconnoiter the first year." 1. So Davenport focused on the basics. Lab animals were purchased: a tailless Manx cat, long-tailed fowl, canaries, and finches for breeding experiments. Hundreds of seeds were acquired for Mendelian exercises. A staff was hired, including an animal keeper from Chicago, several research associates, an expert in botany and entomology, plus a gardener and a librarian. The librarian assembled shelf after shelf of the leading English, German and French biology publications, 2,000 books, 1,500 pamphlets, and complete sets of 23 leading journals, including American Journal of Physiology, Canadian Entomologist, Der Zoologisch Garten, and L'Année Biologique. Associates were recruited from the scholarly ranks of Harvard, the University of Chicago, Columbia University, and other respected institutions to actively research and consult. Corresponding scientists were attracted from Cambridge, Zurich, Vienna, Leipzig, and Washington, D.C. to share their latest discoveries from the fields of entomology, zoology, and biology. 2. Davenport was so busy getting organized that the Carnegie Institution did not issue its official announcement about the experimental station until more than a year later, in March of 1905. 3. Indeed, only after Davenport had recruited enough scholars and amassed enough academic resources to create an aura of eugenic preeminence, did he dispatch a letter to Galton, in late October of 1905, inviting him to become a so-called correspondent. Clearly, Davenport wanted Galton's name for its marquee value. Acceptance of this invitation, Davenport wrote, is implying only a mutual intention to exchange publications and occasionally ideas by letter. But Galton was reluctant. "You do me honor in asking," Galton scribbled back, "but I could only accept in the understanding that it is an wholly honorary office, involving no duties whatever, for I have already more on my head than I can properly manage." That said, Galton asked Davenport to exercise your own judgment before using his name under such bald restriction for. During the next 2 years, Davenport's new experimental station confined its breeding data to the lower life forms, such as mice, canaries, and chickens, and he contributed occasional journal articles, such as one on hereditary factors in human eye color. 5. But how could Davenport translate his eugenic beliefs into social action? Talk and theories gave way to social intervention at the December 1909 American Breeders' Association meeting in Omaha, Nebraska. Subcommittees had already been formed for different human defects, such as insanity, feeble-mindedness, criminality, hereditary pauperism, and race mongrelization. Davenport encouraged the ABA to escalate decisively from pure hereditary research into specific ethnic and racial investigation, propaganda, and lobbying for legislation. He convinced his fellow breeders to expand the small Eugenics Committee to a full-fledged organizational section. ABA members voted yes to Davenport's ideas by a resounding 499 to 5. Among his leading supporters was Alexander Graham Bell, famous for inventing the telephone and researching deafness, but also a dedicated sheep breeder and ardent eugenicist. 6. Now the real work began. Davenport and Bell had already devised a so-called family record questionnaire. Bell agreed to use his influence and circulate the forms to high schools and colleges. The ABA also agreed to distribute 5,000 copies. Davenport's eugenic form asked pointed questions about eye defects, deafness, and feeble-mindedness in any of a suspect family's ancestry. Bell wondered why Davenport would not also trace the excellence in a suspect family, as well as its defects. 7. But Davenport was only interested in documenting human defects in other races and ethnic groups, not their achievements. He believed that inferiority was an inescapable dominant Mendelian trait. Even if a favorable environment produced a superior individual, if that individual derived from inferior ethnic or racial stock, his progeny would still constitute a biological menace. 8. Davenport's scientific conclusion was already set in his mind, now he craved the justifying data. Even with the data, making eugenics a practical and governing doctrine would not be easy. American demographics were rapidly transforming. Political realities were shifting. Davenport well understood that as more immigrants filed into America's overcrowded political arena, they would vote and wield power. Race politics would grow harder and harder to legislate. It mattered not. Davenport was determined to prevail against the majority, a majority he neither trusted nor respected. The inspiration to persevere against a changing world of ethnic diversity would come weeks later, during a visit to Kent, England. Davenport called the experience one of the most memorable days of my life. That morning, the weather was beautiful and Davenport could not help but walk several miles through the bracing English countryside. He found himself at Down House, Darwin's longtime residence. For an hour, the American eugenicist pondered Darwin's secluded walking paths and gardens. "It is a wonderful place," Davenport wrote, "and seems to me to give the clue to Darwin's strength, solitary thinking out of doors in the midst of nature. I would give a good deal for such a walk. Then I would build a brick wall around it. I know you will laugh at this," he continued, "but it means success in my work as opposed to failure. I must have a convenient, isolated place for continuous reflection." 9. Davenport returned to America and began constructing his scientific bastion, impervious to outside interference. The first step would be to establish the so-called Eugenics Record Office to quietly register the genetic backgrounds of all Americans, separating the defective strains from the desired lineages. Borrowing nomenclature and charting procedures from the world of animal breeding, These family trees would be called pedigrees. Where would the arrow obtain the family details? They lie hidden, Davenport told his ABBA colleagues, in records of our numerous charity organizations, our 42 institutions for the feeble-minded, our 115 schools and homes for the deaf and blind, our 350 hospitals for the insane, our 1,200 refuge homes, our 1,300 prisons, our 1,500 hospitals and our 2,500 almshouses. Our great insurance companies and our college gymnasiums have tens of thousands of records of the characters of human bloodlines. These records should be studied, their hereditary data sifted out and properly recorded on cards, and then the cards sent to a central bureau for study. Of the great strains of human protoplasm that are coursing through the country. 10. At the same time, Davenport wanted to collect pedigrees on eminent, racially acceptable families, that is, the ones worth preserving. 11. The planned arrow would also agitate among public officials to accept eugenic principles even in the absence of scientific support. Legislation was to be pressed to enable the forced prevention of unwanted progeny, as well as the proliferation by financial incentives of acceptable families. Whereas the experimental station would concentrate on quotable genetic research, the arrow would transduce that research into governing policy in American society. In early 1910, just after the impetus for the new eugenics section of the American Breeders Association, Davenport swiftly began making his eugenics record office a reality. Once more, the undertaking would require a large infusion of money. So once again he turned to great wealth. Reviewing the names in Long Island's Who's Who, Davenport searched for likely local millionaires. Going down the list, he stopped at one name, Harriman 12. E. H. Harriman was legendary. America's almost mythic railroad magnate controlled the Union Pacific, Wells Fargo, numerous financial institutions and one of the nation's greatest personal fortunes. Davenport knew that Harriman craved more than just power and wealth, he fancied himself a scientist and a naturalist. The railroad man had financed a famous Darwin-style expedition to explore Alaskan glaciers. The so-called Harriman expedition was organized by famous botanist and ornithologist C. Hart Merriam, a strong friend of eugenics. In 1907, Merriam had single-handedly arranged a private meeting between Davenport's circle of eugenicists and President Theodore Roosevelt at the President's Long Island retreat. 13. Harriman died in 1909, leaving a fabulous estate to his wife, Mary. 14. Everything connected in Davenport's mind. He remembered that 3 years earlier, Harriman's daughter, also named Mary, had enrolled in one of Cold Spring Harbor's summer biology courses. She was so enthusiastic about eugenics, her classmates at Barnard College had nicknamed her Eugenia. Mrs. Harriman was the perfect candidate to endow the Eugenics Record Office to carry on her husband's sense of biological exploration, and cleanse the nation of racial and ethnic impurity. 15. Quickly, Davenport began cultivating a relationship with the newly widowed Mrs. E. H. Harriman. Her very name invoked the image of wealth and power wielded by her late husband, but identified her as now possessing the power over that purse. Even though the railroad giant's wife was now being plagued by philanthropic overtures at every tum, Davenport knew just how to tug the strings. Skilled in the process, it only took about a month. 16. In early 1910, just days after the ABBA elected to launch the Eugenics Record Office, Davenport reconnected with his former student about saving the social and biologic fabric of the United States. Days later, on January 13, Davenport visited Mary to advance the cause. On February 1, Davenport logged an entry in his diary, spent the evening on a scheme for Miss Harriman. Probably time lost. 2 days later, the diary read, "Sent off letter to Miss Harriman." By February 12, Davenport had received an encouraging letter from the daughter regarding a luncheon to discuss eugenics. On February 16, Davenport's diary entry recorded, "To Mrs. Harriman's to lunch," and then several hours later, the final celebratory notation, "All agreed on the desirability of a larger scheme." A red letter day for humanity. 17. Mrs. E. H. Harriman had joined the eugenic crusade. She agreed to create the Eugenics Record Office, purchasing 80 acres of land for its use about a half-mile from the Carnegie Institution's experimental station at Cold Spring Harbor. She also donated $15,000 per year for operations and would eventually provide more than $500,000 in cash and securities. 18. Clearly, the Arrow seemed like an adjunct to the Carnegie Institution's existing facility. But in fact it would function independently, as a joint project of Mrs. Harriman and the American Breeders Association's Eugenics section. As the aims of the ABBA's committee are strongly involved, Davenport wrote Mrs. Harriman on May 23, 1910, "It is but natural that, on behalf of the committee, I should express its gratitude at the confidence you repose in it." 19. Indeed, all of Davenport's numerous and highly detailed reports to Mrs. Harriman were written on American Breeders Association Eugenics section letterhead. Moreover, the ABBA's Eugenics Committee letterhead itself conveyed the impression of a semi-official U.S. government agency. Prominently featured at the top of the stationery were the names of ABBA President James Wilson, who was also Secretary of the Department of Agriculture, and ABBA Secretary W. M. Hayes, Assistant Secretary of the Department of Agriculture. In fact, the words U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington D.C. appeared next to Hayes's name. As a credential. 20. The project must have seemed like a virtual partnership between Mrs. Harriman and the federal government itself. 21. Although the establishment of the Eugenics Record Office created a second eugenics agency independent of the Carnegie Institution, the two facilities together with the American Breeders Association's Eugenics section in essence formed an interlocking eugenic directorate headquartered at Cold Spring Harbor. Davenport ruled all three entities. Just as he scrupulously reported to Carnegie trustees in Washington about the experimental station, and ABBA executives about its eugenics section, Davenport continuously deferred to Mrs. Harriman as the money behind his new Arrow. Endless operational details, in-depth explanations regarding the use of cows to generate milk for sale at 5 cents per quart to defray the cost of a caretaker, plans to plant small plots of hay and calm, and requests to spend $10 on hardware and $50 on painting, they were all faithfully reported to Mrs. Harriman for her approval. 22. It gave her the sense that she was not only funding a eugenic institution, but micromanaging the control center for the future of humanity. While the trivialities of hay and hardware consumed report after report to Mrs. Harriman, the real purpose of the facility was never out of anyone's mind. For example, in his May 23, 1910 report to Mrs. Harriman, Davenport again recited the Arrow's mission, the furtherance of your and it's the ABBA's ideal to develop to the utmost the work of the physical and social regeneration of our beloved country through the application of ascertained biological principles. Among the first objectives, Davenport added, was the segregation of imbeciles during the reproductive period. No definition of imbeciles was offered. In addition, he informed Mrs. Harriman, this office has addressed to the Secretary of State of each state a request for a list of officials charged with the care of imbeciles, insane, criminals, and paupers, so as to be in a position to move at once, as soon as funds for a campaign are available. I feel sure that many states can be induced to contribute funds for the study of the bloodlines that furnish their defective and delinquent classes if only the matter can be properly brought to their attention. 23. Referring to the increase in defective and delinquent classes that worried so many of America's wealthy, Davenport ended his May 23 report by declaring, the tide is rising rapidly, I only regret that I can do so little. 24. Davenport could not do it alone. Fundamentally, he was a scientist who preferred to remain in the rarefied background, not a ground-level activist who could systemize the continuous, around-the-clock, county-by-county, and state-by-state excavation of human data desired. He could not prod the legislatures and regulatory agencies into proliferating the eugenic laws envisioned. The eugenics movement needed a lieutenant to work the trenches, someone with ceaseless energy, a driven man who would never be satisfied. Davenport had the perfect candidate in mind. I am quite convinced, Davenport wrote Mrs. Harriman, that Mr. Laughlin is our man 25. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. 55 miles west of where northeast Missouri meets the Mississippi River, rolling foothills and hickory woodlands veined with lush streams finally yield to the undulating prairie that seats the town of Kirksville. In colonial times, mound-building Indians and French trappers prowled this region's vast forests hunting beaver, bear, and muskrat pelts. After the Louisiana Purchase in 1803, only the sturdiest pioneers settled what became known as the state of Missouri. Kirksville was a small rural town in its northeast quadrant, serving as the intellectual and medical center of its surrounding agricultural community. 26. In 1891, the Laughlin clan was among the tough middle-class pioneer families that settled in Kirksville, hoping to make a life. George Laughlin, a deeply religious college professor, migrated from Kansas to become pastor at Kirksville's Christian Church. The next year, the classically trained Laughlin was hired as chairman of the English department of the Normal School, the area's main college. 27. Quickly, the Laughlins became a leading family of Kirksville. In a modest home on East Harrison Street, the elder Laughlin raised 10 children including 5 sons, one of whom was Harry Hamilton Laughlin. Young Harry was expected to behave like a preacher's kid, even though his father was a college professor and no longer a clergyman. Preacher's kid or not, Harry was prone to youthful pranks and was endearingly nicknamed Hi-Yi by his siblings. Once, on a sibling dare, Harry swung an axe at his younger brother Earl's hand, which was poised atop a chopping block. One of Earl's fingers was nearly severed, but was later reattached. 28. Ancestry and social progress were both important in the Laughlin household. Reverend Laughlin could trace his lineage back to England and Germany, and it included U.S. President James Madison. His mother, Deborah, a Temperance League activist, acknowledged that her great-grandfather was a soldier in the English Light Dragoons during colonial times. 29. When a well-educated Harry Laughlin graduated from college, he saw himself destined for greater things. Unfortunately, opportunity did not approach. So Laughlin became a teacher at a desolate one-room schoolhouse in nearby Livonia, Missouri. Life in Livonia was an unhappy one for Laughlin. He had to walk through a small stream just to reach the front door of the schoolhouse. Laughlin referred to his ramshackle school as being 20 miles from any civilized animal. Sneering at the locals, he wrote, "People here are 75 years behind the times." Laughlin denigrated his students as very dull and admitted to a forced smile when he wasn't grumbling. 30. Laughlin returned to Kirksville at his first chance. Initially, he hired on as principal of the local high school in 1900. However, he soon advanced to the Department of Agriculture, Botany, and Nature at his college alma mater, the Nonnell School. His wife Pansy had also graduated from there. Hence, it was where Laughlin felt most comfortable. Indeed, despite the wide travels and illustrious circles he ultimately attained, Laughlin always considered simple Kirksville his true home and refuge. 31. Still, Laughlin was convinced his days at Normal were temporary. A political dreamer, Laughlin had already drafted the first of numerous outlines for a one-world government comprised of 6 continental jurisdictions, complete with an international parliament apportioning seats in favor of the hereditarily superior nations. In Laughlin's world scheme, the best stocks would rule. Laughlin submitted his detailed plans to heads of state and opinion makers, but to no avail. No one paid attention. 32. Highfalutin proposals for a personally crafted world order were only the outward manifestations of a man who desperately sought to make a mark, and not just any mark, but an incandescent mark visible to all. In pursuit of this, Laughlin spent a lifetime submitting his writings on everything from politics to thoroughbred horse racing to world leaders and influential personalities, seeking favorable comments, approval, and recognition. And if none of that was possible, just a simple thank you would do. It was not unusual for Laughlin to mail an obscure journal article or scientific paper to dozens of perfect strangers in high places, soliciting any measure of written approbation. These reply letters typed on important letterheads were then filed and cherished. Many were little more than polite but depthless two-sentence acknowledgments written by well-placed people who scarcely understood why they had been contacted. For example, Laughlin sent one immigration study to dozens of embassies, newspaper editors, business tycoons, and private foundation leaders seeking comment. The Colombian ambassador to Washington formally wrote back, "I take pleasure in acknowledging receipt of the books, which I will be glad to look over." The editor of Foreign Affairs magazine issued a curt two-sentence thank you, indicating, "It will be useful in our reference files." An assistant in Henry Ford's office dashed off a two-sentence pro forma note, "We wish to take this opportunity of thanking you on behalf of Mr. Ford for the copy of your work." 33. Self-promotion was a way of life for Laughlin. 34 But no matter how high his station, it was never high enough. "If I can't be great," Laughlin once confessed to his mother, "at least I can certainly do much good." 35. Laughlin's desperate quest for greatness turned a historic corner on May 17, 1907, when he wrote to Davenport asking to attend one of Cold Spring Harbor's continuing summer biology courses. His application was immediately approved. 36 The relationship between Davenport and Laughlin finally ignited in January of 1909 when both men attended the American Breeders' Association meeting in Columbia, Missouri. 37 The next year, after Mrs. Harriman approved the Arrow, Laughlin was Davenport's #1 choice. Within Davenport's grandiose ideas about reshaping mankind, Laughlin could both find a niche and secure personal gratification. Working in the eugenics movement, with his notions of a one-world government, Laughlin might achieve a destiny he could barely imagine in any other endeavor. Davenport understood Laughlin's deeply personal needs. As such, he structured Laughlin's employment to be more than just a career. The Eugenics Record Office would become Laughlin's life from morning to night and into the next morning. Laughlin found such rigor comforting, it represented a personal acceptance he'd never known. Davenport had certainly chosen the right man. Stressing to Mrs. Harriman that the Arrow's task was a long-term project, Davenport proposed that Laughlin be hired for at least 10 years. Laughlin's residence would actually be on the grounds of the Eugenics Record Office, and his title would be superintendent. Davenport understood human nature. The very title superintendent was reminiscent of railroad station managers, the kind who had catered to Mrs. Harriman's late husband's steel-tracked empire. "Do you wish first to see Mr. Laughlin?" Davenport asked Mrs. Harriman with apparent deference, but quickly added, "Or do you authorize me to offer Mr. Laughlin $2,400 for the first year?" 38. Mrs. Harriman approved. Davenport notified Laughlin. The campaign to create a superior race would soon be launched. By late 1910 the Laughlins had arrived at Cold Spring Harbor to open the facility. They lived on the second floor of the Arrow's main building, where they enjoyed 4 large rooms and a 5th smaller one. Laughlin would have continuous access to the library, dining room, and kitchen adjacent to the main business area on the first floor. He would eat and sleep eugenics. Working fastidiously on the smallest details of the Arrow's establishment, it was not uncommon to find him in the office 7 days a week including most holidays. 39. The Eugenics Record Office went into high gear even before the doors opened in October of 1910. Its first mission was to identify the most defective and undesirable Americans, estimated to be at least 10% of the population. This 10% was sometimes nicknamed the submerged 10th or the lower 10th. At the time, this amounted to millions of Americans. When found, they would be subjected to appropriate eugenic remedies to terminate their bloodlines. Various remedies were debated, but the leading solutions were compulsory segregation and forced sterilization. 40. No time was wasted. During the Arrow's preparatory summer months, a dozen field workers, mainly women, were recruited to canvass prisons and mental institutions, establishing good working relationships with their directors. The first junket on July 15, 1910, proved to be typical. First, field workers visited the notorious prison at Ossining, New York, known as Sing Sing, where they were granted a complete tour of the hereditary criminals they would be studying. After Sing Sing, the group traveled to the state asylum at 1Edwin, New York, where Superintendent Lamb promised to open all patient records to help demonstrate at once the hereditary basis of criminal insanity. An albino family was then examined in nearby Millerton, New York. The eugenic investigators ended their outing at a school for the feeble-minded in Lakeville, Connecticut. In Lakeville, once again, the records were turned over to us, Davenport reported to Mrs. Harriman, enabling the plotting on a map of Connecticut the distribution of birthplaces of inmates. None of the institutions hesitated to turn over their confidential records to the private Arrow even before the agency opened its doors. 41. After a few weeks of training in eugenic characteristics and principles, Laughlin's enthusiastic Arrow field investigators swept across the eastern seaboard. Their mission was to identify those perceived as genetically inferior, as well as their extended families and their geographic concentrations. By pegging hotspot origins of defectives, eugenic cleansing priorities could be established. By no means was this a campaign directed solely against racial groups, but rather against any individual or group white or black considered physically, medically, morally, culturally, or socially inadequate in the eyes of Davenport and Laughlin. Often there was no racial or cultural consistency to the list of those targeted. The genuinely lame, insane, and deformed were lumped in with the troubled, the unfortunate, the disadvantaged, and those who were simply different, thus creating a giant eugenic underclass simply labeled the unfit. The hunt began. Arrow researcher A. H. Estabrook traveled to western Massachusetts and Connecticut to collect family trees on albino families. He was then attached to the state asylum at 1Edwin to research criminal insanity. Thereafter, Laughlin assigned him to search for degenerates in the isolated valleys around the upper Hudson River. Estabrook developed 35 pages of pedigrees and 168 pages of personal descriptions in his first forays, but Laughlin became most interested in one large family with much intermarriage that promises to be as interesting as the Juke or Zero family. 42. Mary Drange Grabby was assigned to Chicago, where she worked with the Juvenile Psychopathic Institute under Dr. William Healy. After 4 months in Chicago, she was reassigned to track down the so-called Ishmael clan of nomadic criminals and vagabonds in and around Indianapolis. The tribe of racially mixed white gypsies, Islamic blacks, and American Indians had been described years earlier in the study The Tribe of Ishmael, a study in social degeneration, as a prime example of genetic criminality. This book had become a fundamental text for all eugenics. Now the Arrow considered the book, written a generation earlier, as too advanced for the times. So Drange Grabby would resume tracing the family lineages of the infamous Ishmaelites. Within months, she had assembled 77 pages of family pedigrees and 873 pages of individual descriptions. 43. Criminal behavior was hardly a prerequisite for the Arrow's scrutiny. Field worker Amy Eaton was assigned to Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, to report on the Amish. Buggy-riding Amish folk, the most conservative wing of Mennonite Christians, were among the most law-abiding, courteous, and God-fearing people in America. But they were also known for their unshakable pacifism, their peculiar refusal to adopt industrial technology, and their immutable clannishness. This made them different. In this small sect, Laughlin reported, considerable intermarriage has occurred. These people kindly cooperated in our efforts to learn whether these consanguineous family-linked marriages had resulted in defective offspring. 44. The Arrow's sights were broad, so their workers continued fanning out. Helen Reeves sought records of so-called feeble-minded patients in various New Jersey institutions. Another researcher was sent to trawl the files of the special genealogy collection of the New York Public Library, looking for family ties to unfit individuals. Various hospitals around the country were scoured, yielding records on 80 immigrant families with Huntington's chorea, a devastating disease of the central nervous system. Even when Davenport vacationed in Maine, he used the occasion to visit the area's islands and peninsulas to record the deleterious effects of intermarriage in groups considered unfit. Idyllic Washington and Hancock counties in Maine were of particular interest. 45. Epileptics were a high priority target for Laughlin and the Arrow. Field worker Florence Danielson was dispatched to collect the family trees of epileptics at Monson State Hospital for Epileptics in Massachusetts. Monson had previously been an almshouse or poorhouse. In line with eugenic thought, Monson's administrators believed that epilepsy and poverty were genetically linked. 46. Laughlin dispatched a second Arrow investigator, Sadie Devitt, to the New Jersey State Village for Epileptics at Skillman to chart individual pedigrees. At Skillman, Devitt deftly interviewed patients and their families about the supposed traits of their relatives and ancestors. The Arrow's scientific regimen involved ascribing various qualities and characteristics to epileptic patient family members, living or dead. These qualities included medical characteristics such as deaf or blind, as well as strictly social factors such as wanderer, tramp, confirmed runaway and criminal. 47. The definition of criminal was never delineated, it included a range of infractions from vagrancy to serious felony. Miss Devitt employed warmth and congeniality to extract family and acquaintance descriptions from unsuspecting patients, family members, and friends. A New Jersey State instructive report explained, the investigator visits the patients in their cottages. She does this in the way of a friendly visit and leads the patient on to tell all he can about his friends and relatives, especially as to addresses. Often they bring her their letters to read, and from these she gleans considerable information. Then comes the visit to the family's home. It is the visitor's recent and personal knowledge of the patient that often assures her of a cordial welcome. By deftly gaining the confidence of one family member and friend after another, Miss Devitt was able to map family trees with various social and medical qualities penned in with special codes. SX meant sexual pervert, IM stood for immoral. 48. None of the hundreds of people interviewed knew they were being added to a list of candidates for sterilization or segregation in special camps or farms. Laughlin and the Arrow focused heavily on the epileptic menace because they believed epilepsy and feeble-mindedness were inextricably linked in human nature. Indeed, they often merged statistics on epileptic patients with those of the feeble-minded to create larger combined numbers. The term feeble-mindedness was never quite defined, its meaning varied from place to place, and even situation to situation. The eugenically damning classification certainly included genuine cases of severely retarded individuals who could not care for themselves, but it also swept up those who were simply shy, stuttering, poor at English, or otherwise generally nonverbal, regardless of their true intellect or talent. 49. Feeble-mindedness was truly in the eye of the beholder and frequently depended upon the dimness or brightness of a particular moment. But there was little room for gray in Laughlin's world. To accelerate the campaign against epileptics, Laughlin distributed to hospital and institutional directors a special 30-page bulletin, filled with dense scientific documentation, number-filled columns, family charts and impressive Mendelian principles warning about the true nature of epilepsy. The bulletin, entitled A First Study of Inheritance of Epilepsy, and first published in the Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases, was authored by Davenport and a doctor employed by New Jersey's Epileptic Village. The treatise asserted conclusively that epilepsy and feeble-mindedness were manifestations of a common defect, due to the absence of a protoplasmic factor that determines complete nervous development. The bulletin emphasized that the genetic menace extended far beyond the family into the so-called genetic fraternity, or the lineages of everyone related to every person who was considered epileptic. The more such tainted defectives were allowed to reproduce, the more numerous their epileptic and feeble-minded descendants would become. In one example, the research declared that in 28 families of normal parents of epileptic children everyone shows evidence of mental weakness. 50. The Arrow dismissed the well-known traumatic causes of epilepsy or insanity, such as a fall or severe blow to the head, in favor of hereditary factors. In one typical insanity case originally blamed on a fall, the bulletin explained, this defect may be purely traumatic but, on the other hand, he has an epileptic brother and a feeble-minded niece, so there was probably an innate weakness and the fall is invoked as a convenient cause. 51. Strikingly, The Arrow's definition of epilepsy itself was so sweeping that it covered not only people plagued by seizures, but also those suffering from migraine headaches and even brief fainting spells possibly due to exhaustion, heat stroke or other causes. Epilepsy is employed in this paper, Davenport wrote, in a wide sense to include not only cases of well-marked convulsions, but also cases in which there has been only momentary loss of consciousness. 52. The prospect of epileptics in the population would haunt Laughlin for decades as he feverishly launched every effort to identify them. Once he identified them, Laughlin wanted to neutralize their ability to reproduce. The Arrow's Epilepsy Bulletin concluded, the most effective mode of preventing the increase of epileptics that society would probably countenance is the segregation during the reproductive period of all epileptics. 53. America's geography was diverse. Since the western regions of the United States were still being settled, the Arrow understood that many family trees in those regions would be incomplete. Indeed, many people moved out west precisely because they wanted to begin a new life detached from their former existence. Public records in western locales often lacked information about extended family and ancestry. Overcoming the challenge of documenting the population of a vast continent with only broken bits of family data, the Arrow promised that the office is now prepared to index any material, no matter how fragmentary or how extensive, concerning the transmission of biological traits in man, and it seeks to become the depository of such material. To that end, the Arrow contacted the heads of all institutions in the United States concerned with abnormal individuals. 54. Extending beyond the reach of his field workers, Laughlin promised the eugenics movement that the Arrow would register information on all Americans no matter where they lived to prevent the production of defective persons. While defectives were to be eliminated, the superior families were to be increased. The eugenics movement would seek out and list men of genius and special talents, and then advocate that those families receive special entitlements, such as financial rewards and other benefits for increased reproduction. 55. Eventually, the superior race would be more numerous and would control American society. At some point, they alone would comprise American society. The eugenic visions offered by Davenport and Laughlin pleased the movement's wealthy sponsors. On January 19, 1911, Andrew Carnegie doubled the Carnegie Institution's endowment with an additional $10 million for all its diverse programs, including eugenics. Mrs. Harriman increased her enthusiastic grants. John D. Rockefeller's fortune also contributed to the funding. A Rockefeller philanthropic official became much interested in eugenics and seems willing to help Dr. Davenport's work, reported one eugenic leader to Mrs. Harriman in a handwritten letter. His preference is to give a small sum at first, raising the amount as the work advances. Initial Rockefeller contributions amounted to just $21,650 in cash and were earmarked to defray field worker expenses. But the highly structured Rockefeller philanthropic entities donated more than just cash, they provided personnel and organizational support, as well as the visible name of Rockefeller. 56. Clearly, eugenics and its goal of purifying America's population was already more than just a complex of unsupported racist theorems and pronouncements. Eugenics was nothing less than an alliance between biological racism and mighty American power, position, and wealth against the most vulnerable, the most marginal and the least empowered in the nation. The eugenic crusaders had successfully mobilized America's strong against America's weak. More eugenic solutions were in store. ******. On May 2 and May 3, 1911, in Palmer, Massachusetts, the research committees of the ABA's eugenics section adopted a resolution creating a special new committee. Resolved, that the chair appoint a committee commissioned to study and report on the best practical means for cutting off the defective germplasm of the American population. Laughlin was the special committee's secretary. He and his colleagues would recruit an advisory panel from among the country's most esteemed authorities in the social and political sciences, medicine, and jurisprudence. The advisory panel eventually included Surgeon Alexis Carrel, M.D., of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research, who would months later win the Nobel Prize for Medicine, O.P. Austin, Chief of the Bureau of Statistics in Washington, D.C., physiologist W.B. Cannon and immigration expert Robert DeCourcy Ward, both from Harvard, psychiatrist Stuart Payton from Princeton, public affairs professor Irving Fisher from Yale, political economist James Field from the University of Chicago, renowned attorney Lewis Marshall, and numerous other eminent men off Learning Point 57. Commencing July 15, 1911, Laughlin and the main ABBA committee members met at Manhattan's prestigious City Club on West 44th Street. During a number of subsequent conferences, they carefully debated the problem of cutting off the supply of defectives, and systematically plotted a bold campaign of purging the blood of the American people of the handicapping and deteriorating influences of these antisocial classes. 10 groups were eventually identified as socially unfit and targeted for elimination. First, the feeble-minded; second, the pauper class; third, the inebriate class or alcoholics; fourth, criminals of all descriptions including petty criminals and those jailed for non-payment of fines; fifth, epileptics; sixth, the insane; seventh, the constitutionally weak class; eighth, those predisposed to specific diseases; ninth, the deformed; 10th, those with defective sense organs, that is, the deaf, blind and mute. In this last category, there was no indication of how severe the defect need be to qualify. No distinction was made between blurry vision or bad hearing and outright blindness or deafness. 58. Not content to eliminate those deemed unfit by virtue of some malady, transgression, disadvantage, or adverse circumstance, the ABBA committee targeted their extended families as well. Even if those relatives seemed perfectly normal and were not institutionalized, the breeders considered them equally unfit because they supposedly carried the defective germplasm that might crop up in a future generation. The committee carefully weighed the relative value of sterilizing all persons with defective germplasm, or just sterilizing only degenerates. The group agreed that defective and potential parents of defectives not in institutions were also unacceptable. 59. Normal persons of the wrong ancestry were particularly unwanted. There are many others of equally unworthy personality and hereditary qualities, wrote Laughlin, who have never been committed to institutions. He added, there are many parents who, in many cases, may themselves be normal, but who produce defective offspring. This great mass of humanity is not only a social menace to the present generation, but it harbors the potential parenthood of the social misfits of our future generations. Davenport had consistently emphasized that a person who by all physical and mental examinations is normal may lack in half his germ cells the determiner for complete development. In some respects, such a person is more undesirable in the community than the idiot, who will probably not reproduce, or the low-grade imbecile who will be recognized as such. 60. How many people did the eugenics movement target for countermeasures? Prioritizing those in custodial care from poorhouses to hospitals to prisons, the unfit totaled close to 1 million. An additional 3 million people were equally defective, but not under the state's care. Finally, the group focused on the so-called borderline, some 7 million people, who are of such inferior blood, and are so interwoven in kinship with those still more defective, that they are totally unfit to become parents of useful citizens. Laughlin insisted, if they mate with a higher level, they contaminate it; if they mate with the still lower levels, they bolster them up a little only to aid them to continue their unworthy kind. The estimated first wave alone totaled nearly 11 million Americans, or more than 10% of the existing population. 61. 11 million would be only the beginning. Laughlin readily admitted that his first aim was at 10% of the total population, but even this is arbitrary. Eugenics would then turn its attention to the extended families deemed perfectly normal but still socially unfit. 62. Those numbers would add many million more. Indeed, the eugenicists would push further, attempting a constantly upward genetic spiral in their insatiable quest for the super race. The movement intended to constantly identify the lowest levels of even the acceptable population and then terminate those families as well. It will always be desirable, wrote Laughlin on behalf of the committee, in the interests of still further advancement to cut off the lowest levels, and encourage high fecundity among the more gifted. 63. The committee was always keenly aware that their efforts could be deemed unconstitutional. Legal fine points were argued to ensure that any eugenical countermeasure not be considered as a second punishment, or as a cruel or unusual punishment. The Eugenic Committee hoped to circumvent the courts and due process, arguing that sterilization of degenerates, or especially of criminals, could be legitimately effected through the exercise of police functions. In an ideal world, a eugenics board or commission would unilaterally decide which families would be the targets of eugenic procedures. The police would simply enforce their decisions. 64. Human rights attorney Lewis Marshall, the committee's main legal advisor, opined that eugenic sterilization might be legal if ordered by the original sentencing judge for criminals. But to venture beyond criminals, he wrote, targeting the weak, the diseased, and their relatives, would probably be unconstitutional. I understand that the operation of vasectomy is painless, wrote Marshall, other than to render it impossible for him to have progeny. The danger, however, is that it might be inflicted upon one who is not a habitual criminal, who might have been the victim of circumstances and who could be reformed. To deprive such an individual of all hope of progeny would approach closely to the line of cruel and unusual punishment. There are many cases where juvenile offenders have been rendered habitual criminals who subsequently became exemplary citizens. The very fact that they exist would require the exercise of extreme caution in determining whether such a punishment is constitutional. 65. Marshall added with vagueness, unless justified by a conviction for crime, eugenical sterilization would be a wanton and unauthorized act and an unwarranted deprivation of the liberty of the citizen. In order to justify it, the person upon whom the operation is to be performed has, therefore, the right to insist upon his right to due process of law. That right is withheld if the vasectomy is directed, by a board or commission, which acts upon its own initiative. I fear that the public is not as yet prepared to deal with this problem. 66. But Laughlin and his fellow breeders envisioned eugenical measures beyond mere sterilization. To multiply the genetically desired bloodlines, they suggested polygamy and systematic mating. Additional draconian remedies that were proposed to cut off defective germplasm included restrictive marriage laws, compulsory birth control and forced segregation for life or at least until the reproductive years had passed. Davenport believed mass segregation or incarceration of the feeble-minded during their entire reproductive years, if carried out thoroughly, would wipe out most defectives within 15 to 30 years. All the extra property acquired to incarcerate the inmates could be sold off for cash. As part of any long-term incarceration program, the patient could be released if he or she willingly submitted to sterilization just prior to release. This was viewed as a central means of bypassing the need for a court order or even a commission decision. These sterilizations could then be called voluntary. 67. One option went further than any other. It was too early to implement. However, Point 8 of the American Breeders Association plan called for euthanasia. 68. Despite the diversity of proposals, the group understood that of the various debated remedies, the American public was only ready for one: sterilization. The committee's tactic would be to convince America at large that eugenics is a long-time investment appealing to far-sighted patriots. The agenda to terminate defective bloodlines was advocated and its underlying science was trumpeted as genuine, even as the committee confessed in their own summary report, "Our knowledge is, as yet, so limited." Laughlin and his colleagues pursued their mission even as the original Galtonian eugenicists in London publicly declared they were fully conscious of the slenderness of their data. American eugenicists pressed on even as Pearson of the Eugenics Laboratory openly quoted criticism by a fellow of the Royal Statistical Society: "The educated man and the scientist is as prone as any other to become the victim of his prejudices. He will in defense thereof make shipwreck of both the facts of science and the methods of science, by perpetrating every form of fallacy, inaccuracy, and distortion." 69. America's eugenicists continued even as their elite leaders acknowledged, public sentiment demanding action was absent. 70. Laughlin and the American eugenics movement were undeterred by their own lack of knowledge, lack of scientific evidence, and even the profound lack of public support. The crusade would continue. In their eyes, the future of humanity or their version of it was at stake. Moreover, America's eugenicists were not satisfied with merely cleansing the United States of its defectives. The movement's view was global. The last of 18 points circulated by Laughlin's committee was entitled International Cooperation. Its intent was unmistakable. The Arrow would undertake studies looking toward the possible application of the sterilization of defectives in foreign countries, together with records of any such operations. Point 18 made clear that Laughlin's Arrow and the American eugenics movement intended to turn their sights on the extent and nature of the problem of the socially inadequate in foreign countries. 71. Chapter 5. Legitimizing Raciology. When Galton's eugenic principles migrated across the ocean to America, Kansas physician F. Hoyt Pilcher became the first in modern times to castrate to prevent procreation. In the mid-1890s, Dr. Pilcher, superintendent of the Kansas Home for the Feeble-Minded, surgically asexualized 58 children. Pilcher's procedure was undertaken without legal sanction. Once discovered, Kansas citizens broadly condemned his actions, demanding he stop. The Kansas Home's embattled Board of Trustees suspended Pilcher's operations, but staunchly defended his work. The board defiantly proclaimed, "Those who are now criticizing Dr. Pilcher will, in a few years, be talking of erecting a monument to his memory." Later, Pilcher's National Association of Institution Directors praised him as courageous and as a pioneer, strong enough to face ignorance and prejudice. 1. Enter Dr. Harry Clay Sharp, physician at the Indiana Reformatory at Jeffersonville. Sharp earned his medical degree in 1893. 2 years later, he was hired by the Indiana Reformatory as its doctor. The Indiana Reformatory, the state's first prison, was proud of its progressive sanitation and medical policies. Sharp was already performing extra-legal medical castrations to cure convicts of masturbation. In early 1899, he read an article in the Journal of the American Medical Association, JAMA, by distinguished Chicago physician Albert John Oxner, who later co-founded the American College of Surgeons. Dr. Oxner advocated compulsory vasectomy of prisoners to eliminate all habitual criminals from the possibility of having children. In this way, Oxner hoped to reduce not only the number of bomb criminals but also chronic inebriates, imbeciles, perverts, and paupers too. Sharp combined Oxner's idea with a second suggestion by another Chicago doctor, Daniel R. Brower. Brower read a paper before the American Medical Society, reprinted in JAMA, similarly urging that someone employ vasectomy on convicts to prevent the propagation of a criminal class. 3. Sharp was willing to be that someone. In October of 1899, he became the first in the world to impose vasectomy on a person in custody. A 19-year-old Indiana reformatory prisoner complained of excessive masturbation, and Sharp used the opportunity. After disinfecting the prisoner's scrotum, the doctor made a 1-inch incision, severed the ducts, and then buried a stitch. Sharp was pleased with his work. During the next several years, he performed the same operation on scores of additional inmates, becoming the world expert in human sterilization. Each operation took about 3 minutes. Anesthetic was not used for subsequent operations. 4. The Indiana prison doctor proudly lectured his colleagues about the procedure's advantages in a 1902 article in the New York Medical Journal. He presented the surgery strictly as a tool for human breeding. Quoting an old essay, Sharp railed, "We make choice of the best rams for our sheep, and keep the best dogs, how careful then should we be in begetting of children." 5. Sharp's article described his method in instructive, clinical detail. Yet involuntary sterilization was still not legal, and was thought by many to be unconstitutional. So he urged his fellow institutional doctors to lobby for both restrictive marriage laws and legal authority for every institutional director in every state to render every male sterile who passes its portals, whether it be an almshouse, insane asylum, institute for the feeble-minded, reformatory or prison. Sharp declared that widespread sterilization was the only rational means of eradicating from our midst a most dangerous and hurtful class. Radical methods are necessary. 6. It is no wonder that the world was first prompted to embrace forced sterilization by Indiana. Within the state's mainly rural of the century population existed a small but potent epicenter of radical eugenic agitation. For decades, Indiana law provided for the compulsory servitude of its paupers. They could be farmed out to the highest bidder. Unwashed homeless bands wandering through Indiana were reviled by many within charitable circles as genetically defective, and beyond help. 7. Reverend Oscar McCulloch, pastor of Indianapolis's Plymouth Congregational Church, was known as a leading reformer and advocate of public charity. Ironically, McCulloch actually harbored an intense hatred of paupers and the displaced. He was greatly influenced by the publication of Dugdale's The Jukes, which traced a Hudson Valley family of paupers and criminals as a living example of the need to improve social conditions. But McCulloch was foremost among those who twisted Dugdale's work from a cry for social action into a vicious hereditary indictment. 8. McCulloch went even farther, adding his own genealogical investigation of Indiana's thieving vagabonds, the so-called tribe of Ishmael. He proffered their stories as further scientific proof of degeneration among the impoverished. McCulloch preached to his fellow reformers at the 1888 National Conference of Charities and Corrections that paupers were nothing more than biologically preordained parasites suffering from an irreversible hereditary condition. By 1891, McCulloch had become president of the National Conference of Charities and Corrections, further ingraining his degeneracy theories upon the nation's charity and prison officials, who were only too quick to accept. 9. Reverend McCulloch's outspoken sermons and investigations of the Ishmael tribe drew the attention of another leading Indianian, biologist David Starr Jordan, president of the University of Indiana. Convinced that paupers were indeed parasites, as McCulloch so fervently claimed, Jordan lectured his students and faculty to accept that some men were dwarfs in body and mind. Quickly, Jordan became America's first eminent eugenic theorist. His 1902 book, Blood of a Nation, first articulated the concept of blood as the immutable basis for race. He readily proclaimed, "The pauper is the victim of heredity, but neither nature nor society recognizes that as an excuse for his existence." Jordan left Indiana in 1891 to become the first president of the newly created Stanford University, founded by the estate of wealthy railroad entrepreneur Leland Stanford. While at Stanford, Jordan used his position to further champion the eugenic cause, damning paupers in his writings and leading the like-minded elite in national eugenic organizations. 10. Among the staunchest of Indiana's radical eugenicists was Dr. J. N. Hertie, who quickly rose from his insignificant station as the proprietor of an Indianapolis drug store to become the secretary of Indiana's State Board of Health. A close colleague of Hertie's once recalled for a eugenic audience, it was not until Hertie had become the state health officer and had observed the stupidity of mankind, the worthlessness and the filthiness of certain classes of people, that he became really greatly interested in the subject eugenics. Once, when a prominent minister argued that all human beings were God's children, subject not to the laws of Mendel, but to the laws of grace, Hertie retorted, "Bosh and nonsense. Men and women are what they are largely because of the stock from which they sprang." Hertie was eventually elected president of the American Public Health Association. 11. By 1904, Sharp had performed 176 vasectomies as a eugenic solution designed to halt bloodlines. But the procedure was still not legal. So for 3 years, Drs. Sharp and Hertie lobbied the Indiana legislature to pass a bill for mandatory sterilization of all convicts. No distinction was made between lesser or graver crimes. There was no groundswell of public support for the measure, just the private efforts of Sharp, aided by Hertie and a few colleagues. The men stressed the social cost to the state of caring for its existing degenerates, and promised the new procedure would save Indiana from caring for future degenerates. 12 Drs. Sharp and Hertie were not immediately successful. But they did not give up. It was an uphill battle. Indiana was not the first state to consider reproductive intervention, but until now, the idea had been rebuffed. In 1897, in the wake of Dr. Pilcher's first caste rations, Michigan's legislature rejected a proposed law to make such actions legal. From 1901 through 1905, a key Pilcher supporter, Dr. Martin Barr, director of the Pennsylvania Training School for the Feeble-Minded, pushed for compulsory sterilization of mental defectives and other degenerates. Barr was undoubtedly among those responding to Sharp's early call to seek legislation. In 1905, both houses of Pennsylvania's legislature finally passed an act for the prevention of idiocy. The bill mandated that if the trustees and surgeons of the state's several institutions caring for feeble-minded children determined procreation is inadvisable, then the surgeon could perform such operation for the prevention of procreation as shall be decided safest and most effective. 13. Pennsylvania Governor Samuel Pennypacker's veto message denounced the very idea. It is plain that the safest and most effective method of preventing procreation would be to cut the heads off the inmates, wrote Pennypacker, adding, and such authority is given by the bill to the staff of scientific experts. Scientists, like all other men whose experiences have been limited to one pursuit, sometimes need to be restrained. Men of high scientific attainments are prone to lose sight of broad principles outside their domain. To permit such an operation would be to inflict cruelty upon a helpless class, which the state has undertaken to protect. Governor Pennypacker ended his incisive veto with 5 words, "The bill is not approved." No effort was made to override point 14. What failed in Michigan and Pennsylvania found greater success in Indiana. Throughout 1906, Sharp ramped up his campaign. But the Indiana legislature was still resistant. So Sharp reminded Indiana's governor, J. Frank Hanley, that he was constantly performing vasectomies anyway, and his total had by now surged to 206. I therefore wish to urge you, Sharp wrote the governor, to insist upon the General Assembly that passing such a law or laws, will provide this as a means of preventing procreation in the defective and degenerate classes. 15. On January 29, 1907, Indiana Representative Horace Reed introduced Sharp's bill. The measure's phrasing was an almost verbatim rendering of the previously vetoed Pennsylvania bill. 3 weeks later, with little debate, Indiana's House approved the eugenic proposal, 59 in favor and 22 opposed. About 2 weeks later, again with virtually no debate, Indiana's Senate ratified the bill, 28 voting aye and 16 nay. This time, there was no governor's veto. 16 Indiana thereby made its mark in medical history, and became the first jurisdiction in the world to legislate forced sterilization of its mentally impaired patients, poorhouse residents, and prisoners. Sharp's knife would now be one of a multitude, and the practice would crisscross the United States. In 1907, most Americans were unaware that sterilization had become legal in Indiana. Nor did they comprehend that a group of biological activists were trying to replicate that legislation throughout the country. Frequently, the dogged state lobbying efforts were mounted by just 1 or 2 individuals, generally local physicians who carried the eugenic flame. 17. In February of 1909, Oregon's first woman doctor, Bethenia Owens Adair, promoted Bill 68, sporting provisions virtually identical to Indiana's law, but vesting the sterilization decision in a committee of 2 medical experts. Both Oregon houses ratified, and Governor George Chamberlain had promised to sign the bill into law. But when Chamberlain finally comprehended the final text, he vetoed the bill. In a letter to Dr. Owens Adair, the governor explained, "When I first talked to you about the matter, without knowing the terms of the bill in detail, I was disposed to favor it. But," he added, "there were too few safeguards to prevent abuse." 18. In early 1909, several additional attempts in other states also failed. Illinois Senate Bill 249 authorized either castration or sterilization of confirmed criminals and imbeciles when a facility doctor felt procreation was inadvisable. It failed to pass. Wisconsin's Bill 744 to sterilize the feeble-minded, criminals, epileptics and the insane on the recommendation of 2 experts was also rejected despite an amendment. 19. But 3 states did ratify eugenic sterilization in 1909. Washington targeted habitual criminals and rapists, mandating sterilization as additional punishment for the prevention of procreation. Connecticut enacted a law permitting the medical staff at 2 asylums, Middletown and Norwich, to examine patients and their family trees to determine if feeble-minded and insane patients should be sterilized. The physicians were permitted to perform either vasectomies on males or ovarectomies on women. 20. California was the 3rd state to adopt forced sterilization in 1909. Chapter 720 of the state's statutory code permitted castration or sterilization of state convicts and the residents of the California Home for the Care and Training of Feeble-Minded Children in Sonoma County. 2 institutional bureaucrats could recommend the procedure if they deemed it beneficial to a subject's physical, mental, or moral condition. 21. During the next 2 years, more states attempted to enact eugenic sterilization laws. Efforts in Virginia to pass House Bill 96, calling for the sterilization of all criminals, imbeciles, and idiots in custody when approved by a committee of experts, died in the legislature. But efforts in other states were successful. Nevada targeted habitual criminals. Iowa authorized the operation for criminals, idiots, feeble-minded, imbeciles, drunkards, drug fiends, epileptics, plus moral or sexual perverts in its custody. The Iowa Act was tacked onto a prostitution law. 22. New Jersey's legislation was passed in 1911. Chapter 190 of its statutory code created a special 3-man board of examiners of feeble-minded, epileptics and other defectives. The board would systematically identify when procreation is inadvisable for prisoners and children residing in poorhouses and other charitable institutions. The law included not only the feeble-minded, epileptic and certain criminals but also a class ambiguously referred to as other defectives. New Jersey's measure added a veneer of due process by requiring a hearing where evidence could be taken, and a formal notice served upon a so-called patient attorney. No provision permitted a family-hired or personally selected attorney, but only one appointed by the court. The administrative hearing was held within the institution itself, not in a courtroom under a judge's gavel. Moreover, the court-designated counsel for the patient was given only 5 days before the sterilization decision was sealed. Thus the process would be swift, and certainly beyond the grasp of the confused children dwelling within state shelters. New Jersey's governor, Woodrow Wilson, signed the bill into law on April 21, 1911. The next year, he was elected President of the United States for his personal rights campaign known as the New Freedoms. Stressing individual freedoms, Wilson helped create the League of Nations. President Wilson crusade for human rights for all, including the defenseless, proclaiming to the world the immortal words, "What we seek is the reign of law, based upon the consent of the governed, and sustained by the organized opinion of mankind." 23. New York was next. In April of 1912, New York amended its public health law with Chapter 445, which virtually duplicated New Jersey's eugenic legislation. New York law created its own board of examiners for feeble-minded, epileptics and other defectives, comprised of a neurologist, a surgeon, and a general physician. Any 2 of the 3 examiners could rule whether family history, feeble-mindedness, inherited tendency or other factors proved that procreation was inadvisable for the patients or prisoners they reviewed. Once again, a so-called patient attorney was to be appointed by the court. Vasectomies, salpingectomies, tubal ligations, and full caste rations were authorized, at the discretion of the board. 24. Despite the spreading patchwork of state eugenic sterilization laws, by late 1911 and early 1912, the Cold Spring Harbor stalwarts of the American Breeders Association, its eugenic record office and the Carnegie Institution's experimental station remained frustrated. Their joint committee to study and report the best practical means of cutting off the defective germplasm of the American population knew that few Americans had actually undergone involuntary sterilization. True, in the years since 1907, when Indiana legalized such operations, Sharp had vasectomized scores of additional prisoners and even published open appeals to his professional colleagues to join his eugenic crusade. More than 200 had been forcibly sterilized in California. Connecticut's Norwich Hospital had performed the operation on fewer than 10, mostly women. But only 2 eugenic sterilizations had been ordered in Washington state, and both were held in abeyance. An extra-legal vasectomy had been performed on one Irish patient in a Boston hospital constituting a juridical test. However, none were authorized in Nevada, Iowa, New Jersey, or New York. 25. Many state officials were clearly reluctant to enforce the laws precisely because the results were radical and irreversible. The legality of the operations and the question of due process had never been satisfactorily answered. The Eugenics section of the American Breeders Association admitted in a report that the prior legislation had been pushed by some very small energetic groups of enthusiasts, who have had influence in the legislatures. But it was a new and untried proposition. Public sentiment demanding action was absent. Law officers of the state were not anxious to undertake defense of a law the constitutionality of which was questioned. 26. Moreover, the whole concept of eugenic solutions, such as marriage restriction, forced segregation, and involuntary sterilization was still disdained by most Americans. Catholics by and large considered the termination of reproductive capability to be an act against God. It is evident, the report continued, that active hostility and opposition will arise as soon as there is any attempt to carry out the laws in a thoroughgoing manner. The report concluded, so we must frankly confess that, this movement for race betterment is as yet little more than a hobby of a few groups of people. 27. The Eugenics section declared, it is, therefore, easy to see why little has been actually done. The machinery of administration has to be created. Much more extensive education of the public will be necessary before the practice of sterilization can be carried out to the extent which will make it a factor of importance. 28. Clearly, the eugenics movement needed scientific validation, standards to identify exactly who was feeble-minded and unfit, and most importantly, society's acceptance of the need to cut off defective families. Eugenicists in other countries, who had been corresponding together for some years, also felt the need to broaden acceptance of their beliefs. All of them wanted eugenic solutions to be applied on a global basis. Their mission, after all, was to completely reshape humanity, not just one corner of it. Toward this end, the Americans, working closely with their counterparts in Germany and England, scheduled an international conference in London. July of 1912 was selected because it coincided with a visit to London by Stanford University's Jordan and other eugenic leaders. 29. Galton had died in January of 1911. By that time, his original theories of positive marriage, as well as his ideas on biometric study, had been circumvented by a more radical London group, the Eugenics Education Society. The Eugenics Education Society had adopted American attitudes on negative eugenics. By now, America's negative eugenics had also been purveyed to like-minded social engineers throughout Europe, especially in Germany and the Scandinavian nations, where theories about Nordic superiority were well received. Hence, this first conference was aptly called the First International Congress on Eugenics, bringing together some several hundred delegates and speakers from across America, Belgium, England, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Spain, and Norway. 30. Not a few of the conferees would attend simply to investigate the emerging field of eugenics. But many of the Europeans attended because they harbored their own racial or ethnic biases against their nation's indigenous, immigrant, or defective populations. For example, John Alfred Mgene of Norway was that country's leading raciologist and eugenicist. He believed that crossing blonde-haired Norwegians with native dark-haired Lapps produced a defective mulatto-like breed. Another major delegate was Alfred Ploetz, the spiritual father of Germany's race hygiene and eugenics movement. 31. Organizers draped the conference with some of the most prestigious names in the world. Major Leonard Darwin, son of Charles Darwin, was appointed president. Britain's First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, would represent the King. Churchill was alarmed at Britain's growing population of persons of mental defect and advocated a eugenic solution. The vice presidents would include David Starr Jordan, Davenport, Ploetz, and Alexander Graham Bell. To impress American governors and scientific organizations, the Eugenics Congress leadership wanted the U.S. State Department to send an official American delegate. Missouri's representative on the all-powerful House Appropriations Committee proffered the request. However, the State Department could not comply because the meeting was non-governmental, therefore the U.S. government could not participate. 32. Instead, Secretary of State P.C. Knox agreed to write the invitations on official letterhead and mail them to distinguished Americans in the realms of science, higher learning, and state government all across the country. The U.S. State Department invitations would be officially extended on behalf of Alfred Mitchell Innes, the British Embassy's charge d'affaires in Washington, who in turn was submitting them on behalf of the Eugenics Education Society in London. Hence the invitations bore the clear imprimatur of the U.S. Secretary of State, yet technically Secretary Knox was merely conveying the invitation. The Knox letter also promised to be the medium of communication to the embassy for any reply. 33. Knox's official-looking invitations were each virtually alike. At the request of the British Embassy at this capital, I have the honor to send you here with an invitation extended to you by the organizing committee of the First International Eugenics Congress. Kansas Governor Walter Stubbs received one. Kentucky Governor James McCreary received one. Maryland Governor Philip L. Goldsborough received one. Every governor of every state received one. Invitations were also sent to the presidents of the National Academy of Sciences, the American Academy of Political and Social Sciences, the American Economic Association at Yale University, the American Philosophical Society, and many other esteemed organizations of science and academic study. Knox also mailed an invitation to every president of every leading medical society, including the American Gynecological Society, the American Neurological Association, the American Pediatric Society and, of course, the American Medical Association. Hundreds of such letters were posted on a single day, June 20, 1912.34. Because the invitations were distributed just a few weeks before the London Congress, few if any of the invitees could actually attend. This fact must have been understood in advance. After all, many received the invitation quite late, often only after their summer travels were complete. Nonetheless, nearly every recipient issued a gracious decline, and a personal note of thanks expressing their regret at missing an important event. All but one, that is. Secretary of War Henry Stimson dashed off a stern rebuff reminding Secretary of State Knox that such official involvement in a private conference was precluded by law. Stimson quoted the law in his reply, "No money shall be expended for expenses of attendance of any person at any meeting or convention of members of any society or association unless authorized by statutory appropriation." 35. The message was clear. Knox had, for all intents and purposes, turned the State Department into a eugenics post office and invitation bureau. From Knox's point of view, however, he was undoubtedly only too happy to help the eugenics program of the Carnegie Institution. Prior to his service as Secretary of State, Knox had been an attorney for the Carnegie Steel Company, and was once called by Carnegie the best lawyer I have ever had. 36. Proper or not, eugenics had overnight been packaged into an officially recognized and prestigious science in the eyes of those who counted. Some 400 delegates from America and Europe gathered at the University of London in late July of 1912, where for 5 days a diverse assemblage of research papers were presented exploring the social science and heredity of man. 2 French doctors reviewed Parisian insanity records for the previous half-century. Alcoholism as an inheritable trait was debated. but the proceedings were dominated by the U.S. contingent and their theories of racial eugenics. Galton's hope of finding the measurable physical qualities of man, an endeavor named biometrics, had become passé. One leading eugenicist reported, biometry might have never existed so far as the Congress was concerned. Indeed, Galton's chief disciple, Carl Pearson, declined to even attend the Congress. 37. Instead, the racial biology of America's Arrow, and its clarions for sterilization, dominated. The preliminary ABBA report from what was dubbed the American Committee on Sterilization was heralded as a highlight of the meeting. One prominent British eugenicist, writing in a London newspaper, identified Davenport as an American to whom all of us in this country are immensely indebted, for the work of his office has far outstripped anything of ours. 38. One key British eugenicist added that if Galton were still alive and could read the recent reports of the American Eugenics Record Office, which have added more to our knowledge of human heredity in the last 3 years than all former work on that subject put together, he would quickly seek to set our own work in this country upon the same sure basis. 39. The medical establishment began to take notice as well, presenting eugenics as a legitimate medical concept. The Journal of the American Medical Association's coverage glowed. JAMA's headline rang out, "The International Eugenics Congress, an event of great importance to the history of evolution, has taken place." Its correspondent enthusiastically portrayed the eugenicist's theory of social Darwinism, spotlighting the destructive quality of charity and stressing the value of disease to the natural order. The unfit among men, the JAMA correspondent reported from a key Congress speech, were no longer killed by hunger and disease, but were cherished and enabled to reproduce their kind. It was true, they society could not but glory in the saving of suffering, but they must not blind themselves to the danger of interfering with nature's ways. Cattle breeders bred from the best stocks. Conscious selection must replace the blind forces of natural selection. 40. Legitimacy, recognition, and proliferation were only the beginning. In 1911, Davenport had authored a textbook entitled Heredity in Relation to Eugenics. It had been published by the prestigious Henry Holt & Co. The volume blended genuine biological observation with bizarre pseudoscientific postulations on personal habits and even simple preferences commanded by one's heredity. Each family will be seen to be stamped with a peculiar set of traits depending upon the nature of its germplasm, wrote Davenport. One family will be characterized by political activity, another by scholarship, another by financial success, another by professional success, another by insanity in some members with or without brilliancy in others, another by imbecility and epilepsy, another by larceny and sexual immorality, another by suicide, another by mechanical ability, or vocal talent, or ability in literary expression. 41. Davenport's book promulgated a law of heredity that condemned the marriage of cousins as prohibited consanguinity, or marriage of close relatives. Should a person that belongs to a strain in which defect is present, marry a cousin or other near relative, such consanguineous marriages are fraught with grave danger. Nonetheless, Davenport and his colleagues extolled the marriage of cousins among the elite as eugenically desired. For example, they commonly pointed to great men, such as Darwin, who married his first cousin. 42. In the same textbook, Davenport insisted that if immigration from southeastern Europe continued, America would rapidly become darker in pigmentation, smaller in stature, more mercurial, more attached to music and art, more given to crimes of larceny, kidnapping, assault, murder, rape and sex immorality. He added a scholarly note about Jews: "There is no question that, taken as a whole, the horde of Jews that are now coming to us from Russia and the extreme southeast of Europe, with their intense individualism and ideals of gain at the cost of any interest, represent the opposite extreme from the early English and the more recent Scandinavian immigration with their ideals of community life in the open country, advancement by the sweat of the brow, and the uprearing of families in the fear of God and the love of country." 43. Davenport's textbook concluded, "In other words, immigrants are desirable who are of good blood, undesirable who are of bad blood. 44. The volume declared that, without question, Mendel's laws governed all human character, man is an organism and animal, and the laws of improvement of corn and of race horses hold true for him also. In Davenport's mind, this axiom spawned far-reaching social consequences. Applying Mendelian formulas to pauperism, for example, Davenport cited shiftlessness as a genuine genetic trait, which could be rated for severity. On page 80 of his textbook, Davenport explained with mathematical authority, classifying all persons in these two families as very shiftless, somewhat shiftless, and industrious, the following conclusions are reached. When both parents are very shiftless, practically all children are very shiftless or somewhat shiftless. When both parents are shiftless in some degree, about 15% of the known offspring are recorded as industrious. Not even the sudden onset of a prolonged disease incapacitating or killing the family breadwinner, and thereby creating financial woes for widows and orphans, was an excuse for poverty. The man of strong stock, Davenport's textbook explained, will not suffer from prolonged disease. 45. As a solution to society's eugenic problem, Davenport's textbook strongly advocated for mass compulsory sterilization and incarceration of the unfit, a proliferation of marriage restriction laws, and plenty of government money to study whether intelligence testing would justify such measures against a mere 8% of America's children or as many as 38%. 46. But could Davenport's eugenic textbook, and 2 or 3 others like it, become accepted doctrine at the nation's universities? American eugenicists were firmly entrenched in the biology, zoology, social science, psychology, and anthropology departments of the nation's leading institutions of higher learning. Methodically, eugenic texts, especially Davenport's, were integrated into college coursework and, in some cases, actually spurred a standalone eugenics curriculum. The roster was long and prestigious, encompassing scores of America's finest schools. Harvard University's 2 courses were taught by Drs. East and Castle. Princeton University's course was taught by Dr. Shull and Laughlin himself. Yale's by Dr. Painter. Purdue's by Dr. Smith. The University of Chicago's by Dr. Bish. Northwestern University, a hotbed of radical eugenic thought, offered a course by Dr. Kornhauser, who had interned at Cold Spring Harbor. 47. Each school wove eugenics into its own academics. At the University of California, Berkeley, Dr. Holmes's semester-long sociology course was simply named Eugenics. At New York University, Dr. Binder's 15-week sociology course was named Family and Eugenics, and was attended by some 25 male and female students. At Stanford University, Dr. V. L. Kellogg taught a course covering zoology and eugenics. Even tiny schools inaugurated eugenics courses. At Alma College in Michigan, the biology department offered Dr. McCurdy's Heredity and Eugenics as an 18-week course. At Tiny Bates College in Maine, Dr. Pomeroy's 18-week biology course was called Genetics. 48. Eugenics rocketed through academia, becoming an institution virtually overnight. By 1914, some 44 major institutions offered eugenic instruction. Within a decade, that number would swell to hundreds, reaching some 20,000 students annually. 49. High schools quickly adopted eugenic textbooks as well. Typical was George William Hunter's high school biology book, published by the nation's largest secondary school book publisher, the American Book Company. Hunter's 1914 textbook, A Civic Biology, presented in problems, echoed many of Davenport's principles. For example, in one passage Hunter railed against unfit families spreading disease, immorality, and crime to all parts of this country. His text added, "Largely for them, the poorhouse and the asylum exist. They take from society but they give nothing in return. They are true parasites." Before long, the overwhelming majority of high schools employed eugenic textbooks that emphasized clear distinctions between superior families and inferior families. 50. but impeding Davenport and Laughlin's campaign for eugenic programs of sterilization, segregation, and social restriction was the lack of easy-to-apply standards to earmark the inferior. Measuring man's intelligence had always been a eugenic pursuit. In 1883, Galton established what amounted to an intelligence test centre in London, charging applicants 3d each to be evaluated. He measured physical response time to auditory, tactile, and visual cues. In 1890, Galton's idea was refined by his associate, the psychologist James Cattell, who devised a series of 50 tests he called mental tests and measurements. Like Galton's intelligence examinations, these mental tests logged physical reaction time to sounds and pressures. 51. French psychologist Alfred Binet was not a eugenicist. He believed that one's environment shaped one's mind. In 1905, at the request of the French Education Ministry, Binet and physician Théodore Simon published the first so-called intelligence test to help classify the levels of retarded children, allowing them to be placed in proper classes. The Binet-Simon test offered students 30 questions of increasing difficulty from which the test grader could calculate a mental level. But Binet insisted that his test did not yield fixed numbers. With assistance, special educational methods and sheer practice, a child could improve his score, helping him literally to become more intelligent than he was before. To this end, Binet developed mental and physical exercises designed to raise his students' intelligence levels. These exercises actually yielded improved scores. 52 Heredity was in no way a predeterminer of intelligence, he insisted. But Binet's intent was turned upside down by American eugenicists. The key instrument of that distortion was psychologist Henry Goddard, an ardent eugenic crusader who became the movement's leading warrior against the feeble-minded. In 1906, the year after Binet published his intelligence test, Goddard was hired to direct the research laboratory at the Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys in Vineland, New Jersey. When the Arrow was created a few years later, Goddard routinely made his patients available for assessment and family tracing. 53. In 1913, Goddard published an influential book in the eugenics world, The Kallikak Family, a study in the heredity of feeble-mindedness. In the tradition of the Jukes and the tribe of Ishmael, Goddard traced the ancestry, immorality, and social menace of a large family he named the Kallikaks. He created the surname by combining the Greek words for beauty and bad. The story of the Kallikaks presented more than just another defective genealogy. The book spun a powerful eugenic lesson and moral warning. 54. Family patriarch Martin Kallikak, from the Revolutionary War era, was actually a splendid eugenic specimen who fathered an illustrious line of American descendants by his legitimate and eugenically sound Quaker wife. But Goddard claimed that the same Martin Kallikak had also engaged in an illicit affair with a feeble-minded girl, which spawned a race of defective degenerates. 55. Foreshadowing a philosophy that low intelligence was a hereditary curse, Goddard wrote that the bad Kallikaks were feeble-minded, and no amount of education or good environment can change a feeble-minded individual into a normal one, any more than it can change a red-haired stock into a black-haired stock. To drive his point home, Goddard included a series of photographs of nefarious-looking and supposedly defective Kallikak family members. These photos had been doctored, darkening and distorting the eyes, mouths, eyebrows, nose and other facial features to make the adults and children appear stupid. Although retouching published photos was common during this era, the consistent addition of sinister features allowed Goddard to effectively portray the Kallikaks as mental and social defectives. 56. Added to the ominous photos were highly detailed descriptions of the Kallikak family tree. Goddard had anticipated that some might question how such meticulous biographical information about Kallikak ancestors often hailing back nearly a century and a half could be reliably extracted from feeble-minded descendants. His answer: after some experience, the field worker becomes expert in inferring the condition of those persons who are not seen, from the similarity of the language used in describing them to that used in describing persons whom she has seen. 57. For example, Goddard's assistant asked one farmer, "Do you remember an old man, Martin Kallikak, who lived on the mountain edge yonder. The book's text quotes the exchange. "Do I?" he answered. "Well, I guess. Nobody'd forget him. Simple," he went on, "not quite right here," tapping his head, "but inoffensive and kind. All the family was that." Goddard recited this documentation in a chapter entitled Further Facts 58. Mass sterilization, in Goddard's view, was merely the first step in corralling the feeble-minded. Sterilization did not diminish sexual function, just reproductive capability. Therefore, Goddard asked, what will be the effect upon the community in the spread of debauchery and disease through having within it a group of people who are thus free to gratify their instincts without fear of consequences in the form of children? The feeble-minded seldom exercise restraint in any case. 59. His answer: mass incarceration in special colonies. Segregation through colonization seems in the present state of our knowledge to be the ideal and perfectly satisfactory method. 60. Davenport and Goddard both craved a more scientific measurement to identify the feeble-minded they targeted. To that end, Goddard translated Binet's intelligence test into English to create a new American tool for intelligence testing. Binet had originally labeled the highest class of retarded child débile, French for weak. Goddard changed that, coining a new word, moron. It was derived from moros, Greek for stupid and foolish. 61. Financing would be needed to prove Goddard's new test reliable in the field. It would be very valuable for the general problem of eugenics, Goddard outlined to Davenport in a July 25, 1912 letter, in connection with the heredity of feeble-mindedness, because we could judge the probable development of the child from the mental condition of the parents. The problem. Our finances have failed us, wrote Goddard. I trust you will be able to provide for some such work as this. 62. Goddard was provided for. By 1913, he had taken his new intelligence test and a team of testers to Ellis Island to conduct experiments. American eugenicists long believed that the majority of immigrants, especially brown-haired Irish, Eastern European Jews and Southeastern Italians, were genetically defective. As such, they could be expected to contribute a disproportionate number of feeble-minded to American shores. At Ellis Island's massive intake centers, Goddard's staff initially selected just 20 Italians and 19 Russians for assessment because they appeared to be feeble-minded. He believed in the unmistakable look of the feeble-minded, bragging that to spot the feeble-minded, just a glance sufficed. Ultimately, 148 Jews, Hungarians, Italians and Russians were chosen for examination. 63. Predictably, Goddard's version of the Binet test showed that 40% of immigrants tested as feeble-minded. Moreover, he wrote, 60% of the Jewish immigrants classify as morons. In reporting his results in the Journal of Delinquency, Goddard further argued that an improved test would reveal even greater numbers of feeble-minded immigrants. We cannot escape feeling, wrote Goddard, that this method is too lenient, too low for prospective American citizens. He explained, it should be noted that the immigration of recent years is of a decidedly different character from the earlier immigration. It is no longer representative of the respective races. It is admitted on all sides that we are now getting the poorest of each race. 64. Goddard's version of Binet's test, and the new term moron, began to proliferate throughout eugenic, educational, custodial, psychological, and other scientific circles as a valid if still developing form of intelligence testing. Mental testing, under different names and on different scales, quickly emerged as a fixture of social science, frequently linked to eugenic investigation and sterilization efforts. Such tests were invariably exploited by the Arrow for its eugenic agenda. In 1915, for example, Detroit's superintendent of schools tested 100 teenagers who had attended special classes. The Eugenics Record Office circulated a note in connection with the test: it would be very interesting to secure the family history of those children who improve and did not markedly improve. Mental examinations as a condition of a marriage licenses were advocated by the president of New York's Association of County Superintendents of Poor and Poor Law Officers, Moreover, the association president also urged the sterilization of any children who could be shown as feeble-minded or epileptic by age 12.65. Chicago's Central Jail, the House of Correction, studied the practicality of the Binet scale and the question of the borderline case. By including the so-called borderline, who tested near but not within the moron range, more persons could be classed as feeble-minded or nearly feeble-minded. Chicago Municipal Chief Judge Harry Olson, responsible for sentencing prisoners to the House of Correction, was a revered leader of the eugenics movement. At the time of the House of Correction study, he reminded colleagues, "We have laid too great importance on the environmental factors and paid too little attention to the problem of heredity." 66. Mental tests applied to blacks led to an article in the Archives of Psychology reporting that when 486 whites and 907 blacks were examined, blacks scored only 3/4 as well as their white counterparts. The article noted that pure blacks tested the lowest, about 60% lower than whites. But as the amount of white blood increased in their ancestry, so did the test scores. The authors concluded, in view of all the evidence, it does not seem possible to raise the scholastic attainments of the Negro. It is probable that no expenditure of time or of money would accomplish this end, since education cannot create mental power. 67. In 1916, a conference on feeble-mindedness and insanity assembled in Indiana to an overflowing attendance, where, as eugenicists reported, the keynote of the whole conference was prevention rather than cure. The group heard many papers on mental tests and their value. Even though many conferees claimed these mental tests were still in their infancy, eugenicists insisted the examinations did not need to be judged because they were merely shortcuts to the final test of the person's mentality. 68. Nonetheless, many openly disputed the validity of Goddard's intelligence test. In one case, the Magdalen Home for the Feeble-Minded commenced an involuntary commitment of a slow-learning 21-year-old New York woman, based on her low Binet scores. The woman's fervent protest against incarceration was vindicated by a New York judge, who ruled in her favor, declaring, "All criteria of mental incapacity are artificial and the deductions therefrom must necessarily lack verity and be, to a great extent, founded on conjecture." 69. More sophisticated tests than Goddard's began to appear. The Yerkes Bridgepoint scale for intelligence, for instance, was employed by aerofield workers measuring the intelligence of members of pedigrees that are being investigated. The Aero printed special rating forms for the test. The test's creator, Harvard psychologist Robert Yerkes, was a leading eugenic theorist and a former student of Davenport's. Yerkes was a member of many elite eugenic committees, including the Committee on the Inheritance of Mental Traits and the Committee on the Genetic Basis of Human Behavior. 2 years after helping invent the point scale, Yerkes became president of the American Psychological Association. 70. Europe exploded into war in 1914. America did not join the fray until 1917, but when it did, Washington struggled to classify more than 3 million drafted and enlisted soldiers. American Psychological Association President Yerkes pleaded for intelligence testing. He gathered Goddard and Stanford University eugenic activist Louis Terman and others to help develop standardized examinations. Working from May to July of 1917 at Goddard's laboratory at the Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys in New Jersey, these eugenic psychologists and others jointly developed what they portrayed as scientifically designed Army intelligence tests. These were submitted to the Army, and the Surgeon General soon authorized mass testing. 71. 2 main tests were devised, the written Army Alpha test for English-speaking literate men, and the picked oral Army Beta test for those who could not read or speak English. The Alpha test's multiple-choice questions could certainly be answered by sophisticated urbanites familiar with the country's latest consumer products, popular art, and entertainment. Yet most of America's draftees hailed from an unsophisticated, rural society. Large numbers of them had never been off the farm. 72. Many came from insular religious families, which disdained theater, slick magazines, and smoking. No matter, the mental capacity of everyone who could read and write was measured by the same pop culture yardstick. Question: 500 is played with. Possible answers: rackets, pins, cards, dice. Correct response: cards. Question: Becky Sharp appears in. Possible answers: Vanity Fair, Romola, The Christmas Carol, Henry IV. Correct response: Vanity Fair. Question: The Pierce Arrow car is made in. Possible answers: Buffalo, Detroit, Toledo, Flint. Correct response: Buffalo. Question: Marguerite Clark is known as a. Possible answers: suffragist, singer, movie actress, writer. Correct response: movie actress. Question: Velvet Joe appears in advertisements for. Possible answers: tooth powder, dry goods, tobacco, soap. Correct response: tobacco. Question: Hasn't scratched yet is used in advertising a. Possible answers: drink, revolver, flour, cleanser. Correct response: cleanser. 73. Americans and naturalized immigrants who could neither read nor write English were administered the beta picture exam. For example, beta test 6 offered 20 simple sketches with something missing. Fix it, the subject was instructed. He was then expected to pencil in the missing element. Bowling balls were missing from a bowling lane. The center net was subtracted from a tennis court. The incandescent filament was erased from a light bulb. A stamp was missing from a postcard. The upper left diamond was missing from a sketch of the Jack of Diamonds on a playing card. 74. A third test was administered to those who could not score appreciably on either the alpha or beta tests. Dr. Terman of Stanford had created a so-called Stanford revision of the Binet test, later named the Stanford-Binet test. This test was only an update of Goddard's work. 75. Predictably, Yerkes's results from all three tests identified vast numbers of morons among the eugenically inferior groups, so many that Yerkes asserted the army could not afford to reject all of them and still go to war. It would be totally impossible to exclude all morons, reported Yerkes, because 47% of whites and 89% of Negroes were shown to have a mental capacity below that of a 13-year-old. By contrast, the tests verified that feeble-mindedness among eugenically cherished groups was indeed minuscule: Dutch people, 0.1%, Germans, just 0.2%, English, 0.3%, Swedes, less than half of 1%. 76. In 1912, the German psychologist William Stern had begun referring to Binet's original intelligence level as an intelligence age. Stern went further, dividing the intelligence age by the chronological age to create a ratio. In doing so, he coined the term intelligence quotient. 4 years later, after Terman created the Stanford version of Goddard's Binet test, Terman and Yerkes wanted a more identifiable number, one that could be popularized. In 1916, using the Stanford Binet test, Terman divided mental age by chronological age, and then multiplied by 100. This became the American version of the intelligence quotient. Terman nicknamed it IQ. The moniker became an instant icon of intelligence. Scales and rankings were devised. Those classified below a certain level, 70 scale points, were graded American Samoa either morons, imbeciles, or idiots. 77. Feeble-mindedness now had a number. Soon everyone would receive one. Terman knew how such a number could be used. While studying California public school children, he argued, if we would preserve our state for a class of people worthy to possess it, we must prevent, as far as possible, the propagation of mental degenerates. 78. Yerkes's work was advanced by another eugenic activist, Princeton psychologist Carl Brigham. A radical raciologist, Brigham analyzed Yerkes's findings for the world at large, casting them as eugenic evidence of Nordic supremacy and the racial inferiority of virtually everyone else. Brigham's 1922 book, A Study of American Intelligence, published by no less than Princeton University Press, openly conceded that the volume was based on two earlier raciological books, Madison Grant's virulently racist Passing of the Great Race, and William Ripley's equally biased Races of Europe. Before Brigham's book was published, a team of prestigious colleagues from the Surgeon General's office, Harvard, Syracuse University, and Princeton pored over his manuscript, verifying his conclusions, as did Yerkes himself, who also wrote the foreword. 79. We still find tremendous differences between the non-English speaking Nordic group and the Alpine and Mediterranean groups, wrote Brigham. The underlying cause of the nativity differences we have shown is race and not language. Moreover, the decline in intelligence is due to two factors, the change in the races migrating to this country, and to the additional factor of the sending of lower and lower representatives of each race. The conclusion is that our test results indicate a genuine intellectual superiority of the Nordic group over the Alpine and Mediterranean groups. 80. According to Brigham, Negro intelligence was predestined by racial heredity, but could be improved by the greater amount of admixture of white blood. 81. Brigham concluded, according to all evidence available, then, American intelligence is declining, and will proceed with an accelerating rate as the racial admixture becomes more and more extensive. The decline of American intelligence will be more rapid than the decline of the intelligence of European national groups, he warned, owing to the presence here of the Negro. He added, the results which we obtain by interpreting the Army data, support Mr. Madison Grant's thesis of the superiority of the Nordic type. 82. Quickly, a study of American intelligence became a scientific standard. Shortly after its publication, Brigham adapted the Army Alpha test for use as a college entrance exam. It was first administered to Princeton freshmen and applicants to Cooper Union. Later the College Board asked Brigham to head a committee to create a qualifying test for other private colleges in the Northeast and eventually across the country. Brigham's effort produced the Scholastic Aptitude Test, administered mainly to upper-middle-class white students. The test quickly became known as the SAT and was eventually employed at colleges across the country. Over time, more and more colleges required high school students to take the test and score high enough to qualify for application. 83. The deeply flawed roots of the IQ test, the SAT and most other American intelligence tests were more than apparent to many thinking people of the period. It became glaringly obvious that the tests were vehicles for cultural exclusion. Poor-scoring Southern Italian immigrants would not have known who the latest Broadway stars were or which brands of flour were popular. They were, however, steeped in the aureus of operatic masters, the arts in general, and had discovered the secrets of fine cooking centuries before. Jews who overwhelmingly scored as moronic were often only literate in Yiddish. But they enjoyed a rich tradition of Talmudic scholarship that debated to abstraction the very essence of life and God's will. Farm boys may not have been aware that Velvet Joe was a cigarette advertising character, but they grasped the intricate agrarian tenets of growing and curing tobacco leaves to produce the perfect smoke. Blacks might not have been able to decipher the reading, writing and arithmetic denied to them by a discriminatory educational system intent on keeping them illiterate. They may not have been able to comprehend the first thing about tennis nets, bowling lanes or incandescent bulbs. But the descendants of men and women ripped from Africa had cultivated a rich oral storytelling tradition, an intense, almost enraptured scripture-quoting religion, and as a group they would originate the revolutionary music that would dominate the 20th century. Perhaps most remarkably, they were smart enough to stay alive in a world where an uppity black man with too much on the ball, or too much spring in his step, could be lynched for looking in the wrong direction or asking too many questions. 84. Brigham's book would be circulated to all the state legislatures, congressional committees, and throughout the marble halls of Washington as proof positive that the inferior were not just poor or uneducated, but genetically defective. This notion was welcome news to many. Now the pages of polished scholarship could be held up as justification for the draconian measures the movement advocated. But dissident schools of psychologists and social works emerged. Common sense rejected the numbers. Resistance grew. The U.S. Army never acted on Yerkes's voluminous findings, declining to classify its inductees according to his data. Indeed, 3 independent investigations of the project were launched, one by the Army's General Staff, one by the Surgeon General and one by the Secretary of War. The General Staff's investigation derisively concluded, "No theorist may ride at the test scores as a hobby horse for the purpose of obtaining data for research work and the future benefit of the human race. Nor would military planners utilize the information in the next war." 85. Vituperative attacks upon the objectivity and credibility of the alpha and beta tests were widespread and highly publicized. Typical were the public denunciations of syndicated journalist Walter Lippmann in the New Republic. "The danger of the intelligence tests," warned Lippmann, "is that in a wholesale system of education, the less sophisticated or the more prejudiced will stop when they have classified and forget that their duty is to educate. They will grade the retarded child instead of fighting the causes of his backwardness. For the whole drift of the propaganda based on intelligence testing is to treat people with low intelligence quotients as congenitally and hopelessly inferior." Terman's answer to Lippmann was simply, "Some members of the species are much stupider than others." But Lippmann summed it up for many when he declared that the Stanford Binet and other IQ tests were a new chance for quackery in a field where quacks breed like rabbits, and doped evidence to the exponents of the new snobbery. 86. Eventually, even some of the architects of the IQ, SAT and kindred intelligence tests could no longer defend their creations from the growing rejection in their own professions. In 1928, Goddard grudgingly retreated from his hereditarian stance. "This may surprise you, but frankly when I see what has been made out of the moron by a system of education, which as a rule is only half right, I have no difficulty in concluding that when we get an education that is entirely right there will be no morons who cannot manage themselves and their affairs and compete in the struggle for existence. If we could hope to add to this a social order that would literally give every man a chance, I should be perfectly sure of the result." 87. As for the compulsion to sterilize, Goddard eventually abandoned the eugenic creed entirely, at least publicly. It may still be objected that moron parents are likely to have imbecile or idiot children. But there is not much evidence that this is the case. The danger is probably negligible. Aware he had recanted his whole life's work, Goddard confessed in exasperation, "As for myself, I think I have gone over to the enemy." 88. In 1929, Brigham finally rejected those scholarly publications that asserted a racial basis for intelligence including his own. Whether out of shame or embarrassment, the Princeton scholar submitted, "Comparative studies of various national and racial groups may not be made with existing tests." One the most pretentious of these comparative racial studies the writer's own was without foundation. 89. Meaningful as they were to the history of science, the several quiet recantations were published in obscure medical and scholarly journals. Academia could relish the debate and savor the progress. But the system hewed in stone by the eugenics movement's intelligence warriors has stubbornly remained in place to this day. By the time some scientists saw the folly of their fiction, the politicians, legislators, educators, and social workers who had adopted eugenic intelligence notions as firm science had enacted laws, procedures, systems and policies to enforce their tenets. Quiet apologies carn too late for thousands of Americans who would be chased down by the quotients, scales, and derisive labels eugenics had branded upon them. No longer constrained by newness or lack of scientific proof, the eugenic crusade blitzed across America. The weak, the socially maligned, the defenseless and the scientifically indefensible of America's lowest biological caste would now be sterilized by the thousands, and in some cases euthanized. Chapter 6. The United States of Sterilization. It didn't matter that the majority of the American people opposed sterilization and the eugenics movement's other draconian solutions. It didn't matter that the underlying science was a fiction, that the intelligence measurements were fallacious, that the constitutionality was tenuous, or that the whole idea was roundly condemned by so many. None of that mattered because Davenport, Laughlin, and their eugenic constellation were not interested in furthering a democracy, they were creating a supremacy. Of course, American eugenicists did not seek the approbation of the masses whose defective germplasm they sought to wipe away. Instead, they relied upon the powerful, the wealthy, and the influential to make their war against the weak a conflict fought not in public, but in the administrative and bureaucratic foxholes of America. A phalanx of shock troops sallied forth from obscure state agencies and special committees, everyone from the elite of the academic world to sympathetic legislators who sought to shroud their racist beliefs under the protective canopy of science. In tandem, they would hunt, identify, label and take control of those deemed unfit to populate the earth. During the years bracketing World War I, a potent, if unsound, intelligence classification system was taking root. A patchwork of largely inert state sterilization laws awaited greater validation. The elite thinkers of American medicine, science, and higher education were busy expanding the body of eugenic knowledge and evangelizing its tenets. However, the moment had still not arrived for eugenic rhetoric to massively impact the country. During these percolating years, Davenport and Laughlin continued to prepare the groundwork. They knew humanity could not be recreated overnight. They were patient men. During the war years, eugenic organizations proliferated in America. Like-minded citizens found ethnic solace and even self-vindication in the idea of biological superiority. The Race Betterment Foundation was among the leading eugenic organizations that sprouted around the country to augment the work at Cold Spring Harbor. The society was founded by yet another wealthy American, Dr. John Harvey Kellogg of Battle Creek, Michigan. Dr. Kellogg was a member of the State Board of Health and operated a health sanitarium renowned for its alternative and fanciful food regimens. He had developed for his patients a natural product, a cereal made of wheat flakes. In 1898, Dr. Kellogg's brother, Will, created the cornflake, and in 1906 he began selling it commercially through a company that would ultimately become the cereal giant known as Kellogg Company. In that same year, Dr. Kellogg founded the Race Betterment Foundation to help stop the propagation of defectives. 1. The Race Betterment Foundation attracted some of the most radical elements of the eugenics community. The organization wanted to compile its own eugenic registry, listing the backgrounds of as many Americans as possible, this to augment the one being developed by the Eugenics Record Office. In 1914, Dr. Kellogg organized the first Race Betterment Conference in Battle Creek, Michigan. The conference's purpose was to lay the foundations for the creation of a super race, amid an atmosphere of lavish banquets, stirring calls to biological action, and scientific grandiloquence. "We have wonderful new races of horses, cows, and pigs," argued Dr. Kellogg. "Why should we not have a new and improved race of men?" He wanted the white races of Europe to establish a race of human thoroughbreds. 2. Davenport told the Battle Creek conferees that this could be accomplished by working quietly with the heads of state institutions. The superintendents of state institutions, he explained, were very desirous of assistance. We were able to give it to them, and they to us. Davenport relied upon institutional figures to authenticate his findings. "We have found that a large proportion of the feeble-minded, the great majority of them, are such because they belong to defective stock." 3. Whatever restraint Laughlin used in his formal writings was absent from his speeches to the eugenic vanguard. Laughlin boldly put the Battle Creek gathering on notice: "To purify the breeding stock of the race at all costs is the slogan of eugenics." His three-pronged program was based on sterilization, mass incarceration, and sweeping immigration restrictions. "The compulsory sterilization of certain degenerates," affirmed Laughlin, "is therefore designed as a eugenical agency complementary to the segregation of the socially unfit classes, and to the control of the immigration of those who carry defective germplasm. 4. The mothers of unfit children should be relegated to a place comparable to that of the females of mongrel strains of domestic animals," said Laughlin. He complained that although 12 states had enacted laws, only 1,000 people had been sterilized. "A halfway measure will never strike deeply at the roots of evil," he railed. 5. At the second Race Betterment Conference held the next year, Aero Scientific Director Irving Fisher, a Yale University economist, was equally blunt. "Gentlemen and ladies," Fisher sermonized, "you have not any idea unless you have studied this subject mathematically, how rapidly we could exterminate this contamination if we really got at it, or how rapidly the contamination goes on if we do not get at it." 6. Eugenic extremism enjoyed layer upon layer of scientific veneer not only because eminent scholars enunciated its doctrine and advocated its solutions, but also by virtue of its numerous respected research bodies. The Eugenics Record Office had inaugurated a board of scientific directors in December of 1912. The board was initially comprised of Davenport, plus eminent Harvard neuropathologist E. E. Southard, Alexander Graham Bell and renowned Johns Hopkins University pathologist William Welch. Welch enjoyed impeccable qualifications. He had served as both the first scientific director of the Rockefeller Institute for Medical Research and as a trustee of the Carnegie Institution. Moreover, before and during his term on the Arrows Scientific Board, Welch was also elected president of the American Association for the Advancement of Sciences, the American Medical Association and the National Academy of Science. Understandably, Laughlin and Davenport felt it only fitting that he should serve as chairman of the Arrows Board of Scientific Directors. 7. Among the biological issues the board identified as vital were the consequences of marriages between distinct races, miscegenation, the study of America's most effective bloodlines, as well as restricting the strains that require state care. The board also sought to examine the ancestral caliber of immigrants being allowed into the country. As usual, feeble-mindedness took the spotlight. Several key regions of the East Coast were targeted for investigation. 8. Among the directors, only Bell became uncomfortable with the Arrow's direction. He immediately voiced consternation over eugenics' constant focus on inferior traits. "Why not vary a little from this program and investigate the inheritance of some desirable characteristics?" Bell wrote Davenport on December 27, 1912, just days after the board's first meeting. For emphasis, Bell reiterated over and over in his letter that the Arrow's substantial funding might be better devoted to the study of desirable characteristics rather than undesirable. "The whole subject of eugenics has been too much associated in the public mind with fantastical and impractical schemes for restricting marriage and preventing the propagation of undesirable characteristics, so that the very name eugenics suggests, to the average mind, an attempt to interfere with the liberty of the individual in his pursuit of happiness in marriage." 9. Perhaps the most militant of the eugenic research bodies was the Eugenics Research Association, created in June of 1913 at Cold Spring Harbor. Like many other eugenic groups, this association was also dominated by Davenport and Laughlin. But unlike the other eugenic bodies, the Eugenics Research Association was determined to go far beyond family investigations and position papers. The body was determined to escalate its research into legislative and administrative action, and public propaganda for the causes of eugenics, raciology and Nordic race supremacy. As such, the Eugenics Research Association brought together America's most esteemed eugenic medical practitioners, the field's most respected university professors, the movement's most intellectual theorists and the nation's most rabid eugenic racists. 10. Only 51 charter members created the era, and its ranks did not exceed 500 in later years. Those 51 charter members included men and women from the senior echelons of psychology, such as Yerkes and Adolph Meyer, later, Goddard, Brigham, Terman and other intelligence measurement authorities would join up. Professors from the medical schools and life science departments of Harvard, Columbia, Yale, Emory, Brown, and Johns Hopkins were counted among the ranks. 11. Two race hatred fanatics, Madison Grant and Lothrop Stoddard, achieved leadership roles within the organization. Grant was internationally known for his bestseller, The Passing of the Great Race, which promoted Nordic whites as the superior race. Grant's book, revered by eugenicists, lamented that America had been infested by a large and increasing number of the weak, the broken, and the mentally crippled of all races drawn from the lowest stratum of the Mediterranean basin and the Balkans, together with hordes of the wretched, submerged populations of the Polish ghetto. Grant called these human flotsam. Among America's genetic enemies, Grant singled out Irishmen, whom he insisted were of no social importance. As a eugenic remedy, he preached a rigid system of selection through the elimination of those who are weak or unfit. In other words, social failures would solve the whole question in a century. Grant held numerous leadership roles in the Eugenics Research Association, including its presidency, and ultimately sat with Davenport on the three-man executive committee. 12. Stoddard would write an equally belligerent bestseller, published by Scribner's, entitled The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy. Harvard-educated Stoddard defiantly summarized his science in these words: "You cannot make bad stock into good, any more than you can turn a cart horse into a hunter by putting it into a fine stable, or make a mongrel into a fine dog by teaching it tricks." He urged widespread segregation and immigration restrictions to combat the unfit races, which Stoddard compared to infectious bacteria. Just as we isolate bacterial invasions and starve out the bacteria by limiting the area and amount of their food supply, so we can compel an inferior race to remain in its native habitat, which will, as with all organisms, eventually limit its influence. Stoddard was one of the early members of the Eugenics Research Association, joining in response to the association's official invitation. 13. The ranks of the era included eugenic activists of all sorts, but of the 51 original members, none was more enigmatic than charter member number 14. His name was Dr. Edwin Katzenelnbogen. 14. Dr. Katzenelnbogen had distinguished himself in the field of psychology, mostly through his work with epileptics. In the years just prior to his charter membership, Katzenelnbogen served as the director of the psychopathological laboratory at New Jersey's State Village for Epileptics at Skillman. Before that, he had been an assistant physician at Danvers Hospital in Massachusetts, as well as a clinical assistant at a medical school in New York and a lecturer in abnormal psychology at Harvard. Just a year before joining the era, he had presented a paper on the mental capacity of epileptics before the National Association for the Study of Epilepsy at Goddard's Vineland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys in New Jersey. He was considered an up-and-coming talent. Although just 27 years of age, Katzenelnbogen was listed as a leading psychologist in the distinguished biographical volume, American Men of Science. 15. Who was Katzenelnbogen, really? He spelled his last name numerous ways, hyphenated and unhyphenated. He was an American citizen, but he was actually born in Stanisławo, in Austrian-occupied Poland. He immigrated to the United States in 1905. He settled in Fitchburg, Massachusetts. Shortly after arriving in Fitchburg, the 24-year-old Katzenelnbogen married Marie A. Pears, an American woman 6 years his junior. 2 months later, he traveled to Paris for further studies, but returned to the U.S. in 1907 when he was naturalized. He boasted credentials from Harvard and was a member of that university's postgraduate teaching staff, but he had actually received his primary education in Poland and his secondary schooling in Germany. He assumed the middle name Maria, perhaps after his wife's name, but his real middle name was Vladislav. He claimed to be Roman Catholic, but was actually Jewish. 16. Long-skulled, with bushy eyebrows, a thin mustache and a semicircular receding hairline topped by a very high brow, Katzenelnbogen's head seemed almost too large for his body. As one who had worked with epileptics, disturbed children, and the insane, Katzenelnbogen had become accustomed to tinkering with the extremes of human frailty and the limits of will. He was attracted to the mysteries of the mind, but was convinced that the field of psychology was still in its infancy as it probed those mysteries. "Psychology is a discipline of undue hopes and uncritical skepticism," he wrote, adding, "It has been a hard battle, which in 40 years' time has elevated psychology from a Cinderella science domiciled in one room at the Leipzig University to palace-like institutions, such as for instance the Harvard Psychological Institute." 17. In 1915, 2 years after he joined the Eugenics Research Association, Katzenelnbogen sailed again to Europe. He would never return to America. He traveled first to Russia, but ended up in Germany. By then, Europe was embroiled in a bloody world war. but Katzenelnbogen remained an active member of the organization even while abroad. Then America entered the war against Germany, and on March 21, 1918, the association's executive committee dropped Katzenelnbogen from its roles. 18. Katzenelnbogen studied troubled minds but was also familiar with intense personal pain and the fire of his own considerable mental anguish. In 1920, his only son, still in America, fell from a roof garden and was killed. The boy's death destroyed Katzenelnbogen's sense of personal existence. There would be no male heir to carry on his bloodline, which contradicted the central aspiration of eugenics. But beyond any tenet of science, the untimely death would haunt Katzenelnbogen for the rest of his life. He was in Europe when it occurred, yet he did not return for the funeral. The doctor's wife slid into profound depression. Katzenelnbogen never forgave himself for staying away. Suicidal impulses would grip him for years. 19. Bitter but also philosophical, purely scientific yet overwhelmingly ambitious, Katzenelnbogen wandered from mental place to mental place. He emerged with the disconnected sense of a man with nothing to lose. Abortionist, drug peddler, informer, medical theorist, murderer, Katzenelnbogen eventually drifted into all of these realms. 20. This American eugenicist would disappear from America, but his biological vision of humanity would eventually shock the world. Nor would he be alone in his crimes. Eugenics found allies not just among the nation's learned men, but also among the affluent and influential. In 1912, shortly before the Eugenics Record Office installed its board of scientific directors, the New York State Legislature had created the Rockefeller Foundation, which boasted fabulous assets. John D. Rockefeller donated $35 million the first year, and $65 million more the next year. 21. Davenport was keen to funnel Rockefeller's money into eugenics. As he had done with Mrs. Harriman, Davenport cultivated a personal connection with Rockefeller's son, John D. Rockefeller Jr. The younger Rockefeller controlled the foundation's millions. 22. Shy and intensely private, the oil heir seemed to enjoy corresponding with Davenport about sundry eugenic topics. On January 27, 1912, using his personal 26 Broadway stationery, the young Rockefeller wrote Davenport a letter about a plan to incarcerate feeble-minded criminal women for an extra length of time, so they would be kept from perpetuating their kind, until after the period of childbearing had been passed. 2 months later, Rockefeller Jr. sent Davenport a copy of a Good Housekeeping article referencing Pearson and British eugenicists. Rockefeller asked, "Will you be good enough to return the article with your reply, which I shall greatly appreciate?" On April 2, Rockefeller sent Davenport a formal thank you for answering a letter just received. About a month later, Rockefeller sent another note of personal thanks, this time for answering questions about the Good Housekeeping article. 23. At its first meeting, the Arrow's Board of Scientific Directors voted to recommend to Mr. John D. Rockefeller the support of the following investigations. The Arrow's Board, chaired by William Welch, who doubled as Rockefeller's own scientific director, compiled a short list: first, an analysis of feeble-mindedness; second, a study of a center of heavy incidence of insanity in Worcester County, Massachusetts; third, a well-financed preliminary study of the sources of the better and the poorer strains of immigrants to be conducted overseas. They also petitioned Rockefeller to fund a statistician who would compile the data. 24. Welch found his work with the Arrow satisfying, and did not mind becoming vice chairman when Alexander Graham Bell was appointed to the top post. 2 years after Welch joined the Board of Scientific Directors, Davenport used the connection to secure additional Rockefeller financial support. On March 1, 1915, Davenport told Welch, "It seems to me a favorable time to approach the Rockefeller Foundation on the subject of giving a fund for investment to the Eugenics Record Office." Davenport skillfully played Mrs. Harriman's wealth against Rockefeller's vastly superior fortune. To date, Rockefeller's foundation had given us $6,000 a year, whereas Mrs. Harriman has given us $25,000 as well as funds for construction and other general expenses. Davenport's new plan called for an annual investment fund, as well as money to establish a better indexing operation to link surnames, traits, and geographic locales. After adding up the columns, itemizing the projects and totaling the results, Davenport wrote Welch, "I would suggest that we should ask for $600,000 $10.1 million in modem money from the Rockefeller Foundation 25. If Rockefeller agreed to the $600,000 subvention, Davenport planned to go back to Mrs. Harriman and ask her to go one better. We should then ask Mrs. Harriman to consider an endowment of $800,000 to $1 million. That would almost double her annual tithe. 26. As expected, Davenport lunched with Mrs. Harriman just days later. Their discussion was fruitful. She is, I understand, ready to turn over some property to the Eugenics record office, Davenport happily reported to Bell. Mrs. Harriman's financial support would ultimately grow to hundreds of thousands of dollars. 27. Big money made all the difference for eugenics. Indeed, biological supremacy, raciology and coercive eugenic battle plans were all just talk until those ideas married into American affluence. With that affluence came the means and the connections to make eugenic theory an administrative reality. Providing her opulent 1 East 69th Street home as a meeting place, Mrs. Harriman bestowed her prestige as well as her wealth on the eugenic crusade. At one meeting in her home on April 8, 1914, more than a dozen experts gathered to plan action against those considered feeble-minded. Most offered short presentations. Goddard, fresh from his intelligence testing accomplishments, began the meeting with a proposed definition of feeble-minded. Another outlined ideas on segregation of the feeble-minded. A third offered new and needed legislation in the feeble-minded. Laughlin presented a 15-minute talk on sterilization of the feeble-minded. Davenport spoke on county surveys of the feeble-minded. 28. Mrs. Harriman wielded great power. When she made a request of New York state officials, it was difficult for them to say no. Davenport's proposed county surveys in search of the unfit, for example, were implemented by state officials. Eugenic agencies were established, often bearing innocuous names. Robert Hebard, Secretary of the New York State Board of Charities, reported to Mrs. Harriman that our Eugenics Bureau is known officially as the Bureau of Analysis and Investigation. In describing the agency's work, Hebard's letter reflected the usual eugenic parlance: the study of groups of defective individuals is so closely related to the welfare of future generations that the lessons drawn from the histories of abnormal families can prevent the continuance of conditions which foster social evils. He added that to this end, the records of some 300,000 people had already been tabulated in 24 of New York State's counties. Hebard promised to coordinate his agency's work with privately financed eugenic field surveys in Rockland County, under your direction. He deferentially added, "Permit me to say that it is gratifying to know of your deep interest in this branch of the work of the State Board of Charities." 29. Rockefeller also financed private county surveys. His foundation would cover the $10,000 cost of a hunt for the unfit in New York's Nassau County. Davenport and several Nassau County appointees formed an impromptu committee on the enumeration of mental defectives, which worked closely with local school authorities in search of inferior students. 8 field workers would assist the search. 30. Some ordinary New York State agencies changed their focuses from benign to eugenic. One such agency operated under the innocuous-sounding name of the Bureau of Industries and Immigration. Originally established to protect disadvantaged immigrants, the Bureau began employing investigators to identify defectives, the feeble-minded and the insane. One typical report on 15 feeble-minded newcomers began with case number 258, which focused on Teresa Owen, a 40-year-old woman from Ireland who was classified as insane. The case note on Owen read, "Has been released to her husband and is cohabiting with him, with what disastrous results to posterity, no one can foretell. She is a menace." and should be removed and segregated pending removal. Case number 430 treated Iva Stipanovits, an 18-year-old Russian Jew who was classified as feeble-minded. The file on Stipanovits noted, case diagnosed by relatives. Is of marriageable age, and a menace to the community. Case number 918 dealt with Vittorio Castellino, a 35-year-old from Italy, and recorded, such a case cannot be too extravagantly condemned from a eugenic and economic point of view. 31. Another such agency was the organization that became known as the National Committee on Prison and Prison Labor, first organized in 1910 by the New York State Department of Labor to investigate the exploitation of convict manufactured goods. 4 years later, the body changed its name amid a widening of its activities. Judge Olson, the stalwart eugenic activist who also directed the Municipal Court of Chicago Psychopathic Laboratory, steered his colleagues on the prison committee to create similar municipal psychopathic labs to document hereditary criminality in their cities. The New York City Police Department did indeed establish a psychopathic laboratory for eugenic investigations, utilizing Eugenics record office field workers supplied by Mrs. Harriman. Davenport himself headed up the prison group's Special Committee on Eugenics, which was established to get at the heredity factors in antisocial behavior, with the aid of a careful family history. Prisoners at Sing Sing were the first to be examined by Davenport's researchers under a year-long joint project with the Eugenics Record Office. 32. In 1916, New York Senate commissioned to investigate provision for the mentally deficient held hearings and published a 628-page special report, including a 109-page bibliography of eugenic books and articles. The commission's purview included imposed sterilization. Among its cited resources were eugenic county surveys in Westchester County supervised by Dr. Gertrude Hall, one of the eugenic experts in Mrs. Harriman's circle and the director of the Bureau of Analysis and Investigation. 33. Many officials were easily swayed by the stacks of scientific documentation eugenicists could amass. New York State Hospital Commission comprised of a coterie of leading physicians emerged from meetings with Davenport at the Eugenics Record Office in July of 1917 expressing a new determination to concentrate on the feeble-minded even though there was not yet a definition for feeble-mindedness. After the meeting, the commission announced it would recommend that the state legislature allocate $10 to $20 million during the next decade to eugenically address the insane and feeble-minded. The Arrow pledged its assistance in the effort. 34. New York State was hardly alone. Indiana's legislature appropriated $10,000 for a committee on mental defectives in 1917. Initial research was completed by Arrow field workers Clara Pond, in Jasper, Wabash, and Elkhart counties, and Edith Atwood, in Shelby, Vanderburgh, and Warwick counties. A commission to investigate the feeble-minded was empaneled in Utah. Arkansas did the same. One Arrow field worker, Ethel Thayer, traveled some 10,000 miles during 6 months in 1917, interviewing 472 individuals to produce what the Arrow termed more or less complete histories of 84 families. 35. There was no way for the public to know if a seemingly unrelated government agency was actively pursuing a eugenic agenda. The United States Department of Agriculture maintained an active role in America's eugenics movement by virtue of its quasi-official domination of the American Breeders' Association. Various Department of Agriculture officials either sponsored or officially encouraged eugenic research. Agricultural department meetings went beyond the bounds of simple agronomy, they often encompassed human breeding as well. On November 14, 1912, Professor C. L. Goodrich, at the Washington office of the Department of Agriculture, was asked by a colleague in the USDA's Columbia, South Carolina, office whether 2 Negro siblings, both with 6 fingers on each hand, should be brought to an ABBA meeting at the National Corn Exposition for eugenic evaluation. Professor Goodrich, who controlled the presentations of the ABBA's eugenics section, replied a few days later, "Have the children brought. I will put you on the program for a paper before the eugenics section." 36. On November 26, 1912, The USDA's Office of Farm Management wrote to Davenport on official government letterhead suggesting that the Arrow assign a eugenic worker on the case and develop the facts in relation to the Negro's family by the time of the meeting of the Breeders' Association in Columbia, South Carolina in February. Receptive to the idea, Davenport replied 3 days later, perhaps he can present one or more of the polydactyls to the Eugenics Section 37. On January 3, 1913, Davenport wrote to George W. Knorr at the USDA in Washington asking, if not too late, please add 2 titles to the eugenics program. One of these would be Davenport's own last-minute entry, A Biologist's View of the Southern Negro Problem. Knorr wrote back asking for a lecturer on eugenic immigration issues. On January 8, Davenport referred Knorr to a Harvard eugenicist specializing in immigration, and reminded the department to make sure the meeting of the eugenics section was all arranged at the insane asylum. That same day, Davenport wrote his colleague at Harvard, asking him to contact the USDA to get on the program. On January 10, Davenport asked Knorr to approve yet another eugenics paper entitled Heredity of Left-Handedness 38. Secretary of Agriculture James Wilson doubled as president of the ABA. At the group's 1913 convention, he rallied the forces. In his presidential address, Wilson declared, "You have developed in your eugenics section a great experiment station and institution of research, with a splendid building called the Eugenics Record Office. Your laboratory material is the heredity that runs through the veins of the good, bad, and indifferent families of our great country, assembling the genetic data of thousands of families, making records of the very souls of our people, of the very life essence of our racial blood. Those families which have in them degenerate blood will have new reason for more slowly increasing their kind. Those families in whose veins runs the blood of royal efficiency, will have added reason for that pride which will induce them to multiply their kind." Wilson also encouraged the Arrow to seek even greater funding. "I observe that you are publicly asking for a foundation of $500,000, he said. 20 times that sum, or 10 millions, would come nearer the mark." 39. The speeches presented at obscure agricultural meetings in South Carolina, the eugenic surveys in small Indiana counties or by major New York state agencies, the eugenics courses taught in small colleges or in prestigious universities, none of this eugenic activity remained a local phenomenon. It quickly accumulated and became national news for a movement hungry for the smallest advance in its crusade. Therefore, in January of 1916, the Arrow launched a new publication, Eugenical News, which was edited by Laughlin and reported endless details of the movement's vicissitudes. Approximately 1,000 copies of each issue were distributed to activists. From the most important research to the most obscure minutiae, an eager audience of committed eugenic devotees would read about it in Eugenical News. Almost every administrative proposal, every legislative measure, every academic course, every speech and organizational development was reported in this publication. 40. When field worker Clara Pond began her eugenic duties at the New York Police Department on January 15, 1917, it was reported in the February issue. When the Arrow received records of 128 family charts from Morgan County, Indiana, it was reported. When the Village for Epileptics at Skillman, New Jersey, contributed 798 pages of data on its patients, it was reported. When Laughlin spoke before the Illinois Corn Growers Convention at the University of Illinois, it was reported. When Dr. Walter Swift of the Speech Disorder Clinic wrote on inherited speech problems in the Review of Neurology and Psychiatry, his article was reviewed in depth. When Yerkes paid a courtesy visit to the Eugenics Record Office in Cold Spring Harbor, it was reported. When Congress overrode President Wilson's veto of an immigration bill, the vote tallies were reported. When the state of Delaware appropriated $10,000 for an institution for the feeble-minded, it was reported. When eugenic field worker Elizabeth Moore took up gardening at her home in North Anson, Maine, this too was reported. 41. No legislative development was too small, nor was any locale too obscure for coverage. Indeed, the more obscure the eugenic development, the more enthusiastic the reportage seemed. The more significant the research or legislative effort, the more readers look to Eugenical news for information and guidance. In effect, Eugenical news offered the movement organizational, scientific, legislative, and theoretical cohesion. Eventually, the eugenics movement and its supporters began to speak a common language that crept into the general mindset of many of America's most influential thinkers. On January 3, 1913, former President Theodore Roosevelt wrote Davenport, "I agree with you, that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. Someday, we will realize that the prime duty, the inescapable duty, of the good citizen of the right type, is to leave his or her blood behind him in the world, and that we have no business to permit the perpetuation of citizens of the wrong type." Episcopalian Bishop John T. Dallas of Concord, New Hampshire, issued a public statement, "Eugenics is one of the very most important subjects that the present generation has to consider." Episcopalian Bishop Thomas F. Gaylor of Memphis, Tennessee, issued a similar statement, "The science of eugenics, by devising methods for the prevention of the propagation of the feeble-minded, criminal, and unfit members of the community, is one of the most important and valuable contributions to civilization." Dr. Ada Comstock, president of Radcliffe College, declared publicly, "Eugenics is the greatest concern of the human race. The development of civilization depends upon it." Dr. Albert Wigham, an author and a leading member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, pronounced his belief, "Had Jesus been among us, he would have been president of the first Eugenic Congress 42. While many of America's elite exalted eugenics, the original Galtonian eugenicists in Britain were horrified by the sham science they saw thriving in the United States and taking root in their own country. In a merciless 1913 scientific paper written on behalf of the Galton Laboratory, British scientist David Heron publicly excoriated the American eugenics of Davenport, Laughlin, and the Eugenics Record Office. Using the harshest possible language, Heron warned against certain recent American work which has been welcomed in this country as of first-class importance, but the teaching of which we hold to be fallacious and indeed actually dangerous to social welfare. His accusations, careless presentation of data, inaccurate methods of analysis, irresponsible expression of conclusions, and rapid change of opinion. 43. Heron lamented further, "Those of us who have the highest hopes for the new science of eugenics in the future are not a little alarmed by many of the recent contributions to the subject which threaten to place eugenics entirely outside the pale of true science. When we find such teaching based on the flimsiest of theories and on the most superficial of inquiries proclaimed in the name of eugenics, and spoken of as entirely splendid work, we feel that it is not possible to use criticism too harsh, nor words too strong in repudiation of advice which, if accepted, must mean the death of eugenics as a science." 44. Heron emphasized that the material has been collected in a most unsatisfactory manner, that the data have been tabled in a most slipshod fashion, and that the Mendelian conclusions drawn have no justification whatever. He went so far as to say the data had been deliberately skewed. As an example, he observed that a family containing a large number of defectives is more likely to be recorded than a family containing a small number of defectives. 45. In sum, he called American eugenics rubbish. Davenport exploded. He marshaled all his academic and rhetorical resources and the propagandists of the era. Davenport and A.J. Rozanoff combined 2 defensive essays and a journal article denouncing Dr. Heron's criticism into a lengthy Arrow bulletin. The bulletin, entitled Reply to the Criticism of Recent American Work by Dr. Heron of the Galton Laboratory, was circulated to hundreds of public administrators, eugenic theorists, and others whose minds needed to be swayed, assuaged or buttressed. 46. As keeper of the eugenic flame and defender of its faithful, Davenport correctly portrayed Dr. Heron's assault to be against my reputation, which I regard as of infinitely less importance than the acquisition of truth, and if, resent these evil innuendos, it is not for myself at all, but only for the protection of the scientific interests which I am, for the time, custodian. In a rambling, point-by-point confutation, Davenport belittled Heron's attack as a vendetta by his Galtonian enemies in England. He explained away his faulty data as typographical. His rebuttal was rich with abstruse formulas in support of his subverted theses. 47. In Davenport's mind, Mendel's laws hovered as the sacred oracle of American eugenics, the rigid determiner of everything tall and short, bright and dim, right and wrong, strong and weak. All that existed in the chaotic pool of life was subservient to Mendel's tenets as residential pun by Davenport. Indeed, Davenport cherished those tenets as if chiseled by the finger of God. Come what may, Davenport declared he would never deny the truth of Mendelism. He defiantly proclaimed, "The principles of heredity are the same in man and hogs and sunflowers." 48. But the attacks did not stop. True, eugenics had ascended to a scientific standard throughout the nation's academic and intellectual circles, becoming almost enshrined in the leading medical journals and among the most progressive bureaucrats. The word itself had become a catchphrase of the intelligentsia. But soon the sweeping reality of the eugenics movement's agenda started filtering down to the masses. Average people slowly began to understand that the ruling classes were planning a future America, indeed a future world, that would leave many of them behind. Sensational articles began to appear in the press. 14 million to be sterilized was the warning from the Hearst Syndicate of newspapers in late September of 1915. Alexander Graham Bell, long queasy about Davenport's obsession with defectives, reacted at once, contacting Cold Spring Harbor for some reassurance. Davenport wrote back on September 25, "I am very sorry that ripples of a very sensational fake article about the plans of the Eugenics Record Office to sterilize 14 million Americans has rippled," he crossed out "has rippled dash, have disturbed the placid waters about Bell's vacation home in Baitriaque, Nova Scotia." Davenport assured Bell he would warn others against believing things, in the Hearst papers. Bell, only briefly comforted, wrote back, "Your note is a great relief to me, as I was naturally disturbed over the newspaper notices even though I didn't believe them." 49. The articles did not stop, however. Crusading journalists and commentators began to expose American eugenics as a war of the wealthy against the poor. On October 14, 1915, the Hearst newspapers syndicated a series of powerful editorials pulling no punches. Typical was an editorial in the San Francisco Daily News. Where to begin? The millions of Mrs. Harriman, relict of the great railroad promoter, assisted by other millions of Rockefeller and Carnegie, are to be devoted to sterilization of several hundred thousands of American defectives annually, as a matter of eugenics. It is true that we don't yet know all that the millions of our plutocracy can do to the common folks. We see that our moneyed plutocrats can own the governments of whole states, override constitutions, maintain private armies to shoot down men, women, and children, and railroad innocent men to life imprisonment for murder, or lesser crimes. And if we submit to such things, we ought not to be surprised if they undertake to sterilize all those who are obnoxious to them. Of course, the proposition depends much on who are to be declared defective. The old Spartans, with war always in view, used to destroy, at birth, boys born with decided physical weakness. Some of our present-day eugenists go farther and damn children before their birth because of parents criminally inclined. Then we have eugenic defectives in the insane and the incurably diseased. The proposition is not wholly without justification. But isn't there another sort of defective, who is quite as dangerous as any but whom discussion generally overlooks, especially discussion by the senile long-haired pathologists, and long-eared college professors involved in the Harriman-Rockefeller scheme to sterilize? A boy is born to millions. He either doesn't work, isn't useful, doesn't contribute to human happiness, is altogether a parasite, or else he works to add to his millions, with the brutal, insane greed for more and more that caused the accumulation of the inherited millions. Why isn't such the most dangerous defective of all? Why isn't the prevention of more such progeny the first duty of eugenics? Such defectives directly attack the rights, liberties, happiness, and lives of millions. Talk about inheriting criminal tendencies. Is there a ranker case of such than the inheritance of Standard Oil criminality as evidenced in the slaughter of mothers and their babes at Ludlow? Sterilization of hundreds of thousands of the masses, by the Harrimans and Rockefellers? Let's first try out the defectiveness of the sons of billionaires. Let's first sterilize where sterilization will mean something immediate, far-reaching, and thorough in the way of genuine eugenics. 50. More letters flew across the country as leading scholars began assessing the movement's image. Davenport worked on damage control. He began writing letters. Among the first was to Thomas D. Eliot, a major eugenic activist then living in San Francisco. The article upon which the editorial in the San Francisco Daily News was based was entirely without any foundation in fact, Davenport assured Eliot. The writer for the Hearst Syndicate supplied them with an absolutely baseless and basely false article about imaginary plans of the Eugenics Record Office. As a matter of fact, the Eugenics Record Office exists only for the purpose of making studies primarily in human heredity and has nothing whatsoever to do with propaganda for sterilization. After the printing of this false article in scores of papers in this country, my attention was called to it, and I wrote a letter to the New York American and requested them to publish the letter. This they refused to do. 51. Davenport scoffed, "We know the name of the unfortunate who wrote the article for the Hearst Syndicate." To my protestation, he replies only that he proposes to publish a series of articles, intimating that he has worse ones in store than that already published. I tell you this so that you may be prepared for the future. It is quite within the range of possibility that he may state that the Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Harriman millions are to be devoted to forcing the whites of the South to have children by the blacks in order to grade up the blacks. I can imagine even worse things. He dismissed Hearst readers as paranoiacs and imbeciles, and urged his colleagues to stand fast. 52 But the press continued. On February 17, 1916, a New York American reporter named Miss Hoffman insisted on traveling up to New Haven, Connecticut, to interview the prominent Yale economist Irving Fisher about eugenics. Fisher, a leading raciologist, occupied a central role in the eugenics movement. The reporter had latched onto a sentence in a leading eugenic publication, which asserted, "Many women of the borderline type of feeble-mindedness, where mental incapacity often passes for innocence, possess the qualities of charm felt in children, and are consequently quickly selected in marriage." Fisher did not know where the correct documentation was to support such a statement. "I should have turned her loose on you," he wrote to Davenport, "had I not known your sentiment on reporters, especially of the Hearst journals. Much as I dislike the tone of their articles, if we do not help them, they will do us positive injury. And yet, in spite of their sensationalism, we can utilize them to create respect for the eugenics idea in the mind of the public." 53. Fisher appended a typical progress report to his letter. "You will be glad to know," he wrote, "that I have interested the dean here in trying to secure something in eugenics. You will doubtless hear from him. I am delighted to see how other colleges have taken the matter up. Yale seems to be a little behind in this matter." 54. Davenport was relieved that Fisher had steered the New York American reporter elsewhere, admitting, "I might have reacted in a way which I should subsequently have regretted." 55. Such scandals in the press prompted Alexander Graham Bell to distance himself from the eugenics movement. Davenport surely sensed Bell's apprehension. When it came time to call the spring 1916 scientific board meeting, Davenport struggled with the phrasing of his letter to Bell. "Do you authorize call for meeting here April 8th? Vigorously scratched out. Slight variation, do you authorize me to call meeting here on April 8th? Vigorously scratched out. Start again, do you? Scratched out, starting once more, shall I issue call directors meeting here on April 8th? 56. On the afternoon of April 8, 1916, too impatient for a letter to arrive, Bell telephoned a message to Cold Spring Harbor. "Dr. Davenport, greatly regret inability to attend meeting of Eugenics Board as one had intended. Detained at last moment by important matters, demanding my immediate attention. One believe one have now served for 3 years as chairman. One would be much obliged if you would kindly present my resignation on the board and say that it would gratify me very much to have some member now appointed to the position. With best wishes for a successful meeting. Alexander Graham Bell 57. Davenport was surely shaken. He sent off a note asking if Bell would at least stay on until the end of the year as chairman of the Board of Scientific Directors. At the same time, he assured Bell that in the future more emphasis would be placed on positive human qualities. Bell reluctantly agreed, but his connection to the movement was now permanently frayed. On April 20, 1916, Bell agreed to chair just one more meeting, the December 15 session, but with the understanding that one will then resign as chairman of the board. He added, "I am very much pleased to know from your letter that more attention is now to be paid to the eugenic positive side than heretofore." 58. Just before the meeting, Bell once again reminded Davenport that he would participate in the year-end meeting, "but I hope that you do not forget that 1 am to be allowed to resign from the chairmanship at this meeting." After that December meeting, Bell severed his relations with the movement altogether. In a polite but curt letter, Bell informed Davenport, "I will no longer be associated with yourself and the other directors. With best wishes for the continuance of the work, and kind regards." 59. By the end of 1917, Mrs. Harriman's privately funded eugenics record office had merged with the Carnegie Institution's experimental station. Both entities were headed by Davenport. They existed virtually side by side at Cold Spring Harbor, and to a large extent functioned as extensions of one another. This created a consolidated eugenic enterprise at Cold Spring Harbor. To facilitate the legal merger of what everyone knew was an operational fact, Mrs. Harriman deeded the Arrow's existing assets plus a new gift of $300,000 to the Carnegie Institution, thus providing for the Arrow's continued operation. As part of the merger, the Arrow transferred its collection of 51,851 pages of family documentation and index cards on 534,625 individuals. Each card offered lines for 40 personal traits. 60. The science of eugenics was now consolidated under the sterling international name of the Carnegie Institution. Eugenics was stronger than ever. Eugenics did not reform despite its public pillorying. The movement continued to amass volumes of data on families and individuals by combining equal portions of gossip, race prejudice, sloppy methods, and leaps of logic, all cocked together by elements of actual genetic knowledge to create the glitter of a genuine science. A statistical study found that fewer than 12% of Negro songs were in a minor key. It tends to justify the general impression that the Negro is temperamentally sunny, cheerful, optimistic, reported Eugenical News. As such, the study purveyed as scientific evidence that while slave songs referred to hard trials and tribulations, the genetic constitution of Negroes under American apartheid nonetheless displayed a dominant mood of jubilation. 61. Eugenicists began compiling long lists of ship captains and their progeny to identify an invented genetic trait called thalassophilia, that is, an inherited love of the sea. Eugenical News listed several captains who died or were injured in shipwrecks. "Such hardy mariners do not call for our sympathy," declared Eugenical News, "they were following their instinct." 62. Behaviors, mannerisms, and personal attributes that we now understand to be shaped by environment were all deemed eugenic qualities. "When we look among our acquaintances," Davenport wrote, "we are struck by their diversity in physical, mental, and moral traits. They may be selfish or altruistic, conscientious or liable to shirk, for these characteristics are inheritable." 63. In painstakingly compiled family trait booklets, each numbered at the top right for tracking, the most personal and subjective measurements were recorded as scientific data. Family Trait Booklet number 40688, of the Bohemian farmer Joseph Klupek and his Irish wife Mary Sullivan, was typical. Question 12 asked for special tastes, gifts, or peculiarities of mind or body. For Klupek, his traits were noted as reading, affectionate, firm. His wife was noted as very religious, broad-minded in her religious attitude toward others. The rest of the family was similarly assessed, including Klopek's mother, Eugenia, who was marked as a good mother 64. Approximations were frequently entered as authentic scientific measurements. Question 13 called for the height either in inches, or, if preferred, with any of four notations: very short, short, medium tall, very tall. Question 15 recorded hair color as albino, flaxen, yellow-brown, light brown, medium brown, dark hair, black. Question 17 asked for the individual's skin to be described as blonde, intermediate, brunette, dark brown, black negro, yellow, yellow-brown or reddish-brown. Question 26 asked for visual acuity, and the choices were blind, imperfect, strong, or color blind. In the case of the Klopek family, the most common response was good 65. A second genealogical tool, the family folder, recorded such eugenic facts as participation in church activities and early moral environment. Special areas were set aside for notations as to whether the individual was known for interest in world events or neighborhood gossip, or modesty, or whether the person holds a grudge. Question 56 asked for an evaluation of the individual's optimism, patriotism, care for the good opinion of others 66. In Arrow Bulletin number 13, How to Make a Eugenical Family Study, co-authored by Davenport and Laughlin, field workers and information recorders were informed that eugenic authorities would explain the eugenical meaning of the facts recorded 67. Even within the accepted parameters, the data was often only approximated. Heights for several dozen Jewish children were charted in one report with a special entry. These weights recorded by nurses are considered by Dr. Cohen as more accurate than those recorded on March 20. Physician Brett Ratner submitted extensive physical measurements of newborns, with a caveat. The sheet includes the length, he explained, which is taken by the attending doctor by suspending the child by its legs, which is of course very inaccurate, and the chest was also done by the attending physician. Therefore, I cannot vouch for the chest and length measurement. The weights, however, are all absolutely accurate. 68. Often, the science was filtered through personal animus, colored language, and even name-calling. Character flaws were frequently accentuated in clinical eugenic descriptions, almost as if to pass the reader a cue. James Dack was commonly known as Rotten Jimmy, read one typical description. The epithet was given because of the diseased condition of his legs, although the term is said to have been equally applicable to his moral nature. No wonder Goddard admitted that in writing his revered eugenic text on the Kallikak family, we have made rather dogmatic statements and have drawn conclusions that do not seem scientifically warranted by the data. We have done this because it seems necessary to make these statements and conclusions for the benefit of the lay reader. In Vermont, a careful and methodical statewide survey condemned one man as eugenically unfit based on the genetic datum that he was a big hopeless good-for-nothing 69. Davenport and Laughlin brashly predicted, the day will yet come when among the first questions, asked by an employer of the applicant for a position, will be those relating to the occupations of his kin and the success they have had in such occupations. Correcting the American ethic with a eugenic voice, they promulgated the stunning admonishment, there are those who adhere to the obviously false doctrine that men are born equal and therefore it really doesn't matter who marries whom. 70. The men and women of eugenics wielded the science. They were supported by the best universities in America, endorsed by the brightest thinkers, financed by the richest capitalists. They envisioned millions of America's unfit being rounded up and incarcerated in vast colonies, farms, or camps. They would be prohibited from marrying and forcibly sterilized. Eventually, perhaps within several generations, only the white Nordics would remain. When their work was done at home, American eugenicists hoped to do the same for Europe, and indeed for every other continent, until the superior race of their Nordic dreams became a global reality. Yet the very first sentence of the United States Constitution protected future generations. We the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution. 71 Posterity would be the monumental issue over which the forces of eugenics struggled. To eugenicists, the future of America and humanity itself was at stake. In 1924, they would wage a pitched battle against a lone adversary. This adversary would not be a crusading journalist or an outspoken politician, but rather a helpless Virginia teenager named Carrie Buck. Declared feeble-minded, she was actually a good student in a family of good students. Called a menace to society and to the future of mankind, she was actually just poor white trash from the back streets of Charlottesville, Virginia. This simple yet often eloquent girl would make the perfect test case. She was selected for exactly this reason. Carrie Buck's mother, Emma, was one of Charlottesville's least respected citizens. Widowed and worthless, living on the margins of society, Emma was deemed a perfect candidate for feeble-mindedness. After World War I, Virginia had a well-established policy of sweeping its social outcasts into homes for the feeble-minded and epileptic. In Virginia, the two conditions, feeble-mindedness and epilepsy, were virtually synonymous. They were also synonymous with another diagnosis, shiftlessness, that is, the genetic defect of being worthless and unattached in life. 72. On April 1, 1920, Emma was hauled before a so-called Commission on Feeble-Mindedness. Justice of the PCD Shackelford convened the very brief hearing required. Physician J.S. Davis conducted the examination, referred to on the form as an inquisition. The state's form enumerated 60 pointed questions. Question 2, under social history and reaction, asked if Emma had ever been convicted of a crime. Emma's response, prostitution. In those days any woman might be charged with prostitution, whether for actually selling her body or simply for conducting herself in a fashion morally repugnant to the local authorities or even to the cop on the beat. Question 18, under personal and developmental history, asked if Emma had any diseases. She responded that she had syphilis. Question 8, under physical condition, asked specifically if Emma had ever had syphilis, to which her response was yes. Question 9, also under physical condition, asked if any venereal disease was present, and for the third time Emma confirmed that she had had syphilis. As to her moral character, the hearing officials wrote notoriously untruthful. Indeed, question 5, under social history and reaction, asked whether she had conducted herself in a proper conjugal manner. The examiners wrote no. 73. A few minutes later, Emma was officially deemed feeble-minded. Shackelford signed the order of commitment, declaring she was suspected of being feeble-minded or epileptic. 5 days later, Emma was driven to the colony for epileptics and feeble-minded. There she was consigned to Ward 5. She would remain at the colony for the rest of her life. 74. Years before, in 1906, when Emma was still married, she had given birth to a daughter, Carrie. When Emma's husband died, the widow drifted into the social fringes of Charlottesville. At age 3, Carrie was removed from Emma's custody and placed with another family. There were no formal adoption proceedings. Charlottesville peace officer J.T. Dobbs and his wife simply took the child into their Grove Street house. The Dobbses had a child of their own, approximately Carrie's age. Mrs. Dobbs needed extra help with the chores. Carrie was good at her chores, and also did well in school. School records show her performance was very good deportment and lessons. But when Carrie was in 6th grade, the Dobbses withdrew the girl from school so she could concentrate on the increasing load of housework not only for their home on Grove Street, but for others in the neighborhood that Carrie was loaned to. Although Carrie never felt like she was a part of the Dobbs family, she was happy to be there. She recalled being obedient, and always considered herself a good girl. 75. One day in the summer of 1923, 17-year-old Carrie was discovered to be pregnant. She explained that she had been raped. He forced himself on me, Carrie later recollected. He was a boyfriend of mine and he promised to marry me. Years later, she would accuse a Dobbs nephew of being the rapist. 76. The Dobbses would not listen to her explanations. They wanted Carrie and her shame out of the house at once. As Dobbs was the local peace officer, and familiar with the legal workings of the county, he knew just what to do. He filed commitment papers with Justice Shackelford. Dobbs claimed the girl was feeble-minded, epileptic or both, and anyway, the family could no longer afford to board her. Shackelford scheduled a commitment proceeding. 77. On January 23, 1924, Shackelford convened a brief hearing. 2 doctors attended to render their expert opinions. The Dobbses testified that Carrie had experienced hallucinations and outbreaks of temper and had engaged in peculiar actions. Carrie was quickly declared feeble-minded and transferred to the custody of the colony for epileptics and feeble-minded. For Shackelford, it was the second generation of bucks he had sent to the colony, first the mother, Emma, and now her daughter, Carrie. 78. It was not unusual for Virginia to use its colony for epileptics and feeble-minded as a dumping ground for those deemed morally unsuitable. Classifying promiscuous women as morons was commonplace. The colony's superintendent, Dr. Albert Priddy, admitted as much in a report. The admission of female morons to this institution has consisted for the most part of those who would formerly have found their way into the red light district and become dangerous to society. 79. But the numbers of morally condemned women were becoming economically daunting. If the present tendency to place and keep under custodial care in state institutions all females who have become incorrigibly immoral continues, he argued, it will soon become a burden much greater than the state can carry. These women are never reformed in heart and mind because they are defectives from the standpoint of intellect and moral conception and should always have the supervision by officers of the law and properly appointed custodians. Priddy's solution was the common eugenic remedy, sterilization. 80. When Carrie was condemned, eugenical sterilizations were not yet legal in Virginia. Priddy's institution had certainly sterilized many women, but always as part of therapeutic treatment for unspecified types of pelvic disease. 81. These therapeutic sterilizations on young, unsuspecting women were recorded as voluntary, with informed consent transcripts to prove it. One such transcript read: Doctor, do you like movies? Patient: yes, sir. Doctor, do you like cartoons? Patient: yes, sir. Doctor, you don't mind being operated on, do you? Patient: no, sir. Doctor, then you can go ahead. 82. Pretty well understood how far outside the law such sterilizations were. In 1916, he had been taken to court for sterilizing several members of another Virginia family. On September 23, 1916, while the hard-working George Mallory was on shift at a nearby sawmill, his wife Willie and 9 of their dozen children were at home in Richmond. 2 family friends were visiting. Suddenly, 2 Richmond policemen burst in and declared the Mallory home a disorderly house, that is, a brothel. It was later alleged that one of the policemen actually made an indecent proposal to one of the daughters. 83. No matter, the younger children were turned over to the juvenile court, which, citing vicious and immoral influences, transferred them to the Children's Home Society. Willie and her 2 eldest daughters, Jessie and Nanny, were confined at the city detention home, and then on October 14 referred to the Commission for the Feeble-Minded. 84. Willie later recalled her experience. A doctor examined my mind, she recounted, and asked if I could tell whether salt was in the bread or not, and did I know how to tie my shoes. There was a picture hanging on the wall of a dog. He asked me if it was a dog or a lady. He asked me all sorts of foolish questions, which would take too long for me to tell you. Then the doctor took his pencil and scratched his head and said, I can't get that woman in. But the attending juvenile probation officer, Mrs. Roller, was determined to have the family institutionalized. She told the doctor to write unable to control her nerves, and added, "We can get her in for that 85." He did so. Mrs. Mallory, Jessie, and Nanny were committed for lack of nervous control. Pretty had them now. Willie and Jessie were sterilized first. In late 1917, Pretty was getting ready to operate on the other daughter, Nanny, when he received another in a series of letters from George Mallory. Proud and strong-willed, Mallory expressed himself in powerful, if simple, terms. His English was lousy and his spelling atrocious. But his outrage was palpable. Grammar and form did not matter for Mallory. His family had been ripped from his home, and he wanted them back. On November 5, 1917, after several earlier letters were ignored, Mallory wrote an angry final demand. 86. Dr. Pretty. Dear Sir, one more time I am go write to you to ask you about my child. I cannot hear from her by no means. I have wrote 3 or 4 times, can't get hearing from her at all. We have sent her a box and I don't know whether she received them or not. I want to know when can I get my child home again. My family have been broked up on fake pretense, same as white slavery. Dr. What bus nice did you have operating on my wife and daughter without my consent? I am a hard-working man, can take care of my family and can prove it, and before I am finished you will find out that I am. I heard that someone told you lots of bad news, but I have been living with her for 23 years and can't nobody prove nothing against my wife. They can't talk anything but can't prove nothing. Just to think my wife is 43 years old and to be treated in that way, you ought to be ashamed of yourself to have operating on her at that age. Just stop and think of how she have been treated. What cause did you have operating her? Please let me know, for there is no law for such treatment. I have found that out. I am a poor man but was smart enough to find that out. I had a good home as any man wanted, 9 sweet little children. Now to think it is all broke up for nothing. I want to know what you are go do. I earn $75 a month. I don't want my child on the state. I did not put her on there. If you don't let me have her by easy term, I will get her by bad. She is not feeble-minded over there working for the state for nothing. Now let me know at once. I am a human being as well as you are. I am tired of being treated this way for nothing. I want my child, that is good, understand it. Let me know before farther notice. Now I want to know on return mail what are you go do, whether are go let my child come home. Let me hear from her. Verily truly, Mr. George Mallory. My last letter to you for my child without trouble. Don't keep my child there. I have told you not to operate it on my child. If you do it will be more trouble. 87. Pretty was livid, and wrote Mallory back, threatening his own action. Now, don't you dare write me another such letter or I will have you arrested in a few hours. Implying a threat of surgical consequences, he added, if you dare to write me another such communication I will have you arrested and brought here too. Mallory's spelling was bad, but he retained an attorney who could spell quite correctly. He sued Pretty for sterilizing his wife and daughter Jessie. Mallory also filed a writ of habeas corpus, and by early 1918 his family was returned to him. Although Pretty's conduct was upheld on appeal, the judge warned Pretty not to sterilize any other patients until the law was changed. 88. Enter Carrie Buck. She would be the test case. Virginia's legislators had been reluctant to pass a eugenic sterilization law. We were laughed at by the lawmakers who suggested they might fall victim to their own legislation, recalled Joseph Desjarnette, superintendent of the Western State Hospital in Stanton, Virginia. He added, I really thought they ought to have been sterilized as unfit. 89. In 1922, after numerous state laws had been vetoed or overturned by the courts on constitutional grounds, Laughlin completed a massive 502-page compilation of state eugenical legislation. It was entitled Eugenical Sterilization in the United States. The dense volume, bristling with state-by-state legal analysis and precedent, included what lawyers and eugenicists unanimously declared to be a new model sterilization law, updated since previous iterations of Laughlin's model legislation. It was indeed the complete legislator's guide. Laughlin was certain that a law that followed a rigid course of due process, proper notification to the patient, adversarial protection of the patient's rights, and a narrow, non-punitive, health-based eugenical sterilization regimen could withstand a U.S. Supreme Court challenge. Burnishing the report's legal soundness was the fact that it was not issued by any of the Cold Spring Harbor entities, but was distributed as an official document of the Municipal Court of Chicago. Judge Olson, who headed Chicago's Municipal Court, concomitantly served as president of the Eugenics Research Association. Olson even wrote the introduction, saluting Laughlin, who rendered the nation a signal service in the preparation of this work. 90. Laughlin personally sent a copy to Priddy. Now Priddy and his fellow Virginia eugenicists would carefully follow Laughlin's advice. In the fall of 1923, with a mandate from Virginia State Hospital Board, Priddy and colony attorney Aubrey Strode authored comprehensive new legislation closely resembling the text and format of Laughlin's model statute. By March 30, 1924, Virginia's eugenics law, which now included numerous due process safeguards, was finally passed by both state houses and signed by the governor. It was to take effect on June 17, 1924.91. Although Carey was condemned as feeble-minded on January 23, 1924, she was not immediately admitted to the colony. Pregnant girls were not permitted in the facility. On March 28, Carey gave birth to a daughter, Vivian. Since Carey had been declared mentally incompetent, she could not keep the child. Ironically, the Dobbses took Vivian in .92. 3 generations of Bucks had intersected with J.T. Dobbs. Carey's arrival at the colony was delayed until June 4, just days before the new sterilization law took effect. A legal guardian, Robert Sheldon, was properly appointed for her and properly paid $5 per day, just as the statute and due process required. On September 10, 1924, a colony review board properly met and ruled that Carey is feeble-minded and by the laws of heredity is the probable potential parent of socially inadequate offspring, likewise afflicted, and as such she may be sexually sterilized, and that her welfare and that of society will be promoted by her sterilization. 93. Upon completion of the hearing, the board properly inquired if they could proceed. Colony Attorney Strode properly advised that the Virginia Act had yet to stand the test of the courts. Strode later recounted, whereupon, I was instructed to take to court a test case 94. Carey's guardian, Sheldon, was then asked by Strode to appeal the case in order that we may test the constitutionality through our state courts, even to the Supreme Court of the United States. Shelton then secured ostensibly independent counsel to represent the 18-year-old in a legal challenge scheduled for November 18, 1924. Attorney Irving Whitehead was selected to represent Carey. Whitehead was no stranger to the colony, however, and to many the arrangement seemed little more than a collusive defense. He was, after all, one of the original 3 directors appointed by the governor to manage the colony when it was established in 1910. Whitehead and his fellow trustees appointed Priddy as their first superintendent. Later, Whitehead had represented the institution on the State Board of Hospitals. In his official capacity, Whitehead had personally endorsed the sterilizations of some 24 women, including the 2 Mallory women, and had even lobbied the Virginia legislature for broader legal authority. A building in the colony complex erected the year before was actually named after him. The Wednesday before the trial, Priddy recommended Whitehead for a government position. 95. Yet it was Whitehead, a staunch eugenicist, founding father of the colony and an advocate of sterilization, who was to champion Carey Buck's defense. To bolster the argument that Carey represented a biological menace, attention next fell on little Vivian. If the infant could somehow be deemed mentally defective, the Bucks would represent 3 generations of imbeciles, a clear threat to the state. Priddy asked a Red Cross social worker to send evidence certifying the infant as feeble-minded, and was almost certainly startled to hear back from the social worker, I do not recall and am unable to find any mention in our files of having said that Carey Buck's baby was mentally defected. 96. Priddy dispatched a note to eugenic activist Dr. Joseph Desjarnette, superintendent of the state hospital at Stanton. Desjarnette would be called as a state expert witness. A special term of the Court of Amherst will be held. November 18, 1924 to hear, the case of Carrie Buck's child, on which the constitutionality of the sterilization law depends. It is absolutely necessary that you be present, and I would suggest you read up all you can on heredity like the Jukes, Kalikaksik and other noted families of that stripe. Pretty added, I want you to help me in this matter by going over to Charlottesville, to get a mental test of Carrie Buck's baby. The test you will make will be the usual one in line with the enclosed sick test sheet. We are leaving nothing undone in evidence to this case. I am enclosing you a letter from Dr. Laughlin and think you will need it. Please return the enclosures sick as col. Strode may want them for his files, he having had the correspondence with Dr. Laughlin. 97. Pretty also assured Desjardins that even though Vivian was only a few months old, she could still be deemed unfit. We have an advantage, wrote Pretty, in having both Carrie Buck and her mother, Emma, as inmates of this institution. Once more, the emphasis was on 3 generations. 98. Shortly thereafter, Carrie's 7-month-old daughter Vivian was examined by a social worker. In a subsequent hearing, the social worker was asked, "Have you any impression about the child?" Emphasizing the word probabilities, the social worker replied, "It is difficult to judge probabilities of a child as young as that, but it seems to me not quite a normal baby." In reply, she was led, "You don't regard her child as a normal baby." The social worker cautiously responded, "In its appearance I should say that perhaps my knowledge of the mother may prejudice me in that regard, but I saw the child at the same time as Mrs. Dobbs' daughter's baby, which is only 3 days older than this one, and there is a very decided difference in the development of the babies." 99. Once more, the social worker was prompted, "You would not judge the child as a normal baby." The social worker answered, "There is a look about it that is not quite normal, but just what it is, I can't tell." That was enough for the judge. Vivian was deemed defective, like her mother and grandmother before her. 100. Pretty also requested expert eugenical testimony from Laughlin, who would not be able to travel to Virginia for the trial but agreed to file a deposition. He asked Pretty for Carrie's genealogy to help him prepare a proper eugenical verdict. Pretty had nothing. As to our test case, Pretty wrote Laughlin, "I am very sorry I cannot make you out a genealogical tree such as you would like to have, but this girl comes from a shiftless, ignorant, and moving class of people, and it is impossible to get intelligent and satisfactory data." 101. Laughlin's deposition simply echoed Pretty's offhand words. "These people belong to the shiftless, ignorant, and moving class of antisocial whites of the South," wrote Laughlin. His expert opinion went on, "Carrie Buck, mental defectiveness evidenced by failure of mental development, having a chronological age of 18 years with a mental age of 9 years, according to Stanford revision of Binet-Simon test, and of social and economic inadequacy, has record during life of immorality, prostitution, and untruthfulness, has never been self-sustaining, has had one illegitimate child, now about 6 months old and supposed to be mental defective." 102. Laughlin's deposition then dispatched the mother, Emma Buck. Mental defectiveness evidenced by failure of mental development, Laughlin averred, having a chronological age of 52 years, with a mental age, according to Stanford revision of Binet-Simon test, of 7 years and 11 months, 7 years 11 mois, and of social and economic inadequacy. Has record during life of immorality, prostitution, and untruthfulness, has never been self-sustaining, was maritally unworthy, having been divorced from her husband on account of infidelity, has had record of prostitution and syphilis. 103. Ultimately, Laughlin connected the dots, declaring that Carrie's one illegitimate child, was also considered feeble-minded. 104. 3 generations. The judge took the case under advisement. While awaiting a decision, Pretty died of Hodgkin's disease, a cancer of the lymphatic system. Pretty's assistant, J. H. Bell, replaced him as defendant. Thereafter the case became known as Buck v. Bell. 105. On April 13, 192-5, the Amherst County Circuit Court upheld the original decision of the colony's special board. Carey's attorney, Whitehead, immediately appealed the decision to the Virginia Court of Appeals. He petitioned on 3 constitutional points: first, deprivation, without due process, of a citizen's rights to procreate; second, violation of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, providing for due process; and third, a violation of the 8th Amendment of the Constitution, proscribing cruel and unusual punishment. Whitehead's brief was brief indeed, just 5 pages long. On the other hand, colony attorney Strode filed a 40-page brief carefully documenting the state's police powers and its need to protect public health and safety. 106. Virginia's Court of Appeals upheld the colony's decision to sterilize Carey, denying all claims of cruel and unusual punishment or lack of due process. 107 For Carey, and the future of sterilization, there was nowhere to go but up. The circle of friends staging a collusive constitutional challenge, papered wall to wall with documented safeguards and procedural rectitude, were now ready for their final step. Carey's case was appealed to the highest court in America, the United States Supreme Court. The colony was confident. The board minutes for December 7, 192-5, record, Colonel Aubrey E. Strode and Mr. I. P. Whitehead appeared before the board and outlined the present status of the sterilization test case and presented conclusive argument for its prosecution, though the Supreme Court of the United States, their advice being that this particular case was in admirable shape to go to the court of last resort, and that we could not hope to have a more favorable situation than this one. 108. If the Supreme Court would uphold Carey Buck's sterilization, the floodgates of eugenic cleansing would be opened across the United States for thousands. Carey's destiny, and indeed the destiny of eugenics, rested upon 9 men and most heavily on the one man who would ultimately write the court's opinion. That man was Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., considered by many to be America's clearest thinker and most important judicial authority. 109. ******* Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. lived a life innervat by the great men of literature, propelled by his personal acts of courage, and eventually gilded by the judicial preeminence thrust upon him. He was the best America had to offer. Born in Massachusetts in 1841, his father was a famous physician, poet, and essayist. He had achieved literary esteem from his satirical columns in the Atlantic Mothly, later collected for the anthology Autocrat of the Breakfast Table. Young Oliver grew up in the company of his father's circle of literati, including Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and Nathaniel Hawthorne. Herman Melville was a neighbor at the Holmes summer house. 110. It was the law, however, that would capture the imagination of Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. Judges and attorneys had peopled the Holmes family tree for 3 centuries. A maternal grandfather had sat on the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts. 111. Holmes was a Harvard scholar, but he had been brave enough to join the rush to war in 1861, even before taking the final exams needed for graduation. He joined the 20th Massachusetts Volunteers, known as the Harvard Regiment. He fought valiantly and was wounded 3 times, once in the chest at Ball's Bluff, once in the leg at Chancellorsville, and once through the neck at Antietam during the single bloodiest day of the war. Some thought the scholar-turned-soldier fought to test his own manliness, others suggested it was for duty and honor. 112. It was probably both. Certainly, Holmes achieved hero status. One legend claims that when President Lincoln visited Fort Stevens, near Washington, D.C., Holmes had served as his escort. At some point the president stood up to get a better view of something, and a Confederate soldier promptly shot at his stovepipe hat. Holmes dragged the president down, admonishing, "Get down, you damn fool." Far from insulted, a grateful Lincoln replied, "Goodbye, Captain Holmes. I'm glad to see you know how to talk to civilians." 113. Even amid the wounds of war, Holmes never lost his fascination with the great thinkers. While recovering from injuries sustained at Chancellorsville, Holmes read the latest philosophical treatises. After the war, he returned to his beloved Harvard to earn a law degree and write legal theory. 114. Soon, Holmes' rapier-like pronouncements on the purpose of American law as a champion of the people's will began to shape legal thought in the nation. He saw the law as a living, organic expression of the people, not just a sterile codex. The life of the law has not been logic, it has been experience, Holmes lectured. The felt necessities of the time, the prevalent moral and political theories, intuitions of public policy, avowed or unconscious, even the prejudices which judges share with their fellow men, have had a good deal more to do than the syllogism in determining the rules by which men should be governed. The law embodies the story of a nation's development through many centuries, and it cannot be dealt with as if it contained only the axioms and corollaries of a book of mathematics. 115. His rise was rapid. In March of 1881, Holmes' provocative lectures on the nature of law were compiled into an anthology, The Common Law. It was an immediate success. Within 10 months of the book's publication, in January of 1882, Holmes was elected a Harvard law professor by the university faculty. His reputation as an authority on jurisprudence widened. On December 8 of that same year, before serving his first full year as a professor, the governor of Massachusetts sent an urgent request for Holmes to leave Harvard and assume a seat as Associate Justice on the Massachusetts Supreme Court. So pressed was the governor that he implored Holmes to reply by 3:00 p.m. of the same day. Holmes replied on time and accepted the position. In 1899, Holmes was appointed Chief Justice of the Massachusetts Supreme Court. 116. In 1902, President Theodore Roosevelt, impressed with Holmes' growing juridical prestige, appointed Holmes to the U.S. Supreme Court. There, Holmes assumed a legendary status as a defender of the Constitution and proud expositor of unpopular opinions that nonetheless upheld the rule of law. For more than a quarter century, his name was virtually synonymous with the finest principles of the legal system. During his tenure on the highest bench, he wrote nearly 1,000 valued opinions. 117. Holmes also became famous for powerful dissents, 173 in all. Many championed and clarified the most precious elements of free speech. In one such dissent, he argued the ultimate good desired is better reached by free trade in ideas, that the best of truth is the power of the thought to get itself accepted in the competition of the market. In 1928, he enunciated the lasting precept, if there is any principle of the Constitution that more imperatively calls for attachment than any other, it is the principle of free thought, not free thought for those who agree with us, but freedom for the thought we hate. Yet Holmes was wise enough to assert that the most stringent protection of free speech would not protect a man in falsely shouting fire in a theater and causing a panic. 118. Indeed, in 1931, his 90th birthday celebration would be an event for the nation, broadcast over the Columbia radio system. Speeches lauded him as America's most respected man of law. 119. Into the hands of Oliver Wendell Holmes, defender of the noblest ideal of American jurisprudence, was Carey Buck commended. Buck v. Bell would be decided in May of 1927. But the 86-year-old Holmes was in many ways defined by the Civil War and ethically shaped by the 19th century. While recovering from the wounds of Chancellorsville, his reading included Spencer's Social Statics, the turning point tract that advocated social Darwinism and so significantly influenced Galtonian thought. Spencer argued the strong over the weak, and believed that human entitlements and charity itself were false and against nature. Indeed, Holmes' 1881 lecture series in the Common Law also asserted that the idea of inherent rights was intrinsically absurd. 120. Moreover, the warrior scholar seemed to believe that might makes right. In his essay entitled Natural Law, Holmes defined truth. Truth, he declared, was the majority vote of that nation that could lick all others. 121. 1Na graduation speech to Harvard's class of 1895, Holmes declared the sanctity of blindly following orders. I do not know what is true, he told the audience. I do not know the meaning of the universe. But in the midst of doubt, in the collapse of creeds, there is one thing I do not doubt, that the faith is true and adorable which leads a soldier to throw away his life in obedience to a blindly accepted duty, in a cause he little understands, in a plan of a campaign of which he has no notion, under tactics of which he does not see the use. 122. While Holmes' influential Supreme Court opinions and dissents exemplified and eloquently immortalized the highest virtues of American jurisprudence, his private exchanges reveal a different man. Holmes reviled do-gooders, and in 1909 he quipped to a friend, "I doubt if a shutter would go through the spheres if the whole ant-heap were kerosened." In 1915, writing to John Wigmore, Dean of Harvard Law School, Holmes sneered at the squashy sentimentalism of a big minority of people, who made him puke. He was similarly nauseated by those who believe in the upward and onward, who talk of uplift, who think that the universe is no longer predatory. Oh, bring me a basin. 123. In the years just prior to receiving Buck v. Bell, Holmes expressed his most candid opinions of mankind. In 1920, writing to English jurist Sir Frederick Pollock, Holmes confessed, "Man at present is a predatory animal. I think that the sacredness of human life is a purely municipal idea of no validity outside the jurisdiction. I believe that force, mitigated so far as it may be by good manners, is the ultima ratio, and between two groups that want to make inconsistent kinds of world I see no remedy except force." 124. He was fond of a certain slogan, and in June of 1922 he repeated it to British scholar and future Labour Party chairman Harold J. Laski. "As I have said, no doubt, often, it seems to me that all society rests on the death of men. If you don't kill them one way you kill them another or prevent their being born." He added, "Is not the present time an illustration of Malthus?" 125. In 1926, Holmes again confided to Laski, "In cases of difference between oneself and another there is nothing to do except in unimportant matters to think ill of him and in important ones to kill him." 126. Shortly thereafter, Holmes wrote Laski, "We look at our fellow men with sympathy, but nature looks at them as she looks at flies." 127. The other men of the Supreme Court included Justice Louis Brandeis, the eminent Jewish human rights advocate. Another was the racist and anti-Semite James Clark McReynolds, who refused to even sit or stand next to Brandeis. The Chief Justice was former President William Howard Taft. 128. On May 2, 1927, in the plain daylight of the Supreme Court, with only Justice Pierce Butler dissenting, Justice Holmes wrote the opinion for the majority. "Carrie Buck is a feeble-minded white woman who was committed to the state colony above mentioned in due form. She is the daughter of a feeble-minded mother in the same institution, and the mother of an illegitimate feeble-minded child. She was 18 years old at the time of the trial of her case in the Circuit Court, in the latter part of 1924. An Act of Virginia, approved March 20, 1924, recites that the health of the patient and the welfare of society may be promoted in certain cases by the sterilization of mental defectives, under careful safeguard, without serious pain or substantial danger to life, that the Commonwealth is supporting in various institutions many defective persons who if now discharged would become a menace but if incapable of procreating might be discharged with safety and become self-supporting with benefit to themselves and to society, and that experience has shown that heredity plays an important part in the transmission of insanity, imbecility, and c. 129. Holmes' opinion summarized the extensive procedural safeguards Virginia had applied, and concluded, "There is no doubt that in that respect the plaintiff in error has had due process of law." 130. He continued, and in many ways quoted Laughlin's model eugenical law verbatim. "The attack is not upon the procedure but upon the substantive law. It seems to be contended that in no circumstances could such an order be justified. It certainly is contended that the order cannot be justified upon the existing grounds. The judgment finds the facts that have been recited and that Carrie Buck is the probable potential parent of socially inadequate offspring, likewise afflicted, that she may be sexually sterilized without detriment to her general health and that her welfare and that of society will be promoted by her sterilization, and thereupon makes the order. We have seen more than once that the public welfare may call upon the best citizens for their lives. It would be strange if it could not call upon those who already sap the strength of the state for these lesser sacrifices, often not felt to be such by those concerned, in order to prevent our being swamped with incompetence. 131. Then Holmes wrote the words that would reverberate forever. It is better for all the world, if instead of waiting to execute degenerate offspring for crime, or to let them starve for their imbecility, society can prevent those who are manifestly unfit from continuing their kind. The principle that sustains compulsory vaccination is broad enough to cover cutting the fallopian tubes. 3 generations of imbeciles are enough. 132. It was over. Carrie Buck was sterilized before noon on October 19, 192-7. Her file was noted simply, "Patient sterilized this morning under authority of Act of Assembly." Her mother Emma, residing elsewhere in the same institution, ultimately died some years later, and was ignominiously buried in a colony graveyard beneath tombstone marker number 575. Little Vivian, the 3rd generation to be declared an imbecile, was raised by the Dobbses, and enrolled in school, where she earned a place on the honor roll. In 1932, however, Vivian died of an infectious disease at the age of 8. 133. Eugenical sterilization was now the law of the land. The floodgates opened wide. *******. In the 2 decades between Indiana's pioneering eugenical sterilization law and the Carrie Buck decision, state and local jurisdictions had steadily retreated from the irreversible path of human sterilization. Of the 23 states that had enacted legislation, Maine, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, South Dakota, and Utah had recorded no sterilizations at all. Idaho and Washington had performed only 1 procedure each, and Delaware just 5. Even states with strong eugenics movements had only performed a small number. Kansas, for instance, had sterilized or castrated 335 men and women, Nebraska had sterilized 262 men and women, Oregon had sterilized 313, and Wisconsin had sterilized 144.134. Although some 6,244 state-sanctioned operations were logged from 1907 to July of 192.5, 3/4 of these were in just one state, California. California, which boasted the country's most activist eugenic organizations and theorists, proudly performed 4,636 sterilizations and castrations in less than 2 decades. Under California's sweeping eugenics law, all feeble-minded or other mental patients were sterilized before discharge, and any criminal found guilty of any crime 3 times could be asexualized upon the discretion of a consulting physician. But even California's record was considered by leading eugenicists to be very limited when compared to the extent of the problem. 135. Many state officials were simply waiting for the outcome of the Carrie Buck case. Once Holmes' ruling was handed down, it was cited everywhere as the law of the land. New laws were enacted, bringing the total number of states sanctioning sterilization to 29. Old laws were revised and replaced. Maine, which had not performed such operations before, was responsible for 190 in the next 13 years. Utah, which had also abstained, performed 252 in the next 13 years. South Dakota, which had performed none, recorded 577 in the next 13 years. Minnesota, which had previously declined to act on its legislation, registered 1,880 in the next 13 years. 136. The totals from 1907 to 1940 now changed dramatically. North Carolina, 1,017. Michigan, 2,145. Virginia, 3,924. California's numbers soared to 14,568. Even New York State sterilized 41 men and 1 woman. The grounds for sterilization fluctuated wildly. Most were adjudged feeble-minded, insane, or criminal. Many were guilty of the crime of being poor. Many were deemed moral degenerates. 700 were classed as other. Some were adjudged medically unacceptable. All told, by the end of 1940, no fewer than 35,878 men and women had been sterilized or castrated, almost 30,000 of them after Buck v. Bell. 137. And the men and women of eugenics had more plans. They even had a song, created on the grounds of the Eugenics Record Office in the summer of 1910, which they chanted to the rambunctious popular melodies of the day. They sang their lyrics to the rollicking jubilation of "Ta-ra-ra-boom-da-I. We are Eugenists so gay. And we have no time for play. Serious we have to be. Working for posterity." Chorus. "Ta-ra-ra-boom-da-I. We're so happy, we're so gay. We been working all the day. That's the way eugenists play. Trips we have in plenty too. Where no merriment is due. We inspect with might and main. Habitats of the insane. Statisticians too are we. In the house of Carnegie. If to future good you list, you must be a eugenist. 138. Chapter 7. Birth Control. The American masses were not rising up demanding to sterilize, institutionalize, and dehumanize their neighbors and kinfolk. Eugenics was a movement of the nation's elite thinkers and many of its most progressive reformers. As its ideology spread among the intelligentsia, eugenics cross-infected many completely separate social reform and healthcare movements, each worthwhile in its own right. The benevolent causes that became polluted by eugenics included the movements for child welfare, prison reform, better education, human hygiene, clinical psychology, medical treatment, world peace, and immigrant rights, as well as charities and progressive undertakings of all kinds. The most striking of these movements was also one of the world's most overdue and needed campaigns, the birth control movement. The global effort to help women make independent choices about their own pregnancies was dominated by one woman, Margaret Sanger. Sanger was a controversial rabble-rouser from the moment she sprang onto the world stage, fighting for a woman's most personal right in a completely male-dominated world order. In the early part of the 20th century, when Sanger's birth control movement was in its formative stages, women were second-class citizens in much of America. Even the most powerful women in America, such as Mrs. Harriman, could not vote in a federal election, although the most uneducated coal miner or destitute pauper could. Many husbands treated their wives like baby machines, without regard for their health or the family's quality of life. Inevitably, in this state, many women could not expect any role in the world beyond a life of childbearing and child-rearing. Sanger herself was the sixth of 11 children. 1. Motherhood was to most civilizations a sacred role. Sanger, however, wanted women to have a choice in that sacred role, specifically if, when and how often to become pregnant. But under the strict morals laws of the day, even disseminating birth control information was deemed a pornographic endeavor. 2. Sanger was not an armchair activist. She surrounded herself with the very misery she sought to alleviate. Working as a visiting nurse in New York City, Sanger encountered unwanted pregnancies and their consequences every day, especially in the teeming slums of Lower Manhattan and Brooklyn. There, the oppressive reality of overpopulation and poverty cried out for relief. Without proper health care, poor women often died during pregnancy or in labor. Without proper prenatal care, children were often born malnourished, stunted or diseased, further straining family resources and subverting the quality of life for all. Infant mortality was high in the sooty slums of New York. 3. In her autobiography, Sanger dramatized the moment that moved her to devote her life to the cause. It occurred one night in 1912 when she was called to the disheveled three-room flat of Jake and Sadie Sachs. The young couple already had 3 children and knew nothing about reproductive controls. Just months earlier, Sadie had lost consciousness after a self-induced abortion. Later, Sadie pleaded with Sanger for some information to help her avoid another pregnancy. Such information did exist, but it was not commonly available. One doctor advised that Sadie's husband sleep on the roof. Now Sadie was pregnant again and in life-threatening physical distress. Sadie's frantic husband summoned Nurse Sanger, who raced to the apartment and found the young woman comatose. Despite Sanger's efforts, Sadie died 10 minutes later. Sanger pulled a sheet over the dead woman's face as her helpless, guilt-ridden husband shrieked, "My God! My God!" 4. I left him. Jake Sachs pacing desperately back and forth, Sanger recounted in her autobiography, and for hours I myself walked and walked and walked through the hushed streets. When I finally arrived home and let myself quietly in, all the household was sleeping. I looked out my window and down upon the dimly lighted city. Its pains and griefs crowded in upon me, a moving picture rolled before my eyes with photographic clearness, women writhing in travail to bring forth little babies, the babies themselves naked and hungry, wrapped in newspapers to keep them from the cold, 6-year-old children with pinched, pale, wrinkled faces, old in concentrated wretchedness, pushed into grey and fetid cellars, crouching on stone floors, their small scrawny hands scuttling through rags, making lampshades, artificial flowers. White coffins, black coffins, coffins, coffins interminably passing in never-ending succession. The scenes piled one upon another on another. I could bear it no longer. 5. Sanger was never the same. A crusader at heart, she was thrust into a mission, to bring birth-regulating information and options to all women. It was more than a health movement. It was women's liberation, intended to benefit all of society. Sanger and her circle of friends named the program Birth Control. She traveled across the nation demanding the right to disseminate birth control information, which was still criminalized. She fought for access to contraception, and for the simple right of a woman to choose her own reproductive future. She herself became a worldwide cause célèbre. Her various advocacy organizations evolved into the worldwide federation known as Planned Parenthood. Sanger eventually assumed legendary status as a champion of personal freedoms and women's rights. 6. Because Sanger challenged the moral as well as the legal order, and antagonized many religious groups that understandably held the right to life an inviolable principle, Sanger made many enemies. They dogged her everywhere she went, and in every endeavor. 7. Sanger hatred never receded. Decades after her death, discrediting Sanger was still a permanent fixture in a broad movement opposed to birth control and abortion. Their tactics frequently included the sloppy or deliberate misquoting, misattributing or misconstruing of single out-of-context sentences to falsely depict Sanger as a racist or anti-Semite. 8. Sanger was no racist. Nor was she anti-Semitic. But Sanger was an ardent, self-confessed eugenicist, and she would turn her otherwise noble birth control organizations into a tool for eugenics, which advocated for mass sterilization of so-called defectives, 9. Mass incarceration of the unfit, 10. And draconian immigration restrictions. 11. Like other staunch eugenicists, Sanger vigorously opposed charitable efforts to uplift the downtrodden and deprived, and argued extensively that it was better that the cold and hungry be left without help, so that the eugenically superior strains could multiply without competition from the unfit. 12. She repeatedly referred to the lower classes and the unfit as human waste not worthy of assistance, and proudly quoted the extreme eugenic view that human weeds should be exterminated. 13. Moreover, for both political and genuine ideological reasons, Sanger associated closely with some of America's most fanatical eugenic racists. 14. Both through her publication, Birth Control Review, and her public oratory, Sanger helped legitimize and widen the appeal of eugenics pseudoscience. 15. Indeed, to many, birth control was just another form of eugenics. But why? The feminist movement, of which Sanger was a major exponent, always identified with eugenics. The idea appealed to women desiring to exercise sensible control over their own bodies. Human breeding was advocated by American feminists long before Davenport spun Mendelian principles into 20th-century American eugenics. Feminist author Victoria Woodhull, for example, expressed the belief that encouraging positive and discouraging negative breeding were both indispensable for social improvement. In her 1891 pamphlet, The Rapid Multiplication of the Unfit, Woodhull insisted, the best minds of today have accepted the fact that if superior people are desired, they must be bred, and if imbeciles, criminals, paupers, and the otherwise unfit are undesirable citizens they must not be bred. 20 years later, Sanger continued the feminist affinity for organized eugenics. Like many progressives, she applied eugenic principles to her pet passion, birth control, which she believed was required of any properly run eugenic society. Sanger saw the obstruction of birth control as a multi-tiered injustice. One of those tiers was the way it enlarged the overall menace of social defectives plaguing society. 17. Sanger expressed her own sense of ancestral self-worth in the finest eugenic tradition. Her autobiography certified the quality of her mother's ancestors. Her family had been Irish as far back as she could trace, the strain of the Norman conquerors had run true throughout the generations, and may have accounted for her unfaltering courage. 18. Sanger continued, mother's 11 children were all 10-pounders or more, and both she and father had a eugenic pride of race. 19. Sanger always considered birth control a function of general population control and embraced the Malthusian notion that a world running out of food supplies should halt charitable works and allow the weak to die off. Malthus's ideals were predecessors to Galton's own pronouncements. Indeed, when Sanger first launched her movement she considered naming it Neo-Malthusianism. She recounted the night the movement was named in these words, a new movement was starting. It did not belong to socialism nor was it in the labor field, and it had much more to it than just the prevention of conception. As a few companions were sitting with me one evening, we debated in turn voluntary parenthood, voluntary motherhood, the new motherhood, constructive generation, and new generation. The terms already in use Neo-Malthusianism, family limitation, and conscious generation seemed stuffy and lacked popular appeal. We tried population control, race control, and birth rate control. Then someone suggested drop the word rate. Birth control was the answer. 20 years later, Sanger still continued to see eugenics and birth control as adjuncts. In 1926, her organization sponsored the 6th International Neo-Malthusian and Birth Control Conference. In a subsequent birth control review article referencing the conference, Jewish crusader Rabbi Stephen Wise, president of the American Jewish Congress, declared, "I think of birth control as an item, supremely important as an item in the eugenic program. Birth control, I repeat, is the fundamental, primary element or item in the eugenic program." 21. Indeed, Sanger saw birth control as the highest form of eugenics. Birth control, which has been criticized as negative and destructive, is really the greatest and most truly eugenic method, and its adoption as part of the program of eugenics would immediately give a concrete and realistic power to that science. As a matter of fact, birth control has been accepted by the most clear-thinking and far-seeing of the eugenists themselves as the most constructive and necessary of the means to racial health. 22. More than a Malthusian, Sanger became an outspoken social Darwinist, even looking beyond the ideas of Spencer. In her 1922 book, Pivot of Civilization, Sanger thoroughly condemned charitable action. She devoted a full chapter to a denigration of charity and a deprecation of the lower classes. Chapter 5, The Cruelty of Charity, was prefaced by an epigraph from Spencer himself, "Fostering the good for nothing at the expense of the good is an extreme cruelty. It is a deliberate storing up of miseries for future generations. There is no greater curse to posterity than that of bequeathing them an increasing population of imbeciles." 23. Not as an isolated comment, but on page after page, Sanger castigated charities and the people they hope to assist. "Organized charity itself," she wrote, "is the symptom of a malignant social disease. Those vast, complex, interrelated organizations aiming to control and to diminish the spread of misery and destitution and all the menacing evils that spring out of this sinisterly fertile soil, are the surest sign that our civilization has bred, is breeding and is perpetuating constantly increasing numbers of defectives, delinquents, and dependents. My criticism, therefore, is not directed at the failure of philanthropy, but rather at its success. 24. She condemned philanthropists and repeatedly referred to those needing help as little more than human waste. Such philanthropy, unwittingly promotes precisely the results most deprecated. It encourages the healthier and more normal sections of the world to shoulder the burden of unthinking and indiscriminate fecundity of others, which brings with it, as I think the reader must agree, a dead weight of human waste. Instead of decreasing and aiming to eliminate the stocks that are most detrimental to the future of the race and the world, it tends to render them to a menacing degree dominant. 25. Sanger added, as British eugenists so conclusively show, and as the infant mortality reports so thoroughly substantiate, a high rate of fecundity is always associated with the direst poverty, irresponsibility, mental defect, feeble-mindedness, and other transmissible taints. The effect of maternity endowments and maternity centers supported by private philanthropy would have, perhaps already have had, exactly the most dysgenic tendency. The new government program would facilitate the function of maternity among the very classes in which the absolute necessity is to discourage it. 26. She continued, the most serious charge that can be brought against modern benevolence is that it encourages the perpetuation of defectives, delinquents, and dependents. These are the most dangerous elements in the world community, the most devastating curse on human progress and expression. Philanthropy is a gesture characteristic of modern business, lavishing upon the unfit the profits extorted from the community at large. Looked at impartially, this compensatory generosity is in its final effect probably more dangerous, more dysgenic, more blighting than the initial practice of profiteering and the social injustice which makes some too rich and others too poor. 27. Like most eugenicists, she appealed to the financial instincts of the wealthy and middle class whose taxes and donations funded social assistance. Insanity, she wrote, annually drains from the state treasury no less than $11,985,695.55, and from private sources and endowments another 20 millions. When we learn further that the total number of inmates in public and private institutions in the state of New York, in almshouses, reformatories, schools for the blind, deaf, and mute, in insane asylums, in homes for the feeble-minded and epileptic, amounts practically to less than 65,000, an insignificant number compared to the total population, our eyes should be opened to the terrific cost to the community of this dead weight of human waste. 28. She repeated eugenic notions of generation-to-generation hereditary pauperism as a genetic defect too expensive for society to defray. The offspring of one feeble-minded man named Jukes, she reminded, has cost the public in one way or another $1,300,000 in 75 years. Do we want more such families? 29. Sanger's book, Pivot of Civilization, included an introduction by famous British novelist and eugenicist H.G. Wells, who said, "We want fewer and better children, and we cannot make the social life and the world peace we are determined to make, with the ill-bred, ill-trained swarms of inferior citizens that you inflict upon us 30. Later, Sanger's magazine reprinted and lauded an editorial from the publication American Medicine, which tried to correct the popular misapprehension that birth control advocates encourage small families. The truth is that they encourage small families where large ones would seem detrimental to society, but they advocate with just as great insistence large families where small ones are an injustice to society. They frown upon the ignorant poor whose numerous children, brought into the world often under the most unfavorable circumstances, are a burden to themselves, a menace to the health of the not infrequently unwilling mother, and an obstacle to social progress. But they frown with equal disapproval on the well-to-do, cultured parents who can offer their children all the advantages of the best care and education and who nevertheless selfishly withhold these benefits from society. More children from the fit, less from the unfit, that is the chief issue in birth control. But on this last point, however, Sanger disagreed with mainstream eugenicists. She encouraged intelligent birth control even for superior families. 31. Sanger would return to the theme of more eugenically fit children, and fewer unfit, again and again. She preferred negative, coercive eugenics. Eugenics seems to me to be valuable in its critical and diagnostic aspects, in emphasizing the danger of irresponsible and uncontrolled fertility of the unfit and the feeble-minded, establishing a progressive unbalance in human society and lowering the birth rate among the fit. But in its so-called constructive aspect, in seeking to re-establish the dominance of the healthy strain over the unhealthy, by urging an increased birth rate among the fit, the eugenists really offer nothing more far-sighted than a cradle competition between the fit and the unfit. 32. Sanger's solutions were mass sterilization and mass segregation of the defective classes, and these themes were repeated often in Pivot of Civilization. The emergency problem of segregation and sterilization must be faced immediately. Every feeble-minded girl or woman of the hereditary type, especially of the moron class, should be segregated during the reproductive period. Otherwise, she is almost certain to bear imbecile children, who in turn are just as certain to breed other defectives. The male defectives are no less dangerous. Segregation carried out for 1 or 2 generations would give us only partial control of the problem. Moreover, when we realize that each feeble-minded person is a potential source of an endless progeny of defect, we prefer the policy of immediate sterilization, of making sure that parenthood is absolutely prohibited to the feeble-minded. 33. Indeed, Sanger listed 8 official aims for her new organization, the American Birth Control League. The 4th aim was sterilization of the insane and feeble-minded and the encouragement of this operation upon those afflicted with inherited or transmissible diseases. 34. For her statistics and definitions regarding the feeble-minded, Sanger subscribed to Goddard's approach. Just how many feeble-minded there are in the United States, no one knows, wrote Sanger in another book, Woman and the New Race, because no attempt has ever been made to give public care to all of them, and families are more inclined to conceal than to reveal the mental defects of their members. Estimates vary from 350,000 at the present time to nearly 400,000 as early as 1890. Henry H. Goddard, Ph.D., of the Vineland, N.J., Training School, being authority for the latter statement. 35. Similarly, she accepted the view that most feeble-minded children descended from immigrants. For instance, she cited one study that concluded, an overwhelming proportion of the classified feeble-minded children in New York schools came from large families in overcrowded slum conditions, and only a small percentage were born of native parents. 36. Steeped in eugenic science, Sanger frequently parroted the results of U.S. Army intelligence testing, which asserted that as many as 70% of Americans were feeble-minded. In January of 1932, the Brooklyn Daily Eagle sent Sanger a quote from a British publication asserting that 1/10 of England's population was feeble-minded due to random output of unrestricted breeding. In a letter, the Eagle editor asked Sanger, "Is that a fair estimate? What percentage of this country's population is deficient for the same reasons?" Sanger wrote her response on the letter, 70% below 15-year intellect. Her secretary then formally typed a response, "Mrs. Sanger believes that 70% of this country's population has an intellect of less than 15 years." 37. Her magazine, Birth Control Review, featured an article with a similar view. The purpose of eugenics stated, expert Army investigators disclosed the startling fact that fully 70% of the constituents of this huge army had a mental capacity below 14 years. 38. When lobbying against the growing demographics of the defective, Sanger commonly cited eugenic theory as unimpeachable fact. For example, she followed one fusillade of population reduction rhetoric by assuring, "The opinions which I summarize here are not so much my own, originally, as those of medical authorities who have made deep and careful investigations." 39. Sanger was willing to employ striking language to argue against the inherent misery and defect of large families. In her book, Woman and the New Race, she bluntly declared, "Many, perhaps, will think it idle to go farther in demonstrating the immorality of large families, but since there is still an abundance of proof at hand, it may be offered for the sake of those who find difficulty in adjusting old-fashioned ideas to the facts." The most merciful thing that the large family does to one of its infant members is to kill it. 40. At times, she publicly advocated extermination of so-called human weeds to bolster her own views. For example, her August 15, 1925, Collier's magazine guest editorial entitled "Is Race Suicide Probable?" argued the case for birth control by quoting eminent botanist and radical eugenicist Luther Burbank, to whom American civilization is deeply indebted. Quoting Burbank, Sanger's opinion piece continued, "America is like a garden in which the gardener pays no attention to the weeds. Our criminals are our weeds, and weeds breed fast and are intensely hardy. They must be eliminated. Stop permitting criminals and weaklings to reproduce." All over the country today we have enormous insane asylums and similar institutions where we nourish the unfit and criminal instead of exterminating them. Nature eliminates the weeds, but we turn them into parasites and allow them to reproduce. 41. Sanger surrounded herself with some of the eugenics movement's most outspoken racists and white supremacists. Chief among them was Lothrop Stoddard, author of The Rising Tide of Color Against White World Supremacy. Stoddard's book, devoted to the notion of a superior Nordic race, became a eugenic gospel. It warned, "Finally perish. That is the exact alternative which confronts the white race. If white civilization goes down, the white race is irretrievably ruined. It will be swamped by the triumphant colored races, who will obliterate the white man by elimination or absorption. Not today, nor yet tomorrow, perhaps not for generations, but surely in the end. If the present drift be not changed, we whites are all ultimately doomed." 42. Stoddard added the eugenic maxim, "We now know that men are not, and never will be, equal. We know that environment and education can develop only what heredity brings." Stoddard's solution? Just as we isolate bacterial invasions, and starve out the bacteria, by limiting the area and amount of their food supply, so we can compel an inferior race to remain in its native habitat. Which will, as with all organisms, eventually limit its influence. 43. Shortly after Stoddard's landmark book was published in 1920, Sanger invited him to join the board of directors of her American Birth Control League, a position he retained for years. Likewise, Stoddard retained a key position as a member of the conference committee of the First American Birth Control Conference. 44. Another Sanger colleague was Yale economics professor Irving Fisher, a leader of the Eugenics Research Association. It was Fisher who had told the Second National Congress on Race Betterment, "Gentlemen and ladies, you have not any idea unless you have studied this subject mathematically, how rapidly we could exterminate this contamination if we really got at it, or how rapidly the contamination goes on if we do not get at it." 45. Fisher also served on Sanger's committee for the First American Birth Control Conference, and lectured at her birth control events. Some of these events were unofficial gatherings to discuss wider eugenic action. In a typical exchange before one such lecture in March of 1925, Laughlin wrote to Fisher, "I have received a letter from Mrs. Sanger verifying your date for the roundtable discussion. Dr. Davenport and I can meet you, 30 minutes before Mrs. Sanger's conference opens, so that we three can then confer on the business in hand in reference to our membership on the International Commission of Eugenics." 46. Henry Pratt Fairchild served as one of Sanger's chief organizers and major correspondents. 47. Fairchild became renowned for his virulent anti-immigrant and anti-ethnic polemic, "The Melting Pot Mistake." Fairchild argued, unrestricted immigration was slowly, insidiously, irresistibly eating away the very heart of the United States. What was being melted in the great melting pot, losing all form and symmetry, all beauty and character, all nobility and usefulness, was the American nationality itself. Like Stoddard, Fairchild compared ethnic minorities to a vile bacterium. But in the case of a nationality, warned Fairchild, the foreign particle does not become a part of the nationality until he has become assimilated to it. Previous to that time, he is an extraneous factor, like undigested, and possibly indigestible, matter in the body of a living organism. That being the case, the only way he can alter the nationality is by injuring it, by impeding its functions. 48 Like Fisher, Fairchild offered key speeches at Sanger's conferences, such as the 1925 Sixth International Neo-Malthusian and Birth Control Conference and the 1927 World Population Conference. In 1929, he became vice president and board member of Sanger's Central Lobbying Group, the National Committee for Federal Legislation on Birth Control. In 1931 he served on the advisory board of Sanger's Birth Control Clinical Research Bureau, and later he served as vice president of the Birth Control Federation of America. 49. Stoddard, Fairchild, and Fisher were just three of the many eugenicists working in close association with Sanger and her birth control movement. Therefore, even though Sanger was not a racist or an anti-Semite herself, she openly welcomed the worst elements of both into the birth control movement. This provided legitimacy and greater currency for a eugenics movement that thrived by subverting progressive platforms to achieve its goals of Nordic racial superiority and ethnic banishment for everyone else. Because so many American eugenic leaders occupied key positions within the birth control movement. 50 And because so much of Sanger's rhetoric on suppressing defective immigration echoed standard eugenic vitriol on the topic. 51 And because the chief aims of both organizations included mass sterilization and sequestration, Sanger came to view eugenics and her movement as two sides of the same coin. She consistently courted leaders of the eugenics movement, seeking their acceptance, and periodically maneuvering for a merger of sorts. The chief obstacle to this merger was Sanger's failure to embrace what was known as constructive eugenics. She argued for an aggressive program of negative eugenics, that is, the elimination of the unfit through mass sterilization and sequestration. 52 But she did not endorse constructive eugenics, that is, higher birth rates for those families the movement saw as superior. 53 Moreover, Sanger believed that until mass sterilization took hold, lower-class women should practice intelligent birth control by planning families, employing contraception, and spacing their children. This notion split the eugenic leadership. Some key eugenicists believed birth control was an admirable first step until more coercive measures could be imposed. However, other leaders felt Sanger's approach was a lamentable half-measure that sent the wrong message. A telling editorial in Eugenical News declared that the leaders of American eugenics would be willing to grant Sanger's crusade hearty support if only she would drop her opposition to larger families for the fit, and advocate differential fecundity reproductive rates on the basis of natural worth. 54. In other words, Sanger's insistence on birth control for all women, even women of so-called good families, made her movement unpalatable to the male-dominated eugenics establishment. But on this point she would not yield. In many ways this alienated her from eugenics' highest echelons. Even still, Sanger continued to drape herself in the flag of mainstream eugenics, keeping as many major eugenic leaders as close as possible, and pressing others to join her. Typical was her attempt on October 6, 1921, to coax eugenicist Henry Osborn, president of the New York's Museum of Natural History, to join ranks with the first American Birth Control Conference. "We are most anxious to have you become affiliated with this group and to have your permission to add your name to the conference committee." When he did not reply, Sanger sent a duplicate letter 5 days later. Her answer came on October 21, not from Osborn, but from Davenport. Davenport, who vigorously opposed Sanger's efforts, replied that Osborn believes that a certain amount of birth control should properly be exercised by the white race, as it is by many of the so-called savage races. I imagine, however, that he is less interested in the statistical reduction in the size of the family than he is in bringing about a qualitative result by which the defective strains should have, on the average, very small families and the efficient strains, of different social levels, should have relatively larger families. Davenport declined on Osborn's behalf, adding, "Propaganda for birth control at this time may well do more harm than good, and he is unwilling to associate himself with the forthcoming birth control conference, since there is grave doubt whether it will work out the advancement of the race." 55. Sanger kept trying. On February 11, 1925, she wrote directly to Davenport, inviting him to become a vice president of the 6th International Neo-Malthusian and Birth Control Conference. Within 48 hours, America's cardinal eugenicist sharply declined. As to any official connection on my part with the conference as vice president, or officially recognized participant or supporter, that is, for reasons which I have already expressed to you in early letters, not possible. For one thing, the confusion of eugenics, which in its application to humans is qualitative, with birth control, which as set forth by most of its propagandists, is quantitative, is, or was considerable, and the association of the director of the Eugenics Record Office with the Birth Control Conference would only serve to confuse the distinction. I trust, therefore, you will appreciate my reasons for not wishing to appear as a supporter of the Birth Control League or of the conference. 56. Not willing to take no for an answer, Sanger immediately wrote to Laughlin at Cold Spring Harbor, asking him to join a roundtable discussion at the conference. Among the conference topics devoted to eugenics was a day-long session entitled, Sterilization, Crime, Eugenics, Biological Fertility and Sterility. Irving Fisher was considering participating, and by mentioning Fisher's name, Sanger hoped to entice Laughlin. When Laughlin did not reply immediately, Sanger sent him a second letter at the Carnegie Institution in Washington on March 23, and then a third to Cold Spring Harbor on March 24. Fisher finally accepted and then wired as much to Laughlin, who then also accepted for the afternoon portion of the eugenic program. 57. Ironically, during one of the conference's sparsely attended administrative sessions, when Sanger was undoubtedly absent, conservative eugenic theorist Roswell Johnson took the floor to quickly usher through a special eugenic resolution advocating larger families for the fit. It was exactly what Sanger opposed. 58. Johnson, co-author of the widely used textbook Applied Eugenics, introduced the resolution and marshaled a majority from the slight attendance while Sanger's main organizers were presumably out of earshot. It read, "Resolved, that this conference believes that persons whose progeny give promise of being of decided value to the community should be encouraged to bear as large families, properly spaced, as they feel they feasibly can." Newspapers on both sides of the Atlantic energetically pounced on the resolution. 59. Outraged, Sanger immediately repudiated the resolution, unconcerned with whether or not she alienated her allies in the mainstream eugenics movement. "It is my belief," she declared in the next available volume of Birth Control Review, "that the so-called eugenic resolution, passed at the final session of the 6th International Neo-Malthusian and Birth Control Conference, has created a lamentable confusion. It was interpreted by the press as indicating that we believed we could actually increase the size of families among the superior classes by passing resolutions recommending larger families." 60. Despite the public row, Sanger continued to push for a merger with the Eugenics Research Association. The era had considered affiliation, but eventually declined. For the time being, the organization would not seek formal affiliation with the Birth Control Conference. 61. Yet the overlap between Sanger's organizations and the most extreme eugenic bodies continued. The American Eugenics Society, founded in 1922, was the key advocacy and propaganda wing of the movement. Its board of directors, which included Davenport and Laughlin, also included two men who served on Sanger's organizational and conference boards: University of Michigan President Clarence C. Little and racist author Henry Pratt Fairchild. Moreover, the American Eugenics Society's advisory council included a number of men who also served in official capacities with Sanger's various organizations, including Harvard sociologist Edward East, psychologist Adolph Meyer, and Rockefeller Foundation medical director William Welch. 62. Therefore, it was only natural that the issue of merger continued to resurface, especially since Sanger's conferences and her publication, Birth Control Review, continued to trumpet the classic eugenic cause, often in the most caustic language. For example, A February 1924 birth control conference in Syracuse featured a paper entitled Birth Control as Viewed by a Sociologist. The speech argued, "We need a eugenic program, and by that I mean a program that seeks to improve the quality of our population, to make a stronger, brainier, and better race of men and women. This will require an effort to increase the number of superior and diminish that of the inferior and the weakling. It is quite important that we cut down on the now large numbers of the unfit, the physical, mental, and moral subnormals." This speech was quickly reprinted in the May 1924 issue of Birth Control Review, with the eugenic remarks highlighted in a special subsection headlined Eugenics and Birth Control 63. In the December 1924 Birth Control Review, another typical article, this one by eugenicist John C. Duval, was simply titled "The Purpose of Eugenics." In a section subtitled "Dangerous Human Pests," Duval explained, "We therefore actually subsidize the propagation of the Jukes and thousands of others of their kind through the promiscuous dispensation of charitable relief, thereby allowing these classes of degenerates to poison society with their unbridled prolific scum, so that at the present time there are about 1/2 million of this type receiving attention in publicly maintained institutions, while thousands of others are at large to the detriment of our finer elements." The article added thoughts about eradicating such a problem. It is interesting to note that there is no hesitation to interfere with the course of nature when we desire to eliminate or prevent a superfluity of rodents, insects, or other pests, but when it comes to the elimination of the immeasurably more dangerous human pest, we blindly adhere to the inconsistent dogmatic doctrine that man has a perfect right to control all nature with the exception of himself. 64 It was the second time that year that Sanger's magazine had published virtually the same phrases declaring lower classes to be more dangerous than rats and bugs. 65 Such denunciations were commonplace in Birth Control Review. No wonder then that in 1928, leaders of the American Eugenics Society began to suggest that its own monthly publication of eugenic proselytism, Eugenics, merge with Sanger's Birth Control Review. Leon Whitney, executive secretary of the American Eugenics Society and a Sanger ally, wrote Davenport on April 3, 1928, "It would be an excellent thing if both the American Birth Control League and the American Eugenics Society used the same magazine as their official organ, especially since they were both interested so much in the same problems." Whitney took the liberty of meeting with Sanger on the question, and reported to colleagues, "She felt very strongly about eugenics and seemed to see the whole problem of birth control as a eugenical problem." As to combining their publications, he added, "Mrs. Sanger took very kindly to the idea and seemed to be as enthusiastic about it as I was." 66. But most of the eugenics movement's senior personalities recoiled at the notion. Furious letters began to fly across the eugenics community. On April 13, Paul Popenoe, who headed up California's Human Betterment Society, reviewed the Whitney letter with racial theorist Madison Grant, who happened to be traveling in Los Angeles. The next day, his agitation obvious, Popenoe wrote Grant a letter marked confidential at the top. "I have been considerably disquieted by the letter you showed me yesterday, suggesting a working alliance between the American Eugenics Society and the American Birth Control League. In my judgment, we have everything to lose and nothing to gain by such an arrangement. The latter society is controlled by a group that has been brought up on agitation and emotional appeal instead of on research and education. With this group, we would take on a large quantity of ready-made enemies which it has accumulated, and we would gain allies who, while believing that they are eugenists, really have no conception of what eugenics is." 67. Popenoe reminded Grant that Sanger had personally repudiated the Johnson resolution in favor of larger fainees. "If it is desirable for us to make a campaign in favor of contraception," stressed Popenoe in condescending terms, "we are abundantly able to do so on our own account, without enrolling a lot of sob sisters, grandstand players, and anarchists to help us. We had a lunatic fringe in the eugenics movement in the early days, we have been trying for 20 years to get rid of it and have finally done so. Let's not take on another fringe of any kind as an ornament. This letter is not for publication, but I have no objection to your showing it to Mr. Whitney or any other official of the American Eugenics Society. 68. Grant dashed off an urgent missive to Whitney the next day, making clear, I am definitely opposed to any connection with them. When we organized the Eugenics Society, it was decided that we could keep clear of birth control, as it was a feminist movement and would bring a lot of unnecessary enemies. I am pretty sure that Dr. Davenport and Professor Osborne would agree with me that we had better go our own way indefinitely. Grant copied Davenport. 69. Davenport was traveling when the letters started flying. On his return, he immediately began to rally the movement's leading figures against any alliance with Mrs. Sanger. Davenport emphasized his feelings in a letter to Whitney. Mrs. Sanger is a charming woman, he began, and I have no doubt about the seriousness of her effort to do good. I have no doubt, also, that she may feel very strongly about eugenics. I have very grave doubts whether she has any clear idea of what eugenics is. We have attached to the word, eugenics, the names of Mrs. E. H. Harriman and Andrew Carnegie, persons with an unsullied personal reputation, whose names connote good judgment and great means. Such valued associations have given to the word, eugenics, great social value, and it is that which various organizations want to seize. 70. He continued, now comes along Mrs. Sanger, who feels that birth control does not taste in the mouth so well as eugenics, and she thinks that birth control is the same as eugenics, and eugenics is birth control, and she would, naturally, seize with avidity a proposal that we should blend birth control and eugenics in some way, such as the proposed joint magazine. The whole birth control movement seems to me a quagmire, out of which eugenics should keep. 71. Davenport concluded with a clear threat to steer clear of any merger talk, or else. I am interested in the work of the American Eugenics Society, he stated, but I am more interested in preserving the connotation of eugenics unsullied, and I should feel that if the Eugenics Society tied up with the birth control movement, that it would be necessary for the Eugenics Record Office of the Carnegie Institution of Washington to withdraw its moral support. 72. But the idea of a merger between eugenic and birth control groups never subsided. By the 1930s, both movements had fragmented into numerous competing and overlapping entities, many with similar names. Sanger herself had resigned from the American Birth Control League to spearhead other national birth control organizations. In 1933, when the Depression financially crippled many eugenics organizations, a union was again suggested. This time the idea was to merge the American Birth Control League and the American Eugenics Society, precisely because the concept of a birth control organization now free of Sanger's strong will but flush with funds was attractive. But as all learned, no organization associated with birth control, whether or not Sanger was still associated with it, could be free from the presence of the birth control movement's founder. On February 9, 1933, Fairchild wrote to Harry Perkins, president of the American Eugenics Society. For 2 or 3 days I have been meaning to write to you, to report on recent developments. Things are moving pretty fast. Miss Topping has been asked by the board of the ABCL, American Birth Control League, to spend 2 weeks or so interviewing various people, especially those not connected with any of the organizations involved, about the desirability of a merger. Last Sunday I had a chance to talk with Margaret Sanger, and found her enthusiastic and entirely ready to cooperate. So about the only thing that remains to make it unanimous is an assurance that a working majority of the board of the League is favorably inclined. There is every evidence that that requirement can be met. When that point is reached, the main remaining question at issue will be that of finances. The Eugenics Society has none anyway, so that is easily disposed of. The main question is whether the supporters of the League, particularly the Rockefeller interests, will continue, or enlarge their contributions in case a merger is carried out. 73. Within a month, the idea was again dead. It looks as if the merger, after all, will not materialize in the immediate future, Fairchild informed Perkins. It is the same old difficulty. The majority of the board of the League seems to be in favor of a merger, A pet dream, cherished for years. However, they absolutely balk at the mention of Margaret Sanger. They all profess to love her dearly, and admit that she is one of the biggest women in the world, but they say that it is utterly impossible to work with her, and that any association which had her on its board would go to pieces in a very short time, etc., etc., etc. 74. Refusals by eugenics stalwarts carried their own organizational dangers. Fairchild and others actually feared Sanger would try to absorb large parts of the eugenics movement into her own. As you may know, Fairchild warned Perkins, "I think the League is going to try to get a large number of the members of our board and advisory council onto their board. I shall not assist them in this effort, as I do not think the League is now, or ever can be as an independent organization, competent to function effectively in the field of eugenics, although that is now their great objective. If, however, they do succeed in getting several of our members on their board, it may make it possible for us to override the objections to Mrs. Sanger by force of ballots if this ever seems desirable." 75. The Great Depression continued to nudge the causes together. Still pending was the question of which movement would absorb the other. Perkins received yet another frank letter in mid-May of 1933 from Popenoe. Regarding amalgamation with the American Birth Control League, Popenoe wrote, "All of us out here were opposed to such a move when Whitney took it up 5 or 6 years ago and got in some premature and unfavorable publicity. Since then, conditions have changed a good deal. Mrs. Sanger's withdrawal from the League, followed by that of many of her admirers and of her husband's financial support, has crippled the League very badly in a financial way, and it has also lost prestige scientifically for these and other reasons and because other agencies are now actively in the field. The Birth Control League now has much less bargaining power than it had 5 or 6 years ago, and if a coalition were worked out it could not expect to get such favorable terms as it would have asked for at that time. The same unfortunately applies in still greater measure to the American Eugenics Society because of its present depressed finances." 76. Popenoe added candidly, "In effect, I should be perfectly willing to see the Eugenics Society swallow the Birth Control League. I should not like to see the reverse situation in which the Birth Control League would swallow the Eugenics Society and tie us all up with its slogans and campaign practices. If it comes to definite negotiations, the birth control people will naturally hold out for all they can get, but I think that a good poker player could get some big concessions from them." 77. But no amount of maneuvering or economic desperation or organizational necessity would allow the equally doctrinaire movements to find a middle ground. The old men of eugenics would not permit it so long as Sanger would not compromise. Each side believed they possessed the more genuine eugenic truth. Both movements roamed the biological landscape in perpetual parallel, following the same lines but never uniting. Moreover, the thin space between the groups was mined. Once, on May 22, 1936, the executive secretary of the American Eugenics Society, George Reed Andrews, circulated to the directors a list of prestigious names to consider adding to the board. Sanger's name appeared on page 1. 2 weeks later Perkins received a handwritten note from another society officer, "Mr. Andrews has been dismissed, with no opportunity to present his case." 78. Sanger went on to lead numerous reform and women's advocacy organizations around the world. Her crusades evolved from birth control and contraception into sex education and world population control. She championed the cause of women on all continents and became an inspiring figure to successive generations. Her very name became enshrined as a beacon of goodwill and human rights. But she never lost her eugenic raison d'etre, nor her fiery determination to eliminate the unfit. For instance, years after Sanger launched birth control, she was honored at a luncheon in the Hotel Roosevelt in New York. Her acceptance speech harkened back to the original nature of her devotion to her cause. "Let us not forget," she urged, "that these billions, millions, thousands of people are increasing, expanding, exploding at a terrific rate every year. Africa, Asia, South America are made up of more than 1 billion human beings, miserable, poor, illiterate labor slaves, whether they are called that or not, a billion hungry men and women always in the famine zone yet reproducing themselves in the blind struggle for survival and perpetuation. 79. The brains, initiative, thrift, and progress of the self-supporting, creative human being are called upon to support the ever-increasing and numerous dependent, delinquent and unbalanced masses. I wonder how many of you realize that the population of the British Isles in Shakespeare's time was scarcely more than 6 millions, yet out of these few millions came the explorers, the pioneers, the poets, the pilgrims, and the courageous founders of these United States of America. What is England producing today with her hungry 50 million human beings struggling for survival? She had then a race of quality, now it's merely quantity. One forgets that the Italy of the Renaissance, of the painters, the sculptors, the architects, was a loose collection of small towns, a tiny population that was yet the nursery of geniuses. There again quality rises supreme above quantity. 80. This 20th century of ours has seen the most rapid multiplication of human beings in our history, quantity without quality, however. Stress quality as a prime essential in the birth and survival of our population. 81. The suggestion I would offer as one worthy of national consideration is that of decreasing the progeny of those human beings afflicted with transmissible diseases and dysgenic qualities of body and mind. While our present federal governmental Santa Clauses have their hands in the taxpayers' pockets, why not in their generous giving mood be constructive and provide for sterilizing as well as giving a pension, dole call it what you may, to the feeble-minded and the victims of transmissible, congenital diseases. Such a program would be a sound future investment as well as a kindness to the couples themselves by preventing the birth of dozens of their progeny to become burdens, even criminals of another generation. 82. Sanger did not deliver this speech in the heyday of Roaring Twenties eugenics, nor in the clutches of Depression-era desperation, nor even in a world torn apart by war. She was speaking at the 30th annual meeting of the Planned Parenthood Federation on October 25, 1950. A transcript of her remarks was distributed to the worldwide press. A pamphlet was also distributed, entitled Books on Planned Parenthood, which listed 7 major topics, one of which was eugenics. The list of eugenic books and pamphlets included the familiar dogmatic publications from the 1930s covering such topics as selective sterilization and the goal of eugenics. 83. Almost 3 years later, on May 5, 1953, Sanger reviewed the goals of a new family planning organization with no change of heart. Writing on International Planned Parenthood Federation letterhead, Sanger asserted to a London eugenic colleague, "I appreciate that there is a difference of opinion as what a Planned Parenthood Federation should want or aim to do, but I do not see how we could leave out of its aims some of the eugenic principles that are basically sound in constructing a decent civilization." 84. Margaret Sanger gave hope to multitudes. For many, she redefined hope. In the process, she split a nation. But when the smoke cleared on the great biological torment of the 20th century, Margaret Sanger's movement stands as a powerful example of American eugenics' ability to pervade, infect, and distort the most dedicated causes and the most visionary reformers. None was untouchable. If one who loved humanity as much as Sanger could only love a small fraction of it, her story stands as one of the saddest chapters in the history of eugenics. Chapter 8. Blinded. Why did blindness prevention rise to the top of the eugenic agenda in the 1920s? Because mass sterilization, sequestration, birth control, and scientific classifications of the mentally defective, socially unfit and racially inferior were just the leading edge of the war against the weak. Eugenic crusaders were keen to launch the next offensive, outlawing marriage to stymie procreation by those deemed inferior. To set a medico-legal precedent that could be broadly applied to all defectives, eugenicists rallied behind the obviously appealing issue of blindness. Who could argue with a campaign to prevent blindness? Eugenicists, however, carefully added a key adjective to their cause: hereditary. Therefore, their drive was not to reduce blindness arising from accident or illness, but to prevent the far less common problem of hereditary blindness. How? by banning marriage for individuals who were blind, or anyone with even a single case of blindness in his or her family. According to the plan, such individuals could also be forcibly sterilized and segregated even if they were already married. If eugenicists could successfully lobby for legislation to prevent hereditary blindness by prohibiting suspect marriages, the concept of marriage restriction could then be broadened to include all categories of the unfit. Marriage could then be denied to a wide group of undesirables, from the feeble-minded and epileptic to paupers and the socially inadequate. Lucien Howe was a legendary champion in the cause of better vision. He is credited with helping preserve the eyesight of generations of Americans. A late 19th century pioneer in ophthalmology, he had founded the Buffalo Eye and Ear Infirmary in 1876. He also aided thousands by insisting that newborns' eyes be bathed with silver nitrate drops to fight neonatal infection. In 1890, this practice became law in New York State under a statute sometimes dubbed the Howe Law. His monumental two-volume study, Muscles of the Eye, 1907, became a standard in the field. In 1918, Howe was elected president of the American Ophthalmologic Society, and he enjoyed prestige throughout American and European ocular medicine. For his accomplishments, he would be awarded a gold medal by the National Committee for the Prevention of Blindness. Later, he helped fund the Howe Laboratory of Ophthalmology at Harvard University. Indeed, so revered was the handlebar-mustachioed eye doctor that the American Ophthalmological Society would create the Lucien Howe Medal to recognize lifetime achievement in the field. 1. Howe became a eugenic activist early on. He quickly rose to the executive committee of the Eugenics Research Association, then became a member of the International Eugenic Congress's Committee on Immigration, and ultimately became president of the Eugenics Research Association. It was Howe who led the charge to segregate, sterilize, and ban marriages of blind people and their relatives as a prelude to similar measures for people suspected of other illnesses and handicaps. Eugenic leaders understood their campaign was never about blindness alone. Blindness was only the test case to usher in sweeping eugenic marriage restrictions. Eugenicists had sought such laws since the days of Galton, who had encouraged eugenically sound marriage and discouraged unsound unions. Of course, marriage prohibitions for cultural, religious, economic, and health reasons had flourished throughout history. In modern times, many such traditions continued in law throughout Europe. These mainly banned marriage to partners of certain ages, close familial relationships, and serious health conditions. But the United States, with its numerous overlapping jurisdictions, led the world in marriage restriction laws, based on various factors of age, kinship, race, and health. For example, marriage between whites and persons of African ancestry was criminalized in many states, including California, Maryland, and North Dakota, plus the entire South. Montana outlawed marriage between whites and persons of Japanese or Chinese descent. Nevada forbade unions between whites and Malays. Several states legislated against intermarriage between whites and Native Americans. 3. Eugenicists saw America's marriage laws as ways of halting procreation between defectives, because in addition to broad laws against race mixing, many states prohibited marriage for anyone deemed insane, epileptic, feeble-minded, or syphilitic. Delaware even criminalized marriage between paupers. No wonder radical British eugenicist Robert Rentall proudly enumerated American state laws in his 1906 book Race Culture, or Race Suicide, commenting, "It is to these states we must look for guidance if we wish to lessen the chances of children being degenerates." 4. In preparing to instigate eugenic marriage legislation, Davenport circulated a state-by-state survey in 1913. It was part of an Arrow bulletin entitled State Laws Limiting Marriage Selection Examined in the Light of Eugenics. In 1915, the Journal of Heredity, the renamed American Breeders Magazine, published an in-depth article by U.S. Assistant Surgeon General W. C. Rucker castigating the existing marriage laws as insufficient from a eugenic perspective. Rucker admitted that the movement preferred permanent isolation of the defective classes, and continued, "Neither the science of eugenics nor public sentiment is ready for purely eugenic marriage legislation. Hence, the only laws that would be viable, he suggested, would be strictly hygienic in intent. 5. Enter the cause to prevent hereditary blindness. In 1918, Howe began in earnest by compiling initial financial data from leading agencies serving the blind, tabulating an institution-by-institution cost per blind person. Cleveland's public school system spent $275 for each of its 153 blind pupils. The California School for the Deaf and Blind spent $396.90 per blind student. Maine's Workshop for the Blind topped the list, spending $865 for each of its 40 individuals. 6. Adding lost wages to custodial and medical care, Howe settled on the figure of $3.8 million as the national cost of blindness, a number he advertised to press his point. But how many people actually suffered from hereditary blindness? Howe knew from the outset that the number was small, estimated at about 7% of the existing blind population. No one knew for sure because so much blindness at birth was caused by problem pregnancies or poor delivery conditions. Eugenics News reported that the 1910 census initially counted 57,272 blind individuals in America, but then came to learn that nearly 4,500 of these cases were erroneously recorded. After further investigation, the Census Bureau reported that more than 90% of blind people had no blind relatives at all. Indeed, of 29,242 blind persons questioned, only 31 replied that both parents were also blind. 7. Yet Howe and the eugenics movement seized upon hereditary blindness as their cause du jour. Howe and Laughlin contracted with a Pennsylvania printer to publish a 52-page bibliography of hereditary eye defects, which included numerous European studies. The pages of Eugenics News became filled with articles on hereditary blindness. One issue contained 4 articles in a row on the topic. Howe became chairman of a committee on hereditary blindness within the section on ophthalmology of the American Medical Association. The AMA section committee voted to add a geneticist. Laughlin was chosen, plus a practitioner especially conversant with the good and also with the bad effects of sterilization. The sterilization expert chosen was Dr. David C. Payton, of the Indiana Reformatory, who had succeeded eugenic sterilization pioneer Harry Clay Sharp. 8. The AMA section committee then began a joint program with the Arrow to register family pedigrees of blind people. 4-page forms were printed. Each bore the distinct imprimatur of the Carnegie Institution of Washington, Eugenics Record Office, founded by Mrs. E. H. Harriman, but at the top also declared official AMA co-sponsorship. The subheadline read, "In cooperation with the Committee on Hereditary Blindness, Section of Ophthalmology of the American Medical Association," and then credited Laughlin. 9. Employing careful vagueness, the forms requested any authentic family record of what seemed to be hereditary eye defects, and then explained how to plot the family pedigree chart. 10,000 of these forms, entitled Eye Defect Schedule, were printed at a cost of $91.76, half of which was defrayed by the Arrow and half by the AMA section. They were then mailed to America's leading institutions for the blind, as well as schools and help organizations, such as the Cleveland School for the Blind, the Blind Girls Home in Nashville, and the Illinois Industrial Home for the Blind. 10. Even the Arrow form admitted that delivering the family members' names could only hope to lessen, to some extent at least, the frequency of hereditary blindness. But, cooperating with the request, many in the ophthalmologic community began handing over the names of those who were blind or related to blind people. "I am much interested in this investigation," Laughlin wrote to Howe, "and feel sure that under your leadership, the committee will be able to secure many interesting first-hand pedigrees which will not only throw light upon the manner of inheritance of the traits involved, but will as well provide first-hand information which may be used for practical eugenical purposes in cutting off the descent lines of individuals carrying the potentiality for offspring with seriously handicapping eye defects." 11. The Arrow now possessed yet another target list of unfit individuals. By early 1921, Arrow Assistant Director Howard Banker was able to brag to Ohio State University Dean George A. R. Pease, Records have already been collected of several hundred families, in which hereditary eye defects existed. Banker then confided, in spite of evident reasons for drastic remedies, it does not seem advisable to recommend now any radical methods. 12. Nonetheless, the outlines of anti-blind legislation were taking shape. Howe published a major article in the November 1919 edition of Journal of Heredity, entitled The Relation of Hereditary Eye Defects to Genetics and Eugenics. The piece was not a clinical paper, but rather a call to legislative action. First, Howe guesstimated that the number of blind people in America had almost doubled to 100,000 since the 1910 census. His own calculations of official reports from 10 states, including the populous ones of New York, Massachusetts and Ohio, reported a total of only 23,630, indicating virtually no national increase. Howe's article then addressed the entire blind population as though all of the exaggerated 100,000 suffered from a hereditary condition. Yet Howe knew that hereditary blindness constituted just a small percentage of the total, and even that fraction was falling fast. Because of medical and surgical advances, and as corrective lenses became more commonplace, estimates of hereditary blindness were constantly being reduced. 13. As though his statistics and projections were authentic, Howe railed, "It is unjust to the blind to allow them to be brought into existence simply to lead miserable lives. The longer we delay action to prevent this blindness, the more difficult the problem becomes." His plan? Give blind people and their families the option of being isolated or sterilized. A large part, if not all, of this misery and expense, promised Howe, could be gradually eradicated by sequestration or by sterilization, if the transmitter of the defect preferred the latter. Howe suggested that authorities wait to discover a blind person, and then go back and get the rest of his family. 14. Howe's article asked colleagues to carefully study sterilization laws applying to the feeble-minded. Where such eugenic laws have been enacted, they could be properly amended. Under Howe's plan, incarcerated blind people would be required to labor at jobs commensurate with their intelligence. Such work would lessen their sense of restraint. In a final flourish, Howe asked, "What are we going to do about it?" That is the question at last forced on ophthalmologists. 15. By 1921, the ARO and AMA Section Subcommittee had drafted sweeping legislation that pushed far beyond hereditary blindness or even general blindness. It targeted all people with imperfect vision. Under the proposal, any taxpayer could condemn such a person and his family as defective. Such a measure would, of course, apply to anyone with blurry vision or even glasses, or any family that included someone with imperfect vision. According to the plan, one ophthalmologist and one eugenic practitioner, such as Laughlin, would render the official assessment. The ARO and AMA Section Subcommittee's draft law was entitled, An Act for the Partial Prevention of Hereditary Blindness. 16. The draft law read, when a man and woman contemplate marriage, if a visual defect exists in one or both of the contracting parties, or in the family of either, so apparent that any taxpayer fears that the children of such a union are liable to become public charges, for which that taxpayer would probably be assessed, then such taxpayer may apply to the county judge for an injunction against such a marriage. The judge would then appoint at least 2 experts to advise him concerning the probabilities of the further transmission of the eye defect. The experts were specified as a qualified ophthalmologist and a person especially well versed in distinguishing family traits which are apt to reappear. Upon the advice of the 2 experts, the judge could then decide to prohibit any planned marriage, which might yield at least one child who might have more or less imperfect vision. 17. On January 6, 1921, the ARO distributed the draft law for review by several dozen of its core coterie. The mailing list of names was then marked with a plus next to those who approved, and a minus for those opposed. The people consulted included the leading psychologists of the day, such as Goddard, Terman, Yerkes, and Meyer. Apparently, not a few of the respondents either wore glasses or had a family member who did. The vote was divided. Many, such as psychologists Terman and ARPs, voted in favor. Several were undecided, but at least half of those polled were opposed. 18. Eugenicist Raymond Pearl, of Johns Hopkins University, promptly wrote back with his objections. "It makes the primary initiatory force any taxpayer," complained Pearl. "This opens the way at once for all sorts of busybodies to work out personal spite by holding up people's marriages pending an investigation. Anyone who wore glasses contemplating getting married might, under the terms of the law stated, easily have their progress held up by some neighbor who wanted to make trouble. Only busybodies would be likely to interest themselves in taking any action under it." 19. Nonetheless, the Arrow leadership sent the draft language to every fellow of the AMN's ophthalmology section. The 9-page list of ophthalmologists was similarly annotated with a plus or minus sign. Most of the doctors did not respond. But among those who did, not surprisingly, the yeas outpaced the nays. Dr. James Bach of Milwaukee was marked plus. Dr. Olin Barker of Johnstown, Pennsylvania, was marked plus, and was also noted for sending in a patient's family tree. Dr. David Dennis of Erie, Pennsylvania, was marked plus and noted for sending in 3 family trees. The ophthalmologist mailing list suggested tally, 88 yes, 40 number 20 that level of support was enough for the Arrow. On April 5, 1921, a New York State senator sympathetic to the eugenic cause introduced Bill No. 1597. It would amend the state's domestic relations law with Howe's measure. It required the town clerk upon the application for a marriage license to ascertain as to any visual defects in either of such applicants, or in a blood relative of either party. The clerk or any taxpayer could then apply to the local county judge, who would then appoint either 2 physicians, one an ophthalmologist and the other a eugenic doctor, or one person who could fulfill both roles. Based on their testimony, the clerk was then empowered to prohibit the marriage. 21. To lobby for the bill, Howe and other eugenicists created a special advisory committee to the Committee to Prevent Hereditary Blindness. Howe was hardly alone within the ophthalmologic community. His advisory committee included some of the leading doctors in the field. The long list included Dr. Clarence Loeb of Chicago, associate editor of the Journal of Ophthalmology, Dr. Frank Allport of Chicago, former chairman of the AMA's Committee on Conservation of Blindness, Dr. G. F. Libby of Denver, author of the Hereditary Blindness entry in the Encyclopedia of Ophthalmology, William Morgan of New York, president of the National Committee for the Prevention of Blindness, Professor Victor Vaughan of Ann Arbor, former president of the AMA's Committee of Preventive Medicine, as well as many other vision experts. 22. In September of 1921, Howe and the Arrow tried to extend the advisory committee beyond the field of ophthalmology. They sent personalized form letters to prominent New York State doctors, judges, and elected officials. The invitations requested permission to add their names to the advisory committee, couching membership as an honorary function. The goal was to create the appearance of a groundswell of informed support among the state's administrative and medical establishment for the marriage restriction measure. 23. Usually, the prominent individuals solicited were only too happy to see their names added to prestigious letterhead advancing a good cause. Few had any understanding of hereditary blindness or the specifics of Howe's legislative proposal. Often, respondents stated that they knew little about the subject, but were only too happy to join the committee. Only rarely did an individual decline. One who did decline was Dr. H. S. Burkett, an ear, nose, and throat doctor with no knowledge of ophthalmologic health. He wrote back, "As this seems to be associated largely with an ophthalmologic committee, I would feel myself rather out of place. I hardly think that my name would be an appropriate one on such a committee." Arrow organizers routinely kept track of how many eminent people joined or refused. It was all for appearances. At one point, an Arrow notation asked for more judges. 24. The Arrow's sweeping anti-blindness measure did not succeed in 1921.25, but Howe refused to give up. On January 12, 1922, Howe reminded Laughlin that the intent was to target a broad spectrum of defectives, but beginning with known medical diseases was still the best idea. We tried to legislate against too many hereditary defects, Howe recounted. It would be better to limit the legislation to hereditary blindness, insanity, epilepsy, and possibly hereditary syphilis. Crafting such legislation required care. Howe conceded, the phraseology as concocted by doctors and scientists is quite different from that which constitutional lawyers would have recommended. 26. Howe was relentless in keeping the idea alive. Lawyers associated with Columbia University were called upon to refine the text to pass constitutional muster. In one reminder letter, Howe asked Laughlin, "Have you heard anything from our friends connected with the Law Department of Columbia, as to what progress they have made in their attempt to formulate that law for the prevention of hereditary blindness? When members of a committee are supposedly resting, that is the time to get work out of them." 27. On July 22, 1922, Howe wrote to Laughlin from his New York estate, aptly named Mendel Farm. Howe expressed his undying devotion to the Mendelian cause and his still-burning determination to hunt those with vision problems and subject them to eugenic countermeasures. "As today is, the centenary of the birth of our Saint Gregor," wrote Howe with some gaiety, "I feel like sending a word to you, to Drs. Davenport, little indeed to every one of the earnest workers at Cold Spring Harbor. If our good old Father Mendel is still counting peas grown in the celestial garden, he probably takes time on this anniversary, to lean over the golden bars, and as he rubs his glasses to look down on what is being done at Cold Spring Harbor and several other institutions like it, his mouth must stretch into a very broad grin when he thinks how little attention was paid to him on earth and what a big man he is now." 28. Returning to the idea of hunting down the families of the visually impaired, Howe wrote, "Can you suggest any appeal which could be made to the State Board of Health so as to induce them to set one or two of their field workers to hunting up other defective members of certain families whose names appear so frequently among the pupils of schools for the blind? With remembrances to Mrs. Laughlin and best wishes always." 29. Laughlin replied that he too wanted to hunt for those with imperfect vision. A state survey hunting hereditary eye defects and other degeneracy, but laying principal emphasis on eye disorders, would constitute a splendid piece of work. Howe responded with a letter, eager as ever, declaring that the schools could easily provide the family trees. Probably the director of almost every school of the blind can remember 2 or 3 pupils from branches of the same family who are there because of albinism, cataract, optic atrophy, or some similar condition. But, he cautioned, superintendents have not been trained as field workers to trace the extended families. 30. Therefore, Howe again pushed for the New York State Board of Health to undertake such a statewide hunt. Fortunately, New York State Commissioner of Public Health Herman M. Biggs was already a member of Howe's advisory committee to prevent hereditary blindness. "I will ask 1 or 2 doctors in New York or elsewhere to send letters to you for Dr. Biggs advocating such an investigation," wrote Howe. He also offered to personally train the state's field workers. 31. An official New York State hunt for the visually impaired never occurred. But Howe continued his pursuit of the names. In 1922, 20 of 42 state institutions for the blind filled out forms on a total of 2,388 individuals in their care, constituting approximately half of America's institutionalized total. The numbers only further infuriated Howe. By his calculations, institutionalized blind people cost taxpayers $28 to $39 per inmate per month, higher than the feeble-minded at $15.21 per month and prison inmates at $18.93 per month. No wonder that on February 10, 1923, Howe sent a letter jointly addressed to Davenport and Laughlin suggesting that any blindness prevention law include a provision to imprison the visually impaired. In a list, Howe's second point read, "If the hereditary blind whose intended marriage has been adjudged to be dangerous, prefer to go to prison at the expense of the taxpayer, that would probably be cheapest for the community and kindest to possible children, and a better protection against future defectives." Howe repeated the idea twice more in that letter. 32. In the same long February 10 letter, Howe promised to send a report to the secretary of the AMA's section on ophthalmology. But he was waiting for additional names of blind people to come in so he could forward the latest tally. Howe also assured that he was working closely with Columbia University law professor J.P. Chamberlain to revise the hoped-for legislation. 33. Several months later, in July of 1923, Professor Chamberlain wrote an article for the American Bar Association Journal advocating what he called repressive legislation to restrict marriages. The effect of the modern doctrine of eugenics is being felt in state legislative halls, Chamberlain began. There is a growing tendency to segregate them defective persons in colonies for their own well-being and to protect society, and along with this repressive legislation is another trend, legislation limiting the rights of certain classes of persons to marry and requiring preliminary evidence of the fitness of the parties to the ceremony. Professor Chamberlain assured the nation's attorneys that protecting future generations was sound public policy and within any state's police powers. Once a proper standard of deficiency could be written into the statutes, marriage restriction could be enforced against the defective as well. The past record makes it appear probable that the law will not lag behind medical science. 34. Howe floated another attempt at legislation to prevent hereditary blindness when on February 1, 1926, Bill No. 605 was introduced to the New York State Assembly. This time, the proposal required a sworn statement from any marriage applicants averring, neither myself nor, to the best of my knowledge and belief, any of my blood relatives within the second degree have been affected with blindness. No definition of blindness was offered. Once again, the bill empowered the town clerk to prohibit the marriage, and even made initial consultation with experts optional. Ironically, even Howe could not craft a definition for blindness. In a letter to another ophthalmologist, he confessed that in a conversation with a federal official, Howe had been called upon to define the condition. Both had been at a loss for words. He was as much in doubt as I, wrote Howe, adding, "Please tell me what better measure you can suggest." Bill No. 605 was never enacted. 35. But Howe continued his crusade. Even as he was pushing his anti-blindness legislation, Howe was also orchestrating a second marriage restriction against not just the visually impaired, but anyone judged unfit. His idea was to require a large cash bond from any marriage applicant suspected of being unfit. Again, no definitions or standards were set. The couple applying for a marriage license would be required to post a significant cash bond against the possibility that their defective children might be a cost to the state. Howe suggested bonds of as much as $14,000, equivalent to over $130,000 today. 36 In other words, marriage by those declared eugenically inferior would be made economically impossible by state law. Howe had come up with his idea for a general marriage bond as early as 1921. At the time, Laughlin had praised Howe's concept. "Your plan for offering bond is, I believe, a practical one," Laughlin wrote Howe on March 30, 1921. He continued, "For one thing, it presents in very clear and clean-cut manner to the average taxpayer the problem of paying for social inadequates from the purse of the taxpayer. There is nothing like touching the purse of the taxpayer in order to arouse his interest." Laughlin was pleased with the larger implications because Howe's idea represented a feature in future eugenical control, not only of hereditary blindness but of hereditary defects of all sorts. Howe's bonding plan, wrote Laughlin, would place the responsibility for the reproduction of defectives upon the possible parents of such. Moreover, Laughlin wrote, cash bonding would be most useful in borderline cases where no one could be sure. 37. Within a year, Howe was asking Columbia University's Professor Chamberlain to draft legislative language to enforce bonding. In May of 1922, Laughlin sent yet another letter of encouragement to Howe, asserting that should any law to bond parents against the production of defective children withstand court challenge, a great practical eugenical principle will have been established. 38. In late December of 1922, in a letter inviting Mr. and Mrs. Howe to join the Laughlins for lunch at Cold Spring Harbor, Laughlin could not hide his continuing enthusiasm. "The bonding principle," wrote Laughlin, "securing the state against the production of defectives has, I think, great possibilities. Perhaps the greatest single amendment which can be made to the present marriage laws for the prevention of the production of degenerates. If you can develop the principle and secure its adoption, you will have deserved the honor of the eugenical world." 39. Eventually, the marriage bond proposal was introduced to the New York State Assembly as a part of Bill No. 605, Howe's amended anti-blindness effort. Under the proposal, any town clerk, depending on the severity of the suspected defectiveness, could set the bond, up to $14,000. The amount of $14,000 represented Howe's estimate for supporting and educating a blind child. The bond could be released once the wife turned 45 years of age. Eugenicists were hopeful and even published the entire text of Bill No. 605 in Eugenical News. Marriage bonding legislation, however, died in New York when Bill No. 605 was voted down. 40. Even still, the Eugenics Record Office wove the notion into the model eugenics legislation it distributed to the various states. In a memo, Laughlin asserted that the principle should be viewed in reference not only to the blind, but also to all other types of social inadequacy, and this is the goal sought. He added, if this principle were firmly established, it would doubtless become the most powerful force directed against the production of defectives and inadequates. 41. During the 1920s, while Howe was trying to establish marriage prevention and marriage bonding, he and Laughlin were also working on a third concept. It was known by several names and was ultimately called interstate deportation. Under this scheme, once a family was identified as unfit, family members could be uprooted and deported back to the state or town of their origin, presumably at the expense of the original locale. This would create a financial liability for any town or state, forcing them to view any suspected defective citizens as an intolerable expense. The plan held open the possibility of mass interstate deportations to jurisdictions that would simply refuse the deportees, leading to holding pens of a sort. Some eugenicists called for colonies. Margaret Sanger advocated wide open spaces for the unfit. After all, the United States government had already set the precedent by creating a system of reservations for Native Americans. It was Howe's initiative for marriage prevention and bonding that opened the door. In a review of Howe's marriage restrictions, Laughlin wrote in the spring of 1921, "It is easy for the eugenicists to plan a step further and to urge further development of our deportation services, which means only that the community which produces a non-supporting defective must maintain him. It means more interstate deportation and finally, within the state, deportation to counties in which defectives are born or have citizenship or long residence." 42. By late 1922, Howe and other sympathetic ophthalmologic colleagues, along with Laughlin and the Carnegie Institution, were formulating deportation specifics. Howe was developing a eugenic debit and credit system to rank individuals. Towns, counties, and states would then be charged when their defectives moved elsewhere in the nation. Of course, our national deportation system is based upon this theory, Laughlin acknowledged to Howe in a December 5, 1922, letter. A few weeks later, Laughlin again lauded a system of bonding each state, community, and family, for its own degenerates. He adding that the matter of deportation is only one other phase in the application of this greater principle. 43. Once more, bonding marriages against hereditary blindness was to be the precedent for national deportation. "You have done a splendid service," Laughlin wrote Howe in March of 1925, "in directing the work of the Committee on Prevention of Hereditary Blindness. The whole thing appeals so strongly to me because I believe it is a step in the direction of working out the matter of placing responsibility for the production of hereditary inadequates upon families, towns, states, and nations which produce them." 44. Eventually, the eugenics movement developed a constellation of bonding, financial responsibility and deportation principles which it tried to implement based on precedents set by Howe's hereditary blindness countermeasures. The program's goal was to create enclaves of eugenically preferred citizens, which would be achieved when the unfit were systematically expelled from an area. It was defective cleansing. An outline of the measure was published as a lead essay in Eugenics News. The section headlined "Interstate Deportation Declared." There is now, however, a substantial and growing movement for the interstate and intertown return of charity cases and ne'er-do-wells from the host communities to the communities which produced them. 45. Setting up an argument for property confiscation, the Eugenics News outline explained that the cost of relocation and maintenance would be borne first by the community the family had come from, but then ultimately by the defective family itself. In many communities the town or the county or the state has a legal claim upon any property of the producing family, particularly the parents. 46. The government would have the power to turn any family deemed unfit into a family of paupers. The Eugenics News essay also challenged the concept of free movement within the United States. It remains to be seen whether an individual inadequate can simply move in on a community and claim legal residence. Eugenics News asked, is there a legal recourse, for example, in the case of dumping the undesirables of one community on another, of exiling or driving out of town undesirable persons? Perhaps the time will come when there will be no place where such undesirables can go, in which case the logical place for them is the community and family where they were produced. But in the end, after describing a thorough program of dislocation and deportation, the article made the final result clear: compulsory segregation or sterilization of potential parents of certain inadequates. 47. Throughout the essay outlining the new set of eugenic responsibilities and countermeasures, Howe was credited for his tireless efforts. One article declared, he threw the weight of his professional experience, as an ophthalmologist, into this particular field. 48. But most of Howe's most radical plans never took root, in large part because the famed ophthalmologist died before he could complete his work. He died on December 17, 1928, at age 80, in his Belmont, Massachusetts, home. The next month Eugenics News eulogized the man who had served as president of the Eugenics Research Association until shortly before his death. Lucien Howe was a true gentleman, a broad scholar, and he loved his fellow men. This statement echoed the tribute of the American Ophthalmological Society, which adopted the following resolution: a student of quality, an author of distinction, a scholar in the house of scientific interpretation and original research, Dr. Howe, a former president of this society, has added to its reputation and has maintained its tradition. For 8 decades, the American Ophthalmological Society has awarded the Lucien Howe Medal for service to the profession and mankind. 49. Chapter 9. Mongrelization. The U.S. Census Bureau would not cooperate with eugenics. No agency collected and compiled more information on individuals than the Bureau. Its mission was clear: to count Americans and create a demographic portrait for policymakers. A fundamental principle of census taking is the confidentiality and sanctity of individual records. In the early 20th century, American eugenics coveted this information. For years, eugenic leaders tried with little result to convince the Census Bureau to change its ways. They targeted the 1920 census. In 1916, Alexander Graham Bell, representing the Eugenics Record Office, was among the first to formally suggest that the Bureau add the father's name and the mother's maiden name to the data gathered on each individual. 1. The Census Bureau declined to make the addition. But shortly after Bell's first entreaty, Laughlin proposed a survey of all those in state custodial and charitable facilities, as well as jails. The Census Bureau agreed, and soon thereafter its Director of Statistical Research, Joseph A. Hill, granted Laughlin the assignment. Laughlin was credentialed as a special agent of the Bureau of the Census to this first joint program, however, would not lead to an alliance with the Census Bureau, but to a bureaucratic war. Since the 1880s, the Census Bureau had compiled statistics on what it called the defective dependent, and delinquent population, referring to the insane as defective, the elderly and infirm as dependent, and prisoners as delinquent. Laughlin insisted on changing the Census Bureau's terminology to the socially inadequate and adding to its roles large, stratified contingents of the unfit, especially along racial lines. Laughlin's concept of social inadequacy would encompass those who entail a drag upon those members of the community who have sufficient insight, initiative, competence, physical strength, and social instincts to enable them to live effective lives. 3. The Census Bureau refused. It stubbornly claimed that Laughlin's newly concocted term, socially inadequate, if used publicly, would surely call forth criticism and protest. Nor would it accept any of Laughlin's substitute categories, such as submerged tenth or the subsocial classes. To adhere to the legal descriptions of the project and follow the most conservative line, the Census Bureau insisted on its traditional appellations, defective, dependent and delinquent. 4. A war of nomenclature erupted, one Laughlin described as a tempest in a teapot. It raged for more than 2 years. First, the Census Bureau polled its own stable of social science experts, who reacted with caustic criticism. Unwilling to back down, Laughlin consulted his own bevy of experts, and then, disregarding any direction from the Census Bureau, employed the term socially inadequate anyway when he requested information from 576 state and federal institutions. To rub his point in the Census Bureau's face, Laughlin asked the institutions not only for data, but also for their opinions about his choice of terminology. All but 3 of the institutions endorsed his new term, and he eventually swayed those 3 as well, achieving unanimity. Laughlin saw this as more than vindication for his position. 5. The Census Bureau did not. Although the outbreak of World War I interrupted the project, in May of 1919 the Bureau finalized and then published Laughlin's work under the title it chose, Statistical Directory of State Institutions for the Defective, Dependent, and Delinquent Classes. Determined to have the last word, Laughlin published a vituperative article in the Journal of Sociology, recounting the quarrel in detail. Quoting page after page of support for his position from prominent sociologists and officials he had worked with, Laughlin publicly castigated the Census Bureau for lack of leadership and scientific timidity. 6. Following the irksome, years-long experience, the Census Bureau refused all but cosmetic cooperation with eugenicists. Laughlin, in his capacity as secretary of the Eugenics Research Association, wrote to Samuel Rogers, director of the census, in 1918, asking if the Bureau planned to identify 9 classes of socially inadequate. Rogers formally replied that no such data would be gathered, except the names and addresses of the deaf and blind, as previously collected. 7. At a 1919 conference, the ERA Executive Committee decided to try to convince the Census Bureau to conduct an experimental genealogical survey of a selected community. 3 days later, the ERA formally petitioned Census Bureau Director Rogers to add 2 additional columns titled Ancestry to the paper questionnaires or enumeration sheets. In the interest of race betterment, the 2 new columns, to be situated between the existing columns 11 and 12, would identify the mother, by maiden name, and the father. Family ties would be established, explained the ERA request, and thus all census enumeration records would become available for genealogical and family pedigree studies. The ERA predicted that these records would constitute the greatest and most valuable genealogical source in the world. Writing in the Journal of Heredity, Laughlin advocated the 2 additional columns so that any individual could be located from census to census and generation to generation. Such investigations would be of the greatest social and political value. 8. The proposals became more and more grandiose as the government's capacity for data retrieval and analysis increased. But any cooperation between the Census Bureau and American eugenics was for all practical purposes destroyed by Laughlin's dogmatic insistence on employing charged terminology more pejorative than the Census Bureau was willing to adopt. 9. Despite a year-to-year cascade of petitions, letters, scientific articles and eugenic rationales urging the agency to create a massive registry of American citizens that could be marked as fit or unfit. The Census Bureau stands out as one federal organization that simply refused to join the movement. 10. Rebuffed by the Census Bureau, Laughlin turned his attention to other government agencies, using his official bureau contacts with hundreds of state and federal institutions. His goal was to create further classifications that other bureaus and agencies of the federal government could adopt. An official 1922 booklet distributed by the U.S. House of Representatives to administrators of state institutions was entitled Classification Standards to be Followed in Preparing Data for the Schedule Racial and Diagnostic Records of Inmates of State Institutions, prepared by Harry Laughlin. It listed 65 racial classifications. Classification number 15 was German Jew, number 16 was Polish Jew, number 17 was Russian Jew, number 25 was North Italian, number 26 was South Italian, number 30 was Polish, Polak, number 61 was Mountain White, number 62 was American Yankee, number 63 was American Southerner, and number 64 was Middle West American. 11 If the Census Bureau would not adopt his eugenic classifications, Laughlin hoped the states would. Virginia was eager, thanks to its Registrar of Vital Statistics, Walter Ashby Plecker. Plecker considered himself a product of the Civil War, even though he was born in Virginia in 1861, just as the conflict began. Memories of his youth in Augusta County, Virginia, during the turbulent Reconstruction years, were influenced greatly by a beloved Negro family servant called Delia. In many ways, Delia represented the emotional strength of the whole family. As was common, she essentially raised Plecker as a young boy, exercising extensive control over his activities and earning his lasting gratitude. Plecker's sister sobbed at Delia's wedding at the thought of losing the connection, and Delia broke down as well. When Plecker's mother fell ill for the last time, she sent for Delia to nurse her back to health if possible. In his mother's final hour, it was Delia who comforted her at her deathbed, and when the moment came, it was Delia who tenderly placed her fingers on the woman's eyelids and shut them for the last time. No wonder Delia was remembered in the mother's will. No wonder that Plecker, as executor of his mother's estate, warmly wrote the first bequest check to Delia. From Plecker's point of view, Delia was family. 12. Fond memories of Delia did not prevent Walter A. Plecker from becoming a fervent raciologist and eugenicist, however. He detested the notion of racial and social mixing in any form. His obsession with white racial purity would turn him into America's preeminent demographic hunter of blacks, American Indians, and other people of color. In the process, Plecker fortified Virginia as the nation's bastion of eugenic racial salvation. Plecker's fanaticism propelled him into a lifelong crusade to codify the existence of just two races, white and everything else. Plecker began his career in medicine, receiving a degree from the University of Maryland at Baltimore, and then continuing in obstetrics at the New York Polyclinic. He opened a practice in Virginia and quickly became involved with family records, at one point serving as a pension examiner. Plecker moved his practice to Birmingham, Alabama, for several years, but soon returned to his beloved Virginia. He settled in Elizabeth City County, one of the 8 original Virginia shires created in 1634. Elizabeth City County was intensely proud of its genealogical heritage. The historic county's citizens included many so-called first families of Virginia, that is, colonial settlers. Meticulous family records had been kept, but were in large part destroyed during the numerous battles and town burnings of the Revolutionary War, the War of 1812, and the Civil War. After the Civil War, Elizabeth City County meticulously restored and reorganized its population records. 13. In 1900, Elizabeth City County created a health department, along with a section of vital statistics to document births and death. A few years later, Plecker was hired as a county health officer, where he fastidiously recorded life cycle events. One triracial Hampton, Virginia, family that he first encountered in 1905 made quite an impact on him. After delivering their baby boy, Plecker at bedside registered the mother as Indian and colored, and the husband as Indian and white. Later, the woman's daughter ran off with a white man, marrying in another state. The young couple then returned to Hampton as a second-generation racially mixed marriage. 14 Plecker was appalled by the racial permissiveness of Virginia's system. Later, when Plecker observed a local Negro death rate twice that of whites, he began to investigate, pursuing a goal of near 100% registration of births and deaths. Population statistics and registration became more than a fascination, they became his mission. His proficiency at registering citizens made Plecker a natural pick in 1912 to help draft the state's new law creating the Bureau of Vital Statistics. At age 51, Plecker was invited to head the new agency as registrar and to set his own salary. He was so dedicated to population registration that he magnanimously asked for little more than subsistence. Virginia's 1912 statute established registration of the state's citizens by race without clear definitions. Yet for 300 years Virginia had produced racially mixed citizens by virtue of the state's original colonial settlement, its indigenous Indian population, a thriving slave system, and waves of European immigration. 15. But a desire for general population registration was not what drove Plecker. He was hardly devoted to the statistical sciences or demographics. He was simply a racist. Plecker's passion was for keeping the white race pure from any possible mixture with black, American Indian or Asian blood. The only real goal of bureaucratic registration was to prevent racially mixed marriages and social mixing to biologically barricade the white race in Virginia. In an official Virginia State Health Bureau pamphlet, Plecker declared, "The white race in this land is the foundation upon which rests its civilization, and is responsible for the leading position which we occupy amongst the nations of the world. Is it not, therefore, just and right that this race decide for itself what its composition shall be, and attempt, as Virginia has, to maintain its purity?" 16. Plecker was no authority on eugenics, however. He was a proud member of the American Eugenics Society, but that required no real scientific expertise for membership. Nor did Plecker really comprehend the tenets of Mendelian genetics or heredity. Years after he became a leading exponent of eugenic raciology, Plecker wrote to Laughlin for advice on race-mixing formulas, and confided, "I am not satisfied with the accuracy of my own knowledge as to the result of racial intermixture with repeated white crossings." He added that he just didn't understand Davenport's complex protoplasmic discussion of skin color, explaining, "I have never felt justified in believing that children of mulattoes are really white under Mendel's Law 17. Although he cloaked his crusade under the mantle of eugenic science, Plecker did not mind confessing his real motive to Laughlin. "While we are interested in the eugenical records of our citizens," Plecker wrote the Arrow, "we are attempting to list only the mixed breeds who are endeavoring to pass into the white race." 18. In other words, Plecker could not be distracted with complex formulas and eugenic charts tracing a spectrum of racial and subracial lineages. In Virginia, you were either ancestrally white or you weren't. Plecker introduced new techniques in registering births and deaths. In July of 1921, for instance, the Bureau of Vital Statistics mailed a special warning to each of Virginia's 2,500 undertakers. Plecker reminded them that under the law, death certificates could not simply be mailed, but must be delivered in person for verity's sake. Nor could a body be removed or buried without a proper burial permit. An extra permit was needed to ship a body. Moreover, Plecker demanded that coffin dealers provide monthly reports of all sales of which there is any doubt, giving the address of purchaser, or head of the family, and name of deceased with place and date. 19. Under Plecker's rule, no one was permitted to die in Virginia without leaving a long racial paper trail. Plecker would enforce similar regimens with midwives and obstetricians, town clerks and church clerics, anyone who could attest to the racial makeup of those who lived and died in Virginia. Over the next several years, he created a cross-indexed system that recorded more than 1 million Virginia births and deaths since 1912. He also catalogued thousands of annual marriages, each filed under both husband's and wife's name. The data quickly became too voluminous for index cards. Plecker created a complicated but unique system to store the massive troves of information. Clerks would type all the names onto sheets of the best linen paper, using unfading carbon ribbons. Plecker once explained in a flourish of braggadocio, adding, "We make these in triplicate and bind them in books." These names can be quickly referred to as easily as you can find a word in the dictionary. Eventually, Plecker hoped to secure state funding to reconstruct as many records as possible going back to 1630 and then indexing these by our system. 20. Plecker planned to add the names of all epileptics, insane, feeble-minded and criminals, which would be gathered from the state's hospitals, prisons, city bureaus, and county clerks, bestowing on Virginia a massive eugenical database that would reach back to the first white footfalls on Virginia's soil. The purpose will be to list degenerates and criminals, he assured. 21. Of course, the Arrow was also assembling hundreds of thousands of names, but its extensive rolls only amounted to a patchwork of lineages from counties speckled around the country. Plecker's vision would deliver America's first statewide eugenic registry, a real one. It is important to understand that while carrying the banner of eugenics, Plecker's true passion never varied. It was always about preserving the purity of the white race. Millions of inscribed linen pages and thousands of leather-bound volumes could be filled, but Plecker would never achieve his real goal without dramatic legislative changes. Existing state laws outlawing mixed-race marriages, including Virginia's, were simply too permissive. In the first place, most states varied on what exactly constituted a Negro or colored person. At least 6 states forbade whites from marrying half-Negroes or mulattoes. Nearly a dozen states prohibited whites from marrying those of 1/4 or even 1/8 Negro ancestry. Others were simply vague. Virginia's own blurred statutes had allowed extensive intermarriage through the generations, between whites and light-skinned Negroes, white Indian Negro triracials, mulattoes, and others. Plecker and the Arrow called this process the mongrelization of Virginia's white race. 22. To halt mongrelization, a coalition of Virginia's most powerful whites organized a campaign to create the nation's stiffest marriage restriction law. It would ban marriage between a certified white person and anyone with even one drop of non-Caucasian blood. The key would be mandatory statewide registration of all persons, under Plecker's purview as Registrar of the Bureau of Vital Statistics. Leading the charge for the new legislation were Plecker and 2 friends, the musician John Powell and the journalist Ernest S. Cox. 23. Powell was one of Virginia's most esteemed composers and concert pianists. Ironically, he built his musical reputation on performing his Rhapsody Negra, which wove Negro themes and spirituals into a popular sonata form. Later, as Powell became more race-conscious, he claimed that Negroes had stolen their music from the compositions of white men. Powell decried the American melting pot as a witch's cauldron. 24. Cox led the White America Society, and authored the popular racist tome, White America, 1923, which warned of the mongrelization of the nation. The real problems when dealing with colored races, trumpeted Cox, is the subnormal whites who transgress the color line in practice and the supernormal whites who only oppose the color line in theory. Eugenical News effusively reviewed Cox's book, stating, "America is still worth saving for the white race and it can be done. If Mr. E. S. Cox can bring it about, he will be a greater savior of his country than George Washington. We wish him, his book and his White America Society Godspeed." Plecker, Cox, and Powell created a small but potent white supremacist league known as the Anglo-Saxon Clubs, which would become pivotal in the registration crusade. 25. Despite their virulent racism, the Anglo-Saxon clubs claimed they harbored no ill will toward Negroes. Why? Because now it was just science, eugenic science. The Anglo-Saxon clubs could boast, "One drop of Negro blood makes the Negro" is no longer a theory based on race pride or color prejudice, but a logically induced, scientific fact. As such, even the group's constitution proclaimed its desire for the supremacy of the white race in the United States of America, without racial prejudice or hatred. 26 This was the powerful redefining nature of eugenics in action. The Anglo-Saxon clubs and their loose confederation of local branches successfully petitioned the Virginia General Assembly and quickly brought about Senate Bill No. 219 and House Bill No. 311, each captioned an act to preserve racial integrity. The legislation would require all Virginians to register their race and defined whites as those with no trace whatsoever of any blood other than Caucasian. As one Norfolk editorialist described the proposal, each person, not already booked in the Vital Statistics Bureau, will be required to take out a sort of passport correctly setting forth his racial composition. This passport or certificate would be required before any marriage license could be granted. Pure whites could only marry pure whites. All other race combinations would be allowed to intermarry freely. 27. The Anglo-Saxon clubs found a powerful ally in their campaign. The state's leading newspaper, the Richmond Times-Dispatch, allowed its pages to become a megaphone for the legislation. In July of 1923, for example, Cox and Powell published side-by-side articles entitled "Is White America to Become a Negroid Nation?" The men claimed their proposed legislation was based on sound Mendelian eugenics that now conclusively proved that when two human varieties mixed, the more primitive always dominates in the hybrid offspring. The Richmond Times-Dispatch supported the idea in an editorial. 28. On February 12, 1924, Powell enthralled a packed Virginia House of Delegates with his call to stop Negro blood from further mongrelizing the state's white population. Powell asks law guarding racial purity, proclaimed the Richmond Times-Dispatch's page 1 headline. Subheads read: Rigid registration system is needed and bill would cut sham marriage of whites with non-whites. The newspaper's lead paragraph called the address historic. Leaving little to doubt, the article made clear that a rigid system of registration would halt the race mixing and mongrelization arising from centuries of procreation by whites with Negro slaves and their descendants. Such preeminent eugenic raciologists as Madison Grant were quoted extensively to reaffirm the scientific necessity underpinning the legislative effort. Lothrop Stoddard, a member of Margaret Sanger's Board of Advisors, was also quoted, declaring, "I consider such legislation to be of the highest value and greatest necessity in order that the purity of the white race be safeguarded from possibility of contamination with non-white blood. This is a matter of both national and racial life and death." 29. Virginia's legislature, in Richmond, was soon scheduled to debate what was now dubbed the Racial Integrity Act. It was the same 1924 session of the legislature that had enacted the law for mandatory sterilization of mental defectives that was successfully applied to Carrie Buck. On February 18, 1924, with the forthcoming debate in mind, the Richmond Times-Dispatch published a rousing editorial page endorsement that legislators were sure to read. Employing eugenic catchphrases, the newspaper reminded readers that when amalgamation between races occurred, one race will absorb the other. And history shows that the more highly developed strain always is the one to go. America is headed toward mongrellism, only measures to retain racial integrity can stop the country from becoming Negroid in population. Thousands of men and women who pass for white persons in this state have in their veins Negro blood. It will sound the death knell of the white man. Once a drop of inferior blood gets in his veins, he descends lower and lower in the mongrel scale. 30. Despite the bill's popular appeal, legislators were unwilling to ratify the measure without two adjuncts. First, the notion of mandatory registration was considered an insult to the white people of the state, as one irritated senator phrased it. Plecker confided to a minister, "The legislature was about to vote the whole measure down when we offered it, making registration optional." Mandatory registration was deleted from the bill. Second, a racial loophole was permitted, over Plecker's objection, this to accommodate the oldest and most revered Virginia families who proudly boasted of descending from pre-colonial Indians, including Pocahontas. Plecker's original proposal only allowed those with 1/64th Indian blood or less to be registered as white. This was broadened by the senators to 1/16th Indian blood, with the understanding that many of Virginia's finest lineages included 18th and 19th century Indian ancestors. 31. Virginia's Racial Integrity Act was ratified on March 8, 1924, and became effective on June 15. Falsely registering one's race was defined as a felony, punishable by a year in prison. 32. As soon as the law was enacted, Plecker began circulating special bulletins. The first went out in March of 1924, even before the effective date of the law. Under the insignia of the Virginia Department of Health, a special health bulletin, labeled Extra #1 and entitled To Preserve Racial Integrity, laid out strict instructions to all local registrars and other government officials throughout the state. As color is the most important feature of this form of registration, the instructions read, the local registrar must be sure that there is no trace of colored blood in anyone offering to register as a white person. The penalty for willfully making a false claim as to color is 1 year in the penitentiary. The clerk must also decide the question of color before he can issue a marriage license. You should warn any person of mixed or doubtful color as to the risk of making a claim as to his color, if it is afterwards found to be false. Health Bulletin Extra No. 1 defined various levels of white Negro mixtures, such as mulatto, quadroon, octoroon, colored and mixed. Along with the bulletin, Plecker distributed the first 65,000 copies of State Form 59, printed on March 17, Registration of Birth and Color Virginia 33. Health Bulletin No. 2 was mailed several days later and warned, it is estimated that there are in the state from 10,000 to 20,000, possibly more, near white people, who are known to possess an intermixture of colored blood, in some cases to a slight extent, it is true, but still enough to prevent them from being white. In the past, it has been possible for these people to declare themselves as white. Then they have demanded the admittance of their children into the white schools, and in not a few cases have intermarried with white people. Our Bureau has kept a watchful eye upon the situation. Bulletin No. 2 reminded everyone that a year of jail time awaited anyone who violated the Act. 34. Plecker quickly began using his office, letterhead, and the public's uncertainty about the implications of the new law to his advantage. His letters and bulletins informed and sometimes hounded new parents, newlyweds, midwives, physicians, funeral directors, ministers, and anyone else the Bureau of Vital Statistics suspected of being or abetting the unwhite. 35. April 30, 1924. Mrs. Robert H. Cheatham. Lynchburg, Virginia. We have a report of the birth of your child July 30, 1923, signed by Mary Gilden, midwife. She says that you are white and that the father of the child is white. We have a correction to this certificate sent to us from the City Health Department at Lynchburg, in which they say that the father of this child is a Negro. This is to give you warning that this is a mulatto child and you cannot pass it off as white. A new law passed by the last legislature says that if a child has 1 drop of Negro blood in it, it cannot be counted as white. You will have to do something about this matter and see that this child is not allowed to mix with white children. It cannot go to white schools and can never marry a white person in Virginia. It is an awful thing. Yours very truly, W.A. Plecker. State Registrar 36. Plecker followed this with a short note to the midwife, Mary Gilden. This is to notify you that it is a penitentiary offense to willfully state that a child is white when it is colored. You have made yourself liable to very serious trouble by doing this thing. What have you got to say about it? Yours very truly, W.A. Plecker. State Registrar 37. Plecker's friend Powell of the Anglo-Saxon clubs was copied on both letters. A small handwritten notation at the top left read, Dear Mr. Powell, this is a specimen of our daily troubles and how we are handling them. 38. Plecker acted on rumor, consulted arcane tax and real estate documents, and of course whatever records were available from various eugenic sources. On July 29, 1924, Plecker wrote to W. H. Clark, who lived at Irish Creek in Rockbridge County. I do not know you personally and have no positive assurance as to your racial standing, but I do know that an investigation made some time ago by the Carnegie Foundation of the people of mixed descent in Amherst County found the Clark family one of those known to be thus mixed. We learned also that members of this family and of other mixed families have crossed over from Amherst County and are now living on Irish Creek. After informing Clark that his ancestors included 3 Indians who mixed with white and Negro people, Plecker asserted that the man was now one of 500 individuals who would be removed from the list of white people. 39. Adding a threat of prosecution, Plecker warned, "We do not expect to be easy upon anyone who makes a misstatement, and we expect soon to be in possession of facts which we can take into court if necessary." Plecker seemed to enjoy taunting the racially suspect. He sardonically added that he looked forward to tarring even more of Clark's extended family. "I will be glad to hear what you have to say," quipped Plecker, "and particularly to have the dates and places of the births and marriages of yourself, your parents and grandparents. 40. Plecker was equally ruthless with his own registrars. One was Pal S. Beverly, a registrar in Para, Virginia. Beverly had bitterly complained that registration of his own family as white had been overruled by Plecker. Records unearthed by Plecker showed Beverly to be a so-called free-issue Negro, that is, a class of freed slave. "Because of your constant agitation," Plecker wrote him on October 12, 1929, "of the question that you are a white man and not a member of the free-issue group of Amherst, as you and your ancestors have been rated, we wrote to you recently asking for the names of your father and of his father and your grandfather's mother." 41. Plecker had probed Beverly's family tree for generations. The registrar laid it out for him in stunning and damning detail. "The certificate of death of your mother Leanna, or Leander, Frances Beverly, November 5, 1923, states that she was the wife of Adolphus Beverly," informed Plecker. "This certificate was signed by you when you were our local registrar." Plecker then checked Adolphus Beverly's 1881 marriage license and discovered that Beverly's father was listed as colored. Plecker then investigated Adolphus Beverly's father, Frederick. In the personal property tax book for the years 1846 through 1851, Frederick was listed as a freed slave. Frederick was born in 1805 and was recorded in the census along with his older brother, Samuel N. on point 42. "I am notifying you finally," Plecker informed Beverly, "that you can have no other rating in our office under the Act of 1924 than that of a mulatto or colored man, regardless of your personal appearance, voting list, or statements which any persons may make to petitions in your behalf. I want to notify you further that any effort that you make to register yourself or your family in our office as white is, under the Racial Integrity Act of 1924, a felony making you liable to a penalty of 1 year in the penitentiary." For extra measure, he added that the Bureau had identified numerous other mixed-race individuals in the county named Beverly. 43. As promised, Plecker began decertifying the extended family members of Pal Beverly. Among them was Mascot Hamilton of Glasgow, in Rockbridge County, Virginia. After Plecker's ruling, Hamilton's children were thrown out of the white school they attended. When Hamilton threatened to sue, Plecker gleefully replied, "I am glad to learn from you the fact that your children are kept out of the white schools." He presented the point-by-point documentation. "You and your wife belong to the group of people known as free issues who are classed in Amherst County where they started as a free Negro stock, the name they were called by before the war between the states to distinguish them from slave Negroes. Your wife's mother married Price Beverly, a grandson of Frederick Beverly, who was a son of Betty Buck or Beverly, who was a slave and set free and sent to Amherst by her owner Peter Rose of Buckingham County, together with her sons Frederick and Samuel. Your wife's grandmother, Aurora Wood, married Richard, a son of the freed Negro, Frederick Beverly." 44. The litany continued. "The children which you refer to were probably your wife's by her divorced husband Sam Roberts, who is shown to be an illegitimate son of Jenny Roberts. You did not marry Dora till 192. 5. The Roberts family is also of true free issue stock. Your wife gave birth to one child 2 months after she was married to Sam Roberts. Does she say that the father was a white man and not her husband? What a mess trying to be white. 45. Plecker scoffed, your wife's history shows a complete line of illegitimacy and she claims this as the ground upon which she hopes to be classified as white. It would be difficult to find a white family except of feeble-minded people in the state with such a record. Ending with his standard threat, Plecker warned, it is a penitentiary offense to try to register as white a child with any ascertainable trace of Negro blood, and that when you go into court you will have this charge to face. 46. Similarly denigrating correspondence was mailed across the state. In May of 1930, Plecker notified the wife of Frank C. Clark, of rural Allegheny County, that her protestations of a white appearance and years of living as white were meaningless. The question of whether or not there is any trace of Negro blood present is determined by the record of ancestors and not by the appearance of an individual at the present day after securing crossings of white blood. Neither does the securing of marriage licenses, and registering children falsely as white establish the racial origin. Her father-in-law's colored marriage license, and the state's pre-Civil War tax records, establishes the colored ancestry of your husband Frank C. Clark. 47. Plecker then enumerated the genealogical details of Mrs. Clark's mother, Elena, her grandmother, Ella, and even her great-great-grandmother, Creasy, who was said to have been a little brown-skinned Negro who lived to be nearly 100 years old. In closing, Plecker admonished, all descendants of the people referred to above are colored and will be so considered in our office. They cannot legally marry into the white race nor attend white schools. Anyone who registers the births of descendants of the above as white, makes himself or herself liable to 1 year in the penitentiary. 48. In one case, 4 mulattoes from one family married white spouses, 2 in Washington, D.C., 1 in a distant Virginia town, and 1 in an undetermined location. When they returned to their hometown, Plecker tracked them all down and called the police. The couples fled before the warrants issued for their arrest were served, Plecker recounted to a friend. 49. In another case, Plecker investigated a Grayson County couple married 5 years earlier. The couple had just given birth to a son. After a review of the birth certificate and other records, the man was found to be white, but Plecker determined his wife to be of Negro descent. Plecker essentially unmarried the couple. He ruled, they were married illegally and under the laws of Virginia, they are not legally married. Both are liable to the state penitentiary. That ruling and any attendant information was forwarded to the Commonwealth Attorney for prosecution. 50. Plecker's relentless crusade continued for years. His typical workday began at 8:30 in the morning and ended at 5 o'clock, and he usually put in a half day on Saturdays. 2 assistants, Miss Marks and Miss Kelly, helped him manage his constant correspondence as he probed for clues about individuals' racial composition and then consummated his investigations with elaborate, combative missives. 51. More than just prohibiting marriage and school admittance, he also tried to keep everyone but certified whites from riding in the white railroad coaches. He even pressured white cemeteries. When Riverview Cemetery in Charlottesville tried to bury someone of suspected Negro bloodline, Plecker protested, "This man is of Negro ancestry." To the white owner of a lot, it might prove embarrassing to meet with Negroes visiting at one of their graves on the adjoining lot. 52. When he didn't possess actual documentation, the registrar was more than willing to fake it. In 1940, 15 citizens in Pittsylvania County had petitioned Plecker to bar the 5 children of the King family from attending white school on account of being of Negroid mixture. Plecker contacted the chairman of the Pittsylvania County School Board seeking information on the 5 students, admitting, "We have no information in regard to them, and no way of proving facts from the record." Plecker explained, "We are particularly desirous of knowing whether a Negro man is the reputed father of these children, and if possible, his name." Until that time, Plecker assured the school official, "We will preserve the petitions of the 15 people in our files as evidence, and upon that information we will designate any of these children found in our records as colored regardless." 53. In one episode, the Bedford County clerk, Mr. Nichols, contacted Plecker to confirm the racial status of a young man seeking to marry a white girl. The young man's complexion was one of mixed parentage. Plecker wrote back, "We do not know whether we can establish his racial descent until we have had further information as to his family. But if this young man has the appearance of being mulatto and cannot prove the contrary, I would suggest that no license be granted to him." 2 days later, the young couple went to the next county, Roanoke County, and successfully secured their marriage license. Plecker discovered it after the fact, haranguing the issuing clerk, "We have no positive information as to the man's pedigree, we can only surmise it from Mr. Nichols' observation as to his appearance. But shall this man be turned loose upon the community to raise more mulatto children?" 54. Plecker proselytized and chastised anyone who would listen. His Bureau of Vital Statistics regularly published radical racist and eugenic literature, which was distributed to thousands of doctors, ministers, teachers, morticians and racial integrity advocates. One series of official tracts, entitled the New Family Series, was aimed at youngsters to heighten their awareness of dangers threatening the integrity and supremacy of the white race. The Bureau's 1925 annual report to the governor was itself widely disseminated as a special health bulletin. In that report, Plecker lamented, "Not a few white women are giving birth to mulatto children. These women are usually feeble-minded, but in some cases they are simply depraved. The segregation or sterilization of feeble-minded females is the only solution to the problem." 55. The 1924 state publication, Eugenics and the New Family, insisted, "The variation in races is not simply a matter of color of skin, eyes and hair and facial and bodily contour, but goes through every cell of the body. The mental and moral characteristics of a black man cannot even under the best environments and educational advantages become the same as those of a white man. But even if the Negro's attainments should be considerable, these could not be transmitted to his offspring since personally acquired qualities are not inheritable. Neither can the descendants of the union of the two races, if left to their own resources, be expected to develop or maintain the highest type of civilization." 56. When Virginia's Racial Integrity Act was passed in 1924, Plecker became an immediate hero among raciologists and eugenicists across America. He addressed major eugenic conferences and authored special articles on the topic for Eugenical News, the American Eugenics Society's Eugenics, and various eugenic research anthologies. Laughlin was so impressed that he cited Plecker's work in the 1929 edition of the American Yearbook for Leadership in Establishing New Racial Integrity Laws in the American States. 57. Plecker's audience expanded beyond eugenic circles. The American Public Health Association invited him to read a paper before its 53rd annual meeting in October of 1924, in Detroit. At the event, Plecker preached to the nation's most important public health officials that whites and non-whites could not live in close contact without injury to the higher whites, amounting in many cases to absolute ruin. The lower non-whites never has been and never can be raised to the level of the higher. The association was so taken with Plecker's advocacy that it reprinted much of his speech in the American Journal of Public Health. The journal praised Virginia's law as the most perfect expression of the white ideal, and the most important eugenical effort that has been made in the past 4,000 years. Such platforms only served to legitimize Plecker's views. 58. Soon Plecker was pushing for similar one-drop racial integrity laws in other states. Exporting such legislation was essential to his strategy since Virginians of any complexion could easily cross state lines to marry. In one article Plecker complained, "White and coloreds quietly move to Washington or northern states and become legally married. In some instances, they even return to their home state and live in marriage relations." 59. To help make Virginia's race law a national standard, Virginia Governor Ely Trinkle proudly distributed copies of the Racial Integrity Act to every governor in America, with a personal letter requesting that they propose similar legislation in their own states. John Powell reported to one interested Midwestern legislator, Trinkle received 31 replies. 19 of these, most of them from southern governors, were non-committal. 11, the majority from the north and west, strongly approved. The only disapproval came from the governor of Minnesota. 60. Powell added, of course, laws against intermarriage cannot solve the Negro problem in any of its aspects: industrial, economic, political, social, biological, or eugenical. They can, however, delay the evil day and give time for the evolvement of an effective solution, a real and final solution. 61. Even if some governors were hesitant, legislators and activists across the nation were eager to replicate the law. Ohio Senator Harry Davis requested more information, which Plecker provided along with a detailed briefing on the difficulties of lobbying such a bill. A Maryland lawmaker, John R. Blake, asked for a copy of the law plus a recommendation for a speaker to address the legislature. When the race-minded Reverend Wendell White of South Carolina wrote for more information on such a law, Plecker gladly sent it, bemoaning the vague response of that state's governor. Plecker encouraged the clergyman, "If such men as you and others will get behind him, the governor of South Carolina and the legislature, you can get this or a better law across." 62. To help, Plecker's Bureau of Vital Statistics mailed literature to legislators in all of the states, appealing to them to join Virginia in a united move to preserve America as a white nation. The first two states to emulate Virginia's statute were Alabama and Georgia. Wisconsin attempted to follow suit. Other states were slow to approve one-drop measures, in part because of increasing civil rights activism. With methodical lobbying, however, the eugenics movement hoped to spur more such laws. To that end, Laughlin asked Plecker to compile a special chart for eugenical news entitled "The Amount of Negro Blood Allowed in Various States for Marriage to Whites." 63. Plecker's bureaucratic ire did not confine itself to white and Negro unions. Asians were also barred from marrying whites. For instance, on February 28, 1940, Spotsylvania Circuit Court Clerk A. H. Crismond issued a marriage license to a local couple, Philip N. Soar and Elsie M. Thomas. Upon checking, Plecker discovered that the groom was a native of the Philippines and the bride an Italian-American born in Pittsburgh. Assuming the woman was white, Plecker chided, "You as clerk were not authorized to issue a marriage license to a person of any of the colored races, including Filipinos." He lectured the clerk parenthetically in typical eugenic prose, "The Italians from the island of Sicily are badly mixed with former Negro slaves, and if this woman is from there, it is possible she herself would have a trace of Negro blood." 64. At about the same time, Plecker informed a California researcher that Virginia was also disallowing marriages between whites and Hindus because they were of the colored races, who are considered either Mongolian or Malay, I am not sure which. He told a South Boston, Virginia, contact that Portuguese were admixed with Negroes, and equally disqualified. His eugenic tracts bemoaned the presence of 500,000 to 750,000 Mexicans in Texas and called for their expulsion south of the border. 65. But Plecker harbored a special animus toward one ethnic group. He despised Native Americans. Because he believed that American Indian tribes had intermixed for generations with whites and some Negroes, Plecker was satisfied that pure Indians no longer existed. To him, they were all mongrels. Worse, because Virginia's Racial Integrity Act contained a historic loophole for those with no more than 1/16 Indian ancestry, Plecker saw the exemption as a demographic escape tunnel for those of mixed Negro lineage. From the outset, Plecker embarked upon a furious campaign to eradicate American Indian identity. Virginia's fabled history of settlement began with Indians. Years before any European landed in America, the Algonquin ruled the wooded lands which later became known as Virginia. Dashing Stream and his wife, Scent Flower, gave birth to Powhatan, who rose to become a noble chief ruling a federation of Algonquin tribes. Powhatan's daughter was the beautiful Pocahontas, who in legend and perhaps in fact saved Captain John Smith by persuading her father to spare Smith's life when he was Powhatan's captive. Ultimately, in a well-documented saga, she married John Rolfe and sailed for England, where in 1617 she died of smallpox at the age of 22. Their Virginia descendants included the Randolphs, the Bowlingses, the Rolfes, the Pendletons, the Smiths, the Wyness, the Yateses, and many others who helped build Virginia during the earliest colonial times and eventually constituted Virginia's aristocracy. 66. But 300 years of population admixture, genocide, and oppressive living conditions for those who remained had reduced the continent's many once proud tribes to a decimated remnant. The U.S. Census Bureau counted Indians in varying ways at various times, employing an array of definitions, all subject to local discretion, throughout the 19th and early 20th centuries. Partially as a result of these inconsistencies, Indian demographic statistics ebbed and flowed in American population records, and their legal status was complex and troubled. But on June 2, 1924, Congress finally granted citizenship to all Indians not already naturalized under its Indian Citizenship Act. This law was ratified less than 2 weeks before the effective date of Virginia's own Racial Integrity Act. The new federal Indian law, together with Virginia's 1/16 Indian exemption, outraged Plecker. 67. He embarked on a systematic effort to identify the lower-class descendants of American Indians who had intermarried with whites and Negroes, and to reclassify them from Indian or white to mongrel. Among his main targets were the Monacan Indians, mainly of Amherst County, who descended from the Monacan Confederacy and dated back to Pocahontas's day. Others he pursued included the Rappahannock, Chickahominy, and Pamunkey tribes. These Indian communities were small and often cloistered. Some 200 dwelled in Rockbridge County. In King William County there were probably fewer than 250. In another county, there were just 40 individuals who called themselves Indians but whom Plecker claimed derived instead from the illegitimate daughter of a Negro and a white. 68 All were targets for the registrar. American Indians throughout the state vigorously objected when the Bureau of Vital Statistics attempted to reclassify them as Negro, or mongrel, or even non-white. "We had considerable trouble," Plecker admitted in a correspondence, in establishing the position of the American Indian, and admitted those with 1/16 or less of Indian blood, to accommodate our Pocahontas descendants and one or two other cases known to us in the state. That clause, however, has given us much trouble, as a number of groups who have but a trace of Indian blood, the rest being Negro and white, are claiming exemption under that clause. In at least one county, some who are descendant of antebellum free Negroes with a considerable admixture of illegitimate white blood, are claiming themselves Indians and seem to have been meeting with success. 69. Most of Virginia's Indians were rural poor, living in modest cabins near mission churches. It was easy to marginalize them as unfit. Physically, most of them bore only the strong, classically handsome features of American Indians, including high cheekbones, thick black hair and their traditional complexion. Some, however, did possess blonde hair, reflecting clear Anglo-Saxon parentage. A few, presumably descended from intermarriages with free Negroes in the prior century, possessed darker skin. 70. Virginia's registrar, however, only allowed for two classifications, white and non-white. All 1,300 of Virginia's local registrars were under orders to watch for Indians with any trace of Negro ancestry registering as white. In at least one case, the local registrar consulted a hair comb hanging inside a Monacan church. "If it passes through the hair of an applicant," explained Plecker, "he is an Indian. If not, he is a Negro." In a private letter, Plecker described the hair comb as being about as reliable as some of the Indians' other tests. In Eugenical News, he bragged that his systematic effort to combat what he called near whites included utilizing living informants as well as the state's oldest tax and registration records. 71 If he couldn't get them one way he would get them another way. Plecker employed his usual pejorative tactics in erasing Indian as a racial category from the state's records. He sarcastically accused one Indian family in Rockbridge County of having a bloodline that included several Indians who had intermarried with some whites and Negroes. He instructed local registrar Eileen Goodman to change their classification to colored and brashly notified the accused individual that, In the future, no clerk in Virginia is permitted to issue a marriage license to persons of mixed descent with white people, and our Bureau expects to make it very plain to clerks that this law must be absolutely enforced. The Rockbridge family members were no longer Indians. 72. Even when no Negro bloodline was apparent, Plecker was adamant. He identified one man in Lexington, Virginia, as 1/4 Indian, 3/4 white, who cannot be distinguished from a white man. He attended one of the colleges of Virginia, studied law, and married into a good family in Rockbridge County. There are several similar cases in Southwest Virginia where Indians have married white women and their children are passing as white. He informed the local registrar, "You see to it that the mixed people of your territory are registered either as colored or free issue." Disallowing even the category mixed Indian, Plecker instructed, "The term mixed without the word Indian after it might be acceptable, but we would prefer one of the other terms." The Lexington, Virginia, family members were no longer Indians. 73. At one point Plecker visited an Indian church following its Sunday service, and after 2 hours sternly informed the assembled that no matter how they protested, they would be registered as colored and would continue to be so, and that none of them would be considered anything else. Some years later, when the clerk of Charles City tried to issue a marriage license to a member of the church, Reable Atkins, and even included the birth certificate attesting to the man's white lineage, Plecker simply changed the records. "We received this certificate for this birth with both parents given as white," he acknowledged. "Of course we will not accept the certificate in that way. All of the Atkins group and others associated with them under their Chickahominy charter are classed in our office as colored and never as white or Indian. In reply to your inquiry as to whether a marriage license should be issued to them other than colored, when they present birth certificates stating that they are Indian, I wish to state emphatically that this should not be done. They are Negroes and should always be classed as Negroes, regardless of any birth certificate they present. When the certificates come in to us, we index and classify them as Negroes." A special form was usually attached to the back of the certificate nullifying the category. Atkins family members were no longer Indians. 74. Plecker's interference even extended beyond Virginia. For example, Plecker wrote to William Bradby of Detroit, Michigan, advising that his birth certificate claiming to be of half-breed Indian parentage would be disallowed. Leaving no room for argument, Plecker declared simply, "We do not recognize any native-born Indian as of pure Indian descent unmixed with Negro blood." Bradby's family members were no longer Indians. 75. To bolster his assertion that Indians simply no longer existed, only mongrel mixtures, Plecker turned for scientific support to the Carnegie Institution and its Eugenics Record Office. 4 years prior to the passage of Virginia's Racial Integrity Act, the Arrow had focused on the Indians of Virginia as examples of the unfit. In 1926, the Carnegie Institution financed and published the results of extensive fieldwork by 2 of its Virginia researchers who had examined some 500 tribal members in one area. The Carnegie Institution's book, printed under its own imprimatur with Davenport's close supervision, was entitled Mongrel Virginians. 76. Mongrel Virginians was heralded for its academic completeness. It asserted that all living descendants of the several hundred Indians in question have been visited time and again by one or both of the authors. In addition, every known white, colored, or Indian person in the county, state or nation who could furnish information concerning the deceased or living has been consulted and asked to give any material of value to the investigation. The Carnegie report lumped all of these Indians into one new group, which they called the Win tribe. Indeed, the subtitle of Mongrel Virginians was the Win tribe. No one had ever heard of a Win tribe prior to this volume. The book explained Win stood for White Indian Negro. 77. The Wins themselves claim to be of Indian descent, the book asserted. They are described variously as low-down yellow Negroes, as Indians, and as mixed. No one, however, speaks of them as white. The Wins themselves in general claim the Indian descent, although most of them realize they are mixed, preferring to speak of the Indian rather than of a possibility of a Negro mixture in them. 78. The Carnegie report assessed their usefulness to society as follows: It is evident from this study that the intellectual levels of the Negro and the Indian race as now found is below the average for the white race. In the Wins, the early white stock was probably at least of normal ability, i.e. for the white. Today, however, the whole Win tribe is below the average, mentally and socially. They are lacking in academic ability, industrious to a very limited degree and capable of taking little training. Some of them do rather well the few things they know, such as raising tobacco or corn, a few as carpenters or bricklayers, but this has been the result of years of persistent supervision by the white landlords. Less than a dozen men work even reasonably well without a foreman. Very few could tell the value of either 25 or 75 cents. 79. Nor did the Carnegie Report find redeeming qualities in the Indian culture it described. There is practically no music among them, the study reported, and they have no sense of rhythm even in the lighter mulatto mixtures. As is well known, the Negro is full of music. Some of them, the mulattoes, have been given special training in music, but no one has ever shown any semblance of ability in this line. 80. No mention was made of the Indians' legendary rhythmic dances or songs and their many drums and other musical instruments. Mongrel Virginians was accorded credibility because of its prestigious authorship, and its touted academic rigor. Amidst the furor of newspaper and pamphlet publicity on miscegenation which has appeared since the passage of the Virginia Racial Integrity Law of 1924, the report assured, this study is presented not as a theory or as representing a prejudiced point of view, but as a careful summary of the facts of history. 81. Plecker seized on mongrel Virginians to prove his point and help him reclassify Indians. He helped popularize the book around the state with his own enthusiastic reviews. Eugenics News extolled the study to the movement at large. 82. Despite mongrel Virginians, Indians, and others fought back. Several sued Plecker from the beginning and made substantial progress in the courts. Plaintiffs' attorneys were often unyielding in their objections. One such attorney, J.R. Tucker, demanded that Plecker stop interfering with a birth certificate and threatened, "I find nowhere in the law any provision which authorizes the registrar to constitute himself judge and jury for the purpose of determining the race of a child born and authorizing him to alter the record. I desire and demand a correct copy of the record, without comment from you and without additions or subtractions, and I hereby notify you that unless I obtain a prompt compliance, I shall apply to a proper court for a mandamus to compel you." 83. In a candid note, Plecker admitted to his cohort Powell that his bureau's strategy was based in no small way on simple intimidation. Tucker's ultimatum had rattled Plecker. In reality, he conceded, "I have been doing a good deal of bluffing, knowing all the while that it could not be legally sustained. This is the first time my hand has absolutely been called." 84. As early as November of 1924, one judge by the name of Henry Holt ruled against Plecker, setting the stage for a test case. "In 25 generations," wrote the judge in an incisive opinion, "one has 32 millions of grandfathers, not to speak of grandmothers, assuming there is no intermarriage. Half of the men who fought at Hastings were my grandfathers. Some of them were probably hanged, and some knighted. Who can tell? Certainly in some instances there was an alien strain. Beyond peradventure, I cannot prove that there was not." Nor could the judge find any two ethnologic authorities who could agree on the definition of pure Caucasian. 85. Powell and Plecker worried about the judge's ruling. The Commonwealth attorney was willing to pursue an appeal as a test case, but he also warned that the entire Racial Integrity Act might be struck down. They decided not to pursue the appeal. Plecker in turn assisted efforts to get the legislature to reduce the Pocahontas exemption, causing raucous debate within the State House and in the newspapers of Virginia. 86. Plecker continued his crusade even after retiring in 1946 at the age of 84. To the last day he was publishing racist pamphlets decrying mongrelization, defending the purity of the white race, decreeing demographic status family by family in a state and in an era when demographic status defined one's existence. In a final flourish, Plecker submitted his resignation with the declaration, "I am laying down this, my chief life work, with mingled feeling of pleasure and regret. He hoped to be dubbed Registrar Emeritus 87. During his tenure, Walter A. Plecker dictated the nature of existence for millions of Americans, the living, the dead and the never born. His verdicts, often just his suspicions, in many ways defined the lives of an entire generation of Virginians who could live where, who could attend what school and obtain what education, who could marry whom, and even who could rest in peace in what graveyard. It was not achieved with an army of soldiers, but rather with a legion of registrars and millions of registration forms. He was able to succeed because his campaign was not about racism, nor mere prejudice, nor even white supremacy. It was about science. Now that science was ready to spread across the seas. Part 2. Eugenicide. Chapter 10. Origins. One morning in June of 1923, John C. Merriam, the Carnegie Institution's newly installed president, telephoned Charles Davenport at Cold Spring Harbor. Anticipation was in the air. A long-awaited eugenic countermeasure, loosely called the Plan, finally seemed within reach. The plan would create an American eugenic presence throughout the world even as inferior strains were eliminated in the United States. It was now important to be politically careful. Merriam, however, was worried about the behavior of Harry H. Laughlin. 1. Merriam's hopeful phone call to Davenport had been years in the making. American eugenics had always sought a global solution. From the beginning, Arrow leaders understood all too well that America was a nation of immigrants. But American eugenicists considered most of the immigrants arriving after 1890 to be genetically undesirable. This was because the 1890s witnessed the onset of the Great Eastern and Southern European exodus to the United States, with throngs of non-English speaking families crowding into the festering slums of New York and other Atlantic seaboard cities. 2. Eugenicists viewed continued immigration as an unending source of debasement of America's biological quality. Sterilizing thousands of the nation's socially inadequate was seen as a mere exercise, that is, fighting against a rising tide, unless eugenicists could also erect an international barrier to stop continuing waves of the unfit. Therefore, the campaign to keep defective immigrants out of the country was considered equally important to the crusade to cleanse America of its genetic undesirables. This meant injecting eugenic principles into the immigration process itself, both in the U.S. and abroad. Immigration had always been a complex, emotionally charged concept in the United States. 1,000 valid arguments encompassing economics, health conditions, overcrowding, demographics and humanitarianism perpetually fed competing passions to either increase or decrease immigration. Moreover, the public and political mood twisted and turned as conditions in the country changed. Between 1880 and 1920, more than 20 million immigrants had flooded into the United States, mainly fleeing Europe's upheaval. More than 8 million of that number arrived between 1900 and 1909. America's turn-of-the-century welcome was once poetically immortalized with the injunction, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore." But after World War I, American society was in ethnic, economic, and demographic turmoil. Now curtailed war industries laid off millions. Returning doughboys needed work as well, only adding to widespread joblessness. Inflation ate into wages. African Americans who had gone to war now expected employment as well. They had fought for their country, and now they wanted their sliver of the American dream. Dislocation bred discontent. Massive labor strikes paralyzed much of America during 1919, with some 22% of the workforce joining a job action at some point during that year. 5. Moreover, demographic upheaval was reweaving the very fabric of American social structure. Boy soldiers raised on the farm suddenly turned into hardened men during trench warfare. Upon returning, they often moved to cities, ready for a new life. Post-war immigration boomed again, concentrated in the urban centers. The 1920 census revealed that for the first time in American history, the population majority had shifted from rural to urban areas. America was becoming urbanized, and mainly by immigrants. The 1920 census meant wrenching congressional reapportionment, that is, a redrawing of district lines for seats in the House of Representatives. 11 rural states were set to lose seats to more urbanized states. The House had expanded its available seats to 435 to preserve as much district status quo as possible. 6 But immigration remained the focal point of a political maelstrom. To further inflame the day, race riots and ethnic strife ripped through the cities. American Americans, back from soldiering, were tired of racism, they wanted a semblance of rights. At the same time, the Ku Klux Klan rose to never-before-seen prominence. The threat of Bolshevism worried the government and the average man. The Red Scare in the summer of 1919 pitted one ism against another. Marxism, communism, Bolshevism, and socialism sprang into the American consciousness, contending with capitalism. Race riots against African Americans and mob violence against anarchistic Italians and perceived political rabble-rousers ignited throughout the nation. A man named J. Edgar Hoover was installed to investigate subversives, mainly foreign-born. 7. As the 20s roared, they also growled and groaned about immigration. Along with the most recent huddled masses came widespread vexation about the future of American society. Legitimate social fears, ethnic combat, and economic turmoil stimulated a plethora of restrictive reforms, some sensible, some extreme. The best and worst of the nation's feelings about immigration were exploited by the eugenicists. They capitalized on the country's immigration stresses, as well as America's entrenched racism and pervasive post-war racial anxiety. Seizing the moment, the men of the Carnegie Institution injected a biological means test into the very center of the immigration morass, dragging yet another field of social policy into the sphere of eugenics. As early as 1912, the eugenics movement's chief immigration strategist, Harvard professor Robert DeCourcy Ward, advocated eugenic screening of immigrant candidates before they even reached U.S. shores. Davenport enthusiastically wrote a colleague, "I thoroughly approve of the plan which Ward urges of inspection of immigrants on the other side." 8 Bolstered by other eugenic immigration activists, such as ophthalmologist Lucien Howe, Laughlin became the point man in the movement's efforts. Their goals were to rewrite immigration laws to turn on eugenic terminology, and to install an overseas genetic surveillance network. Key to any success was Albert Johnson. Johnson was an ambitious small-town personage who would eventually acquire international potency. Born in 1869 in Springfield, Illinois, on the northern edge of the Mason-Dixon line, Johnson grew up during the tempestuous Reconstruction years. His high school days were spent in provincial Kansas communities, including the newly created village of Hiawatha, and later Atchison, the state's river and railroad center. But Johnson was an urban newspaperman at heart, working first as a reporter on the Herald in St. Joseph, Missouri, and then the St. Louis Globe-Democrat. Within a few years he had joined the ranks of East Coast journalists, becoming managing editor of Connecticut's New Haven Register in 1896, and 2 years later serving as a news editor of the Washington Post. After his stint with the Post, Johnson moved to Tacoma, Washington, where he worked as editor of the Tacoma News. Johnson then returned to his small-town roots as editor and publisher of the local newspaper in Hoquiam, Washington. In 1912, while publisher, he successfully ran for Congress. Johnson chaired the House Committee on Immigration and Naturalization for 12 years, beginning in 1919. In that pivotal position, Johnson would shape American immigration policy for decades to come. 9 During his tenure, Johnson acted not only as a legislator, but also as a fanatic raciologist and eugenicist. Even before Johnson rose to chair the Immigration Committee, Congress had enacted numerous immigration restrictions that were reactive, not eugenic, in nature, even if the legislation employed much of the same terminology. For example, a 1917 statute barred immigration for all idiots, imbeciles, feeble-minded persons, epileptics, insane persons, and persons of constitutional psychopathic inferiority. Laughlin and his colleagues wanted to rewrite these classifications along strictly biological and racial lines. His idea? New legislation to create a corps of eugenic immigration attaches stationed at American consulates across Europe and eventually the entire world. These consuls would exclude all persons sexually fertile, who cannot demonstrate their eugenical fitness, mental, physical, and moral. Laughlin's proposed law was of paramount importance to eugenic stalwarts. As a leading immigration activist told Davenport in an October 1, 1920, letter, any new system would need to heavily favor the Nordics and ensure that Asiatics, Alpines and Meds are diminished. 10. The Journal of Heredity, formerly the American Breeders' Magazine, trumpeted one of the movement's rationales for overseas screening in an article entitled Immigration Restriction and World Eugenics. The article declared, just as we isolate bacterial invasions, and starve out the bacteria by limiting the area and amount of their food supply, so we can compel an inferior race to remain in its native habitat, which will, as with all organisms, eventually limit its influence. 11. Premier racial theorist Madison Grant, president of the Eugenics Research Association and vice president of the Immigration Restriction League, was a close ally and confidant of Johnson's. Grant's influence with Congress on immigration was a recognized asset for the eugenics movement, and was well utilized. Davenport would periodically send him materials, including confidential reports done by social workers on individual New York immigrants deemed defective, which you may be able to use with Congress. As far as Johnson was concerned, any immigration was too much immigration. In fact, Johnson had already introduced without success an emergency measure to suspend all immigration for 2 years. 12. It wasn't long before Laughlin became the designated eugenic authority for Johnson's committee. Laughlin began in 1920 by offering Johnson the same definition of the socially inadequate previously rejected by the Census Bureau, together with the same flawed data. Unlike the Census Bureau, however, Johnson readily accepted these notions. He invited Laughlin to testify before a full House committee to formally espouse his raciology and lobby for the new legislation. 13. Laughlin enthusiastically testified for 2 mornings, on April 16 and 17, 1920, invoking a gamut of eugenic arguments, from the history of the Jukes to the tribe of Ishmael to the high cost of institutionalizing defective stock. At one point, when Laughlin was explaining one of his new terms for mental incompetence, a committee member interrupted and asked him how to spell it. Laughlin replied, moron. It is a Greek word meaning a foolish person. 14. To stem the supply of morons and stymie further degeneracy, Laughlin asked Johnson to allow him to enable testing the worth of immigrants, in their hometowns, because that is the only place where one can get eugenical facts. For example, whether he comes from an industrious or shiftless family. But just as the terms feeble-mindedness and blindness were vague and fundamentally undefined, the exact nature of shiftlessness was also unclear. Laughlin assured Johnson that this could be remedied. General shiftlessness could easily be made into a technical term, he explained, by a little definition in the law. It could be made a technical term by describing it by a 50-word paragraph. 15. Laughlin emphasized that the quality and character of the individual candidate for immigration were not as important as his ancestral pedigree. If the prospective immigrant is a potential parent, that is, a sexually fertile person, testified Laughlin, then his or her admission should be dependent not merely upon present literacy, social qualifications, and economic status, but also upon the possession in the prospective immigrant and in his family stock of such physical, mental, and moral qualities as the American people desire. The lesson, he emphasized, is that, the family stock should be investigated, lest we admit more degenerate blood. 16. Johnson, a proud champion of immigration quotas, was greatly impressed with Laughlin's expertise and saw its usefulness in drafting any restrictive legislation. The chairman promised to invite Laughlin back as an expert to help the committee deliberate on his proposal for eugenic attachés. Laughlin's two-day testimony and proposed law were published by the House under the title The Biological Aspects of Immigration 17. When Laughlin came back to consult, and encouraged Johnson created a new title for him, Expert Eugenics Agent. Laughlin was now empowered to conduct wide-ranging racial and immigration studies, and to present them as reliable congressional data. His new authority included the power to print and circulate official committee correspondence and questionnaires, and mail them en masse at House expense. The first of these was a survey entitled Racial and Diagnostic Record of State Institutions. It was printed on official House letterhead, with the committee members' names routinely listed at the top, but now with Laughlin's name added as Expert Eugenics Agent. The form asked 370 state institutions, hospitals, prisons, asylums in the 48 states to report the nationalities, races, and problematic natures of their residents. Perhaps intentionally, private institutions were not queried, limiting the survey and its resulting data to the most needy and troubled within immigrant groups. 18. Laughlin's target for the survey data was the 1924 legislative session. This was when temporary immigration quotas, enacted under Johnson's baton in 1921, were scheduled to be revised. Those restrictive quotas had calculated the percentages of the foreign-born nation by nation, as enumerated by the 1910 census, and then limited each nation's new annual immigration to only 3% of that number. This had the effect of turning America's demographic clock back to 1910. But to eugenicists, this restrictive quota was not restrictive enough. Laughlin and his colleagues wanted to turn the clock back to 1890, before mass influxes from Eastern and Southern Europe had begun. Laughlin's study of racial and diagnostic records of state institutions would statistically prove that certain racial and national types were criminalistic and amoral by genetic nature. 19. But the hundreds of state hospitals, prisons, and other institutions spread across the United States all saw their residents' ancestries through different eyes using different terminology. To guide institutions in standardizing their responses, Laughlin circulated a supplemental congressional publication entitled Classification Standards to be followed in preparing data for the Schedule Racial and Diagnostic Records of Inmates of State Institutions. His title, Expert Eugenics Agent, was printed on the cover. The booklet listed 65 racial classifications to be employed. Classification number 15 was German Jew, number 16 was Polish Jew, number 17 was Russian Jew, number 18 was Spanish American, Indian, number 19 was Spanish American, white, number 25 was North Italian, number 26 was South Italian, number 29 was Russian, number 30 was Polish, Polak, number 61 was Mountain White, number 62 was American Yankee, number 63 was American Southerner, and number 64 was Middle West American. Crimes to be classified for genetic purposes included several dozen categories ranging from homicide and arson to driving recklessly, disorderly conduct, and conducting business under an assumed name. The data collected would all go into one mammoth Mendelian database to help set race-based immigration quotas. 20. The Carnegie Institution was no bystander to Laughlin's operation. Laughlin regularly kept Carnegie President John Merriam briefed on the special congressional privileges and testing regimens placed at the disposal of the eugenics movement. Merriam authorized Carnegie statistician J. Arthur Harris to validate the reliability of the data Laughlin would offer Congress. However, Laughlin's derogatory raciological assertions were now becoming more public, and Merriam feared that his views would not be popular with America's vocal minorities. 21. In November of 1922, Laughlin's statistics-filled presentation to Congress was published as Analysis of America's Modern Melting Pot. It contained copious racial and ethnic denigrations. Johnson declared that the entire session would be published officially with the pejorative subtitle Analysis of the Metal and Dross in America's Modern Melting Pot. The dross was the human waste in American society. Laughlin's testimony insisted, particularly in the field of insanity, the statistics indicate that America, during the last few years, has been a dumping ground for the mentally unstable inhabitants of other countries. 22. During his testimony about the melting pot, Laughlin told the House, "The logical conclusion is that the differences in institutional ratios, by races and nativity groups, represents real differences in social values, which represent, in turn, real differences in the inborn values of the family stocks from which the particular inmates have sprung. These degeneracies and hereditary handicaps are inherent in the blood." Laughlin asked for authority to conduct additional racial studies of Japanese and Chinese, Indians, and Negroes. He appended a special statistical qualification for Jews, explaining, "The Jews are not treated as a separate nation, but are accredited to their respective countries of birth." As such, he urged a separate study of the Jew as immigrant with special reference to numbers and assimilation. 23. Laughlin's constant racial and ethnic derogations were no longer confined to scholarly journals, but were now echoing in congressional hearing rooms. Indeed, a graphic raciological immigration exhibit from a recent eugenics conference had been installed for public examination in the Immigration Committee's hearing rooms. All these ethnic and racial revilements in turn opened Carnegie and the movement to increasingly vituperative attacks from the large immigrant groups that were becoming ever more entrenched in the country. But Laughlin was unbending. If immigration is to be made a biological or racial asset to the American people, he railed, radical statutory laws must be enforced. At one point he authored an immigration treatise under the Carnegie Institution's credential, which concluded that America was being infested by defective immigrants. As its prime illustration, the treatise offered the parallel case of the house rat, which traced rodent infestation from Europe to the rat's ability to travel in sailing ships. 24. Incendiary or not, Laughlin's rhetoric and eugenic data were producing results with Congress. It was exactly the scientific justification Johnson and other government figures needed to implement greater quotas and deploy the overseas network they wanted. Johnson was increasingly becoming not just a congressman favoring racial immigration quotas, but a eugenic organizational leader in his own right. In 1923, while chairing Congress's House Immigration and Naturalization Committee, Johnson also joined an elite new private entity with a congressional-sounding name. The new seven-man ad hoc panel was called the Committee on Selective Immigration. Chaired by Johnson's friend, raciologist Madison Grant, and vice-chaired by immigration specialist Robert DeCourcy Ward, the body also included Laughlin as secretary and eugenic ophthalmologist Lucien Howe. 25. The Committee on Selective Immigration's first report concluded that America needed the Nordic race to thrive. Immigrants from Northwestern Europe furnish us the best material for American citizenship and for the future upbuilding of the American race. They have higher living standards than the bulk of Southeastern Europeans, are of higher grade of intelligence, better educated, more skilled, better able to understand, appreciate, and support our form of government. In contrast, the committee concluded, Southern and Eastern Europe have been sending large numbers of peddlers, sweatshop workers, fruit stand keepers, and bootblacks. 26. Citing the research on inferiors produced by Laughlin and other experts, the Eugenic Committee assured, had mental tests been in operation years ago, over 6 million aliens now living in this country, free to vote, and to become the fathers and mothers of future Americans, would have never been admitted. Relying on Laughlin and other commonly accepted eugenic principles, the ad hoc committee advocated passage of Laughlin's overseas surveillance laws and declared that racial quotas based on the 1890 census are sound American policy. 27. Because Johnson functioned as both a member of the elite eugenic panel and as chairman of the House Immigration Committee, eugenic immigration quotas based on 1890 demographics now seemed assured. Suddenly, in June of 1923, Johnson was thrust into new importance within the eugenics movement. On June 16, he was elected president of the Eugenics Research Association. Prior to this he hadn't even been a member of the organization. Nonetheless, this now positioned Johnson, with all his governmental powers, at the narrow pinnacle of eugenic organizational leadership. At the same time, Secretary of Labor James J. Davis, whose department was responsible for the domestic aspects of immigration, had signaled his willingness to cooperate in creating the overseas eugenic network to investigate immigrant families. The battle for negative eugenics prevention could now be waged at its source point. 28. No wonder that 4 days later, on June 20, Miriam anxiously telephoned Davenport. Secretary Davis had just sent a letter to President Warren Harding supporting the eugenic immigration legislation, and Davis was eager to secure any scientific underpinnings to justify it. Davis was due to sail to Europe on July 4, and now he contacted Miriam to ask if Laughlin might accompany him. Miriam answered that the Carnegie Institution would of course cooperate. That was the exciting part of Miriam's telephone conversation with Davenport. But then Miriam expressed his concerns about Laughlin. 29. Laughlin was unpracticed in politics and was now expostulating scientific conclusions that were provoking reproach. Miriam told Davenport that the Carnegie Institution was quite aware of Laughlin's shortcomings and wanted to ensure that nothing stood in the way of a quiet success for the plan and its incorporation into the expected 1924 immigration reforms. Laughlin did not merely verbalize extremist views, many saw him as a eugenic zealot who would do anything to accomplish his goals. Yet in this situation, some political caution was necessary. It is understood, Miriam repeated to Davenport moments later, that the desire to have Dr. Laughlin associated with the Secretary is not for the purpose of changing our plans but is rather due to the fact that the Secretary recognizes that our work can be useful to him. It is not expected that there will be any modification of our plan, but rather that the Secretary will help to carry out the plans which you and Dr. Laughlin have worked out. 30 minutes later, Miriam went to the unusual extreme of dictating a letter to Davenport explicitly reiterating his concerns. In order that there may be no misunderstanding regarding Dr. Laughlin's work, Miriam wrote, "I wish to be frank and say that I have heard a number of quite different criticisms." He scratched out the word different and penned in the word frank - quite frank criticisms of Dr. Laughlin's conclusions drawn from his recent studies. Because the genetics and eugenics work is so important, it is necessary that we be exceedingly guarded, lest conclusions go beyond the limits warranted by the facts and therefore ultimately diminish the effectiveness of our scientific work. Miriam closed with a warning, "I am sure that neither you nor Dr. Laughlin will underestimate my interest in this problem or my recognition of its very great importance." 31. Davenport in turn spoke to Laughlin, advising him that Secretary Davis had invited Laughlin to join him in sailing to Europe. Davenport also verbalized Miriam's concerns about Laughlin. When Miriam's letter arrived in Cold Spring Harbor a few days later, Davenport issued a pointed memorandum to Laughlin driving home Miriam's censure by quoting verbatim, "In order that there may be no misunderstanding regarding Dr. Laughlin's work, I wish to be frank and say that I have heard a number of quite frank criticisms of Dr. Laughlin's conclusions drawn from his recent studies. Because the genetics and eugenics work is so important, it is necessary that we be exceedingly guarded lest conclusions go beyond the limits warranted by the facts and therefore ultimately diminish the effectiveness of our scientific work. I am sure that neither you nor Dr. Laughlin will underestimate my interest in this problem or my recognition of its very great importance." 32. The next Monday, Davis appointed Laughlin special immigration agent to Europe, making it official with a certificate. Laughlin had a penchant for titles that used the word agent. First he was retained as a special agent of the Bureau of the Census. Then Johnson dubbed him the House's expert eugenics agent. 33. Now in his latest agent capacity he would tour Europe for 6 months, quietly investigating the family trees of aspiring immigrant families. If he could establish the scientific numbers necessary to pronounce certain ethnic and racial groups as either eugenically superior or inferior, America's whole system of immigration could change. Laughlin wanted all potential immigrants to be ranked in one of 3 classes. Class 1, not sexually fertile, now or potentially, and not debarred on account of cacogenesis genetic dysfunction. Class 2, sexually fertile, now or potentially, and not debarred on account of cacogenesis. Class 3, sexually fertile, now or potentially, and debarred on account of cacogenesis. 34 Laughlin now found himself the syndic of America's genetic future. Despite the urgings of the Carnegie Institution, Laughlin was unwilling to sail with Davis in July. He needed more time. Instead, he and his wife departed aboard the 5.5 Helgoland about a month later, in time to attend an international eugenics meeting in Lund, Sweden. For the next 6 months, Laughlin would travel throughout Europe, setting up shop at American consulates and rallying logistical support from like-minded European eugenics groups. 35 Scandinavia was first. In Sweden, he contacted the American embassy in Stockholm, as well as consular officials in Uppsala and Göteborg. In Denmark, he visited the consulate in Copenhagen. Laughlin concluded that Sweden was actually hoarding its superior strains by discouraging emigration through such groups as the Society for the Prevention of Emigration and an investigation undertaken by the government's Emigration Commission. Working with Sweden's official State Institute of Race Biology, Laughlin launched ancestral verifications of 4 immigrant candidates, all young men, 1 from Kalmarton, 1 from Valhallavajan, and 2 from Stockholm. The American consul was to provide a social worker to undertake the field work along the lines of an earlier Laughlin study that was being translated into Swedish. 36 He was sure his work in Sweden would yield scientific proof that Nordics were superior human beings. Writing from Europe, he expressed his elation to Judge Harry Olson of Chicago. It seems that the Swedish stock has been selected for generations by a very hard set of national conditions: severe climate, relatively poor soil. The strenuous struggle for existence seems to have eliminated the weaklings. Of course, the original Nordic stock was sound, else it would have died out entirely, and could not have made a good stock. Indeed, Laughlin thought that Swedish emigrants must be considered her finest product in international commerce. 37 His optimism faded as he traveled south. In Belgium, Laughlin contacted the American consul in Brussels to initiate investigations of 4 applicants whose visas had not yet been approved: 2 men and a woman from Brabant, and a woman from Brussels. His fellow eugenic activist Dr. Albert Govaerts, who had studied the previous year in Cold Spring Harbor, helped Laughlin get organized and performed the physical examinations. The Solvay Institute, with the consent of Vrije University, provided desk space. 38 In Italy, he liaised with that country's Commissioner General of Emigration, who agreed to help prepare field studies of 4 Italians seeking to emigrate to the U.S. Laughlin was convinced Italy had an excess of population and that the Italian government was desirous of finding an outlet for their unemployed. With this in mind, he began investigating the 4 Italians. 39 In England, an office was set up for Laughlin in the Eugenics Education Society headquarters outside London. 4 Britons who had applied to emigrate were selected for familial examination. They included 2 Middlesex Jews, a teenage man named Morris and a woman in her 20s, plus a young woman from Devonshire and a young man from Hampshire. U.S. Public Health Service officers stationed in England were to perform the medical examinations. 40 Laughlin reported back to Davenport that the various investigations were made by a field worker, in much the same fashion as similar individual and family histories are made by eugenical field workers in the United States. The help of U.S. consuls was indispensable to securing the most intimate individual and family histories of would-be emigrants to America, awaiting visas. Indeed, the individuals themselves were actually selected by the consuls, who are giving their full cooperation in the work, Laughlin added. He hoped consular officials would go further and glean confidential family character information from local priests. If immigrant candidates felt the questions were too intrusive or offensive, Laughlin explained, field workers would simply withdraw to the American consulate, and announce that if the would-be immigrant desires to have his passport issued a visa, he must provide the information concerning his own case history and family pedigree. Laughlin boasted that the consuls would smooth the way for perfecting these field studies. 41 Mental tests to identify feeble-mindedness were of course part of the investigation, although Laughlin did not indicate what language was being used in the various non-English speaking countries. Where U.S. public health staff was not available for medical examinations, Laughlin proposed contract nurses or physicians. Secretaries and stenographers stationed around the continent would be employed to type up the results. 42. The purpose of Laughlin's family probes was not to help the United States properly ascertain the intellectual, economic, political, or social caliber of individual immigrants, which fell well within any government's prerogative, but rather to determine how much tainted blood an applicant had received from his forebears. Ancestral blood, not individual worth, would be Laughlin's sole determinant. He was receiving excellent cooperation until he arrived in Paris in late November of 1923. There he set up a mailing account at the local American Express office at 11 Rue Scribe, and was then ready to begin work. But when he contacted American Consul General A.M. Thackeray to begin his local probes, the embassy balked. Someone at the embassy checked Regulation 124, dating back to 1896. It was against regulations for American consuls to correspond with officials of other American departments. Laughlin, as Special Immigration Agent to Europe, was officially a representative of the Department of Labor. Obviously, the rule would not allow them to collaborate with Laughlin. 43. To resolve the problem, a conference was held in Paris on Sunday, December 2, 1923, attended not only by Consul General Thackeray, but also by his British counterpart, Consul General Robert Skinner, as well as Consul General at Large Robert Fraser. They could find no way around the regulations. So they cabled Washington for instructions. By the end of the week, the State Department sent notice that the rule had been waived, so long as the diplomats confined themselves to facts and did not render opinion or try to outline policy, as Laughlin reported it. The project proceeded unimpeded, mainly because the consuls were eager to cooperate. 44. Before he was done, Laughlin had visited 25 U.S. consular offices in 10 countries: Sweden, Denmark, Belgium, Italy, Holland, Germany, Switzerland, England, Spain, and France, as well as the French colony of Algiers. Not only did Laughlin proudly establish eugenic testing procedures and precedents wherever he went, he created a network of friendly American consuls throughout the continent, a feat he bragged about to the Arrow. In fact, going beyond on-site work with the 25 consulates, Laughlin also mass-mailed every American consulate in Europe and the Near East 128 consulates in all, advising them of his project and seeking detailed local demographic data. Within months, 2 consulates had already provided partial reports directly to Laughlin, and more than 24 others had sent the requested information to the State Department to be forwarded to Laughlin, who was still traveling. Eventually 87 consulates supplied the requested population and ethnic information directly to Laughlin. Only 11 did not respond. 45. During his whirlwind tour, Laughlin found little time for sightseeing. Moreover, as he traveled from city to city and incurred mounting expenses for stenographers, field investigators, report printing, and other general living expenses, he was advancing his own money. He was still collecting a salary as Arrow Assistant Director, but he complained more than once, "I am bearing my own expense." He was uncertain if he would ever be reimbursed. In late 1923, Laughlin petitioned Davenport, "If these studies prove profitable, and I am permitted to continue them beyond the 1st of January 1924, I respectfully request that provision be made for my expenses." 46. Assistant Secretary of Labor Henning had promised a $500 stipend, and Laughlin had applied to receive it, but Henning's secretary then notified Laughlin that the department had no means of sending you cash in advance. Laughlin confided to Davenport, "I am a little uneasy about the $500. The Department of Labor promised, but did not deliver." 47. Carnegie and the Arrow were not helpful, still apprehensive about Laughlin's growing reputation for outlandish race science. Even the prestigious scientific journal Nature had publicly castigated Laughlin in a review of his 1922 study on eugenic sterilization. For Laughlin, the tension with his own organization was palpable. To counter the bad reviews, he began sending a disenchanted Merriam as many complimentary European reviews of his work as he could. He also dispatched frequent optimistic reports back home justifying his investment of time, but noted that, in return, I have not heard very many times from Cold Spring Harbor 48. At one point in late November of 1923, an almost desperate Laughlin admitted that the British and Belgian family case studies had already exhausted the anticipated $500 Labor Department reimbursement, and the Swedish and Italian studies will need additional funds. He asked for financial assistance from the Carnegie Institution, and also mentioned this request to Davenport, so formally as to almost be provocative. I do not feel like going into the matter any further without authorization for expenses from the director of the Eugenics Record Office, Laughlin wrote to Davenport, who was, of course, the director of the era. He added, I should also like the assurance that in case the Department of Labor does not supply the money which I have actually spent for field assistance, I should be reimbursed by the Arrow. 49. Finally, on December 21, the Carnegie Institution decided to be more forthcoming with support for Laughlin's European endeavors. Davenport dispatched a letter to Laughlin in Belgium assuring him that the Department of Labor would reimburse all legitimate expenses. At the end of the letter he casually appended exactly what he knew Laughlin most wanted to hear: did I tell you that $300 has been appropriated for your traveling expenses in the budget of this department at Carnegie, and a check will be made out to you for it January 1, 50. In mid-February of 1924, Laughlin sailed into New York Harbor after an exhausting 6-month eugenic mission to Europe. Now it was time for the special immigration agent to compile his ideas and data into a scientific report to Congress. His government allies were more than ready. Several weeks before Laughlin sailed home, the 7-man ad hoc committee on selective immigration published a detailed endorsement of his conclusions and proposed legislation, including overseas eugenic screening. Signing on to that report was House Immigration Committee Chairman Johnson, acting in his alter ego as member of the 7-man committee. The published report noted that although Laughlin was still in Europe, they knew he would agree with its contents. 51. On February 17, 1924, just after Laughlin returned, Davis in his capacity as Secretary of Labor also advocated Laughlin's ideas in a special editorial in the New York Times. Davis declared that the program suggested by Laughlin must be enacted so that America may not be a conglomeration of racial groups, but a homogeneous race striving for the fulfillment of the ideals upon which this government was founded. 52. On March 8, Laughlin again testified before Johnson's Immigration Committee, this time presenting a massive table and chart bedecked report bearing the charged title Europe as an Immigrant Exporting Continent and the United States as an Immigrant Receiving Nation. True to form, Laughlin declared the existence of an American race. He admitted that America was created by a transplanted people, but that the nation was established by its founders. The pioneers got in on the ground floor. As such, this new American race is a race of white people. Therefore, he summarized, the nation's racial character is being modified to some degree by the changed racial character of the immigration of the last 2 generations. 53. His voluminous charts and reports displayed samplings of the 12 family pedigrees he had assembled in Europe, as well as abundant columns of immigrant data and U.S. population trends. In exhibit after exhibit, Laughlin piled racial ratio upon racial ratio and population percentage upon population percentage, offering copious scientific reinforcement of his conclusions. The majority of Johnson's committee expressed complete support for both Laughlin and his research. At one point a congressman asked Laughlin to respond to denunciations of his work. I decline to get into controversy with any heckler critics, he retorted. I shall answer criticisms by supplying more first-hand facts. Johnson piped in, don't worry about criticism, Dr. Laughlin, you have developed a valuable research and demonstrated a most startling state of affairs. 54. Johnson's committee was also willing to lobby within other government agencies in support of Laughlin's work. For example, when it became obvious that the State Department itself was now balking at releasing the confidential information that 25 consulates had submitted for Laughlin, Immigration Committee members bristled. "I think we ought to have a showdown on this," snapped one congressman. 55. The issue was finally decided some weeks later in a private meeting. On June 17, Carnegie President Merriam and Laughlin met at Washington's elite Cosmos Club with Assistant Secretary of State Wilbur Carr, who headed up the consular service. Carnegie officials correctly believed that Carr had become very favorably inclined toward cooperation with the institution in this matter. At their meeting, Merriam explained the Arrow's interest and Carr agreed to share the information, so long as Laughlin abided by a working understanding. Inasmuch as Laughlin held multiple government positions, any Carnegie Institution activities on the topic inside the United States would continue under the purview of the Department of Labor, the House Immigration Committee, or any other domestic agency. But any overseas activity would need both General State Department approval and prior agreement by the ranking diplomat in the foreign locale. As part of the arrangement, Laughlin also agreed that any future demographic publications gleaned from consular data would be submitted in advance to the State Department to prevent any possible embarrassment of the federal government. 56. 2 days later, with the arrangement sealed, Secretary of Labor Davis delivered a formal, interdepartmental request directly to Secretary of State Charles Evans Hughes asking that the confidential consular data be made available to Laughlin. Laughlin was prepared to assemble a detailed, highly personal, multi-folder case study of immigrant candidates and their ancestry. Folder D, Section 2B, for example, cataloged the family's moral qualities. With the new information, Laughlin could offer vivid examples of his new system of human filtering. 57. The State Department sought to prevent any possible embarrassment of the federal government by Laughlin for the same reason the Carnegie Institution and Merriam expressed jitters. By this time Laughlin was more than a controversial pseudoscientist increasingly challenged by immigrant groups and others, he was in some quarters a complete laughingstock. And when Laughlin was excoriated in the popular press, all of Eugenics and the Carnegie Institution itself were also open to ridicule. 58. Perhaps no better example of the ridicule directed at Laughlin at the time was a 47-page lampoon written under the pseudonym Ezekiel Cheever, who in reality was probably either the irreverent Baltimore Sun commentator H. L. Mencken or one of his associates. Cheever's booklet, a special edition of his school issues, was billed on its cover as a special extra Eugenics number in which Cheever wickedly squeals on Dr. Harry H. Laughlin of the Carnegie Institution and other members of the Eugenics Committee of the United States of America for feeding scientifically and biologically impure data to honorable members of the House of Representatives concerning the immigration problem. In page after page of satirical jabs, Laughlin's statistics were cited verbatim and then dismembered for their preposterousness. 59. For example, Cheever deprecated Laughlin's reliance on IQ testing to gauge feeble-mindedness. Undoubtedly, one of the greatest blunders made by scientific men in America the past 50 years, he wrote, was the premature publication of the results of the Army intelligence tests. Mocking Laughlin's scientific racism, Cheever titled one section "Nigger in the Woodpile," which charged, if the opinions advanced by Dr. Laughlin and based upon this same unscientific rubbish, are as unreliable as they appear when the rubbish is revealed in a true light, then it would seem that the Carnegie Institution of Washington must either disclaim any part of the job or confess that the job, despite Carnegie Institution's part, is a rotten one, provided Carnegie Institution does not wish to be regarded as on a par with the Palmer Institute of Chiropractic. 60. Cheever scolded Honorable Albert Johnson, chairman of the House's Committee on Immigration and Naturalization and a member of the Eugenics Committee, who announced at the hearings, "I have examined Dr. Laughlin's data and charts and find that they are both biologically and statistically thorough, and apparently sound. It is now in order for Congress to examine Honorable Albert Johnson and ascertain if as much can be said about him." 61. In a section titled "Naughty Germplasms," referring to Laughlin's race-based state institution surveys, Cheever jeered, If the reader will examine the schedules sent out to cooperating institutions, he will get a new and somewhat startling view as to what constitutes the more serious crimes or felonies. Under adult types of crime there were listed, drunkenness, conducting business under an assumed name, peddling without license, begging, and reckless driving. Among the serious crimes or felonies of the juvenile type he will find, trespass, unlawful use of automobiles, begging, truancy, running away, being a stubborn and disobedient child. If Dr. Laughlin can devise a means for locating germplasms that are responsible for such heinous crimes, his fame will overshadow that of Pasteur. 62. Often, the booklet used Laughlin's own words against him. Cheever quoted from one passage in Laughlin's testimony that confessed, "At the beginning of this investigation there were in existence no careful or extended studies of this particular subject. The figures that were generally given were either guesswork or based upon very small samples of the population." 63. Either Dr. Laughlin is exceedingly stupid, scorned Cheever, or else he is merely a statistical legerdemain sleight of hand artist. 64. Extracts from Cheever's booklet were syndicated in the Baltimore Sun. Other attacks followed. One severe assessment of his work by a reviewer named Jennings, writing in Science magazine, caused eugenic circles particular distress because it appeared in a scholarly publication. "Can't you get out some sort of reply to Jennings?" immigration guru Robert de Courcy Ward wrote Laughlin. "He has been making a lot of trouble about your melting pot report. I hate to have that man talk and write without getting any real comeback from you." Impervious as always, Laughlin shrugged off Jennings, and also dismissed Cheever as more of a political attack trying to answer scientific data. 65. Davenport had no choice but to also deflect complaints arising from the steady stream of critical articles. Not a few of these were sent directly to the Carnegie Institution. Writing on Carnegie Institution letterhead, Davenport defensively replied to one man who had read Cheever's pieces in the Baltimore Sun, asserting that Laughlin had been unduly libeled. Indeed, Davenport's rebuttal likened the Cheever articles to the ridicule launched against Davenport himself years earlier by Galtonian eugenicists in England. He closed by saying that Cheever was so out for blood that he should be imprisoned. 66. But no amount of public rebuke would dissuade Johnson, and that was all Laughlin cared about. Johnson continued to publish Laughlin's testimony as though it were solid scientific truth. Using Laughlin's biological data as a rationale, he pressed for new immigration quotas keyed to the national ancestral makeup reflected in the 1890 census. During April and May of 1924, the House and Senate passed the Immigration Act of 1924, and President Calvin Coolidge signed the sweeping measure into law on May 26. This legislation would radically reduce non-Nordic immigration, since the representation of Eastern and Southern Europeans was radically less in 1890 than it had been in 1910. The Italian quota, for example, would be slashed from 42,000 per year to just 4,000. Many called the new legislation the National Origins Act because it limited new immigration to a quota of just 2% of the national origins present in America according to the 1890 census. 67. But tempestuous debate still surrounded the statistical validity of the 1890 census, and no one knew how reliable its reporting had been. Statisticians quarreled over just who was Irish or Genin or Italian, and / or whose name sounded sufficiently Irish or Genin or Italian to be counted as such. Quotas could not be established until the disputed 1890 percentages were settled. So the 1924 law charged the Census Bureau with the duty of studying the numbers and reporting their conclusions to a so-called quota board, which would be comprised of the three relevant cabinet secretaries, Davis of Labor, Herbert Hoover of Commerce, and Frank Kellogg of State. Quotas were to be announced by the President himself in 1927.68. Eugenicists tried mightily to influence the quota board's deliberations. Just how the quotas were set would dictate the success or failure of this latest eugenic legislative crusade. A common rallying cry was expressed in A. P. Schultz's raciological tome, RNCE, or Mongrel, which proclaimed, "The principle that all men are created equal is still considered the chief pillar of strength of the United States. Only one objection can be raised against it, that it does not contain one iota of truth." 69. Constant penutations and re-evaluations of the demographic data were bandied back and forth throughout 1926. Politically spun rhetoric masked true feelings. One senator, for example, staunchly announced he would not permit the new quotas to discriminate against Jews, Italians, or Poles, but he concluded with the traditional eugenic view that any quota system must stop discriminating against Northwestern Europeans, that is, Nordics. As ethnic groups ramped up their pressure, however, some of the most stalwart quota crusaders began to falter. 70. In the second half of 1926, the quota champion himself, Albert Johnson, came up for re-election. By now the immigrants in his district had come together in opposition to further restrictions. He began to equivocate. In August of 1926, Johnson gave a campaign speech opposing the national origins provisions because too many foreign elements would vote for repeal anyway. At one point he publicly declared in a conciliatory tone, "If the National Origins Amendment is going to breed bad feeling in the United States, and result in friction at home, you may rest assured it will not be put into effect." He added that his own inside information was that the quotas would never be instituted. 71. Disheartened eugenicists sadly concluded that Johnson and his allies had completely succumbed to the influence of foreign groups. Johnson's inside information proved somewhat prophetic. On January 3, 1927, Secretaries Davis, Hoover and Kellogg delivered to President Coolidge country-by-country quota recommendations, accompanied by a carefully crafted cover letter declaring that they could come to no reliable consensus about the true percentages of national origins in 1890. It may be stated, the joint letter cautioned, that the statistical and historical information available from which these computations were made is not entirely satisfactory. On January 6, Congress requested the official letter and its recommendations. The White House delivered them the next day. Eugenicists assumed that although there was room for argument, some form of quotas would be enacted at once. 72. But before the sun set that day, the White House delivered a replacement cover letter to the Senate. This one was similar, bearing the same January 3 date, again addressed to President Calvin Coolidge and again signed by all three cabinet secretaries. But the key phrase warned the president more forcefully, "Although this is the best information we have been able to secure, we wish to call attention to the reservations made by the committee and to state that, in our opinion, the statistical and historical information available raises grave doubts as to the whole value of these computations as a basis for the purposes intended. We therefore cannot assume responsibility for such conclusions under these circumstances." 73. In other words, within hours the demographic information went from merely problematic to absolutely worthless. Quotas could not be reliably ordained under the circumstances. On the last day of the 1927 session, Congress passed Senate Joint Resolution 152 postponing implementation of the new quotas for 1 year. House debate on the question ran less than 30 minutes. A year later, in 1928, quotas were once more postponed, again after a protracted statistical and political standoff replete with congressional letter-writing campaigns and fractious newspaper editorials. Eugenicists were outraged and saw it as a triumph by organized foreign elements. 74. Even before the first postponement, Laughlin began investigating the heritage of the individual senators themselves. "We are working on the racial origin study of present senators," Laughlin reported to a eugenic immigration activist, "and will line the study up with the data which you sent on members of the original Constitutional Convention. It will make an exceedingly interesting comparison," he added, "showing the drift of composition in the racial makeup of the American people, or at least of their leaders." 75. Finally, in 1929, after indecisive demographic scuffles between census scholars and eugenic activists trying to preserve Nordic preference, compromise quotas were agreed upon by scholars formally and informally advising Congress and the President. Admitting that the numbers were tainted and far from final, binding quotas were nonetheless created. The new president, Herbert Hoover, promulgated the radical reductions based on the accepted analysis of the 1890 census. Even those quotas did not last long. 2 years later they succumbed to redistricting pressures, political concerns, and the momentum of the coming 1930 census. Finally, the quotas were revised based on national percentages from the 1920 census. 76. Laughlin's quest for an overseas network of eugenic investigators achieved only brief success. The system was installed in Belgium, Great Britain, the Irish Free State, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Czechoslovakia, Italy, Holland, and Poland, and for a time the system eugenically inspected some 80% of the would-be emigrants from those countries. On average, 88 of every 1,000 applicants were found to be mentally or physically defective. Laughlin aimed to have one eugenicist stationed in each capital. But overseas examination was short-lived for lack of the extraordinary funding and complicated bilateral agreements required. Moreover, too many foreign governments ultimately objected to such examinations of their citizens. 77 Long after the examinations ceased, however, America's consuls remained eugenically aware of future immigrants and refugees as never before. Their biological preferences and prejudices would become insurmountable barriers to many fleeing oppression in the world of the 1930s. Quotas and the National Origins Act ruled immigration until 1952. Only the 1952 McCarran-Walter Immigration and Naturalization Act amended almost a century of racial and eugenic American law to finally declare, the right of a person to become a naturalized citizen, shall not be denied or abridged because of race or sex or because such person is married. 78. American eugenics felt it had secured far less than half a loaf. For this reason, it was important that inferior blood be wiped away worldwide by analogous groups in other countries. An international movement would soon emerge. During the 20s, the well-funded eugenics of Laughlin, Davenport, and so many other American raciologists would spawn, nurture and inspire like-minded individuals and organizations across Europe. Chapter 11. Britain's Crusade. By the time 400 delegates crowded into an auditorium at the University of London to witness the opening gavel of the First International Congress of Eugenics in 1912, Galton had died and Galtonian eugenics had already been successfully dethroned. America had appropriated the epicenter of the worldwide movement. Eugenic imperialism was vital to the followers of Davenport, as they envisioned not just a better United States, but a totally reshaped human species everywhere on Earth. Nowhere was American influence more apparent than in the cradle of eugenics itself, England. The same centuries of social consternation that had shaped Galton also shaped the new generation of eugenicists who supplanted him. Several storm fronts of historic population anxieties collided over England at the turn of the century. Urban overcrowding, overflowing immigration, and rampant poverty disrupted the British Empire's elegant Victorian era. After the Boer War, the obvious demographic effects of Britain's far-flung imperialism and fears over a declining birth rate and future manpower further inflamed British intellectuals, who were re-examining the inherent quality and quantity of their citizens. 1. English eugenicists did what they did for Britain in a British context, with no instructions or coordination from abroad and precious little organizational assistance from anyone in America. While Britain's movement possessed its own great thinkers, however, British eugenic science and doctrine were almost completely imported from the United States. With few exceptions, American eugenicists provided the scientific roadmaps and the pseudo-scientific data to draw them. During the early years, the few British attempts at family tracing and eugenic research were isolated and unsuccessful. Hence, while the population problems and chronic class conflicts were quite British, the proposed solutions were entirely American. Galton died in 1911, more than a year before the First International Congress, but his marginalization had begun when Mendel's work was rediscovered in the United States. Quaint theories of felicitous marriages among the better classes, yielding incrementally superior offspring, were discarded in favor of wholesale reproductive prohibition for the inferior classes. Eugenic thought may have originated in Britain, but eugenic action began in America. In the first decade of the 20th century, while Galton and his circle were still publishing thin pamphlets, positing revolutionary positions at elite intellectual get-togethers and establishing a modest biometric laboratory, America was busy building a continent-wide political and scientific infrastructure. In that first decade, no government agency in Britain officially supported eugenics as a movement. But in America, the U.S. Department of Agriculture and its network of state college agricultural stations lent its support as early as 1903. Galton in London did not enjoy the backing of billionaires. But on Long Island, the vast fortunes of Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Harriman financed unprecedented eugenic research and lobbying organizations that developed international reach. By 1904, when Galton and his colleagues were still moderating their theories, Charles Davenport was already creating the foundations of a movement that he would soon commandeer from his British predecessors. Before 1912, the Eugenics Record Office would begin extensive family-by-family lineage investigations in prisons, hospitals, and poor communities. In England, the one major attempt at tracing family pedigrees was a lone, protracted effort that took more than a decade to complete and another decade to publish. Point 2. Americanized eugenics began to take root in England in the 20th century under the pen of a Liverpool surgeon named Robert Reed Rentoul. In many ways, Rentoul helped lay the philosophical groundwork for British eugenics, and he would become a leading voice in the movement. A distinguished member of the Royal College of Surgeons, Rentoul worked with the feeble-minded and had undertaken intense studies of America's eugenic activities. In 1903, he published a 26-page pamphlet, Proposed Sterilization of Certain Mental and Physical Degenerates, an appeal to asylum managers and others. He urged both voluntary and compulsory sterilization to prevent reproduction by the unfit. As precedents, Rentoul devoted several pages to the legislative efforts in Minnesota, Colorado, Wisconsin, and other U.S. states. The pamphlet's appendix included an abstract of Minnesota's early marriage restriction law. Rentoul lobbied for similar legislation in the United Kingdom. In one speech before the influential Medico-Legal Society in London, he proposed that all physicians and lawyers join the call to legalize forced sterilization. Point 3. Rentoul's ideas quickly ignited the passions of new eugenic thinkers, including those who gathered at a meeting of the London Sociological Society on the afternoon of May 16, 1904. Galton delivered an important address entitled Eugenics, its definition, scope and aims, stressing actuarial progress, marriage preferences, and general education. Overzeal leading to hasty action, he cautioned, would do harm, by holding out expectations of a near golden age, which will certainly be falsified and cause the science to be discredited. He added, the first and main point is to secure the general intellectual acceptance of eugenics as a hopeful and most important study. But the famous novelist and eugenic extremist H.G. Wells then rose to publicly rebuke Galton, bluntly declaring, it is in the sterilization of failures, and not in the selection of successes for breeding, that the possibility of an improvement of the human stock lies. On that afternoon in Britain the lines were clearly drawn. It was positive eugenics versus negative eugenics. Point 4. Rentoul continued his study of American eugenics throughout 1905, specifically fixing on the emerging notion of race suicide as espoused by the likes of American raciologist E. A. Ross and President Theodore Roosevelt. In 1906, Rentoul published his own in-depth eugenic polemic entitled Race Culture, or Race Suicide, which became a veritable blueprint for the British eugenic activism to come. In page after page, Rentoul mounted statistics and percentages to document Great Britain's mental and physical social deterioration. But as remedies, Rentoul held up America's marriage restriction laws, advocacy by American physicians for sterilization, and recent state statutes. He explained the fine points of the latest legislative action in New Jersey, Delaware, Minnesota, Ohio, Indiana, North Dakota, and other U.S. jurisdictions. I cannot express too high an appreciation, Rentoul wrote, of the many kindnesses of the USA officials to me in supplying information. 5. Rentoul declared that he vastly preferred Indiana's vasectomies and salpingectomies to the caste rations performed in Kansas and Massachusetts. But he added that the Kansas physicians' pioneering efforts at asexualization were enough to justify erecting a memorial to his memory. In one chapter, Rentoul cited an incident involving Dr. Oliver Wendell Holmes, the father of the future Supreme Court Justice. When called to attend to a mentally unstable child, Dr. Holmes complained that to be effective, the consultation should have been held some 50 years ago. Rentoul also quoted Alexander Graham Bell's eugenic denigration of charity. Philanthropy in this country is doing everything possible to encourage marriage among deaf-mutes. Rentoul urged his countrymen to duplicate American-style surveys of foreigners housed in its mental institutions and other asylums. 6. Rentoul summarized his vision for Britain's eugenic future with these words: "It is to these states we must look for guidance if we wish to lessen the chances of children being degenerates." 7. Of course, Rentoul's scientific treatise also addressed America's race problem in a eugenic context. In a passage immediately following references to such strictly local curses as Jack the Ripper, Rentoul asserted, "The Negro is seldom content with sexual intercourse with the white woman, but culminates his sexual furor by killing the woman, sometimes taking out her womb and eating it." If the United States of America people would cease to prostitute their high mental qualities and recognize this Negro as a sexual pervert, it would reflect greater credit upon them, and if they would sterilize this mentally afflicted creature instead of torturing him, they would have a better right to pose as sound thinkers and social reformers. 8. The next year a few dozen eugenic activists formed a provisional committee, which a year later, in 1908, constituted itself as the Eugenics Education Society. Many of its founders were previously members of the Moral Education League, concerned with alcoholism and the proper application of charity. David Starr Jordan, president of the Eugenics section of the American Breeders Association, was made a vice president of the Eugenics Education Society. The new group's biological agenda was to cut off the bloodlines of British degenerates, mainly paupers, employing the techniques pioneered in the United States. The two approved methods were sterilization, both voluntary and compulsory, and forcible detention, a concept euphemized under the umbrella term segregation. Sympathetic government and social service officers were intrigued but ultimately unconvinced, because England, although steeped in centuries of class prejudice, was nonetheless not yet ready for American-style coercive eugenics. 9. True, some in government explored eugenic ideas early on. For example, in August of 1906 the Lancashire Asylums Board unanimously resolved, in view of the alarming increase of the insane portion of our population, immediate steps should be taken to inquire into the best means for preventing the propagation of those mentally afflicted. But that resolution only called for an inquiry. Then the office of the Secretary of State considered establishing a penal work settlement for convicts, vagrants, and the weak-minded on the island of Lundy, thus setting the stage for segregating defectives. But this proposal floundered as well. 10. It wasn't that England lacked the legal or sociological precedents for a eugenics program. Pauperism was thought to be hereditary and had long been judged criminal. Class conflict was centuries old. But America's solution simply did not translate. Marriage restriction and compulsory segregation were anathema to British notions of liberty and freedom. Even Galton believed that regulated marriages were an unrealistic proposition in a democratic society. He knew that human nature would never brook interference with the freedom of marriage, and admitted as much publicly. In his published memoir, he recounted his original error in even suggesting such utopian marriages. "I was too much disposed to think of marriage under some regulation," he conceded. 11. As for sterilization, officials and physicians alike understood that the use of a surgeon's knife for either sterilization or castration, even with the consent of the family or a court-appointed guardian, was plainly criminal. This was no abstruse legal interpretation. Reviewers commonly concluded that such actions would be an unlawful wounding, in violation of Section 20 of the 1861 Offense Against the Person Act. Thus fears of imprisonment haunted every discussion of the topic. Ministry of Health officials understood that in the event of unexpected death arising from the procedure, guardians or parents and physicians alike could be prosecuted for manslaughter. Such warnings were regularly repeated in the correspondence of the Eugenics Education Society, in memorandums from the Ministry of Health, and in British medical journals. Even the Journal of the American Medical Association and Eugenical News made the point clear. Point 12. America enjoyed a global monopoly on eugenic sterilization for the first decades of the 20th century. What was strictly illegal in the United Kingdom was merely extra-legal, a gray area in America. Therefore, Indiana prison physician Harry Clay Sharp was able to sterilize scores of inmates long before his state passed enabling legislation in 1907. Moreover, while American states maintained control over their own medical laws, in Britain only Parliament could pass such legislation. British eugenicists understood what they did about sterilization by observing the American experience. Nor did organized British eugenics immediately launch any field studies to trace the ancestries of suspected degenerates. Indeed, the whole idea of family investigation caused discomfort to many in Britain, especially members of the peerage, who cherished their lineages and genealogies. Eugenicists believed that the firstborn in any family was more likely to suffer crippling diseases and insanity than later children, and this undermined the inheritance concepts attached to primogeniture, by which the eldest often inherited everything. Essentially, they thought the peerage itself had become unsound. In fact, Galton and his chief disciple, Karl Pearson, described the House of Lords as being occupied by men who have not taken the pains necessary to found or preserve an able stock. 13. Only a sea change in British popular sentiment from top to bottom, and an overhaul of legal restraints, would enable eugenical activity in England. Hence the Eugenics Education Society well understood that education would indeed have to be its middle name. That mission never changed. Almost 20 years later, when the organization shortened its name to the Eugenics Society, its chief organizers admitted, it was believed that the object of the society being primarily education was so universally established as to make the word education in the title redundant. 14.1 In reality, of course, education meant little more than constant propagandizing, lobbying, letter writing, pamphleteering, and petitioning from the intellectual and scientific sidelines, where British eugenics dwelled. From its inception in 1908, the Eugenics Education Society had adopted American attitudes on negative eugenics. But with a movement devoid of any first-hand research in English society, the newly born EES was reduced to appropriating American theory from Davenport and Company, and then trying to force it into the British sociological context. Although an aging Galton agreed to become the Society's first honorary president, by 1910 Galton and Pearson both understood that their ideas were not really welcome in the Society. The Galton Laboratory and the simple biometric ancestral outlines recorded at various collaborating institutions by Pearson were seen as innocuous vestiges of the current movement. The Society's main function was suasion, not science. 15. Throughout late 1909, parlour lectures were given to inquisitive audiences in Derby, Manchester, Leeds, and Birmingham. Groups in Liverpool, Glasgow, Cardiff, and London scheduled talks as well. Such propagandizing was repugnant to Galton and Pearson, who saw themselves as scientists. Moreover, while monies were being raised for a lecture fund to defray the Society's travel expenses, much of Pearson's research remained unpublished. In a January 3, 1910, interview with the Standard of London, Pearson complained about 4 or 5 memoirs, scientific reports on social questions of which the publication is delayed from lack of funds. The problem of funds is becoming so difficult that the question of handing it over to be published outside this country has already arisen. Almost derisively, he clarified, the object of the Galton Laboratory is scientific investigation, and as scientific investigators, the staff do not attempt any form of propaganda. That must be left to outside agencies and associations. 16. By 1912, America's negative eugenics had been purveyed to like-minded social engineers throughout Europe, especially in Germany and the Scandinavian nations, where theories of Nordic superiority were well received. Hence the First International Congress of Eugenics attracted several hundred delegates and speakers from the United States, Belgium, England, France, Germany, Italy, Japan, Spain, and Norway. 17. Major Leonard Darwin, son of Charles Darwin and head of the EES, was appointed Congress president. But the working vice presidents included several key Americans, including race theorist David Starr Jordan, Aero Scientific Director Alexander Graham Bell, and Bleecker Van Wagenen, a trustee of New Jersey's Veemland Training School for Feeble-Minded Girls and Boys and secretary of the Abbas Sterilization Committee. Of course, Charles Davenport also served as a working vice president. 18. 5 days of lectures and research papers were dominated by the U.S. contingent and their theories of racial eugenics and compulsory sterilization. The report from what was dubbed the American Committee on Sterilization was heralded as a highlight of the meeting. One prominent British eugenicist, writing in a London newspaper, identified Davenport as an American to whom all of us in this country are immensely indebted, for the work of his office has far outstripped anything of ours. 19. Although Galton had died by this point, a young Scottish physician and eugenic activist by the name of Caleb Saleaby informed his colleagues that if Galton were still alive, he would agree that eugenics was now an American science. If Galton could read the recent reports of the American Eugenics Record Office, wrote Saleaby, which have added more to our knowledge of human heredity in the last 3 years than all former work on that subject put together, Galton would quickly seek to set our own work in this country upon the same sure basis. 20. By the final gavel of the First International Congress of Eugenics, Galton's hope of finding the measurable physical qualities of man had become officially passé among British eugenicists. Saleaby cheerfully reported, biometry might have never existed so far as the Congress was concerned. Indeed, Pearson declined to even attend the Congress. In newspaper articles, Saleaby denounced biometrics as a mere pseudoscience. 21. The society had by now successfully purveyed the notion that defective individuals needed to be segregated. Whenever social legislation arose, the society's several dozen members would implore legislators and key decision-makers to consider the eugenic agenda. For example, when the Poor Laws were being revised in 1909, a typical form letter went out. The legislation for the reform of the Poor Law will be prominently before Parliament. It is most essential that, when the reforms are made, they should include provisions for the segregation of the most defective portion of the community. It will be the business of the society, during the coming year, to appeal to the country on this ground. 22. But the crusade to mass incarcerate and segregate the unfit did not achieve real impetus until England considered a Mental Deficiency Act in 1913. Like so many freestanding social issues invaded by eugenics, mental illness, feeble-mindedness, and pauperism had long been the subject of legendary argument in England. From 1886 to 1899, Britain passed an Idiots Act, a Lunacy Act, and a Defective and Epileptic Children Act. With the arrival of the 20th century, the nation sought an updated approach. 23. From 1904 to 1908, a Royal Commission on the Care and Control of the Feeble-Minded had deliberated the question of segregating and sterilizing the mentally unfit. The Commission's ranks included several British eugenicists who had formed other private associations ostensibly devoted to the welfare of the feeble-minded, but which were actually devoted to promoting eugenic-style confinement and surgical measures. The associations sounded charitable and benevolent. But such groups as the National Association for the Care and Protection of the Feeble-Minded and the Lancashire and Cheshire Association for the Permanent Care of the Feeble-Minded really wanted to ensure that the feeble-minded, whatever that meant, did not reproduce more of their kind. 24. The ambitious British eugenic plans encompassed not just those who seemed mentally inferior, but also criminals, debtors, paupers, alcoholics, recipients of charity and other parasites. Despite passionate protestations from British eugenicists, however, the Commission declined to recommend either widespread segregation or any form of sterilization. 25. But eugenicists continued their crusade. In 1909 and 1910, other so-called welfare societies for the feeble-minded, such as the Cambridge Association for the Care of the Feeble-Minded, contacted the Eugenics Education Society to urge more joint lobbying of the government to sanction forced sterilization. Mass letter-writing campaigns began. Every candidate for parliament was sent a letter demanding they support measures that tend to discourage parenthood on the part of the feeble-minded and other degenerate types. As in America, sterilization advocacy focused first and foremost on the most obviously impaired, in this case, the feeble-minded, but then escalated to include other degenerate types. Seeking support for the Mental Deficiency Act, Society members mailed letters to every sitting member of Parliament, long lists of social welfare officials, and virtually every education committee in England. When preliminary governmental committees shrank from support, the Society simply redoubled its letter-writing campaign. 26. Finally, the government agreed to consider the legislation. Home Secretary Winston Churchill, an enthusiastic supporter of eugenics, reassured one group of eugenicists that Britain's 120,000 feeble-minded persons should, if possible, be segregated under proper conditions so that their curse died with them and was not transmitted to future generations. The plan called for the creation of vast colonies. Thousands of Britons unfit would be moved into these colonies to live out their days. 27. But while on its surface the proposed Mental Deficiency Act seemed confined to the feeble-minded, many of whom already resided in institutions, the bill was actually a stalking horse for more draconian measures. The Society planned to slip in language that could snare millions of unwanted, pauperized, and other eugenically unsound families. EES President Major Leonard Darwin revealed his true feelings in a speech to the adjunct Cambridge University Eugenics Society. The first step to be taken, he explained, ought to be to establish some system by which all children at school reported by their instructors to be specially stupid, all juvenile offenders awaiting trial, all ins and outs at workhouses, and all convicted prisoners should be examined by trained experts in mental defects in order to place on a register the names of all those thus ascertained to be definitely abnormal. Like his colleagues in America, Darwin wanted to identify not just the so-called unfit, but their entire families as well. 28. Darwin emphasized, from the eugenic standpoint this method would no doubt be insufficient, for the defects of relatives are only second in importance to the defects of the individuals themselves. Indeed, in some cases the defects of relatives are of far greater importance. British eugenicists were convinced that just seeming normal was not enough, the unfit were ancestrally flawed. Even if an individual appeared normal and begot normal children, he or she could still be a carrier who needed to be sterilized. One society leader, Lord Riddell, explained, Mendelian theory has disclosed that human characteristics are transmitted through carriers in a weird fashion. Mental deficients may have one normal child who procreates normal children, another deficient child who procreates deficients, and another apparently normal child who procreates some deficients and some normals. Mathematically, this description may not be quite accurate, but it will serve the purpose. 29. More than a decade after Rentoul first proposed mimicking U.S. laws, British eugenicists now lobbied to install American-style marriage restrictions. Once again, it was the seemingly normal people that British eugenicists feared. Saleabai explained, the importance will become apparent when we consider the real meaning of the American demonstration that many serious defects are Mendelian recessives. It is that there are many persons in the community, personally normal, who are nevertheless impure dominants in the Mendelian sense, and half of whose germ cells accordingly carry a defect. According to a recent calculation, made in one of the bulletins of the Eugenics Record Office, about 1/3 of the population in the United States is thus capable of conveying mental deficiency, the insane tendency, epilepsy, or some other defect. Their number would be increased. Unless Dr. Davenport's advice as to the mating of defectives with normal persons were followed, for all their offspring would then belong to this category. 30. Leonard Darwin and his colleagues hoped a system will also be established for the examination of the family history of all those placed on the register as being unquestionably mentally abnormal, especially as regards the criminality, insanity,